Chapter 1. Sea God Island, a forgotten isle by the continent, stands in isolation, where the sea soul masters dwell, venerating the sea god at their sacred temple, a tradition passed down through generations. In the blink of an eye, it has been 6 years since Ye Xiaofeng was reborn here. Surrounded by the vast ocean, the island's inhabitants, the simple-hearted sea soul masters, live in unity. Every day, Ye Xiaofeng visits the shoreline, gazing upon the boundless sea, which brings clarity and tranquility to his mind. The islanders hold him in high regard, perhaps due to his unique lineage. Ye Xiaofeng recalls 6 years ago when he was a third-year university student. On a stormy midday, while carrying a meal back to his dormitory, he received a phone call. In that fleeting moment of answering, a bolt of lightning struck, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself reborn. His mother, Poseidon, informed him that it was the sea god's divine intervention, as a beam of celestial light illuminated the sea god temple, casting brilliance across the entire island, and thus she became pregnant. This news spread swiftly among the residents, who believed it to be a blessing from the sea god, heralding the arrival of a divine child, a portent of good fortune. Unbeknownst to them, the Spirit Hall had caught wind of this development, with Pope Bibidong secretly observing from the shadows. The sea god island has always instilled fear in her, for while many recognize the two peaks of the spirit world, they remain oblivious to the existence of a heaven in the form of Sea God Island. To gain dominion over the island, one must suppress this heaven, yet no one can subdue her, not even the two peaks of the spirit world. For Bibidong, Poseidon's pregnancy presented a rare opportunity. As the adage goes, one must seize the moment when their adversary is vulnerable. Thus, she issued a papal decree commanding the elders Ge, Mei, and Yuguan, along with 3 title Da, 10 soul Da, and 50 soul saints, to journey to Sea God Island and bring it under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. Before long, under the pretense of establishing a spirit academy for the children of Sea God Island, the Spirit Hall made their approach. However, after discussions with Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars, they unanimously rejected the Spirit Hall's overtures. Upon Ye Xiaofeng's birth, the Spirit Hall launched a surprise attack on Sea God Island, but Poseidon was no easy foe. As a rank 99 ultimate assault typed Tidal Daw, she effortlessly repelled the assault from 5 Tidal Daw of the Spirit Hall, as the 7 elders of the sacred pillars rallied the island's soul masters to join the fray. Sea God Island belonged to the sea soul masters. The Spirit Hall suffered significant losses, having underestimated the strength of the 7 Tidal Daw. In a critical moment, Gue Mei and Yu Guan executed a powerful martial soul fusion technique, the dual polar stillness field. Ultimately, 2 Tidal Daw from the Spirit Hall perished, 1 was gravely injured, and the remaining forces were utterly annihilated, with only Gue Mei and Yu Guan escaping in disarray. However, this battle took a toll on Poseidon, inducing early labor. With no time to pursue Gue Mei and Yu Guan, she utilized spatial displacement to reach the Sea God Temple, where her waters broke, blood flowed, and she struggled in pain. The 7 elders anxiously awaited outside, while Xiaobai assisted in the delivery. Despite the sweat pouring down her brow, Poseidon ultimately gave birth to Ye Xiaofeng. Transformed into a humanoid form, Xiaobai joyfully announced, "Congratulations, High Priestess, it is a boy." Overwhelmed with joy at the arrival of the divine child, Ye Xiaofeng, hungry and bewildered, let out a loud cry. Xiaobai, brimming with excitement, swiftly placed him in Poseidon's arms. As Ye Xiaofeng beheld her unparalleled beauty, with clear blue eyes and flowing sea blue hair, he recognized that he had become the son of the sea god Daw, Poseidon. Instantly, he quieted his cries, breaking into a joyful laugh. The sound of his laughter brought a smile to Poseidon's face, and she tenderly kissed his forehead, naming him Poseidon, elevating him to the status of a divine son, second only to the sea god. For Poseidon, although she was revered as the high priestess of Sea God Island and one of the 3 supreme ultimate Tidal Daw in the spirit world, this was her first experience of motherhood. Following the Spirit Hall's assault, Sea God Island was sealed off, forbidding any outsiders, particularly land-based soul masters, from entering. Poseidon devoted her days to Ye Xiaofeng, occasionally allowing Xiaoba to take him out to play, living a carefree life. As Ye Xiaofeng reached the age of 6, Elder Haima approached Poseidon with a suggestion. "My lady, this year the children will awaken their martial souls. Where should we hold the ceremony?" He inquired gently. "Hasn't this always been your responsibility?" Poseidon replied, not directly answering, but instead countering Haima's query. "In previous years, the awakenings have occurred beneath the 7 sacred pillars. But this year, as the divine son will also awaken his martial soul, I dare to suggest that we hold the ceremony in the sea god temple," Haima proposed, awaiting Poseidon's final decision. Though not the strongest among the 7 tidal Douluo, Haima had earned Poseidon's utmost trust, often managing the affairs of Sea God Island. However, hosting the awakening ceremony at the Sea God Temple bore immense significance, exceeding his authority, and Haima was hesitant to overstep. Given the Divine Son's unique status, conducting the ceremony at the Sea God Temple would be unprecedented and could win the hearts of the people. "Then let it be, as you suggested, the awakening ceremony for all children on the island will take place at the Sea God Temple, and you shall oversee it," Poseidon replied, satisfied with Haima's proposal. Elder Haima convened the other 6 elders of the sacred pillars, instructing them to disseminate the information throughout their jurisdictions. On the day of the awakening, the plaza was teeming with people, all gathered at the Sea God Temple, a revered sanctuary for the islanders, marking an unparalleled honor for the children awakening their martial souls. Poseidon, with Ye Xiaofeng in tow, transported herself to the highest steps of the temple. Clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a silver gem crown, her sea blue hair cascading behind her, Poseidon appeared as a stunning woman of 30, exuding an air of noble elegance, as though it were innate. In her right hand, she held a 3-metal golden scepter, intricately carved with magical runes, topped with a golden gem. Salutations to the High Priestess and to the Divine Son. The 7 elders of the sacred pillars bowed slightly from the middle steps, paying their respects to Poseidon and Ye Xiaofeng. "Bow to the High Priestess and to the Divine Son." The crowd below immediately knelt upon catching sight of Ye Xiaofeng. Poseidon, disliking worldly formalities, waved her hand gently, prompting them to rise, smiling down as if the plaza beneath the Sea God Temple blossomed in response to her radiance. "I hereby declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced now. Elder Haima will address the gathering," he proclaimed excitedly, the crowd erupting in joyous cheers. "My people, it is through the protection of the sea god that our island has thrived for so long. The arrival of the Divine Son is a testament to the sea god's expectations of us. The martial soul awakening shall commence, and the 7 elders will assist you in this sacred rite," Poseidon spoke warmly. With that, Poseidon took Ye Xiaofeng's hand and walked towards the Sea God Temple, followed by the 7 elders and the children lined up in 7 rows behind them. Upon reaching the temple, the elders took turns awakening the other children's martial souls, continuing from morning until noon, until at last, it was Ye Xiaofeng's turn. Approaching Elder Haima, who would perform the awakening, Ye Xiaofeng felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what to expect. "Divine Son, there's no need to be nervous, just relax," Elder Haima reassured him with a smile. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Ye Xiaofeng, even Poseidon feeling a hint of apprehension, as he was her only child, and they all anticipated the awakening of his sea god martial soul. Suddenly, a peculiar light emanated from Elder Haima towards Ye Xiaofeng, causing his body to levitate off the ground. Time seemed to stretch, and, as Elder Haima's expression shifted from a smile to one of gravity, Poseidon sensed a change within Ye Xiaofeng's form. "Elder Haima, this awakening shall conclude here. I will perform a separate awakening for my son," Poseidon interjected before a response could be given, taking Ye Xiaofeng and departing the Sea God Temple, returning to her chamber. Inside her room, Poseidon attempted to awaken Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul using the same method, but to her dismay, nothing changed. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng realized that he was not the divine child he had been believed to be, but rather a complete failure on Sea God Island. "Mother, is it true that I cannot awaken my martial soul?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, despite knowing the futility of his question, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Finger, perhaps your constitution differs from others you might awaken next year. Poseidon comforted him gently. Ye Xiaofeng pondered the possibility that he might not belong to this world, hence his inability to awaken a martial soul. He couldn't help but lament, questioning why others who transmigrated gained extraordinary powers, becoming the protagonist surrounded by beauty, while he was left as a complete waste. Why was this so? Mother, why? Ye Xiaofeng protested with reluctance. Finger, she found herself unable to provide a reasonable explanation. If he were to inherit her martial soul, he should have awakened the sea god martial soul. Poseidon suddenly embraced Ye Xiaofeng, aware of the profound impact this revelation had on him. She could not bear to see her child so heartbroken. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng yearned for solitude and broke free from Poseidon's embrace, running away. Finger, Poseidon called after him, but Ye Xiaofeng only wished to be alone, retreating to the seaside to unleash the turmoil within him. Why was fate so unjust? Everyone else could awaken their martial souls and become sea soul masters. Even if Ye Xiaofeng could awaken a worthless martial soul akin to blue silvergrass, with Poseidon's assistance, he could still ascend to become a formidable soul master. But now, he was relegated to the status of a mere invalid. Seated upon a stone at the shore, Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the vast sea, pondering whether this life, much like his previous one, was destined for ordinariness. No matter how hard he strove, he was already defeated from the outset. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai had come to sit quietly beside him. She was unsure how to console him, perhaps believing that silent companionship was the best solace at this moment. Originally the guardian beast of Sea God Island, she had transformed into human form to accompany Poseidon, and after Ye Xiaofeng's birth, she often played with him. She possessed a pair of gray-blue eyes, a delicate nose, and long blue-gray hair, her visage adorned with a hint of scales that only accentuated her exotic beauty. "I am fine, I will be okay in a while," Ye Xiaofeng finally spoke. "Do you believe me? In truth, I am not a divine child. I am merely an ordinary person who stumbled into this world by chance." Ye Xiaofeng mused, uncertain whether he was addressing himself or Xiaobai. "I know this has been a significant blow to you. Even if you cannot awaken, you remain the most cherished son of the high priest and to me." Xiaobai could not bring herself to believe Ye Xiaofeng's words, trailing off as she mentioned herself. As afternoon faded into evening, the two sat silently by the sea, watching the waves crash upon the shore, their hearts inexplicably chilled. Let everything unfold naturally. Some things are ultimately unattainable. Xiaobai accompanied Ye Xiaofeng, and after an unknown duration, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly found clarity within himself. Together, Ye Xiaofeng and Xiaobai returned to the Sea God Palace. Ye Xiaofeng did not seek out Poseidon, but instead retreated directly to his room to rest. However, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, he heard the door gently creak open. Turning his head, he saw Poseidon enter bathed in moonlight, prompting him to feign sleep in haste. Ye Xiaofeng wondered if his mother would think him too willful for breaking free from her embrace during the day. She approached slowly, tenderly covering him with a blanket and gently stroking his face, dispelling the worries in his heart, and soon he began to feel drowsy. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Xiaofeng eventually fell asleep, and when morning arrived, he awoke to find Poseidon sitting by his bedside, smiling down at him. Glancing at his hands, still grasping Poseidon's, he quickly withdrew them in embarrassment. Could it be that his mother knew he was merely pretending to be asleep? It was plausible at her level of cultivation. She was but a step away from divinity and surely could discern his ruse. Yet, whenever his mother stayed by his side as he slept, he felt a profound sense of security. "I'm sorry, mother," Ye Xiaofeng expressed, guilt washing over him for causing her to lose a night's rest, remaining by his side. The fault lay solely with him. "Finger, do not overthink it. Whether I sleep or not makes no difference. As long as you are happy," Poseidon reassured him. She had known he was awake before entering, and that was precisely why she chose to be with him. Eventually, Ye Xiaofeng came to terms with the reality that, if he could not become a soul master, he would pursue a life as a fisherman. However, He had not anticipated that following his failure to awaken, the island's inhabitants began to distance themselves from him. Gone was the warmth of their previous affections, the respect that once accompanied his presence, and the nobility that had surrounded him. He could even hear the whispers of their disdain. Ye Xiaofeng bore them no grudge if blame were to be assigned. It would rest solely upon his shoulders. He felt as though the entirety of the island had shifted, yet the unwavering love and concern from his mother Poseidon and Xiaobai remained unchanged. As Ye Xiaofeng grew to the ages of 7, 8, and 9, each year brought with it the failure to awaken. The people of the island no longer held any hope for him, yet Poseidon continually assured him that the day of awakening would come. When Ye Xiaofeng turned 10, he faced yet another failure in awakening his martial soul. The murmurs of discontent on the island grew louder, transforming from the adulation of a divine child to the scorn of a worthless failure. Some even began to hurl insults at Poseidon, and a flurry of rumors assailed them. Despite the mounting pressure, Poseidon remained steadfast, her love for Ye Xiaofeng undiminished, perhaps even deepening in intensity. For the sake of her son, she willingly endured public scorn, prioritizing his health and happiness above all else. Until one day, she discovered that 3 elders were conspiring to eliminate her son. It is hard to believe that the 7 individuals were all nurtured by myself into title Douluo. And now they are contemplating an attack on my son in the name of the sea god. Poseidon initially intended to eliminate those 3 titled Douluo. But as the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, he must consider the long-term implications. Xiaobai, escort Fenger away from Sea God Island. It is no longer appropriate for Fenger to remain here. Poseidon summoned Xiaobai in secrecy. Great Priest, cannot we think of an alternative solution? Xiaobai is aware of the rule on Sea God Island. Those who do not awaken their martial souls shall be exiled. Ye Xiaofeng, the son of the High Priest, had deferred his fate for 4 long years. The island was rife with various opinions and speculations. Should this delay persist, one could only wonder what unforeseen troubles might arise. Yet, would it truly be beneficial for Ye Xiaofeng to remain? Fenger, if you must assign blame, let it fall upon your mother. I am unable to awaken your martial spirit, Bo Saishi softly remarked, as she held Ye Xiaofeng, sensing the warmth of her tears upon his shoulder. Mother, I shall not blame you. This is my destiny. My departure may not necessarily herald misfortune, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged. Aware that the entirety of the island's inhabitants had turned against him, rather than endure such hostility, he deemed it wiser to leave. Fenger, this jade pendant shall protect you. You must never remove it, Bo Saishi instructed. Presenting a crescent-shaped jade pendant and fastening it around Ye Xiaofeng's neck as he prepared to depart. My child, once you leave, I hope you will remember to take care of yourself. Ye Xiaofeng knelt before his mother for the first time, tears streaming down his face as he offered 3 profound bows. Each bow was imbued with the weight of 10 years of Bo Saishi's meticulous care and unwavering support. He had always received her assistance without fail. Now, as he prepared to part from her side, he felt helpless to repay her kindness, and thus, he could only bid her farewell through those 3 solemn bows. Bo Saishi could not bear to witness her child's retreating figure and turned away. Yet the sound of his bows echoed in her ears, causing her to weep uncontrollably. Little Bai, witnessing the poignant separation of this mother and son, could not restrain her tears either, yet she knew she must see Ye Xiaofeng off. Ye Xiaofeng boarded the boat, and Xiaobai began to row away. While Poseidon watched his departing son, his heart bleeding, he was merely 10 years old, and yet he had cruelly exiled him. Xiaofeng had reached the safe zone of the harbor, as Xiaobai guided him away from the treacherous waters. Now, with a straight path ahead, he was on his way to the port. Sister Xiaobai, I will miss you, Ye Xiaofeng said, embracing Xiaobai. The unexpected hug left her face flushed. Yet she did not push him away. Take care of yourself. If things do not go well for you here, return to Sea God Island. The High Priest and I will always look after you, she replied. Xiaobai was the first person to witness his birth, having accompanied him throughout his childhood. She harbored no desire for him to leave Sea God Island, but she could not defy the High Priest's orders. Sister Xiaobai, you are as beautiful as ever, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, gently kissing her. This rascal still seeks to take advantage of me at such a moment, she thought, yet decided to indulge him this time. As Ye Xiaofeng prepared to depart, Xiaobai felt an indescribable sorrow in her heart, having no choice but to bid him farewell. Xiaobai leaped from the boat, swiftly swimming towards Sea God Island, while Ye Xiaofeng continued to row toward the harbor. Unbeknownst to them, danger was looming. A ship approached from the distance. its mast proudly displaying a blood-red flag adorned with the image of a skull and 2 crossbones. "Brother, there's a plump lamb," said a man wielding a curved knife. "Damn it, I'm not blind. I've already spotted the one-eyed dragon," exclaimed a middle-aged man in a straw hat, sporting a beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Bring him aboard, but do not harm him. We are civilized pirates," the captain declared, bursting into laughter while his 3 subordinates began to flatter him. Ye Xiaofeng found himself unable to resist and reluctantly boarded the ship. Soon, he was taken aboard the pirate vessel. "Quickly hand over your valuables." "You should be aware of our rules," the pirate captain leered. I have no valuables," Ye Xiaofeng stammered nervously upon recognizing the emblem on the flag. Realizing he had caught the pirate's attention, the captain gestured for his crew to search Ye Xiaofeng, who, after a thorough search, found nothing. Ye Xiaofeng was puzzled. Aside from the jade pendant around his neck, how could no one see anything else? "Boss, he has nothing on him. We found no valuables," reported one of the crew members. "Boss, we found this on his ship." Another crew member presented a package that Ye Xiaofeng had received from Xiaobai before leaving. "Hand it over. Open it," the captain commanded. "Unexpectedly, you are quite wealthy. You possess numerous treasures. To prevent them from being stolen, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard your belongings." He leered at the pearls, jade, and other treasures within the package. "I can manage my belongings myself." "I do not wish to trouble you," Ye Xiaofeng replied, exasperated, realizing that entrusting it to the captain would be akin to giving a meat bun to a dog. "You know, Old Jack, absolutely detest indecisive individuals," the pirate captain declared. "Captain Jack, why not just recruit me as well?" Ye Xiaofeng, seeing his money taken by the pirates, felt he had no other options. "Damn it, are you a pirate or am I? Toss him overboard," Old Jack said, visibly irritated. 2 pirates seized Ye Xiaofeng and hurled him into the sea with a splash. "Damn it, I told you to escort him down, not to throw him," Old Jack exclaimed, bewildered by his crew's actions. "Boss, isn't this a time saver?" The crew thought escorting him would be too troublesome and would waste time. The 2 pirates quickly defended themselves. "Who knows what the boss thinks? Last time we escorted someone down, he ended up cursing us for ages and docked our pay for half a month." One of them added, trying to justify their actions. "Damn it, you make a fair point. Let us move on and find the next target," Old Jack, having just robbed a considerable haul and feeling elated, decided not to reprimand his subordinates further as they set sail for their next prey. Ye Xiaofeng fell into the ocean and did not perish. His small boat was far from him. Yet, he swam towards the direction of the vessel. However, his current strength was utterly insufficient to sustain him, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the vast sea. Ye Xiaofeng had been adrift in the sea for an indeterminate period until one day, the waves cast him upon the sandy shore. "Shuewu, look quickly. It seems there is a person lying by the water," Shui Binger exclaimed upon spotting a figure on the beach. "Let's go see," Shuewu responded. And they approached to find a man with a face smeared with sand and sea blue hair unconscious on the ground. "He still has a pulse. We must rescue him," Shui Binger declared, realizing Ye Xiaofeng was in a state of unconsciousness, likely due to drowning. "Look at him. He must be in a coma from drowning. If we don't save him, he will perish," Shui Wu remarked with a mischievous grin. "Then hurry and treat him," Shui Bing urged, oblivious to Shui Wu's cunning smile. "To save him, we need to perform artificial respiration, but I refuse." "You can do it yourself," Shui Wu retorted, turning her head away. "What about you all?" Shui Binger glanced at her other sisters, only to find them mirroring Shui Wu's indifference. With no alternative, Shui Binger resigned herself to sacrifice her first kiss. Lowering her head, she began artificial respiration on Ye Xiaofeng, while the other sisters watched in astonishment, taken aback by her willingness to forfeit her innocence for a stranger. It was her first attempt at saving someone, and although inexperienced, she earnestly tried to perform CPR, causing the sea water to expel from Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. "Sister, hurry. There is hope." Shui Yuer fanned the flames of excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Just as Shui Binger performed another round of artificial respiration, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes fluttered open. He could feel the warmth from moments ago and instinctively licked his lips. At this sight, Shui Binger felt her face flush with heat, wishing for a mouse hole to hide in. "Hey kid, where did you come from? What is your name? How did you end up unconscious by the sea?" Shui Wu bombarded Ye Xiaofeng with questions. "Shui Wu, can't you ask one at a time?" Shui Bingo interjected, irritated. "Sister, could it be that you have taken a liking to this pretty boy, hence why you rescued him?" Shui Yuer teased, provoking laughter among the sisters. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute," Shui Binger replied, vexed. By the way, how did you end up unconscious by the beach? She inquired of Ye Xiaofeng. Just then, as he opened his mouth to respond, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Ye Xiaofeng. You have successfully bound to the Tianji system. Welcome to the Douluo Continent. What a scam. What a useless system. It took 5 years to awaken my martial soul. For 5 years, I faced ridicule from the people of Sea God Island, ultimately leading to my exile. Host, Ye Xiaofeng, male, 11 years old. Awakened martial soul, Emerald Swan. Innate soul power level 30. Due to a system malfunction, the protagonist has failed to awaken his martial soul for 5 years. As compensation, a second martial soul. The 7 killing sword is granted. Your appearance will rewrite parts of Douluo Continent's history. Henceforth, you shall be my master. You may call me Xiao Bing. The Tianji system proclaimed. Finally, the era of the protagonist has arrived. From now on, I shall conquer all, surrounded by beauties, Ye Xiaofeng thought, unable to contain his excitement. I have finally awakened my martial soul. Haha. No more ridicule. He joyously hugged Shui Binger, overwhelmed with happiness. Hey kid, my sister saved you out of kindness. And you dare to take advantage of her? Shui Wei looked at Ye Xiaofeng in disbelief, noting his silly grin and excited ramblings, questioning his mental state. The sisters murmured among themselves. Are you all right? Shui Binger began to doubt Ye Xiaofeng's sanity upon hearing their comments. I apologize. I was too excited and lost control. Ye Xiaofeng quickly offered an apology to Shui Binger. My name is Ye Xiaofeng. I left home and encountered pirates at sea. After they looted all my valuables, they tossed me into the water. You already know the rest, he briefly recounted, withholding any mention of Sea God Island. Is that so? Hello, I am Shui Binger. And this is my sister, Shui Yuer. These are Shui Wu, Yu Heru, Shun Liuyu, Gu Qingba, and Xiu Rua Shui. Shui Binger introduced her companions. Thank you for saving me. Kid, if you wish to express gratitude, you should thank Binger. She sacrificed her first kiss to save you, Shui Wu interjected, unhelpfully. Shui Wu, if you say another word. Don't bother showing your face again. Shui Binger retorted, silencing her. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement when I awakened my martial soul and couldn't control myself. I will certainly repay the life-saving grace of Miss Binger, Ye Xiaofeng said earnestly. Isn't it normal to awaken a martial soul? Shui Binger asked, puzzled. I possess dual martial souls. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed with renewed excitement, raising his hands to reveal a sword and an emerald swan in his palms. In a state of astonishment, the others struggled to comprehend as Ye Xiaofeng displayed his soul rings. The emerald swan's soul ring bore 3 white circles, which left Ye Xiaofeng in disbelief. Similarly, the 7 killing sword also revealed 3 white soul rings. TCH, I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you've reduced yourself to a failure, Shui Wu scoffed disdainfully. Do you not know that white soul rings are of the lowest quality? Moreover, you've used 10-year soul rings for both martial souls, Shui Binger lamented. Recognizing the lost potential of a rare dual martial soul talent now diminished by the quality of its rings. Damn it, Tianji system. Xiao Bing, come out. Ye Xiaofeng felt utterly defeated, having finally awakened his martial soul and anticipated the arrival of the protagonist's era, only to find himself once again let down by the system. Ye Xiaofeng scolded for quite some time, yet the system remained utterly unresponsive, as if it had never existed. I am at a loss, Ye Xiaofeng lamented. What can I do? It is all the fault of this abysmal system, which delayed my awakening for 5 long years. And now I am burdened with a mere white 10-year soul ring. What a complete travesty. If you have nowhere else to go, you might as well join us. Shui Bingo thought, believing that Ye Xiaofeng was all alone and desolate, hence his quest for a 10-year soul ring. Sister, our academy does not accept male students. Shui Yue gently interjected. I am aware. I will find a way. Shui Bingo acknowledged the admission that the Tianshui Academy did not enroll males. Yet her heart was moved by Ye Xiaofeng's plight. For now, you can accompany us, she continued, without rejecting him. Thank you. Do you happen to have any food? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, having drifted at sea for an entire year and now awakening with an insatiable hunger. Then let us take you to eat, Shui Binger replied kindly. Where? Does your sister perhaps have feelings for this dim-witted fellow? Shui Wu whispered curiously. Who knows what has gotten into her today? Shui Wei quietly responded to Shui Wu. Though I may have a penchant for infatuation, I only admire handsome men, and this one is leagues away from that standard. Ye Xiaofeng followed Shui Binger and her companions to an inn, where the mere sight of them stunned all the patrons dining within, their expressions reminiscent of drooling admirers. Yet, When they noticed Ye Xiaofeng, clad in tattered garments and meandering among the beauties, he resembled a flower solely adorning a pile of dung. Whispers began to circulate among the inn's occupants. Look at that fool, surrounded by a bevy of beauties, truly. It's a case of exquisite cabbage being dug up by a pig, lamented a middle-aged man with a hint of envy. Indeed, I'm still single. It's as if the heavens are blind to my plight. Owner, quickly bring me everything delectable, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all of it, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hunger as he approached a large round table. You're quite unreserved, aren't you? Is this your way of repaying the sister who rescued you? Shuewu teased. Well, what if I were to offer myself to Miss Shuewu? What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng countered, presenting her with a challenging conundrum instead of addressing her question. Get lost. Who would want you, you scoundrel? Have you truly lost your senses? Shuewu retorted. Left speechless by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity, her frustration causing her to stamp her feet, inciting laughter from her companions. Honored guest, your order of 4 cold dishes for hot dishes. 8 plates, and a soup will be served shortly, announced the waiter, who proceeded to bring in the dishes one by one. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng was oblivious to the surrounding crowd, ravenously piling food onto his plate and shoving it into his mouth. Be careful, you fool, you might choke, Shuewu chastised, still irked by Ye Xiaofeng's earlier remarks. Please, eat at your leisure, do not mind me, Ye Xiaofeng replied between mouthfuls. Yet the sight of his bowl overflowing drew the attention of many within the inn. Your chicken, duck, and fish have arrived. Everything is now served. Please enjoy. The waiter announced, astonished as he observed Ye Xiaofeng's frenzied eating while the others had yet to touch their chopsticks. Then, to everyone's surprise, Ye Xiaofeng declared, Excuse me. Could you please prepare another table? I'm still not full. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Shueyu jested. Pretty much, Ye Xiaofeng replied awkwardly. You truly are oblivious to the struggles of the common folk. After finishing the first table of food, Ye Xiaofeng paused his feast. Shui Binger, who had been quietly observing him, suddenly spoke. Are you full? If you wish to eat more, please feel free. It's no trouble, she smiled warmly. I am satisfied. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed such a delightful lunch. Thank you. If you ever face difficulties, I will surely assist you, Ye Xiaofeng vowed, recognizing Shui Bingou as the first person to come to his aid. Very well, but to help me, you'll need to strengthen your current capabilities. Shui Bingou replied without outright refusal. I understand. That day will surely come, Ye Xiaofeng asserted with determination. After their meal, they took 3 rooms, 2 for themselves and 1 for Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room, summoned the attendant, took a hot shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes, instantly transforming into a handsome figure, exuding a refreshing aura. The following morning, upon hearing a knock at the door, Ye Xiaofeng opened it to reveal Shui Binger. You. Shui Bingou was captivated by Ye Xiaofeng's striking features, momentarily at a loss for words. Bingou, what brings you here? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. I just came to see you, Shui Bingou replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. To see me? Ye Xiaofeng said in astonishment, pondering if this girl might have developed feelings for him. No, we are heading to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. I have just reached level 30. You can stay here and wait for us to obtain soul rings, and then I will take you back to the academy. Shui Bingou shyly explained, her face still tinged with red. I was wondering why my sister hadn't returned. Turns out she was secretly meeting a handsome guy. Shuewu teased. Don't be ridiculous. Close your crow's mouth, Shui Bingou retorted, flustered. Hey, who are you? Don't think just because you're a bit handsome you can flirt with my sister so early in the morning. Shui Yuer, unable to recognize Ye Xiaofeng at first, expressed her displeasure. Yuer, it's me, Ye Xiaofeng said, scratching his head. Wow, I didn't expect such a transformation overnight. I almost didn't recognize you. Shui Yuer began to swoon. In Ye Xiaofeng's heart, a tumultuous storm brewed. He had always been this way, yet it seemed others had failed to perceive it. This time, accompanying them, he did not wish to merely partake in their bounty without contributing his share. With your meager abilities, what can you possibly do? Don't hinder us, Shuewu remarked, somewhat awkwardly, as she acknowledged that although Ye Xiaofeng had attained the rank of Soul Master, his prowess was lacking, especially given the 6-decade-old soul rings he bore. Rest assured, I shall not be a burden, Ye Xiaofeng declared resolutely. Then stay close behind us, and do not wander too far, Shui Bingou gently instructed. She did not reject Ye Xiaofeng. Despite his limited strength, he remained a healing soul master, potentially invaluable in times of need. Let us set forth without delay. What are we waiting for? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hey, kid, it's not you who will be hunting soul beasts. Why are you more excited than us? Xuewu retorted, exasperated. Miss Xuewu, please call me by my name. I do not wish to be addressed as He, Ye Xiaofeng replied, somewhat disgruntled. No one wished to be called He day in and day out. How would I know your name? Over time, it's easily forgotten. Xuewu feigned forgetfulness. Then it shall be Miss Xuewu. Remember, I am Ye Xiaofeng. You may call me Ye Xiao or Ye Gongzi, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed with a hint of vanity. Young Master Yi, I have encountered many shameless individuals, yet none as audacious as you, Xuewu teased, eliciting laughter from the group. However, Ye Xiaofeng remained entirely impervious to her jests. Miss Xuewu, where is the young in your title? You are far from it, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly blurted out, devoid of modesty. Scram. Xuewu retorted bluntly. All right, let us depart, Shui Bingo quickly interjected. Fearing these two would continue their banter indefinite, Ye Xiaofeng remained silent. Trailing behind them as they searched for quite some time, ultimately discovering a millennia-old ice toad, encased in a layer of frost. The second soul skill, Snowfall Dance, was swiftly activated to prevent the ice toad from escaping. The first soul skill, Ice Seal, was employed by Shui Binger to further immobilize the creature. The second soul skill, 0-degree Impact, was unleashed by Shui Ware, shattering the icy prison that ensnared the toad. Just as Shui Ware believed the battle was easily won, the ice toad launched a sudden counterattack, expelling a chilling toxin directly towards her. Ware, be careful, Shui Binger warned, activating her second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor, to block the assault. Binger, allow me to try. You freeze it once more, Ye Xiaofeng suggested. The first soul skill, Ice Seal, was promptly cast again by Shui Binger, once more encasing the ice toad in frost. The third soul skill, Throat Piercer, saw Ye Xiaofeng channeling the 7 killing sword, which he swiftly thrust towards the ice toad. The ice that Shui Bingo had previously summoned shattered under the might of his blade, leaving the ice toad only slightly wounded, an insignificant concern for such a formidable foe. This won't suffice. We cannot defeat the ice toad like this, Xuewu cautioned. Ware, let us merge our martial souls, Shui Bingo called to Shui Ware. The two embraced, instantaneously completing their fusion skill. With a cry, an ice phoenix materialized in the sky, emanating a regal pressure that rendered the ice toad immobile. Martial soul fusion skill, Snowflakes Fall, both Shui Binger and Shui Ware declared in unison, as the ice phoenix launched an assault on the ice toad. The creature was thoroughly encased in ice, unable to move. The third soul skill, Throat Piercer, saw Ye Xiaofeng's 7 killing sword hurtling towards the immobilized ice toad, delivering a decisive blow that left it gasping for breath. Binger, act quickly, Ye Xiaofeng spoke as he tossed the 7 killing sword to Shui Binger. She caught the sword effortlessly and swiftly dispatched the ancient ice toad with a single strike. After the fierce battle, their soul power was severely depleted, particularly Shui Binger and Shui Ware, who were utterly exhausted due to their martial soul fusion technique. In such a state of soul power exhaustion, Shui Binger found herself unable to absorb a soul ring, as doing so might provoke a backlash from the ice toad. Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill, the Blessing of the Emerald Swan, could heal and restore soul power to the group while consuming little of his own energy. Under Ye Xiaofeng's healing, Shui Binger and the others regained their initial fighting condition. To be cautious, let us absorb the soul ring first while the rest of you remain vigilant, Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Although it was not his place to command, his words were undeniably sound, and everyone took it upon themselves to protect Shui Bingo as she absorbed the soul ring. Sitting cross-legged beside the ice toad, Shui Binger began the absorption process, and soon a purple halo emerged from the creature, gradually transferring to her. After a while, she stood up, and beneath her feet appeared a circle of 2 yellow and 1 purple light. Sister, what skill does your third soul technique bestow? Shui Ware inquired as she rushed to Shui Binger's side. The resistance ice ring creates a repelling ice barrier that expands outward from my center, inflicting damage on opponents while pushing them away, Shui Binger replied calmly. This way, we can interrupt the powerful assaults of our foes during battle, Xuewu analyzed coolly. Indeed. But it's thanks to you this time, young Master Yi, Shui Binger acknowledged, realizing that without Ye Xiaofeng's intervention, their hunt for the ice toad would have exacted a heavy toll. Miss Binger, there's no need for such politeness. Assisting you is only right, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling quite pleased within, as it was his first time aiding others. Let us return then. We have achieved our goal of acquiring the soul ring, Shui Binger stated. As Xuewu and Shui Ware were still at level 28, they did not require hunting soul beasts, while the others were at levels 27 and 26. With Shui Bingo obtaining her third soul ring, the atmosphere was jubilant. She was regarded as the leader and core of their team, her decisions unquestioned by the others. Wait a moment, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly interjected. What is it? Shui Bing'er and the others were about to leave when Ye Xiaofeng interrupted them. Congratulations, host Ye Xiaofeng, on successfully assisting Shui Bing'er in acquiring her third soul ring. All soul rings cultivation increases by 100 years, and soul power level rises by 5 levels. A mechanical voice announced. Whoa, Xiaobing, you can finally function normally. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully. Host Ye Xiaofeng, your words are inappropriate. Hints. You were rewarded with a lightning strike, Xiaobing declared, and in that instant, a bolt of lightning struck Ye Xiaofeng from the sky. After the lightning struck, Ye Xiaofeng stood with his hair standing on end, his entire body smoking, and his face blackened, leaving only his eyes and teeth visible. Young Master Yi, what kind of misdeeds have you committed that even the heavens would not spare you? Shui Wu remarked, bemused. Damn it, I merely uttered a single sentence. Is it truly necessary to strike me with lightning? Ye Xiaofeng thought, his mind racing. Are you all right? Shui Bing'er asked with concern. I'm fine. Let us head back, Ye Xiaofeng replied, clearly wishing to keep his soul ring matter concealed from the others. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Xiaofeng quickly freshened up and changed his clothes. Just then, he heard a knock at the door. As Ye Xiaofeng approached the door, he was greeted by Shui Bing'er, who playfully inquired, What? Aren't you going to let me come in and sit for a while? With a smile, she continued, How could that be? Is there something you need, Miss Bing'er? Ye Xiaofeng asked, perplexed. Can I just come to see you if there's nothing else? Shui Bing'er teased, deliberately provoking him. Of course. You can, Ye Xiaofeng replied, chuckling as he poured her a glass of water and sat down, merely smiling in response. Now that we are alone, you can speak freely. Shui Bing'er said as she moved to the table, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Miss Bing'er, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Ye Xiaofeng responded. Aware that she was inquiring about the events of the day, yet wishing to keep it a secret. Am I to conceal even this from you? Shui Bing'er remarked. Her expression clouded with displeasure. Then you must promise to keep my secret, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged. Knowing that it was futile to hide anything from her and her companions, the truth would eventually come to light. Look, Ye Xiaofeng continued. As the spirit rings beneath his feet transitioned from 10-year white rings to century-old rings. How is that possible? Are you a transformed spirit beast? Shui Bing'er gazed at Ye Xiaofeng in astonishment, stunned by the transformation of 6 10-year spirit rings into century rings within a single day. An occurrence she had never witnessed before. Miss Bing'er, do I resemble a spirit beast in human form? Ye Xiaofeng responded with a smile. This matter must remain confidential. Shui Bing'er said, her voice tinged with anxiety. I understand, but you are not just anyone, Ye Xiaofeng replied, forever grateful for her intervention. From now on, you may simply call me Bing'er. There's no need for the formalities, Shui Bing'er said, her cheeks slightly flushed. And you may call me Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng smiled in return. Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me acquire the spirit ring today, Shui Bing'er said, unsure of how to express her gratitude. Bing'er, it is only natural that I assist you. As you saved my life, Ye Xiaofeng stated confidently. Do not keep bringing up the life debt. Let us consider ourselves friends from now on, Shui Bing'er suggested. Actually, I was unable to awaken my spirit until I was 6 years old. I attempted for 4 years without success, and my mother was forced to send me away. Later, I encountered pirates, and at that moment, I believed I would perish, but fate had other plans, and ultimately, you saved me, Ye Xiaofeng recalled. Reflecting on the cruelty he had endured on Sea God Island, where he was mocked and exiled. As he gripped the water glass tightly, it shattered in his hand. Blood flowing freely, yet he felt no pain. This sight startled Shui Bing'er. For the first time, she realized how much hardship the boy before her had faced, as he appeared cheerful and carefree while engaging in banter with Shui Wu and the others. In that moment, her heart ached with empathy. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wrapped it around the wound on Ye Xiaofeng's hand. No one will bully you anymore, she assured him, holding his hand firmly, gradually calming his emotions. Just then, the door swung open with a kick, and Shui Wu entered, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, have you seen my sister? Upon seeing Shui Bing'er holding Ye Xiaofeng's hands, Shui Wu's jaw dropped in astonishment. I didn't see anything. I saw nothing at all. She stammered as she rushed back to her room. Shui Bing'er, noticing Shui Wu's sudden entrance, quickly withdrew her hands, though Shui Wu had already caught sight of the moment, leaving Shui Bing'er blushing like a ripe apple. Xiaofeng, please rest. I must take my leave, Shui Bing'er said, feeling the urge to find a hiding place, as retreat seemed the wisest course of action. Shui Wu, weren't you supposed to find my sister? Why are you back alone? Shui Yue inquired, noticing Shui Bingera's absence. I didn't see my sister in young Master Ye's room. I swear I saw nothing, Shui Wu insisted, shaking her head. Are you implying that my sister is in Ye Xiaofeng's room? Shui Yue questioned, sensing something amiss. Oh, no. When did I say that? Shui Wu immediately denied. What are you two discussing? Shui Binger re-entered, hearing the commotion. Earlier, Shui Wu said. Before Shui Yue could finish, Shui Wu hastily covered Shui Binger's mouth. And nothing at all, Shui Wu stammered, feeling embarrassed. Sister, your hand is injured? Shui Yue noticed the blood on Shui Binger's hand. Oh, it's nothing, just a small cut. Shui Binger replied, having forgotten to clean the blood in her haste. You all go ahead and eat. Shui Wu, you stay, Shui Binger instructed, dismissing the others. Sister, are you planning to silence me? I saw nothing. Shui Wu exclaimed nervously once they were alone. Tell me what you saw, Shui Binger demanded coldly. I saw a little. But I won't disclose your intimate hand-holding, Shui Wu replied, her voice trembling. You foolish girl, when did I ever display affection for Xiaofeng? I merely bandaged his wound. Shui Bingo clarified. Xiaofeng, such a cozy name you have there. Shui Wu continued to misconstrue their relationship. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tie you up and deliver you to his bed, Shui Binger warned, gritting her teeth. All right, but would you really have the heart to do that, big sister? Shui Wu teased, grinning mischievously. As Shui Bingo prepared to retaliate, Shui Wu deftly slipped away, avoiding her grasp. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng stepped out of his room and encountered Shui Yue and the others, but he noticed the absence of Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Miss Yue, where are your sister and Shui Wu? He inquired. They were speaking in the room. We were just leaving, Shui Yue replied, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng's injured hand. Your hand is hurt? Shui Yue noticed the familiar handkerchief wrapped around it. It's nothing, Ye Xiaofeng said, turning his hand away. Bring it here. Why are you hiding it? Shui Yue insisted, recalling Shui Wu's earlier words and the handkerchief's resemblance. You must confess what is happening between you and my sister, she asked curiously. Oh, Binger and I are just friends. Please don't misunderstand, Ye Xiaofeng replied, and his attempt at clarification only fueled further speculation, with one calling her Binger and the other Xiaofeng. Their names sounded delightfully intimate. Coincidentally, Shui Wu overheard this exchange as she rushed back. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Young Master Yi. Quickly call out Tiware, Shui Wei mischievously urged. Go on, what young Master Yi? Just call me Xiaofeng, he replied, eliciting laughter from the group as they shared in the light-hearted banter. Ye Xiaofeng was perplexed. It seemed that her group of sisters had inadvertently consumed something that had altered their usual demeanor. Silence, Shui Bingo exclaimed, her amusement mingling with exasperation upon witnessing the recent antics, which could ultimately be traced back to that mischievous girl, Shui Wu. Eldest sister, while you indulge in meat, surely you could spare a bowl of broth for your sisters? This is rather inconsiderate. Sisters, do you not agree? Shui Wu chimed in, stirring the pot further. Enough of this chatter, let us eat. It appears that food cannot silence your incessant prattle, Shui Binger retorted helplessly, taking a seat at table 9. Shui Binger was joined by Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Wu, while the others followed suit. Shui Wu raised her hand, and the waiter promptly approached. Young man, bring forth the finest meats and dishes available, Shui Wu commanded. Certainly, please hold on, the waiter replied before turning to leave. Oh, and add a plate of lamb kidneys, Shui Wu added, casting a sly glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Miss, may I recommend our signature dish, the tiger whip? It surpasses lamb kidneys in flavor. Would you like to order it? The waiter inquired, eyeing Shui Wu and then Ye Xiaofeng, who was surrounded by a gaggle of young women, clearly understanding the implications. Let us have it all. I could use a good tonic, Shui Wu declared with audacious bravado. Upon hearing Shui Wu's words, Shui Yue nearly choked in disbelief. All right, table 9, add a serving of lamb kidneys and tiger whip, the waiter announced loudly. The others wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, bewildered by Shui Wu's recent eccentricities. By the way, Shui Wu, do you truly need to replenish your health? You hardly seem feeble, Ye Xiaofeng questioned, puzzled. Please refrain from calling me miss. It feels so distant. You should call me Shui Wu, she retorted before Shui Yue interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak. You can call me Yue, and you should also call me Xiaofeng. The lamb kidneys and tiger whip are for your nourishment. Shui Wu added with a mischievous grin directed at Ye Xiaofeng. Shui Wu, please cease this jesting. Let us eat first, Ye Xiaofeng hastily replied, realizing that conversing with Shui Wu was becoming increasingly absurd. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's silence, Shui Wu lost interest, and the once lively table fell into a tranquil dining atmosphere. Each indulging in their own dishes. Our signature dishes have arrived. The waiter announced at table 9, eager for all in the establishment to take notice. Shui Wu promptly placed the lamb kidneys and tiger whip before Ye Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, do taste it and tell me how it is, she urged, fanning the flames of encouragement. Perhaps not. I am already quite full, Ye Xiaofeng quickly declined. Eldest sister, do persuade Xiaofeng. After all, he is still growing, and this must not be overlooked. Shui Wu pointedly directed her comment at Shui Binger. You insufferable girl, be silent. If you continue speaking, I shall tear your mouth apart, Shui Binger retorted. Her face flushed with indignation. Since everyone is satiated, let us disperse and attend to our own affairs, Ye Xiaofeng declared, wishing to depart the table. Overwhelmed by Shui Wu's relentless teasing. After the group had dispersed, Shui Wu lingered at her seat, prompting Shui Wu to inquire curiously, Shui Wu, are you not returning? I am merely waiting to settle the bill. If you would like, you may pay first, and I shall depart, Shui Wu replied earnestly. Suddenly recalling that her clothes were yet unwashed, Shui Wu hastily fabricated an excuse to evade the bill. Once everyone had returned, Shui Wu smiled wickedly and commanded, young man, take these 2 dishes and a couple of fine wines to the room of that gentleman from earlier, and then summon my eldest sister Shui Binger. Stating that young Master Yi has business to discuss with her. The waiter appeared somewhat conflicted. Here is a gold soul coin for your meal. Should you fulfill this task? The remaining coin is yours to keep, Shui Wu generously offered, producing 2 gold soul coins from her pocket. Rest assured, I will see to it, the waiter responded. His demeanor transforming upon realizing he could earn a coin. As evening fell, the waiter approached Ye Xiaofeng's door and knocked. Upon Ye Xiaofeng's opening of the door, the waiter said, young Master Yi, Miss Bingo instructed me to bring this to you. It was difficult to speak earlier due to the crowd. Very well. Place it on my table, Ye Xiaofeng replied, skeptical that Shui Bingo had orchestrated this, yet compelled to accept the delivery as it stood. If young Master Yi has no further instructions, I shall take my leave, the waiter stated, retreating upon receiving no response. Could it truly have been her that arranged this? Ye Xiaofeng pondered, his imagination running wild. After the waiter departed, he returned to Shui Binger's room and knocked. Miss Binger, he said as she opened the door. Young Master Yi wishes to speak with you about matters of the heart. Would you be willing to visit? The waiter adopted an innocent demeanor. Seeing Shui Binger remain unmoved, he began to retreat. Of course, young Master Yi also mentioned that if Miss Bingo encounters any difficulties, consider tonight's words as never spoken. There is nothing difficult about it. You may go ahead, and I shall follow shortly. Shui Bingo reflected on Ye Xiaofeng's earlier words, deciding to visit despite the late hour. As the waiter exited, a smirk crept onto his face. The task was complete, and a gold soul coin was within his grasp. The affairs between Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger were of no concern to him, as it was all Shui Wu's direction. I am utterly exhausted. I shall retire, Shui Wu said to Shui Wu, extinguishing the light. Shui Wu, do you not usually stay up the latest? Shui Wu wondered, perplexed. I have said I am tired. You should rest as well, Shui Wu replied, guiding Shui Wu to bed. Meanwhile, Shui Binger gently knocked on Ye Xiaofeng's door. Binger, what brings you here? He inquired upon opening the door. Ye Xiaofeng inquired. It's nothing. I just came to see you, Shui Binger replied, rendered speechless. Did you not call me over? Upon entering the room, Shui Binger noticed the food on Ye Xiaofeng's table and felt a slight flush on her cheeks. This guy pretended to be quite honest during the day. Could it be that Shui Wu was right, and Ye Xiaofeng truly needed to replenish his vitality? You seem rather thin. You should take care of yourself, Shui Binger delicately suggested. Thank you for your concern, Ye Xiaofeng replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Thus, their conversation flowed with a gentle exchange of words. As the night deepened, Shui Wu had fallen asleep, and suddenly, Shui Wu opened her eyes. Stealthily dressing and exiting the house. Xiaofeng, please don't blame Shui Wu and the others. They can be a bit mischievous, but they have kind hearts, Shui Binger spoke tenderly. How could I? I consider them all my good friends, Ye Xiaofeng smiled warmly. Here, why aren't you eating? Shui Binger asked, her face turning red. Ah, I completely forgot about it, Ye Xiaofeng admitted. He had not intended to eat, but since it was Binger who brought the food, he felt it would be impolite to refuse now that she had offered. As he spoke, Ye Xiaofeng began to eat the lamb kidney while simultaneously pouring 2 cups of wine. He and Shui Binger began to drink. Although it was their first time drinking together, The ambience and the need to alleviate the awkwardness led them to down their drinks in one go. A captivating scene was unfolding, and Shui Wu observed it all from outside the window. Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit dizzy? Shui Binger, having consumed 2 cups, became somewhat dazed. I don't know what's happening. I feel the same, Ye Xiaofeng replied, gazing at Shui Bingo across the table, finding her increasingly enchanting. After indulging in a few drinks, Ye Xiaofeng candidly exclaimed, Binger, you look absolutely stunning tonight. His exuberance only intensified as he continued, with a captivating beauty like you by my side. How could one resist sweetening their words? Water Binger, slightly inebriated, playfully retorted as she wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's shoulders. Come on. How long have you been plotting this? From the moment you rescued me, Ye Xiaofeng's hands began to wander, and outside, the snow danced with increasing fervor. However, as their intoxication grew, they eventually succumbed to slumber atop the table. Snow Dance, losing interest, entered the room and, with a smirk, decided to assist this fellow by carrying Waterbinger and Ye Xiaofeng to bed, ensuring to remove their outer garments before departing. Glancing back at her handiwork with a mischievous grin, she exited the room, retreating to her own space. The following morning, Ye Xiaofeng stirred groggily, sensing a presence beside him. And upon squeezing his eyes shut, he heard Bingo's voice. Ye Xiaofeng felt an unsettling sensation and instantly opened his eyes, becoming petrified. At that moment, Shui Binger also awakened. She glanced at Ye Xiaofeng and then at his hand resting on her chest, momentarily at a loss for words. In unison, they both shouted, their minds blank. Remove your filthy hand from me. Shui Binger erupted, and before Ye Xiaofeng could withdraw his hand, she kicked him off the bed. Ye Xiaofeng's head collided with the edge of the bed, yet this was not the moment to dwell on his pain. Binger, I did not intend for this to happen. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss, unable to recall the events that had transpired after drinking. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Binger delivered a resounding slap, her fury directed at the man before her, as her innocence felt irrevocably lost. Binger, I will take responsibility. Ye Xiaofeng observed the tears trickling down Shui Binger's cheeks, feeling as though he were a condemned sinner. If you disclose this incident, I shall end your life. And then I will choose to die myself. Upon witnessing Ye Xiaofeng being kicked down, blood streaming from his forehead, her heart softened unexpectedly. Binger, it is entirely my fault. Do not be angry, Ye Xiaofeng said as he pulled her into an embrace. Get away from me. If you do not release me, I shall kill you. Shui Bingo was startled by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden embrace. After all, sharing a bed was never her intention, and now this rogue was taking advantage of the situation. Even if you were to kill me, I would not let go. Ye Xiaofeng tightened his grip, and Shui Binger, with tears in her eyes, kissed him. Get away. I will slay you, she cried, her fist pounding against his chest. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, embracing Ye Xiaofeng, surrendering to him. Time passed, and suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their fervor. Young Master Yi, Miss Shui Wu requests your presence for breakfast, called the voice of the innkeeper from outside. The two were instantly jolted awake. Ye Xiaofeng's hand had found its way beneath Shui Binger's clothing, while she clung tightly to him. All right, I will be down shortly. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly replied, shooing away the innkeeper. Get your hands off me, Shui Binger exclaimed, her tone a mix of softness and frustration. I couldn't help myself. I lost control, Ye Xiaofeng said sheepishly, withdrawing his hand and releasing her. Quickly, dress yourself and come downstairs, Shui Binger insisted, aware that if they lingered, others might notice something amiss, and her reputation would be at stake. Once Ye Xiaofeng departed, Shui Binger checked her body, relieved to find that she remained intact. Her heart finally at ease, confirming that nothing inappropriate had occurred the previous night. Upon waking, Shui Bingo had imagined countless scenarios, fearing that she and Ye Xiaofeng had crossed boundaries they should not have, considering their youth. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing and retouched her makeup to avoid suspicion, particularly from Shui Wu, who would not hesitate to exploit any weaknesses. Downstairs, everyone was enjoying breakfast. As Ye Xiaofeng approached the table, Shui Yuer noticed the injury on his forehead. Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt? She inquired, concern etched on her face. It was just a minor accident. I fell, Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling embarrassed. You always seem to bring up the most inconvenient topics. Perhaps our esteemed young master Yu was up to something scandalous last night and got beaten up for it. Shui Wu remarked, sipping her drink with a nonchalant demeanor, though internally she reveled in delight. Xiaofeng, you wouldn't have. Shui Wu's words drew everyone's attention to Ye Xiaofeng, and Shui Wei began to wonder if there was truth to Shui Wu's insinuation. How could that be? What kind of person do you think I am? Ye Xiaofeng shot a piercing glance at Shuewu, his eyes brimming with indignation, as if they could kill her on the spot. You really hit the nail on the head. Didn't you? What are you all discussing? Shui Bingo approached, having composed herself. Nothing much. We were just chatting casually, Shuewu replied with an inscrutable expression. Sister, where have you been? We haven't seen you all night, Shui Yuer asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. Oh, I couldn't sleep last night. So I went for a stroll. Shui Binger's response only heightened her sister's anxiety, as her words were remarkably ambiguous. Sister, if there is something on your mind, you can share it with us. We are here to help, Shui Yuer offered, concern evident in her tone. Yes, big sister, if something is bothering you, please tell us. We can share the burden together. Even if we cannot help, there is still Xiaofeng. Isn't that right, young Master Yi? Shuewu's words trailed off as she exchanged knowing glances with Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger. Ah, yes, indeed, Ye Xiaofeng quickly affirmed, while Shui Binger's cheeks flushed crimson. Resembling a ripe apple. Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat, Shui Bingo said, eager to change the subject. Shuewu found the situation increasingly amusing, yet she still craved more mischief. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Shuewu slyly reached under the table and lightly grazed Shui Binger's thigh before retracting her hand, feigning innocence as if nothing had happened. Believing that Ye Xiaofeng was being inappropriate in front of everyone, Shui Binger retaliated by pinching his thigh fiercely. Ye Xiaofeng winced in agony, yet he stifled his cries. What madness has possessed this girl? Why would she inflict pain upon herself? Is she, perchance, seeking some perverse thrill? Xiaofeng, are you unwell? Shuewu inquired. Noticing the pained expression on Ye Xiaofeng's face, her voice laced with concern. In truth, she was inwardly jubilant. As she had surreptitiously touched her elder sister's thigh, and the elder sister assumed it was Ye Xiaofeng, she would never let him go. Shall we return to the academy today? Shui Binger proposed. Elder sister, why not tarry a few more days? We rarely have the opportunity to venture out, Shuewu pleaded. Her mind still occupied with the mischief she had yet to fully indulge in, lamenting how could she extort these two when she returned to school. Nay, we cannot continue to delay. You must also dedicate yourselves to cultivation and advance to level 30, Shui Binger stated rationally, emphasizing that strength reigns supreme in this world. Xiaofeng, why don't you return to the academy with us? Shui Binger asked, her gaze softening as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng. I think I should decline. I wish to venture out and explore on my own, Ye Xiaofeng responded, reluctant to place Shui Binger in a difficult position, as he was not a sole master of water or ice affinity. Ah, you cannot leave, Shuewu exclaimed, you scoundrel, after causing such a stir. You now wish to depart without consequence? Not on my watch. How could I face my elder sister if I let you go? Why is that? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Surprised by Shuewu's vehement reaction, though he himself was loath to part with them, especially Binger. Have you systematically studied the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts? Shuewu questioned, striking at the heart of the matter. I have not, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, having neglected theoretical knowledge due to his inability to awaken his martial soul. Then what are you training for? Elder sister, aren't you going to intervene? Shuewu directed her displeasure towards Shui Binger, her words laden with unspoken meaning. Shuewu speaks correctly. You shall return to the academy with us, Shui Binger commanded directly. You think you can simply take advantage and then flee? It shall not be so easy. Master, you may join the Tianshui Academy to systematically study the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts. You also have a task to assist Shuewu and Shui Yuer in obtaining Millennium Soul Rings at level 30, the unreliable Tianji system, Xiaobing chimed in as they spoke. Xiaobing, what reward shall I receive for assisting them in completing the task? Ye Xiaofeng asked, wary of provoking Xiaobing again after the previous lightning strike. Master, heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. Xiaobing uttered a platitude before falling silent once more. Ye Xiaofeng had lost faith in this pitiful system, which had continuously deceived him since his arrival in this world. After considering the opinions of others, he ultimately agreed to accompany them back to the academy. This was the outcome everyone yearned for, albeit with their individual motives. For instance, the mischievous Shuewu aimed to continue tricking her elder sister and Ye Xiaofeng. Upon returning to Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger led Ye Xiaofeng directly to her homeroom teacher. Teacher, this is Ye Xiaofeng. May I invite my friend to join our class? Shui Binger inquired, addressing the 30-something female teacher before her. This teacher, Wang Yan, was not only Shui Binger's homeroom teacher but also her mentor. Typically wearing glasses and exuding a gentle demeanor, she was known for her fierce defense of her students, earning her the nickname the Female Tyrant. You, 2. Are a water and ice attribute soul master? Wang Yin asked with an expressionless face. Teacher, I am not a water and ice attribute soul master, Ye Xiaofeng replied timidly. Binger, have you forgotten the academy's regulations? Wang Yin remarked, looking at Shui Binger with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Teacher, although I am not a water and ice attribute soul master, I am a healer with a soul power level of 41, Ye Xiaofeng asserted. We do not lack healing soul masters. Binger, please take your friend and leave, Wang Yin declared, wishing to end the discussion promptly. I apologize, teacher. You were unaware that Ye Xiaofeng's third soul skill can enhance our entire team's attributes by 20. Shui Bingo exclaimed, feigning a desire to depart while engaging in a strategic ploy. What did you just say? Wang Yin inquired, clearly having heard Shui Binger's words. Teacher, Ye Xiaofeng's Emerald Swan Martial Spirit's third skill can elevate our team's attributes by 20, Shui Binger reiterated. You foolish girl, why didn't you mention this sooner? Why all the roundabout talk? Wang Yin's demeanor brightened, having never encountered a healer with such formidable capabilities. Teacher, I am not a water and ice attribute soul master. Ye Xiaofeng intentionally interjected. That is not an issue. I shall speak with the dean, Wang Yin concluded, feeling she had stumbled upon a rare gem. I lack theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Ye Xiaofeng continued leisurely. These are not problems. I can assist you with them, Wang Yin reassured him, believing his concerns to be trivial. Enough of this chatter. If you have any matters to discuss, directly approach Binger. She will assist you on my behalf, Wang Yin insisted, uninterested in Ye Xiaofeng's trivialities. By the way, do you have any thoughts on taking me as your mentor? My name is Wang Yin, a 76th level assault-type soul master with the Titan Snow Ape martial spirit. If you become my disciple, you shall enjoy a life of abundance, Wang Yin boldly declared, not wanting to miss out on such a promising student. Teacher, I have not yet considered the matter of mentorship, Ye Xiaofeng replied with an awkward smile. Binger is my disciple. Do not let this opportunity slip away, Wang Yin said with a cunning smile, realizing that soft tactics may not suffice and considering the use of her disciple's charm. Teacher, what nonsense are you speaking? Shui Bingo exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment at the implication. Think carefully and respond to me later. There is no need to rush, Wang Yin advised Ye Xiaofeng, recognizing that soft persuasion might not be effective and more direct methods could be necessary. Teacher, are you afraid he might run away since he is your student? Shui Bingo interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could speak. Binger, return to class for now. I will join Ye Xiaofeng shortly, Wang Yin instructed, dismissing Shui Binger. Young man. Wanting Bingo is not so simple. Wang Yin realized during their conversation that Ye Xiaofeng held significant importance in Shui Binger's eyes. Teacher, I understand and will prove myself through my strength, Ye Xiaofeng stated resolutely. I look forward to that day. Please do not disappoint me, Wang Yin cautioned seriously. I understand, Ye Xiaofeng affirmed, his determination unwavering. Let's head to class. Follow me, Wang Yin said as she returned to the classroom, leaving no room for Ye Xiaofeng to respond. As Ye Xiaofeng followed Wang Yin into the classroom, he was taken aback to find that he was surrounded entirely by female students, with not a single male in sight. Aside from Shui Binger and her few companions, the others regarded Ye Xiaofeng with curiosity, wondering about the sudden appearance of such a handsome young man. Please introduce yourself to everyone, Wang Yin said casually. Hello everyone, my name is Ye Xiaofeng, a healing soul master with the martial spirit of the Emerald Swan. Feel free to seek my assistance if anyone is injured, Ye Xiaofeng stated succinctly. The class erupted in applause. By the way, Shui Wei and Shui Wu tend to chatter excessively during lessons. Ye Xiaofeng, please take a seat next to your sister, while you, Shui Wei, will move to the position of Shui Wu. After the applause subsided, Wang Yin swiftly assigned seats. Shui Wei felt a surge of indignation. For it was Shui Wu who spoke the most, yet she remained silent. Little did they know that Ye Xiaofeng had unintentionally offended her on his very first day. If you wish to be with Binger, I shall intervene, she thought to herself. Ye Xiaofeng sensed that Wang Yin was somewhat challenging him. Yet he decided to comply and return to his assigned seat, grateful that Binger sat in front of him. However, sitting beside Shui Wu felt oddly unsettling, though he could not articulate why. All right, let us begin our lesson, Wang Yin proclaimed with newfound seriousness. There are 10 types of soul masters: assault, agility, control, defense, healing, support, food, summoning, strength, and ranged. An exceptional battle team requires 5 components: support soul masters, healing, and food, provide sustenance. Assault soul masters eliminate enemies. Agility soul masters conduct reconnaissance. defense soul masters withstand attacks, and control soul masters manage all aspects of the battlefield. Teacher, what about the other types? Shui Yuer interjected. Of course, what I just described is merely a case study. Other types can be classified according to their capabilities. For instance, if a summoner conjures a defensive entity, they should develop their defensive skills. Conversely, if they summon an offensive type, they should focus on enhancing their offensive abilities, Wang Yin explained, slightly irked at being interrupted. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Yin inquired. Teacher, if 1's attack power reaches its zenith, is there really a need for flair? Ye Xiaofeng innocently posed. Perhaps. Wang Yin mused thoughtfully before responding. However, Ye Xiaofeng, while your imagination is commendable, I personally advise you to remain grounded. Wang Yin was aware that Ye Xiaofeng belonged to the healing type, and even upon reaching the title Douluo realm, the healing class would still compensate for any shortcomings in attack power. Her words elicited laughter from the entire class, mocking Ye Xiaofeng for his lofty ideals, while only Shui Binger and her companions regarded him with anticipation. All right, everyone, study quietly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Wang Yin said gently. Upon hearing their teacher's words, Shui Wu perked up, exchanging glances with Ye Xiaofeng. However, Ye Xiaofeng ignored her, which only served to irritate Shui Wu further. In a moment of mischief, Shui Wu stealthily reached behind Shui Binger to tug at her hair tie, causing her discomfort. Yet, she quickly withdrew her hand and returned to her book, feigning innocence as if the incident had nothing to do with her. Ye Xiaofeng was rendered speechless, while Shui Binger, her cheeks flushed, turned her head and noticed Ye Xiaofeng gazing blankly at her back. Internally, Shui Binger was seething with anger. How could he dare to tease her in front of so many classmates, leaving her feeling utterly powerless? Ye Xiaofeng realized that Shui Binger had misunderstood him. That mischievous girl, Shui Wu, had truly dug a pit for him, leaving him on the verge of tears. He resolved to teach her a lesson after class, otherwise, she would continue to make his life difficult. Meanwhile, Shui Wu was incessantly making faces, taunting him to come and hit her. Finally, when the lunch bell rang, Teacher Wang exited the classroom, and Shui Binger, clutching her book, turned and struck Ye Xiaofeng on the head. Binger, let me explain. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to clarify, insisting that it was Shui Wu who instigated the situation, not him. Ye Xiaofeng, get lost. Shui Binger retorted, her face flushed. Please don't be angry. Shui Wu quickly interjected, trying to play the peacemaker. As Ye Xiaofeng's anger intensified, he struck Shui Wu on her backside, instantly provoking her fury. Sister, look. He has bullied you, and now he dares to bully me as well? Shui Wu said, her voice tinged with grievance. Ye Xiaofeng, you are shameless. I misjudged you. Shui Binger observed Ye Xiaofeng's escalating audacity and decided it was best to cease communication with him. With that, she turned and exited the classroom, while Shui Wu stuck out her tongue playfully at Ye Xiaofeng. Sister, wait for me. Shui Wu hurriedly followed Shui Binger out of the classroom. Xiaofeng, everyone has gone to eat. Want to you join us? Shui Yuer, noticing the tension stirred by Ye Xiaofeng with her sister and Shui Wu, inquired with genuine concern. Ah. You all go ahead. I will join you shortly, Ye Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, his mind preoccupied with how to explain himself to Binger. He felt compelled to expose Shui Wu's devious schemes. Otherwise, he would be unjustly deemed the villain while Shui Wu remained unscathed. By the time Ye Xiaofeng regained his composure, the classroom was deserted. With a sense of helplessness, he stepped outside, uncertain of his destination. He contemplated heading to the cafeteria, only to discover his pockets were empty. Leaving the academic building, he wandered into the campus and found a bench to sit upon, basking in the sunlight, gazing up at the sky, which appeared as vast and blue as the ocean. Ye Xiaofeng reminisced about his mother and Xiaobai, recalling the myriad moments spent on Sea God Island. And before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the trio of sisters in the cafeteria finished their meal and prepared to depart. Sister, aren't you going to bring Xiaofeng some food? Shui Yuer inquired upon spotting Ye Xiaofeng. Who cares if he eats or not? Let him starve, Shui Binger retorted, though a hint of concern flickered in her heart. After all, he had dismissed her with a single remark. Fully aware of his empty pockets, he still refused to ask for help, which only fueled her ire. Beside them, Shui Wu gently tugged at Yuer's sleeve, and instantly understanding. Yuer rushed to the window to pack a meal for Ye Xiaofeng. Eldest sister, although that fellow can be insufferable, he still needs to eat. What if he starves? Shui Wu echoed Shui Binger's sentiments. Let him starve, that way he won't bully us all day, Shui Binger replied. Turning to leave the cafeteria as Yuer returned with the food, they headed to the classroom, only to find it deserted. and the sports field yielded no signs of life either. Shui Wu, do you think my harsh words made him leave in anger? Shui Binger asked nervously, unable to locate Ye Xiaofeng. I doubt it. He doesn't strike me as the type. Perhaps we should search elsewhere, Shui Wu reassured her. Ultimately, the three ventured to the square, where they discovered Ye Xiaofeng peacefully sleeping on a bench. Ye Xiaofeng, you certainly look comfortable, Shui Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Startled by her words, Ye Xiaofeng awoke. What are you all doing here? He asked, surprised. Do you have any idea how long we searched the campus for you? And here you are, sleeping, Shui Wu chided, her candor reflecting her thoughts. This is your meal. We searched high and low for you. And my legs are about to give out, she said, tossing the boxed meal to Ye Xiaofeng before plopping down beside him. Thank you. I accidentally dozed off. Ye Xiaofeng replied, hastily accepting the meal. Shui Wu and Shui Bing joined him on the bench, and he quickly finished eating, wiping his mouth with the handkerchief Shui Binger had given him for his injuries. Both Shui Wu and Shui Yue observed Ye Xiaofeng's actions and then glanced at Shui Binger, who blushed as she realized he had used her handkerchief. Now that you've finished, let me show you to your dormitory, Shui Binger suggested, eager to shift their focus. They soon arrived at a courtyard with a plaque reading Peach Blossom Garden. It appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, with weeds overtaking the ground. However, the courtyard contained 4 rooms, each furnished adequately enough to be habitable after a thorough cleaning. Xiaofeng, you can stay here for now. The dormitory is full. And there are no vacant beds, Shui Bingo said, a bit awkwardly. No worries. I prefer solitude. You all can carry on. I'm fine here, Ye Xiaofeng responded, content as long as he had a place to stay. Perhaps we should help you, Shui Wu suggested. All right, just one of you stay to assist me, Binger, where? You two can go rest. Ye Xiaofeng finally managed to convince Shui Wu to stay. Okay, Sister Shui Wu, good luck. Yue smiled at her before she and Shui Binger returned to their dormitory. Wooer, you tackle cleaning the inside, and I'll take care of the weeds outside, Ye Xiaofeng said with a grin. Who are you calling Wooer? This is your space, not mine. If you want it cleaned, do it yourself, Shui Wu retorted, displeased at being put upon. You were the one who said I could call you Wooer. Are you backing out now? Ye Xiaofeng pressed, stepping closer. Both could hear each other's breaths, and Shui Wu, feeling a rush of anxiety, warned, don't you dare. If you try anything, I'll scream. Go ahead and scream. Binger and Yue just left. And it's too far from the dormitory. Even if you cry out, no one will come to save you, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin. Just let me help you clean, all right? Shui Wu relented, sensing the futility of resistance. Push your luck. And I might just strip you of your clothes and toss them into the courtyard, Ye Xiaofeng teased wickedly. You wouldn't dare. If you do, I'll tell the eldest sister. Shui Wu grasped at her last straw of safety. I'm not afraid of her. You should worry about yourself, he countered, clearly intent on tormenting her. I'll go clean your room now, Shui Wu said, slipping into the room. Ye Xiaofeng no longer teased Shui Wu. While he cleared the weeds from the courtyard, Shui Wu tidied up the rooms inside. Hey, could you fetch me some water? Shui Wu said to Ye Xiaofeng. As Ye Xiaofeng observed Shui Wu tidying up the room, he refrained from commenting and instead went to fetch some water. Once he departed, Shui Wu revealed a long-lost smile and remarked, you are still rather inexperienced. With that, she tossed aside the cloth in her hand and exited the premises. After a short while, Shui Wu strode back into the dormitory with an air of confidence. Sister Shui Wu, what brings you back? Shui Yue inquired, puzzled. Xiaofeng found me to be a hindrance and sent me away, requesting that I summon my elder sister to assist, Shui Wu replied with a touch of exasperation. Then take a moment to rest. I shall go lend him a hand, Shui Binger said, offering no reproach to Shui Wu, before leaving the dormitory and heading towards the courtyard where Ye Xiaofeng resided. Upon returning with water, Ye Xiaofeng entered the room and noticed the rag on the floor, which reminded him that Shui Wu had run away. He smiled helplessly, picked up the rag, and continued to tidy the room. Just then, Shui Binger returned. Binger, you're back. Ye Xiaofeng greeted with a smile. Give me the rag. You should tidy up outside, Shui Binger said, refraining from reproaching Ye Xiaofeng for earlier events. As Shui Binger took the rag, Ye Xiaofeng grasped her hand. Binger, are you still angry with me? He asked, gazing at her. Silly, if I were angry, would I come back to help you? Now go on and do your work, Shui Binger interrupted as Ye Xiaofeng was about to proceed with the next task. After Shui Binger returned, Ye Xiaofeng felt at ease. One cleaned indoors while the other worked outdoors, and they busied themselves from noon until afternoon, finally achieving a clean space. However, the bed still lacked sheets and toiletries. Just then, Shui Yue and Shui Wu returned. Just in time. You both go buy some essentials, Shui Binger instructed them. In front of Shui Binger, Shuewu did not dare to treat her as she did Ye Xiaofeng, yet she pondered something. Sister, you both tidy up the other rooms. Shuewu smiled at Shui Binger, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Then you go ahead, Shui Binger replied, continuing her own tidying. By evening, Shuewu and the others returned. Why did you buy so much? Shui Binger noticed they had clearly brought back more than enough for one person. Sister, we discussed it and decided to move here as well, Shuewu said with a smile. Sister, it's so boring for Xiaofeng to be alone here. You should talk to teacher Wang Yan. Shui Yuer began to plead with Shui Binger. Fine, I will communicate with the teacher, Shui Binger responded, exasperated. They had already moved in, yet still needed to discuss. Hey, we came here to keep you company, and you're not helping us. Shuewu said to Ye Xiaofeng defiantly. Once you've tidied up, go wait for me at the cafeteria. I need to find teacher Wang, Shui Binger replied helplessly. Yay. Shui Yuer and Shuewu clapped their hands in delight upon hearing Shui Binger's words. Teacher, I've arranged for Ye Xiaofeng to stay at Douluo Garden. Shui Binger quietly informed Wang Yan. Currently, the dorms for both boys and girls are full. Placing him in Douluo Garden is quite suitable. Though it has been unoccupied for some time, Wang Yan replied after a moment's thought. Teacher, we've already cleaned it. It's ready for occupation, Shui Binger responded swiftly. Good, that eases my mind. I understand. You may leave now, Wang Yan said, returning to her work. After a while, noticing Shui Binger still present, Wang Yan asked curiously. Binger, why haven't you left yet? Teacher, can we move to another place? After all, the dorms are crowded and disruptive to our training, Shui Binger said, lowering her head. No, the academy has a clear rule that all students must live on campus, Wang Yan immediately opposed. But we've already moved over, Shui Binger insisted. Standing her ground. You? Who else is with you? Wang Yan gathered it was not just one person from Shui Binger's words. Besides me. There's Shuewu and my sister. Teacher, we are not violating the academy's regulations. Douluo Garden is also on campus, Shui Binger elaborated. Tell me, what kind of enchantment has Ye Xiaofeng cast upon you that you all flock to him? Wang Yan looked at Shui Binger with a mixture of disappointment and incredulity. Teacher, I cannot disclose the secrets of his character, but I do not regret my choice, Shui Binger asserted firmly. Alas, a girl cannot remain unwed with a suitor. She forgets her mentor, Wang Yan mused, feeling a tinge of age in that moment. Teacher, please grant us this request, Shui Binger implored, gripping Wang Yan's arm tightly. You mischievous girl, if you shake me any further, you'll break my arm, Wang Yan said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Shui Binger exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Wang Yan. All right, you're not a child anymore. Stop being so mischievous, Wang Yan chided lightly. Inwardly contemplating a time to meet Ye Xiaofeng, who had captured the hearts of 3 delightful girls, all of whom were exceptionally talented. You're the best, teacher. You're busy, so I won't disturb you further, Shui Binger thought, feeling relieved. As Wang Yan watched Shui Binger leave her room, her thoughts involuntarily returned to Ye Xiaofeng. Wang Yan retrieved Ye Xiaofeng's admission form, which Shui Binger had submitted to her. Ye Xiaofeng, a boy of 11, possesses the martial spirit of the Emerald Swan, with a soul power level of 41 and 4 yellow soul rings, though further details remain undisclosed. Wang Yan, upon reviewing Ye Xiaofeng's enrollment form, felt a mixture of astonishment and regret. At such a tender age, he had already attained the rank of Soul Master at level 41. Yet he lacked even a millennium-old soul ring. Was it perhaps due to a lack of guidance? However, that troublesome lad, too proud to accept help, had repeatedly spurned her offers of assistance. Were it not for his obstinacy, she would have readily provided him with a soul ring from a 1,000-year soul beast, or even one from a 10,000-year beast. I shall find an opportunity to confront this rascal. Taking my beloved disciple from me shall not be an easy feat, Schubinger. Upon hearing her teacher's agreement, happily made her way to the cafeteria, accompanied by her companions. Teacher, what do you think? Shuewu and Shui Yuer inquired, turning their gaze toward Shui Binger. Of course, the teacher agrees, Shui Binger replied with a smile. By the way, why aren't you 3 staying in the dormitory? Why have you moved over here? Ye Xiaofeng asked in confusion. What? Are you unhappy about having 3 beautiful girls living with you? Shuewu retorted, displeased by Ye Xiaofeng's words. Not at all. I just thought it would be livelier in the dormitory, and I worried you might not be accustomed to living here. Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified. Young man, I suddenly find myself fond of a tranquil life and wish to avoid the hassle of cleaning, Shuewu quipped. seizing the moment to tease him. All right, the food is getting cold. Let us eat, Shui Yuer interjected, eager to quell their bickering. After the four had finished their meal, Shui Binger presented Ye Xiaofeng with a small pouch. Xiaofeng, here are 100 gold soul coins for you. If it's not enough, just let me know. And I'll think of something, Shui Binger said gently. Thank you, but I'll hold on to it for now and return it once I earn some money. Ye Xiaofeng replied, reluctant to rely on others but compelled to accept her generosity. You little rascal, my dear sister has given you her entire month's allowance. So be sure to spend it wisely, Shui Wu preemptively warned Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng nodded, and the four returned to Taohua Garden, where they began to bicker over the division of rooms once again. In the end, Ye Xiaofeng settled into the spacious central room, while Shui Bingo occupied the room to his right, and Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were assigned to the 2 rooms on the right. Over the next 6 months, Ye Xiaofeng dedicated his time to attending classes and spent the remainder in the library, diligently studying all available materials on spirit masters and spirit beasts. Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were also on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Shui Bingo suggested that they venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt spirit beasts and obtain spirit rings. However, Ye Xiaofeng dismissed the idea, noting that their attributes were water and ice. They should either head to the ocean or the far north. Ultimately, they chose the latter. Ye Xiaofeng brought 3 women to the frigid outer circle of the extreme north, where the cold was bone-chilling. The 3 women shivered, yet Ye Xiaofeng appeared unfazed. Xiaofeng, how long must we stay here? Shui Binger could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. That largely depends on our fortune. If luck is on our side, it might only take a few days. Yet if misfortune befalls us, it could extend to 6 months, Ye Xiaofeng replied calmly. If I had known it would be this cold in the extreme north, I would have preferred the Sunset Forest or the Starry Forest, Shui Wu complained. Wu, I came here for you. Not even this biting cold can diminish my fervent affection for you, Ye Xiaofeng said shamelessly. Do not utter such repulsive words. Hurry up and find a suitable soul beast, Shui Wu retorted, never one to tolerate Ye Xiaofeng's antics. Look at Yuer, how obedient she is. She is nothing like you. Ye Xiaofeng remarked, playfully pinching Shui Yuer's round cheek. Yuer, do not fall for his tricks. I, your elder sister, was ensnared by his silver tongue. Shui Wu cautioned Shui Yuer. Rest assured, Sister Shui Wu, Shui Yuer replied with a smile, although her laughter betrayed her. Enough of this nonsense. We must hasten our search for soul beasts, Shui Binger interjected, observing the ongoing banter among the 3. After 3 days of searching, Ye Xiaofeng finally discovered the footprints of a soul beast on the ground. We have searched for 3 days and have yet to see a shadow of one. Shui Wu began to complain again. Wuer, behind you, be careful, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, teleporting to embrace Shui Wu with his left arm while blocking the Ice Emperor Scorpion's surprise attack with his right hand, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Had he not deflected the Scorpion's stinger, it would have claimed Shui Wu's life in an instant. Prepare for battle. My first soul skill, I seal. Shui Binger reacted immediately. My first soul skill, Extreme Cold Tornado. Shui Yuer joined the fray. Judging by the Ice Emperor Scorpion's size and its recent attack power, its cultivation level is nearing 2,000 years, Ye Xiaofeng assessed. It's about to break free from the ice seal. Shui Binger realized her skill would not hold the Scorpion for long. You all restrain it. Leave the rest to me. Ye Xiaofeng's gaze transformed, filled with determination. Xiaofeng, be careful. Shui Wu voiced her concern. Although she often sparred with Ye Xiaofeng, she understood the gravity of the moment. Do not worry. I cannot perish so quickly without marrying you 3 first, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. I take back what I said. You should be the one to be killed by the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Shui Wu retorted angrily, her temper flaring at his audacity. Second soul skill, sweeping the armies. Ye Xiaofeng wielded his 7-kill sword, striking at the Ice Emperor Scorpion just as it broke free from the ice seal, but it defended itself with its pincers. This action, however, infuriated the Ice Emperor Scorpion, which charged directly at Ye Xiaofeng. Second soul skill, falling snow. Shui Wu attempted to slow the Scorpion's advance. My first soul skill, I seal. Shui Binger instantly froze the Ice Emperor Scorpion once more. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yue announced. Third soul skill, sword to the throat. Ye Xiaofeng thrust his sword towards the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This coordinated assault inflicted substantial damage, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, realizing it was outnumbered, attempted to flee. Do not let it escape. I will handle the rest. Ye Xiaofeng glared fiercely at the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Third soul skill, sword to the throat. In an instant, the surroundings stilled, rendering the Ice Emperor Scorpion motionless, allowing Ye Xiaofeng to deliver a grievous wound. Xiaofeng, how has your soul ring become 100 years? Shui Wu asked in astonishment, having not paid attention to him during the battle. You two may as well pretend this never happened, Shui Binger remarked coldly. Shui Wu had intended to inquire further, but her elder sister's words silenced her. You two discuss who will absorb the soul ring first. Ye Xiaofeng found it difficult to decide, given that both had reached level 30. Sister Shui Wu, you go first, Shui Wu smiled. No, you go first. Perhaps a better soul beast awaits me, Shui Wu insisted, reluctant to take advantage of the situation. Though the Ice Emperor Scorpion was already formidable, she did not regret offering it to Yue, as she viewed her like a younger sister. Yue, this time I'll let you take it. Sit down and absorb it. Ye Xiaofeng said, pleased to see them yield to one another. Xiaofeng, can I absorb a 2,000-year soul beast? Yue expressed her concern about potentially wasting such a potent soul ring. Do not worry. I am here, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her. Get to it. We still need to search for Shui Wu, he said, handing his sword to Yue. Without further ado, Yue accepted the sword, plunging it into the Ice Emperor Scorpion's body before sitting down to absorb the soul ring. A purple soul ring emerged from the Ice Emperor Scorpion's body, transferring to Yue, who began to absorb it, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Shui Binger and Shui Wu watched anxiously as Ye Xiaofeng activated his healing abilities, prepared to assist her. After an afternoon of concentration, she finally succeeded. Xiaofeng, I have finally succeeded, Yue exclaimed, opening her eyes and immediately embracing Ye Xiaofeng in excitement. Hey, Sister Yue, so quick to throw yourself at me, as if we were invisible. Save that for when we return, Shui Wu teased. Sister Shui Wu, I was just so excited I lost control, Yue replied, her face flushed. That does not mean you should indulge this fellow. Quickly, tell us what your third soul skill is. Shui Wu insisted, determined not to let Ye Xiaofeng take advantage. Ye Xiaofeng was perplexed, pondering where he had offended that insufferable girl. Ever since they had met, she had been persistently targeting him, setting traps at every turn, and ultimately, she never offered him a pleasant countenance. As Yue activated her third soul skill, Ice Explosion, a tremendous blast erupted within 100 meters. Astonishingly, none had anticipated the formidable power of the Ice Explosion. This technique consumed 20 of his soul power, though the expenditure would diminish as his cultivation advanced. Thank you, Xiaofeng, Yue said, dashing over to peck him on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. Shui Wu, let us discuss something, she said, rubbing her hands and gazing at Ye Xiaofeng. What is it? Ye Xiaofeng noticed the mischievous glint in Shui Wu's eyes. I want to find another Ice Emperor Scorpion. I desire the Ice Explosion technique as well. I'll agree to any conditions, Shui Wu declared, her heart thoroughly swayed by the power of the Ice Explosion. Would you be willing to become my wife? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. That is not out of the question, Shui Wu replied firmly. The Ice Explosion was a rare find, and even if they managed to locate another Ice Emperor Scorpion, the chances of it appearing were exceedingly slim. Ye Xiaofeng, having spent half a year in the library, was well aware of the odds. However, if we cannot find that, we can seek other alternatives, right, wooer? Ye Xiaofeng smiled. Without the Ice Explosion, there is no chance of marrying me, she huffed, turning away, while Shui Binger and Shui Yue stifled their laughter. It seems our destined union has yet to unfold. By the way, Yue, shouldn't you consider offering yourself? Ye Xiaofeng mused, now turning his attention to Shui Yue, as he saw Shui Wu's opportunity slipping away. Wait for me, Shui Wu. Shui Yue dismissed Ye Xiaofeng, realizing that being with him only resulted in her being bullied. It appears certain someone's harem is unattainable, Shui Binger remarked, observing Shui Wu and Yue ignoring Ye Xiaofeng, and she continued to jab at him. Binger, why can't they comprehend my intentions? If only they were as agreeable as you, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly exclaimed. Spare me. Is your flirting insufficient? Do you wish to pursue them both? Shui Binger retorted angrily. How could that be? Just jesting, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled as he took Shui Binger's hand. Binger, your hand is so soft. Ye Xiaofeng held onto her hand firmly. Shui Binger attempted to retract her hand multiple times, but to no avail, allowing him to hold on. Enough of this. Let us find a soul ring for Shui Wu and then return. This place has the most suitable soul beasts for them. Though Shui Binger was reluctant to remain in such frigid weather. Binger, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Ye Xiaofeng sighed, then embraced Shui Binger and kissed her. Xiaofeng, is there something on your mind that you wish to share? Shui Binger observed the concern etched on his face. It's nothing, just a passing thought, Ye Xiaofeng replied, saying little as he continued to hold her hand and followed the others, seeking suitable soul beasts in the extreme northern outskirts. Hey, you too. How long do you plan to flaunt your affection? Shuewu interjected, unable to bear it any longer, as she and Shui Yueo did not wish to play the role of third wheels. Wooer, didn't you promise to marry me? Why don't we tease them together? Ye Xiaofeng laughed. Go to hell. You think you can marry me without reflecting on your own character? A mere fade. A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Shuewu shot back at Ye Xiaofeng, showing him no mercy. If only you possessed half of Weir's gentleness, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noticing Shui Yuer chuckling as they exchanged barbs. I'm not marrying you, so why should I care? Shuewu fumed at Ye Xiaofeng's comments about her. Alas, a handsome man like me, and you fail to see it? I am filled with concern for your future, he lamented. Ye Xiaofeng adjusted his hairstyle, feeling like the most beautiful man in the world. Moon, don't you think so? He turned and asked. Indeed, though your handsomeness could be a bit more pronounced. Shui Yuer replied playfully. What a waste of my sincere feelings. Moon, my heart aches. Ye Xiaofeng joyfully responded to Shui Yuer's first remark, but fell silent at her latter words. Shall I stab your heart? Then you need not suffer? Shuewu remarked coldly. No wonder there's a saying about the venomous heart of a woman. Ye Xiaofeng retorted sharply toward Shuewu. What did you say? The three chimed in unison, surprised by Ye Xiaofeng's words that had incited their collective ire. I was just joking. Haha, let us quickly find a suitable spirit ring for war. Ye Xiaofeng hastily shifted the topic. This area seems devoid of appropriate spirit beasts. Perhaps we should check the mountain ahead, Shui Bingo suggested, gazing at the snowy peaks before them. All right, but do be cautious, Ye Xiaofeng led the way. After 3 days of travel, the four finally reached the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Despite its seeming proximity, the journey had felt increasingly arduous. I'm utterly exhausted. I can't go on. Shuewu panted. Let us rest at the mountain's base tonight and ascend tomorrow, Shui Bingo said, noticing the encroaching darkness. The four searched for a place to rest and eventually discovered a cave not far off. There's a cave ahead. Let us settle there. In the extreme north. The wind and snow at night are fierce, making this an ideal refuge, Ye Xiaofeng suggested to the group. Upon entering the cave, they found it sheltered from the biting winds and surprisingly warm, perhaps due to their prolonged exposure to the frigid elements. You three gather some firewood nearby. I will look for edible provisions, Ye Xiaofeng instructed the three young women. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ye Xiaofeng directly initiated the primitive method of fire-making through friction, exerting tremendous effort. After much toil, he finally produced a flame, and with persistent blowing, he ultimately succeeded in igniting the fire. Ye Xiaofeng had finally cleaned the wild rabbit and was preparing to roast the meat. You scoundrel! How could you kill the bunny? Shuewu exclaimed in anger. Then you can just eat your dry rations and leave us be, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, as he skillfully skewered the 2 wild rabbits onto a branch and leisurely rotated them over the fire. I refuse to eat. Humph, Shuewu replied indignantly, then pulled out the dry rations from her pack and took a fierce bite. At that moment, the rations were as hard as a stone, try as she might. She couldn't manage to bite through. Frustrated, she hurled the rations towards a distant rock, where they struck but remained unscathed. What offense have the rations committed against you? Go fetch them back, Ye Xiaofeng teased. Mind your own business. If you want them, you go get them. Shuewu snapped back, unable to bear the bickering any longer. Yuer turned away to retrieve the rations and return them to her pack. Yuer, hand them to me, and bring the rest as well, Ye Xiaofeng instructed the water sprite. Ye Xiaofeng took the dry food from Shui Yuer's hands, gradually toasting it over the fire, sensing that it was nearly done. Let's temper the flames for a moment, he suggested, offering the discarded provisions to Shuewu. Can this still be eaten? It nearly knocked my teeth out just now. Shuewu mumbled, her voice tinged with skepticism. You won't know until you give it a try, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a continued smile. To her surprise, Shuewu found the roasted provisions to be more palatable than usual, and she couldn't help but commend Ye Xiaofeng. You have no idea of my other talents, he remarked with a sly grin. If it weren't for the night, I might show you some of my other skills. Shuewu glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, initially intending to inquire about these other abilities. However, upon seeing his mischievous smile, she sensed mischief was afoot and chose to refrain from rebuking him this time. Ye Xiaofeng handed the roasted provisions to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, taking one for himself. The aroma of the nearly cooked wild rabbit filled the air, causing the three inexperienced beauties to swallow hard. Shui Yuer was so entranced that she drooled, her eyes fixated on the rabbit roasting over the fire. At that moment, even Shui Wu had lost her usual composure. Xiaofeng, is it almost ready? Shui Bingo inquired, her anticipation palpable. Patience, everyone, Ye Xiaofeng replied, carefully removing the rabbit and offering it to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Thank you, Brother Xiaofeng, Shui Yuer exclaimed, unthinkingly addressing him as her brother. Feeling no remorse for her impulsive choice. Yuer, savor it slowly. There's plenty more, Ye Xiaofeng encouraged with a smile. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Shui Wu urged impatiently. Yuer, I distinctly heard someone proclaiming their love for rabbits, lamenting my act of taking a life. Ye Xiaofeng turned to Shui Yuer with a playful smirk. I heard it too. I heard it too. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger chimed in unison. Humph, I won't eat it. That should suffice, Shui Wu retorted angrily, turning her head away as she nibbled on her provisions. Here, this is for you, Ye Xiaofeng offered, choosing not to continue the jest. I want to eat it, Shui Wu declared defiantly, unable to back down. If you don't eat now, there won't be any left, Ye Xiaofeng teased. This time I'll let you off, but next time. I want to be so forgiving, Shui Wu said as she snatched the rabbit meat from Ye Xiaofeng's hand the moment she finished eating. As Ye Xiaofeng grilled while eating, the four of them finally indulged in a hearty meal. After finishing, Shui Wu did not forget to lick her fingers. For the three of them, it was the most delectable food, yet Ye Xiaofeng felt a twinge of sorrow. His mission to help them acquire their soul rings was nearing completion. On the eve of their departure, the Tianjui system assigned Ye Xiaofeng a new task, to journey to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and take the sword Douluo Continent Exile as his master. This also meant he would have to leave the Tianshui Academy and part ways with them. Xiaofeng, when you return, you must roast wild rabbits for us every day, Shui Wu exclaimed, clearly still craving the rabbit meat they had just eaten. Yes, Brother Xiaofeng, Yuer wants to eat them too. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will prepare them for you, Ye Xiaofeng replied, neither affirming nor denying their request. Why must we wait until later? Can't you do it when you return? Shui Wu questioned, puzzled. After I assist you in obtaining your soul rings, my mission will be complete, Ye Xiaofeng spoke slowly, a hint of reluctance evident in his gaze. What does that have to do with roasting wild rabbits? Shui Wu felt his response was unrelated. Nothing of significance. Rest early. Tomorrow, we shall ascend the mountain together, Ye Xiaofeng concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. They did not press him for more information. Only Shui Binger remained silent, quietly observing Ye Xiaofeng. As midnight approached, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer fell asleep, leaning against each other, while Shui Bingo continued to watch Ye Xiaofeng. Binger, why are you still awake? Ye Xiaofeng asked, feeling a touch of guilt. You're leaving, aren't you? Shui Binger bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze on him. Binger, let me explain, Ye Xiaofeng began, but before he could continue, Shui Binger stood before him and slapped his right cheek. Binger, Ye Xiaofeng attempted to speak again, but Shui Binger delivered another slap, this time to his left cheek. Get lost. If I hadn't asked, would you have kept this from me forever? Shui Bingo trembled as she clutched Ye Xiaofeng. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Soul King realm. I wish to venture out alone for some training, Ye Xiaofeng consoled her. You're afraid we will hold you back, so you want to leave us, right? Shui Bingo said coldly. No, my cultivation has advanced too quickly. I need to hone and solidify my realm, Ye Xiaofeng clarified. Then let me accompany you in your training, shall I? Shui Binger, understanding his resolve, insisted on joining him. Take good care of them. You all are developing ice attributes, so cultivate your existing powers to their utmost limits. Harness the ultimate ice to overcome myriad skills. This is the task I entrust to you. I hope you will agree. Ye Xiaofeng had analyzed their team for a long time, arriving at this conclusion. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. If you need anything, you can always return to us, Shui Bingo longed to accompany Ye Xiaofeng as he left, yet ultimately agreed to his wishes. Do not worry about me. I shall return soon. It's getting late. Let us rest, he reassured her. Shui Binger nestled against Ye Xiaofeng's arm, leaning on his shoulder as she slowly drifted into slumber. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at them with immense joy, and gradually, they became an inseparable part of her heart. The following morning, Shui Wu awoke and, upon opening her eyes, beheld Shui Bingo slumbering in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, who was also still asleep. Shui Wu thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes, yet the sight remained unchanged. The two were entwined in slumber. Hastily, Shui Wu roused Shui Yuer. Just as Shui Yuer was about to scold Shui Wu, she was interrupted. Shui Wu pointed in a direction, and Shui Yue turned her gaze to where Shuewu indicated. They were met with the sight of the two sharing a tender moment in sleep, leaving them both speechless. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xiaofeng awoke to find Shuewu and Shui Yue staring at her with an expression that suggested they understood everything. Ye Xiaofeng stirred slightly, rousing Shui Bingo from her slumber. She had completely forgotten that she had fallen asleep in his embrace the previous night. What are you two looking at? Shui Bingo opened her eyes to find Shuewu and Shui Yue gazing at her, feeling rather uncomfortable. Elder sister, did you sleep particularly well last night? Shuewu asked with a mischievous tone. It was all right, Shui Bingo replied, still somewhat groggy. Sister, how long do you intend to remain in Xiaofeng's arms? Shui Yue remarked, observing her sister still nestled against Ye Xiaofeng, her expression one of exasperation. Shui Bingo finally realized her position and hurriedly sat up. Elder sister, did you not call out all night? Is that not enough? Perhaps Wei and I should step outside for a moment to give you two some privacy. Shuewu suggested cheekily. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall deal with you, Shui Bingo retorted, her cheeks flushed, her tone lacking conviction. Once Shui Bingo had risen, Ye Xiaofeng shrugged, feeling a bit sore from remaining still the entire night. You all should prepare, let us ascend the mountain together, he said, stretching his limbs as he stepped outside. Upon exiting the cave, the cold air was still biting, yet the pursuit of the soul ring made it all worthwhile. After a morning of climbing, they stumbled upon a snow-capped mountain where they discovered a 2,000-year-old snow lotus. Indeed, after traversing countless paths, this treasure was acquired effortlessly. Prepare for battle, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. Second soul skill, Rain. Shuewu unleashed her skills in succession. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. Shui Yue followed suit, releasing her own ability. We cannot resort to violence, otherwise we will be unable to obtain the soul ring. Binger, restrain it. Ye Xiaofeng urged as he noticed the ancient snow lotus attempting to flee. First soul skill, Ice Sealing. Shui Binga sealed off all escape routes. Wuo, quickly. Ye Xiaofeng gripped the 7 kills sword, his gaze fixed firmly on the snow lotus, ready to strike should it attempt to escape. Unlike the domineering Ice Emperor Scorpion, the 1,000-year snow lotus was swiftly vanquished by Shuewu, and the process of absorption was notably gentle and relatively effortless. Success was achieved in no time. Sister Shuewu, what is your third soul skill? Shui Yue inquired with curiosity. Behold, the third soul skill, Snowfall, Shuewu revealed, as thousands of ice spikes descended from the sky, striking the ground with the force of 1,000 arrows. How formidable! Shui Yue exclaimed, noting that this skill was scarcely inferior to her own ice explosion technique. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully aided Shuewu and Shui Yue in acquiring their third soul ring. Rewards include a simulated soul ring skill and an increase of 5 levels in soul power, the voice of Xiao Bing echoed. Ye Xiaofeng ascended to the 40th level of the soul master rank, for 1,000-year purple soul rings gradually rising beneath his feet, leaving Shuewu and Shui Yue utterly astonished. Shui Bingo was also slightly surprised, yet she was aware of some of Ye Xiaofeng's secrets. Xiaofeng, you. Shuewu stammered, at a loss for words. I possess a skill that allows me to simulate soul rings, capable of imitating not only those of 1,000 years, but also those of 10,000 and even 100,000 years, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Subsequently, the 4 soul rings beneath him transformed into 10,000-year black rings, and then into radiant 100,000-year crimson rings. So that is how it is. I knew someone like you couldn't possibly be so formidable, Shuewu remarked, gazing at Ye Xiaofeng with a mix of disbelief and admiration. However, your ability to simulate soul rings is quite impressive, albeit a bit intimidating, she added with a playful jab. Hey, I helped you obtain those soul rings. And you couldn't even muster a thank you? Why do you always seem to be at odds with me? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a hint of exasperation. It seems you didn't actually contribute much, did you? Shuewu laughed, clearly unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook. Ye Xiaofeng, while indeed not having engaged in any combat, had been focused on preventing the 1,000-year snow lotus from escaping. How thick-skinned you are, Shuewu muttered under her breath. Since our mission is complete, let us hurry back to the academy, Shui Yue chimed in, her face alight with joy. Then let us return. Please remember to keep this a secret, Ye Xiaofeng said, turning to Shui Binger. She nodded in agreement, yet a trace of sadness flickered in her heart. Returning to the academy meant Ye Xiaofeng would be leaving, and so too would she. On the way back, the conversation among the group noticeably dwindled, with Shui Binger remaining silent throughout. Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Garden, Shuewu and Shui Yue revived in spirit. It's so good to be back. I never want to set foot in that cursed place in the extreme north again, Shui Wu complained. Indeed, I feel the same. I'm going to take a hot shower first, Shui Yue added in agreement. I'll join you, Shui Wu said cheerfully. How about I help you both with a complimentary bath? Ye Xiaofeng said playfully, the thought itself sending a thrill through him. Scram! Both girls retorted, turning away and heading to their respective rooms. Just kidding. Don't take it too seriously, Ye Xiaofeng called after them, but as he turned to tease Shui Bing, she did not grant him the opportunity and swiftly retreated to her own room. Left alone in the expansive yard, Ye Xiaofeng entered his room, retrieved a jar of wine, and settled onto a bench beneath the peach tree. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the falling petals resembled drifting snowflakes. Sipping his wine, he gazed up at the sky, burdened with an abundance of sorrow. He had thought to drown his troubles in drink, only to find that it merely deepened his melancholy. As he drank to the point of intoxication, he dreamt of Shui Bing'er appearing before him. Bing'er, what brings you here? Ye Xiaofeng slurred. I came to admire the peach tree. Is that not allowed? Shui Bing'er responded with a smile. I thought you had come to keep me company. Ye Xiaofeng said with a bittersweet laugh. I can keep you company now. Don't you want to share your thoughts with me? Shui Bing'er seized the moment, seeing Ye Xiaofeng inebriated as an opportunity to delve into his innermost feelings. What would you like to ask? I shall tell you anything, he mumbled, still in a daze. Why must you leave? I've said it before, to become stronger. Only then can I protect those I love. You are already exceptional. 2 soul spirits, remarkable talent. You will surely break through to the title Douluo level in the future, Shui Bing'er reassured him, acknowledging his extraordinary potential for greatness. Bing'er, wait for my return. Ye Xiaofeng murmured, drunkenly embracing her. Shui Bing'er chose not to press further, silently holding him until he fell asleep. She assisted him back to his room and tucked him into bed. Instead of leaving, she remained by his bedside, quietly watching over him until she too succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, Ye Xiaofeng awoke to find Shui Bing'er asleep. He lifted her gently in a princess carry, placing her in bed and tucking her in, caressing her delicate face and tenderly kissing her forehead. As he turned to depart, tears silently streamed down Shui Bing'er's cheeks. Throughout, Ye Xiaofeng had pretended to be drunk and asleep, and in truth, Shui Bing'er had done the same. They both wished to spare each other heartache. Yet this was the only path available to them. Ye Xiaofeng could not let go of Shui Bing'er, and she could not part from him either. Yet, the harshness of reality dictated their choices. Slowly, Ye Xiaofeng stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. Ye Xiaofeng stepped out of the room, glanced at the doors of Shui Wu and Shui Yue, and left the peach blossom garden without looking back. The academy was deserted in the dead of night, as Ye Xiaofeng made his way directly to the main gate. Upon exiting the campus, he wandered not far and found himself in a grove when suddenly he sensed a murderous aura surrounding him. An icy spear suddenly lunged at his back. But Ye Xiaofeng swiftly dodged the deadly strike. Who are you? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, catching sight of a masked figure. And who might you be? The masked figure replied, I am a student of Tianshui Academy. I implore you to show mercy, Ye Xiaofeng said, recognizing the voice as feminine. If you are indeed a student, you could have sought permission from a teacher during the day. Being out here at such an hour suggests you harbor ill intentions, the masked figure retorted, ignoring Ye Xiaofeng's pleas. With her second soul skill, Ice Palm, the masked figure attacked directly, providing Ye Xiaofeng no chance to explain. Reacting swiftly, Ye Xiaofeng employed his 7 kills sword to counter her assault. How could this be? So it is, then I must not let you live, the masked figure remarked, her interest in him growing. With her third soul skill, Ice Fist, she escalated her assault. Ye Xiaofeng, recognizing that the masked figure was evidently stronger, knew he could not afford to be passive. As he thrust his sword towards her throat, she shattered his 4th soul skill with ease. The masked figure revealed her martial spirit, the Titan Snow Demon King, just as Shui Bing'er rushed into the scene. With her first soul skill, Ice Seal, followed by her second, Ice Ring Armor, and third, Resistance Ice Ring, Shui Bing'er unleashed a flurry of techniques to shield Ye Xiaofeng from the Titan Snow Demon King's wrath. Bing'er, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come, Ye Xiaofeng urged, realizing the danger posed by the opponent, a soul master of level 70 or above. You are quite the charmer, aren't you? I shall grant you one chance. Only one of you may live, the masked figure taunted. Allow her to leave. Once she is safe, you may do as you wish with me, Ye Xiaofeng declared, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Shui Bing'er's arrival to rescue him, even if it meant his own demise. Are you truly not afraid of death? The masked figure asked in astonishment, expecting Ye Xiaofeng to abandon Shui Bing'er for his own escape. Fear is a natural sentiment, but I have no other options, Ye Xiaofeng replied with resignation. Teacher, are you done toying with him? Shui Binger realized the masked figure was Wang Yin, and, upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, felt her heart soften. Unwilling to witness her mentor continue to torment him. Teacher? Ye Xiaofeng thought he must have misheard. You ungrateful child, you have no ambition. Wang Yin said as she removed her veil, initially intending to further challenge Ye Xiaofeng but was thwarted by Shui Binger's revelation. Teacher, this is quite the trick. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, bemused that even his mentor would choose to play such games with him. How can you know if you possess a rare twin martial spirit without testing it? How can you know your true feelings for Binger unless you try? You are quite the enigma, Wang Yin teased. Teacher, I had no choice. You know the significance of a twin martial spirit. It could cost me my life. Ye Xiaofeng admitted, feeling like a wayward child before Wang Yin. As for the twin martial spirit, I shall keep your secret, he insisted, wishing to keep it from others. Rest assured, I will assist you in keeping it. Where do you intend to go? Wang Yin inquired further. I wish to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As you know, my other martial spirit is the 7 Kills Sword, and to master swordsmanship, I require guidance. Currently, the only soul master with the 7 Kills Sword martial spirit is Jian Daochenshin, so I must seek him out, Ye Xiaofeng asserted with determination. Child. Seeking to apprentice under Sword Douluo Continent is no simple task, Wang Yin warned, aware of the challenges associated with meeting a title Douluo, let alone becoming his disciple. How will I know if I do not try? Please support me, teacher, Ye Xiaofeng urged earnestly. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not impede you. Depart now, but remember to return if you encounter difficulties, Wang Yin said, turning to leave the grove. Thank you, teacher, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Leaving only himself and Shui Binger in the forest. Binger, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Shui Binger, initially intending to slip away unnoticed, yet he was discovered by the naive girl. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng questioned, having seen Shui Bingo asleep moments earlier. I couldn't shake off my worries, so I came to see you off. I never anticipated that teacher would deliberately set you up, Shui Binger lamented in his arms. It's all right. Perhaps teacher still holds a grudge since I did not become her disciple, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng understood Wang Yin's fondness for talent. Over the past year at the academy, she had expressed a desire to take him as a student multiple times, all of which he had declined. Nevertheless, Wang Yin had always been responsive to his needs. Binger, promise me you will take care of yourself, Ye Xiaofeng implored, unable to shake off his concern for her well-being. Yes, I understand, Shui Binger replied, nestling closer to him. As Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Shui Binger, his throat felt dry, and he held her tightly before leaning in to kiss her. Shui Binger reciprocated, and after an intense moment, they finally parted. With dawn approaching, Ye Xiaofeng turned to venture deeper into the woods, while Shui Bingo watched the boy gradually fade from view until he disappeared completely. Turning back, Shui Bingo made her way to the academy, entering the peach blossom garden where Shuewu and Shui Yuer had just awakened. Sister, where did you go so early? Shuewu asked, puzzled, upon seeing Shui Binger enter. Xiaofeng has left, Shui Binger replied, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet she had ultimately complied with Ye Xiaofeng's wishes. Let him go wherever he wants. He is grown and can take care of himself, Shuewu said with a yawn, unconcerned. He is gone and won't return. Shui Binger said, her eyes reddening as she conveyed her uncertainty about when they might meet again. Won't return? Sister, where exactly did he go? Shuewu asked, bewildered. Wherever he may be is unimportant. What matters is that he seeks to challenge himself. Shui Binger refrained from disclosing his destination, knowing that even if she told them, finding him would be a challenge. I will go find him and demand an explanation. That rascal has left without a word. Shuewu fumed, though deep down, she wished to prevent him from departing. He left last night. Shui Bingo closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Sister, is it possible that Brother Xiaofeng is angry with us, which is why he left? Shui Yuer, filled with remorse, uttered a statement, believing that their actions had provoked his anger, leading to his departure from them. Elder sister, you were well aware of his intentions to leave. Why did you not inform us? Why did you merely stand by and watch him go? This marked the first occasion that she questioned Shui Binger since Shuewu had come to know her. His heart is no longer here, even if he were to remain. What difference would it make? Since his mind is set on leaving, what can you do about it? I cannot hold him back, and neither can you. Let him go. Shui Binger felt an immense reluctance but ultimately acquiesced to Ye Xiaofeng. He has his own path to tread, and we too have our own journeys to pursue. Let us focus on our cultivation. In the future, there may be opportunities for reunion. Shui Binger refrained from further responding to them, speaking instead to herself, as this sentiment was directed both at them and at her own heart. Ye Xiaofeng has already reached the age of 40, while they have only attained level 30. By the time he breaks through to level 50, his soul rings will be of the 10,000-year variety. Even if they meet again in the future, the gap between them will only widen. However, Shui Binger is determined not to concede defeat. She aspires to cultivate even harder, so that one day she can offer him her assistance. The departure of Ye Xiaofeng ignited Shui Binger's determination, which was precisely what Ye Xiaofeng had hoped for. As he believed in her ability to lead them effectively, Ye Xiaofeng arrived alone in the capital of the Tiando Empire, where bustling commercial streets thrived with a constant flow of people and vehicles, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Ye Xiaofeng, after several days of arduous travel, felt quite fatigued. He arrived at an exquisite inn, reminiscent of paradise, seeking a moment of respite. The establishment boasted dining on the first floor, with accommodations on the second and third. "Esteemed guest, will you be dining or seeking lodgings?" inquired the innkeeper, who, upon observing Ye Xiaofeng's attire, perceived him to be a wealthy young gentleman and immediately donned a welcoming smile. "I wish to partake in both dining and lodging. However, dear innkeeper, is it customary to keep a guest standing while conversing?" Ye Xiaofeng jested, lightly chiding the proprietor. "Forgive my rudeness, esteemed guest. Please, do come this way," the innkeeper replied, gesturing to a server, who promptly understood and brought forth a teapot. The innkeeper graciously accepted the teapot from the server and prepared a cup of tea for Ye Xiaofeng. "I am Li Baochai, the innkeeper of this celestial establishment. How shall I address you, esteemed guest?" Li Baochai inquired with utmost respect and a warm smile. Ye Xiaofeng observed that Manager Li was smiling warmly and treating him with utmost respect, yet he felt indifferent. "Young Master Yi, what would you like to eat? Our establishment offers an extensive array of delicacies, both aerial and terrestrial. As long as you can name it, we can certainly prepare it," Manager Li confidently proclaimed. "Manager Li, please bring me a selection of your finest dishes and beverages. Oh, and ensure that it is enough for one person. Also, prepare an additional room," Ye Xiaofeng replied, eager to avoid further trivial conversation. After several days of travel, he felt fatigued, his stomach grumbling audibly. Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to waste, particularly since the gold soul coins he possessed were gifted by Binger. Manager Li promptly made arrangements and assigned Ye Xiaofeng to room 1, floor 3, in the Jiazi building. Ye Xiaofeng sat for a moment. While not far from the dining table, several young men were engaged in lively conversation about the significant events of the empire. Among the information shared was the announcement that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was recruiting external disciples. Ye Xiaofeng was immediately intrigued and called over the shopkeeper. "Li, I have heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is recruiting external disciples. What are the requirements?" Ye Xiaofeng inquired, turning to the shopkeeper. "This matter has stirred quite a commotion in the Heavendo Empire recently. However, the conditions are rather stringent. One must possess a soul power level exceeding 30 and be no older than 14 years of age. Moreover, only those of the assault-type soul masters are eligible." Shopkeeper Li replied with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, that is somewhat harsh. Are not soul masters of other types allowed?" Ye Xiaofeng asked curiously. "Young Master Yi, you may not be aware, but the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is renowned for its top-tier auxiliary martial souls. Its sole drawback lies in its insufficient offensive capabilities, which is why they recruit every 3 years." Shopkeeper Li continued to elucidate to Ye Xiaofeng. "If you are interested, it would be worthwhile to try. Although the conditions for joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are demanding, the benefits are quite generous. Each entry-level disciple receives 100 gold soul coins monthly, along with various other perks," he added. Observing Ye Xiaofeng's keen inquiries about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Shopkeeper Li, based on his past experiences, surmised that Ye Xiaofeng had come specifically for the school. Ye Xiaofeng nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his intent to comply, and then resumed his meal. As he neared the conclusion of his dining experience, Manager Li presented a fine jug of wine, pouring it for Ye Xiaofeng. "Manager Li, I did not order any wine. What is the meaning of this?" Ye Xiaofeng inquired, casting a curious glance at Li Baochai. "This is merely a token of my appreciation. All expenses incurred by young Master Yi in this establishment are waived," Li Baochai replied with a smile. "Manager Li, I do not believe in receiving benefits without merit. I shall cover all costs, every single coin," Ye Xiaofeng asserted, uncertain of Li Baochai's intentions, as he was not accustomed to accepting free meals. "I simply wish to cultivate a pleasant rapport with young Master Yi," Li Baochai stated, still smiling. "Manager Li, You overestimate my worth, Ye Xiaofeng responded. Young Master Ye, I have managed this establishment in the capital for 40 years. I possess a discerning eye for character, Li Baochai retorted. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Manager Li. Ye Xiaofeng, unable to contend with the shopkeeper, finished his meal and returned to his room with the wine jug in hand. Upon returning from his holiday, Ye Xiaofeng was met with a query from a shop assistant, who asked the proprietor, Boss, why do you grant him so many advantages? He appears to possess little merit. To which the manager, having just concluded a conversation, responded, The golden dragon is not a mere creature of the pond. Young Master Ye's future knows no bounds. Ye Xiaofeng has come to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He fulfills all the recruitment criteria of the sect at merely 14 years of age. He is a level 30 Assault System Soul Master, making him a remarkable asset worth several gold soul coins. Although Manager Li's conjectures were somewhat inaccurate, he was not entirely mistaken. Ye Xiaofeng intends to reside in the realm of heavenly beings for an additional 3 days. The imperial capital is indeed distinctive. The accommodations are particularly opulent. Upon opening the window, Ye Xiaofeng is greeted by a splendid view of the garden, which stands in stark contrast to the bustling commercial streets outside. Ye Xiaofeng sipped his fine wine, gazing out the window. Feeling a twinge of longing for his mother and Xiaobai, as well as for Shui Binger and the others, Ye Xiaofeng contemplated returning to the island of the sea god, yet he desired not to return in such a manner. He resolved to achieve mastery in his cultivation before returning to sweep through the island, compelling all those who once looked down upon him to bow before him. After an exhausting series of travels, he felt fatigued and decided to indulge in a soothing bath. Upon returning to his bed, he promptly succumbed to slumber. However, in the dead of night, the raucous noise from the adjacent room became intolerable. The voices of 2 women echoed through the walls, and Ye Xiaofeng, initially disinterested, buried his head under the covers in an attempt to continue sleeping. Yet, as the commotion persisted, he found himself increasingly awake, his irritation mounting to the point of frustration. Truly, there is a limit to one's patience. Rising from his bed, he donned his clothes and made his way to the door of the neighboring room. Suddenly, he heard a voice exclaim, Dai Xiao, you are truly remarkable. The prowess of Dai Xiao is unparalleled. Your sisters have yet to witness your true capabilities. Xiaofeng, increasingly agitated, kicked open the door and found a yellow-haired man beside the bed along with 2 twin sisters. Presumably, the man was the youthful Dai Mubai. The sudden intrusion startled the 2 women, who hastily wrapped themselves in blankets. What audacity! How dare you trespass into my chamber? You are truly courting death. Dai Mubai, having been interrupted in his leisure, was infuriated. You have disturbed my beautiful dream. I have not sought retribution from you, yet you dare to confront me? Xiaofeng sneered. At that moment, the shopkeeper, Li, rushed upstairs, likely alarmed by the ruckus caused by Xiaofeng's forceful entry. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. It was an oversight on my part. Li clearly wished to avoid offending either party. Step aside, let me teach this arrogant fool a lesson, Dai Mubai declared, unwilling to let the matter rest. You may observe how I handle him, Xiaofeng replied with a smile, evidently dismissive of Dai Mubai. Youngster, be careful of your arrogance. Do not weep when you lose, Dai Mubai chuckled. We are equal in this regard. The outcome remains uncertain, Xiaofeng retorted coldly. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai initiated the attack without further ado. First soul skill, Azure Lotus Shield, Xiaofeng responded calmly, seemingly unperturbed by Dai Mubai's onslaught. Dai, is this a sign of weakness? Is this all you've got? Xiaofeng mocked with a grin. Impossible. Second soul skill, White Tiger Flare. Dai Mubai was astonished to find that, despite his martial spirit being inherently superior, he could not penetrate Xiaofeng's first soul skill, indicating that his opponent was indeed more powerful. Dai Mubai's second soul skill still failed to breach the Azure Lotus Shield, fundamentally altering his perception. However, little did Dai Mubai realize that he was pitting a century-old soul skill against one that spanned a millennium. All while Xiaofeng simulated the state of his soul skill, rendering it imperceptible to others. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai, enraged, unleashed the full force of his soul power against the Azure Lotus Shield. Despite his relentless assault, he could only manage to create slight fissures on the shield. Dai, I presume your trump card has been exhausted? How about you receive a move from me? Xiaofeng stated, knowing that it was only a matter of time before Dai Mubai would succeed in breaking through the Azure Lotus Shield. What of it? You may be stronger, but defeating me with a single blow is impossible, Dai Mubai replied, understanding the disparity between them. Very well, I hope you can withstand the strike. Should you fail, Do not blame me, but rather your own weakness, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Second soul skill. Sweeping the army, he concentrated his 7-kill martial spirit, slowly raising his sword, channeling all his soul power into this one strike. Dai Mu Bai, in the state of white tiger diamond transformation, attempted to defend. But the power of this strike was nearing a 10,000-year level, and he could not withstand it. He was sent flying 10 meters backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Deep gashes marred the wooden floor, and Li the shopkeeper was taken aback by Xiaofeng's strength. Contemplating repairs lest the building collapse. Dai, if you seek to kill, do so. I implore you, spare him. The twin sisters, witnessing Dai Mu Bai's injury, risked their own safety to protect him. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Dai Mu Bai said as he slowly rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. Dai, your training is commendable. I did not expect them to be willing to sacrifice for you, Xiaofeng remarked, glancing at the twins and then back at Dai Mu Bai. Acknowledging the young man's fortune. I am Dai Mu Bai, a level 31 assault system soul master. What do you go by, my friend? If possible, I would like to extend an invitation to join our Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai bore no grudge and instead offered an olive branch. I am Xiaofeng. As for Shrek, let fate decide, Xiaofeng noted, appreciating Dai Mu Bai's extroverted nature and adaptability. Since you have your own plans, I shall take my leave. Dai Mu Bai conceded, acknowledging his defeat and the loss of face it brought. Dai, it is late. Why rush to depart? Let us sit and enjoy a few drinks together, Xiaofeng suggested, feeling amicable after their bout. Xiao, if you wish to indulge. I would gladly join you for a few drinks, Dai Mu Bai replied, proving himself a prince who could both yield and assert. Please, gentlemen. Li the shopkeeper hastily paved the way, pleased with this outcome. They soon arrived at a fine establishment, where Li promptly ordered drinks and arranged for service. Dai, you truly are an accomplished youth, Xiaofeng remarked with a sly grin at the twins beside Dai Mu Bai. If you are interested, you may partake in the experience. After all, twin beauties are a rare find, Dai Mu Bai boasted, casting a proud glance at the lovely sisters. Dai, you are quite generous. Yet a gentleman does not take what belongs to another, Xiaofeng humbly countered, though he mused that what Dai Mu Bai had experienced was not something he would partake in again. Dai, you are quite the rogue. Indeed, so shameless. The two twin sisters in purple chimed in, their bashfulness only serving to enhance their allure. With the enchanting company, the atmosphere grew increasingly intoxicating, and as the drinks flowed, they reveled in merriment. Xiao, take your time. I must excuse myself for now. Let us continue our revelry another day, Dai Mu Bai said, his arms around the twin sisters as he returned to their newly acquired room. With a gentle smile, Ye Xiaofeng continued to imbibe his wine, a fleeting envy washing over him as he considered Dai Mu Bai, a true bon vivant, he mused, unlike his own virtuous self, who had merely embraced and kissed Bing Air, refraining from further dalliances. Dai Mu Bai, upon returning to his chambers, unleashed his primal instincts, a side of him that the twin sisters found particularly appealing. Since aligning themselves with Dai Mu Bai, the sisters had been liberated from financial worries, their desires fulfilled without hesitation, charmed by his handsome visage and refined technique. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his chamber in a state of inebriation, continuing to slumber until noon the following day, awakening with a slight headache. Gradually rising and attending to his personal grooming, he ventured downstairs where the innkeeper, Li, promptly approached him. Young Master Yi, I apologize for your restless night, Li Baokai expressed earnestly. It is but a trivial matter. By the way, where is young Master Dai? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. Young Master Dai has yet to rise. As you know, he retired quite late last night, Li remarked with a sly undertone, implying a shared understanding. Li, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly virtuous, came a voice from above as Dai Mu Bai descended the staircase, accompanied by his twin sisters. Young Master Dai, how could I ever dare to speak poorly of you? Li smiled, feigning innocence. Young Master, it seems I have endured countless tribulations. Li, do hurry and fetch what splendid delicacies the inn has to offer, Ye Xiaofeng joked with a light-hearted tone. Certainly. Young Master Dai, please wait a moment, Li replied with a conspiratorial grin. Before long, the kitchen staff presented an array of delicacies, soft-shelled turtle, lamb kidneys, and tiger bone. Young Master Dai, please enjoy your meal, the server said courteously before retreating. Ah, brother, you understands me well. It is indeed time for nourishment. Come. Let us raise a glass, Dai Mu Bai declared, diving into the feast with enthusiasm. Young Master, perhaps you should moderate your consumption. Last night nearly took the life out of us, the twin sisters chided, yet their smiles betrayed their satisfaction from the previous evening's events. You were the ones who said it. Should I choose not to invite you next time, do not hold it against me, Dai Mubai teased, playfully embracing the twins. Young master, we were merely jesting. They replied in unison, their laughter echoing as they accompanied Dai Mubai during the meal, while Ye Xiaofeng observed, relishing the playful banter. Despite Dai Mubai's inability to best Ye Xiaofeng in strength, he regained his pride in matters of the heart, wearing a triumphant smile. Brother Ye, would you be interested in an introduction to two exquisite individuals, untouched by the mire of the world? Dai Mubai offered with a grin. Young Master Dai. My sole focus is on cultivation. I harbor no other ambitions, Ye Xiaofeng replied earnestly. Since you prefer not to indulge, I shall refrain from further recommendations. However, there exists a rather engaging locale. I wonder if you might be intrigued, Dai Mubai stated with a playful glint in his eye. What intriguing place do you speak of? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, as he had a couple of days to spare for leisure. Follow me, Brother Ye, Dai Mubai beckoned, leading them to the Grand Soul Arena of the Tiando Empire, where the soul fighting tournament was in full swing, bustling with fervor. Brother Ye, would you care to partake in a match? Dai Mubai suggested, producing two masks and handing one to Ye Xiaofeng. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation from young Master Dai? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. To avoid unnecessary complications, Ye Xiaofeng donned the mask, feeling a surge of excitement as he entered a simulated soul ring state, ready to excel beyond the ordinary. Dai Mubai guided him to the registration desk, where he presented 10 gold soul coins to the attendant, facilitating Ye Xiaofeng's registration. Ye Xiaofeng provided personal information, name, sword god, martial soul, 7 kills, soul power level, 41. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The attendant completed the registration, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Xiaofeng, and handed over the token. Ye Xiaofeng then presented 100 gold soul coins for his wager, informing the attendant that for every victory, he wished to roll over the entire principal plus the reward into the next round. Beautiful lady, place a bet of 1,000 gold soul coins for him. Dai Mubai addressed the front desk attendant. Each day, the attendant observed the two men, appearing foolish as they confidently proclaimed their inevitable victories in every match. As the saying goes, fortunes favor the bold. Despite the considerable risks involved, the potential rewards were equally substantial. Ye Xiaofeng ascended the grand battle stage of the Soul Arena with a measured pace, his voice icy as he proclaimed, I shall accept all challengers below the rank of Soul Sect. Anyone who dares to contest my authority may step forward. In no time, a robust young man in his late teens, clad in dark attire, strode forward, evidently the first to take offense at Ye Xiaofeng's declaration. You possess quite the audacity. Young man, he sneered, clearly intrigued by the challenge. Welcome to the Grand Soul Arena of the Tiando Empire. Now, let us unveil the profiles of our contenders. Name, Sword God Martial Soul, 7 kills soul power level, 41 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Purple name, Neo Dali Martial Soul, Rhinoceros soul power level, 43 soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Purple Arnyodali has previously achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories, while this marks Sword God's inaugural appearance in the arena. Who will emerge victorious in this contest? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The match commenced. Dali, Dali, Dali. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, clearly favoring Nyodali over Ye Xiaofeng. With a decisive move, Nyodali unleashed his first soul skill, stone throwing for pathfinding, launching an immediate offensive. Ye Xiaofeng's gaze underwent a profound transformation. This single sword strike concentrated all his might, akin to a sovereign reigning supreme. The audience on stage stood in stunned silence. If Ye Xiaofeng did not defend himself, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Nyodali's first soul technique. Only Dai Mubai exhibited a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. In a similar manner, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed a sweeping assault upon Nyodali. With just one sword, he shattered Nyodali's soul technique. Nyodali had no time to react or defend against the oncoming strike and was sent flying from the platform, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay unconscious. Medical personnel promptly carried him away. Shouldn't the result be announced? Ye Xiaofeng prompted the host, who was still recovering from the recent spectacle. The host, jolted back to reality by Ye Xiaofeng's words, declared, in the first round, the sword god emerges victorious. That was truly pathetic, Ye Xiaofeng remarked disdainfully. How can you speak so? A soldier may be slain, but never humiliated. Someone from the audience protested, standing up for Nyodali. I'm not denigrating him. I am merely stating that all those from the Soul Clan and below are of no worth. Ye Xiaofeng incited their wrath, inviting a greater number of challengers, thereby honing his skills in the process. However, he did not let arrogance consume him. Refraining from mocking those of the Soul King rank, even in victory, he was mindful not to offend them all. This lad, during our battle, did not unleash his full potential. Dai Mubai observed the earlier skirmish, noting that even with the same technique, Ye Xiaofeng had withheld his strength while contending with him. Is it truly possible, Dai? Is young master you that formidable? Queried the twin sister, incredulously. Indeed, yet in certain aspects, I surpass him. Dai Mubai replied with a mischievous grin. In what regard? The twin sister eagerly inquired. Do you not know? Why ask me? Dai Mubai chuckled. Continuing to embrace both sisters while watching Ye Xiaofeng's match, their attention riveted on the duel, oblivious to his antics. Dai, you are such a rogue. The twin sister playfully chastised, her cheeks flushed as she gently thumped Dai Mubai's chest with her delicate fist. Indeed, you have caused quite the discomfort, the twin sister added, biting her lip shyly. It is entirely my fault. I shall be more cautious next time. Each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins afterward. How does that sound? Dai Mubai smiled at the two lovely ladies. Dai, you only know how to tease us. You've wagered all your money. Where will you find more to reward us? The twin sister retorted. Not now, but soon enough, Dai Mubai said, glancing at the pristine valley, his hands playfully wandering around the sisters' waists. Let us continue to enjoy the match. We shall return to admire you both later, Dai Mubai remarked, his gaze still fixed on Ye Xiaofeng in the arena. Now, let us witness the lineup for the second match. Who will take the stage next? The host continued. Let us observe the big screen. Name, Ye Xiaohu, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Soul Power Level, 44, Assault Type Battle Soul, Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Ye Xiaohu challenged Ye Xiaofeng, and the duel commenced with the proper formalities. Kid, your skills seem impressive, but I wonder if your strength matches, Ye Xiaohu scoffed. Accustomed to being revered as the top-tier beast martial soul, you will find out soon enough. I hope you do not prove as feeble as the previous challenger. Ye Xiaofeng calmly retorted, well aware of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's might, yet confident it could not compare to his own prowess. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Without further ado, Ye Xiaohu launched his attack. First soul skill, Azure Lotus Shield. Ye Xiaofeng opted for defense. Look folks, Ye Xiaohu's first soul skill has utterly failed to penetrate the sword god's Azure Lotus Shield. Have plant soul rings truly reached such heights? With the swiftness of an arrow, Ye Xiaofeng's 7-kill sword pierced through Ye Xiaohu's defenses, sending him hurtling backward. Ye Xiaohu lay prostrate, blood trickling from his lips, unable to rise despite repeated attempts. The victor of the second match is the sword god. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Where did this sword god emerge from? How is he so formidable? Even the top-tier beast soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, suffered a miserable defeat. Young Master Dai, Ye Gongzi is remarkably strong. Indeed, it's fortunate that Ye Gongzi did not unleash his full power against us that day. The twins marveled at Ye Xiaofeng's prowess. Frankly, I find myself increasingly unable to fathom that fellow, but the stronger he becomes, the greater my delight, Dai Mubai remarked with a smile. Precisely, the stronger he is, the thicker young Master Dai's wallet becomes. The twins naturally hoped for Ye Xiaofeng's continued success, as it would translate to greater winnings for young Master Dai, and consequently, greater rewards for themselves. The prospect of exceeding a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins from a delighted young Master Dai was enticing. From morning until afternoon, Ye Xiaofeng had secured 9 consecutive victories. Manager, if the sword god continues on this trajectory, our losses will become unsustainable, the steward reported to the manager. If he wins the 10th match, the Soul Arena will incur a loss exceeding 2 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai's betting returns surged exponentially, prompting the audience to place their bets on the sword goddess victory. Go, summon Exile. I cannot allow Ye Xiaofeng to continue his winning streak, the manager stated, burdened with the responsibility of the Soul Arena as a businessman. However, Exile, a man of lofty ideals, was not one to act hastily. Just inform him that if he wins this round, the Soul Arena will discreetly reward him with 200,000 gold soul coins. The manager continued to the steward. In a separate room, Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai engaged in a secret conversation. Brother Ye, we have now achieved 9 consecutive victories. The next match may pit you against Exile, who, wielding the Fire Dragon Spear, achieved 10 consecutive wins 6 months prior. defeating a level 52 Soul King at level 48, Dai Mubai expressed, showing signs of hesitation. Such an opponent is precisely what I seek to refine my swordsmanship, Dai Xiao. If you wish to withdraw your stake, feel free to collect your winnings, Ye Xiaofeng replied, understanding Dai Mubai's perspective, as his trepidation was rational. Brother Ye, should you wish to continue, I shall accompany you to the end, Dai Mubai declared resolutely, evidently unwilling to be perceived as inferior. Dai Xiao, fortune favors the bold. Though the risks are heightened, so too are the rewards, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, the steward escorted Exile to the manager's office, where Exile demanded a reward of 500,000. Unable to acquiesce, the steward sought the manager's assistance. Exile, I can grant your request, provided you secure a victory. The Soul Arena can also assist you in obtaining a Millennium Soul Ring, the manager stated earnestly. I understand, but I shall never accept defeat, Exile replied, his confidence forged through experience. The audience continued to swell, fervently cheering for both competitors. Currently, Exile's odds stood at 1-2, while the sword god Ye Xiaofeng's odds were 1-8-5, indicating that 2/3 favored Exile, with the remaining third supporting Ye Xiaofeng. Ladies and gentlemen, the true pinnacle showdown is about to commence. Who will emerge as the champion of this contest? Now, let us welcome the sword god, who has achieved 9 consecutive victories today. Sword god, sword god, sword god. Now, let us invite Exile, who boasts a previous record of 10 consecutive wins. Who will claim the title of the true champion? Exile, Exile, Exile. The atmosphere was electric as the audience rallied for the impending climactic duel. The big screen displayed Sword God versus Exile. Name, Sword God Martial Spirit. 7 kills, Soul Power Level. 41 Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple. Purple name, Exile Martial Spirit. Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level. 55. Assault Type Weapon Soul Master Soul Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black. Upon observing Exile's Soul Ring configuration, his supporters fervently placed additional bets, while some of the Sword God's backers, wary of potential losses, opted to wager on Exile. Consequently, Exile's odds shifted from 1-2 to 1-3, while the Sword God's odds increased from 1-3 to 1-5. Both parties, prepare yourselves. The 10th match of the Soul Arena's Pinnacle Duel officially begins. Kid, recognizing your potential, I advise you to concede now while you still can. Under the Fire Dragon Spear, no soul survives, Exile asserted confidently. Convinced that although Ye Xiaofeng was formidable, he was not his match. Worry about your own fate, old man. What if you lose? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a grin. Yet he remained vigilant, undeterred by the strength of his adversary. Go ahead, make the first move. Otherwise, you may not get another chance, Exile coldly retorted. Since you are the senior, why don't you take the initiative? Ye Xiaofeng maintained his smile. With a flick of his wrist, Exile unleashed his first soul skill. Spear like a dragon, as a fiery long spear materialized and lunged toward Ye Xiaofeng. Utilizing his first soul skill, Azure Lotus Shield, Ye Xiaofeng countered. The spear tip striking the protective barrier and sparking, yet failing to breach it. Kid, your first soul skill is impressive, but I doubt you can withstand my onslaught. Exile taunted. Employing his second soul skill, Yellow Dragon emerges from the mountain, aiming to shatter Ye Xiaofeng's defense. However, he underestimated the might of Ye Xiaofeng's protective barrier, which, while appearing as a century-old yellow soul ring, was actually a millennium soul ring in disguise. Did you forget to eat? Is this all the power you possess? Ye Xiaofeng retorted coldly. Don't celebrate too soon, kid. My third soul skill, 100 steps through the yang, is about to strike. Exile proclaimed as he launched his attack at blinding speed. While Ye Xiaofeng prepared to unleash his third soul skill, a sword to seal the throat. The spear tip and sword blade collided mid-air, both combatants locked in a stalemate. Until Ye Xiaofeng gained the upper hand, forcing Exile back a half step. However, Exile rapidly adjusted his approach. Fourth soul skill, sweep the world. Second soul skill, sweep the army. The two engaged fiercely, neither gaining a definitive advantage, and Exile was taken aback by the sword god's prowess. Realizing he was in for a formidable challenge. Realizing his deficit in practical application. Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged that Exile possessed a superior wealth of combat experience and a more refined mastery of soul skills. The audience watched with bated breath, captivated by the climactic showdown, as Exile and the sword god engaged in a spirited and exhilarating exchange. Young man, that you have compelled me to unleash my fifth soul skill. Even in defeat, you shall have earned a moment of pride, Exile declared with assurance. Deeming the sword god a worthy adversary, venerable elder, allow me to offer a rejoinder. Refrain from premature elation. To be vanquished by my hand is no ignominy. Ye Xiaofeng retorted, his aura undergoing a palpable transformation. Exile's fifth soul skill, Annihilation Inferno Dragon Lance, manifested as a fiery dragon incarnate, surging forth to engulf Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng sensed an unprecedented aura of killing intent, astonished by the terrifying power of the Millennium Soul Ring. In an instant, with the fourth soul skill, Momentary No Trace, the surrounding space came to a standstill. In that fleeting moment, Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to strike. His prior soul skill had disrupted the Millennium Soul Ring, allowing him to successfully launch a surprise attack on Exile, inflicting a wound with his sword. Blood trickled from the corner of Exile's mouth. And Ye Xiaofeng calmly remarked, "You should concede. Had I aimed for your heart just now, you would not have survived." Although Ye Xiaofeng could only manipulate space for 3 seconds, it was sufficient for a duel of masters. You are indeed formidable. If this were a fortnight ago, I would have surrendered, but I have now comprehended my self-created soul skill, Exile replied with a smile, confident that he would not be defeated. If anyone were to lose, it would be the sword god. Reveal any hidden techniques you possess, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly. Determined not only to triumph in battle, but also to ensure Exile's respect in defeat. Sword god, should you withstand this strike, I shall henceforth regard you with reverence. Exile proclaimed, as he seemed to merge with the fire dragon spear, embodying the weapon itself. Sword god, brace yourself, Exile shouted, causing a wave of anxiety among the onlookers. With Green Lotus protection and Momentary No Trace, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his first and fourth soul skills to defend himself. Exile pierced through the Green Lotus protection, thrusting towards Ye Xiaofeng. Though Momentary No Trace had diminished the attack's power, the spear nonetheless penetrated Ye Xiaofeng's chest. As blood slowly dripped from the corner of Ye Xiaofeng's mouth, Exile declared, "You have lost." At that moment, his soul skills had been completely exhausted. Is that so? Ye Xiaofeng fiercely gripped the fire dragon spear with his left hand, while his right hand thrust the 7 kills sword towards Exile's chest. How is this possible? How could you? Exile's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, struggling to comprehend how the sword god could still strike back despite being under such a formidable attack. What transpired on the battlefield was a mystery to everyone in the audience, leaving them uncertain of who had triumphed. How can it be that the sword god still retains strength under such an onslaught? The host exclaimed loudly. "You have won," Exile said, his clothing stained with blood. As he spoke slowly, both combatants simultaneously withdrew their weapons, and Exile collapsed, unable to withstand the toll. Deep down, Ye Xiaofeng understood that he too had suffered a defeat, for Exile had not surrendered willingly. The 10th match concluded, heralding the sword god as the king without a crown. Sword god! Sword god! Sword god! The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Certain that news of this spectacle would soon echo throughout the entire Tiando Empire. "Are you all right?" Daimubai rushed to support Ye Xiaofeng as he slowly descended from the arena. "This is not the time for conversation, we must return," Ye Xiaofeng urged as they made their way back to their private quarters in the Soul Arena. Upon entering, Ye Xiaofeng collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. "Brother Ye, are you all right?" Daimubai quickly rushed to aid him. "I'm fine. Just close the door quickly," Ye Xiaofeng insisted. The twins, startled by the scene, hurried to shut the door. That last move by Exile was overwhelmingly powerful. "I just need a moment to recuperate. You all go outside and don't let anyone in," Ye Xiaofeng said, enduring substantial pain. "All right, rest up. If you need anything, call for me. I'll be right outside," Daimubai replied before taking the twin sisters with him. Ye Xiaofeng's first soul skill was to send them away, not wanting them to witness his other martial soul. Under the healing of the Emerald Swan martial soul, he quickly recovered, though the exhaustion from 10 consecutive battles left him somewhat weakened. That shot just now. Ye Xiaofeng's mind drifted back to the moment, replaying Exile's self-created soul skill of the unity of spear and man, inadvertently entering a state of enlightenment. "Dai Xiao. Ye Gongzi has been inside for 3 days without a sound. Could there be an unforeseen incident? Dai Xiao, should we go in and check, just in case?" After contemplating, Daimubai decided to enter. "Ye Gongzi," he called out, seeing Ye Xiaofeng seated motionless at the bedside. "Dai Xiao he," the twins whispered. "Shu." Daimubai gestured for silence, realizing that Ye Xiaofeng had entered a state of enlightenment and signaling for them not to disturb him. Brother, you must have reached the state of enlightenment. This is indeed a blessing in disguise, Daimubai mused. Is enlightenment really that remarkable? The twin sisters inquired, as they were not soul masters themselves. Enlightenment is the aspiration of every soul master. It is an opportunity that is rare and fleeting, Daimubai explained. Let us wait outside and ensure we do not interrupt Brother Yi, he suggested, leading the sisters out. Dai Xiao, have you ever experienced enlightenment? Is that even a question? Of course, Dai Xiao has, the sisters chimed in, though Daimubai felt a bit embarrassed. As I mentioned, enlightenment is indeed rare, he replied, having achieved the rank of sole sovereign but never experienced enlightenment himself. How long does enlightenment usually last? The twins continued to press. Naturally, the longer the better. Daimubai said with resignation, just as the manager of the Soul Arena approached. Esteemed guest, may I request your assistance in introducing me to the sword god? The manager asked courteously. Manager, I have already informed the steward that the sword god is injured and cannot meet anyone for the time being. I will notify you once the situation improves, Daimubai replied coolly. If the esteemed guest requires treatment. The Soul Arena has healing soul masters who are willing to provide assistance free of charge, the manager offered. Recognizing the sword god's formidable strength and the potential benefits of fostering a connection. That won't be necessary for now, however. We will need to continue renting this room for a while, Daimubai said politely, understanding the need for courtesy in another's domain. That is entirely acceptable. Should Dai Xiao have any needs, I am at your service, the manager replied with a smile. I will inform you once he awakens, Daimubai said. Not questioning how the manager knew his name, assuming he must have conducted thorough inquiries. Then I shall not disturb you further. You may also rest in the adjacent room. The manager suggested, noticing that Daimubai was keeping vigil outside. Thus, for more days passed until the afternoon when Ye Xiaofeng finally emerged from his meditative state. Daimubai and the others awaited outside, and as Ye Xiaofeng attempted to rise from the bed, his body felt stiff, causing him to tumble to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Daimubai and the others rushed in to find Ye Xiaofeng sprawled on the ground. Brother Yi, are you all right? Daimubai asked with concern. I'm fine, just a muscle cramp, Ye Xiaofeng replied awkwardly as he scrambled to his feet. What time is it? He felt as if he had merely taken a brief nap. Aside from some lingering weakness, he felt remarkably refreshed. Brother Yi, you have been in a state of enlightenment for 7 days, Daimubai remarked enviously, having heard tales of prodigies who could achieve enlightenment in just 2 or 3 days. While Ye Xiaofeng had maintained it for an entire week, a truly astonishing feat. Here comes the voice of the heavenly mechanism system, Xiaobing. Congratulations, Master, on achieving enlightenment for 7 days, surpassing the expectations of the heavenly mechanism system. As a special reward, you have received the Eye of the God and Demon. Ye Xiaofeng's eyes transformed instantaneously, one turning a shade of gray and the other a vibrant green. The gray emanated an inexhaustible force of destruction, while the green radiated an endless vitality. In an instant, Daimubai was injured by Ye Xiaofeng's demon eye, succumbing to unconsciousness. What has happened to young Master Dai? The twin sisters inquired, bewildered by the unfolding events. Do not touch him, allow me to see. Ye Xiaofeng commanded as he observed Daimubai's condition, hastily retracting his demon eye. Silently, he activated the first soul skill of the Emerald Swan Martial Spirit, bestowing a blessing to heal Daimubai. What has happened to me? Daimubai murmured as he awoke under Ye Xiaofeng's care, only to be overwhelmed by the sight of Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, causing him to faint once more. Perhaps you have simply been too fatigued. A moment of rest should suffice, Ye Xiaofeng suggested evasively. Young Master Dai, you have terrified us. The twins exclaimed, on the verge of tears, fearing that their blissful existence would come to an abrupt end without Daimubai. Esteemed guest, greetings. I am Luo Xiaodian, the manager of the Soul Arena, Luo Xiaodian announced, having set aside his previous tasks upon learning of Ye Xiaofeng's awakening. Hello, may I inquire what brings Manager Luo to us? Ye Xiaofeng asked with curiosity. This is a diamond badge from the Soul Arena, along with 2 exclusive purple gold cards from the Soul Arena's bank. All your capital and rewards have been deposited onto these cards, amounting to 189, 650, and 18, 096, 500 gold soul coins respectively. Thank you, Manager Luo. Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he accepted the badge and 2 purple gold cards, while Luo Xiaodian displayed a fleeting expression of heartache. A moment that did not escape Ye Xiaofeng's keen observation. I wonder, esteemed sword god, would you have any interest in joining the Imperial Soul Arena? Should you choose to partake, we shall provide you with eternal soul rings of the highest quality. Luo Xiaotian was reluctant to lose such a prodigy. If nurtured well within the soul arena, it was entirely possible that a formidable assault-type title Douluo could emerge in the future. Ye Xiaofeng's brilliance captivated even Luo Xiaotian, as he triumphed over the level 55 Exile at merely level 41. Exile's combat prowess was comparable to that of a typical soul emperor, and Ye Xiaofeng's potential for growth is boundless. I apologize, Manager Luo, but I am accustomed to freedom and currently have no such considerations. Ye Xiaofeng does not require soul rings. If there are no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. You might want to contemplate this carefully. The gates of the soul arena shall always remain open for you. Luo Xiaotian was reluctant to lose such a prodigy. Ye Xiaofeng ceased his words, changing into a different attire alongside Dai Mubai and the others. They departed from the great soul arena and arrived at the Heavenly Inn. Managerly, prepare the private room and serve the finest delicacies, Dai Mubai instructed the innkeeper, his subsequent words shrouded in mystery, leaving Ye Xiaofeng unaware as he ascended the stairs. Managerly smirked mischievously, adopting a knowing expression, while Dai Mubai, with the twins in tow, followed him upstairs. Brother Yi, we have struck gold this time, Dai Mubai remarked, reveling in the unexpected fortune they had garnered. Indeed, I never anticipated that we would cause such a significant loss for the soul arena, Ye Xiaofeng replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Dai Xiao, you promised us, the twin sisters chimed in. You may observe as you wish. After all, we are entirely devoted to you. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Today, in my exuberance, I shall grant each of you 100,000 gold soul coins, ensuring your lives are forever free from want, he declared with a grin, the sum evoking envy in their eyes. Dai Xiao, we seek not riches, but merely your kindness. The twins insisted, believing that Dai Mubai's affection was more valuable than wealth, for with him, money was but a trifling concern. Rest assured, the promised gold shall not diminish, nor shall my affection wane. Now, fill your bellies well. We have a long night ahead, Dai Mubai chuckled, having spent 7 days vigilantly watching over Ye Xiaofeng. Nearly driven to madness. Dai Xiao, you are insufferable. Young Master Yi is still present. The elder sister playfully chastised him. Fear not, continue your banter. But should you desire a fierce battle, retreat to your chambers, for I cannot endure your performance before my eyes, Ye Xiaofeng jested. Ye Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for he had gained profound insights into the path of the sword and unexpectedly acquired the eye of gods and demons, along with nearly 200,000 gold soul coins. Brother Yi, I wish to transfer 1 million from my account to you. After all, my acquisition is largely due to your influence on Dai Mubai. You are certainly a worthy companion. To me, as a prince, money is merely a numerical symbol. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline. You should manage your own affairs. I have already received a bonus of 200,000 gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng replied, unwilling to owe a favor, knowing that such debts must eventually be repaid. He felt that he had amassed sufficient gold soul coins and did not require any more. He recalled when Binger had gifted him 100 gold soul coins, which represented her allowance for an entire month. Now that he had wealth of his own, he contemplated ways to send her some in return. Very well, Brother Yi, do not hesitate to call upon me if you find yourself in need, Dai Mubai replied, refraining from pressing the matter further. Dai Xiao, it has been 7 days. How did the recruitment for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School fare? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, realizing he had missed the opportunity during his week of enlightenment. During your time of contemplation, I gathered information. The recruitment plan has concluded. However, with your current achievements, joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School should pose no issue, Dai Mubai informed him. Indeed, I shall go and take a look tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng said, choosing not to dwell on it further, understanding that haste was of no avail. For now, he decided to enjoy a hearty meal and rest well before proceeding. Ye Xiaofeng and Dai Mubai dined together with 2 twin sisters. After they had their fill, Ye Xiaofeng retired to his room to rest. Dai Mubai, embracing the twin sisters, returned to their quarters, casting a mischievous glance at Ye Xiaofeng as he entered his room. What are you laughing at, Dai Xiao? One of the sisters inquired. Did I laugh? He replied, feigning innocence. I noticed your rather dubious expression directed at young Master Yi. Upon returning to their room, Dai Mubai confided in the twin sisters that he had arranged for Manager Li to send 2 beautiful women to attend to Ye Xiaofeng. Dai Xiao, you men are incorrigible, they teased. Indeed, men often speak one way and act another behind closed doors. The twins feigned indignation, yet their bodies continuously beckoned Dai Mubai. Such is the nature of man. A so-called bad boy is often irresistible to women. Dai Mubai chuckled lewdly, lunging toward the twins. Dai Xiao. It's not even dark yet. They protested. Besides, young Master Yi resides next door. I can't be bothered with such trivialities, Dai Mubai declared, pushing the twins onto the bed. Here we go again. This fellow truly does not wish for me to find rest, Ye Xiaofeng lamented helplessly. Ye Xiaofeng was on the verge of madness, yet his neighbor, Dai Mubai, showed no intention of stopping. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng heard a knock at his door. Who are you? He inquired as he opened the door, only to find two beautiful women, whom he presumed had mistaken his room. Surely you must be young Master Yi. I did not expect such a dashing and charming figure, remarked a woman clad in a red outfit, revealing her shoulder. Oh dear, exclaimed the other, dressed in white, as she feigned to fall into Ye Xiaofeng's arms. Miss, are you all right? Ye Xiaofeng asked, believing the woman in white had genuinely stumbled. Young Master Yi, might we come in for a moment? The woman in red interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could respond, slipping past him and shutting the door behind her. Esteemed ladies, I do not know either of you. If there is nothing urgent, I must ask you to leave, Ye Xiaofeng said, grappling with the allure of the two enchanting women before him, while the distant sound of urgent weeping from next door added to his turmoil. Young Master Yi, why must you be so tense? We are but sisters. We mean you no harm, they cooed, exchanging playful banter that only heightened Ye Xiaofeng's internal conflict. He felt an overwhelming urge to rid himself of these temptresses, yet could not betray Xiaobai and Binger. I appreciate your intentions, but I must insist you take your leave. Ye Xiaofeng replied coldly, wishing to evade their seductive advances. Young Master Yi, your refusal puts us in a difficult position. We cannot report this to young Master Dai. They persisted. If you do not depart, you shall not see the light of tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng warned icily, a deadly aura coalescing around his hand as he summoned the 7 kills sword. What a stubborn man, they huffed. Very well, we shall take our leave. The two sisters stormed out of Ye Xiaofeng's room, initially intending to linger, but ultimately recognizing the peril to their own lives. Dai, this is an attempt to ensnare me with 2 sirens, Ye Xiaofeng thought as he swiftly locked the door behind them. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer endure the overwhelming sensations. He hastily shed his clothes and plunged into the frigid bath, allowing his turbulent thoughts to settle. At that moment, the room belonging to Dai Mubai fell into tranquility. Ye Xiaofeng gradually emerged from the water, donned his attire, and returned to his bed to seek slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room of Dai Mubai, 3 garments lay scattered across the floor as he embraced 2 individuals in a peaceful slumber, while Manager Li shook his head in resignation. The youth of today truly know how to indulge, he mused, reflecting on his own fading vigor and the loss of the passionate spirit of his youth. The following midday, Ye Xiaofeng emerged from his chamber, bearing the marks of sleeplessness. Coincidentally, Dai Mubai also stepped out. Yi, how was your experience last night? He inquired with a mischievous grin. Leave me be, can't you see? Ye Xiaofeng retorted angrily, blaming Dai Mubai for his restless night. Yi, I must say, I admire you. Those 2 beauties are still lost in their dreams, aren't they? Dai Mubai remarked, giving a thumbs up, clearly misunderstanding Ye Xiaofeng's irritation. Get lost. It's all your fault that I couldn't sleep well, Ye Xiaofeng fumed further. Well, Yi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Dai Mubai said with an awkward chuckle, hastily making his exit. Ye Xiaofeng descended the stairs and casually grabbed a bite to eat before departing from the Heavenly Inn, setting off alone towards the 7 Treasure Glass sect. By afternoon, he finally arrived at his destination. Who goes there? Asked the guards. I am Ye Xiaofeng, and I have long admired your esteemed sect. I wish to join, and I kindly ask you to relay my request to the appropriate parties, he replied, attempting to exhibit a demeanor of reverence towards the 7 Treasure Glass sect. The recruitment of disciples has concluded, the guard curtly responded. If you wish to join the sect, you must wait until the next opportunity arises. Next time? I have no desire to wait 3 years. Please, grant me a chance and convey my request, Ye Xiaofeng implored, unwilling to endure such a lengthy delay. Unappreciative, be gone. Do not linger here and obstruct our path, the guard said, growing increasingly impatient with Ye Xiaofeng's persistence. And if I insist on entering? Ye Xiaofeng retorted, shifting from a soft approach to a more assertive stance. Daring to act recklessly before the 7 Treasure Glass sect? You seek death. The guard's anger flared. For even the guards of the sect were a cut above the rest, and would not tolerate disrespect from a mere youth. With a swift motion, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his second soul skill, sweeping the two guards to the ground before they could even summon their martial souls. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Master, you must stand up for us. This brat attacked us for no reason." One of the fallen guards quickly complained to the newcomer. "Young man, this is not a place for you to act with impunity. Why have you harmed these guards?" The middle-aged man asked, maintaining his composure. "I seek to join your esteemed sect. It is one thing for these guards to refuse my request, but they also commanded me to leave," Ye Xiaofeng asserted confidently. "Youth, the recruitment of disciples has ended. We will not hold this incident against you, but you may return in 3 years," the master replied, acknowledging Ye Xiaofeng's intentions yet wishing to avoid further conflict. "But I, Ye Xiaofeng, do not wish to wait 3 years, he stated defiantly. "If you can withstand 3 strikes without faltering, I shall grant you the opportunity to join the sect," the middle-aged man declared coldly, clearly attempting to discourage Ye Xiaofeng. "Master, let us consider an alternative approach," Ye Xiaofeng suggested, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. "What method do you propose?" the middle-aged man inquired, intrigued by Ye Xiaofeng's negotiation. "Let it be this. If you remain unscathed after my 3 strikes, I will take my leave. Conversely, if I succeed, I shall join your sect," Ye Xiaofeng proposed. Having gained newfound insight and wishing to test his abilities against the master, "You are quite audacious, yet I find it amusing. Very well. If you can make me take a single step back, I shall concede the victory to you. I eagerly await your challenge, Master Lei Yu." Ye Xiaofeng replied with a sly smile. Confronting an adversary 3 levels his senior, Ye Xiaofeng dared not be complacent. Though instantly casting 2 soul skills rapidly depleted his spiritual energy, it was undoubtedly the optimal choice against such a formidable opponent. Lei Tangzhu, in his blazing wolf avatar, showed no leniency. 4th soul skill, fleeting trace, 3rd soul skill, 1 sword to seal the throat. "Boy, you are full of surprises." Lei Yutangzu was astonished to find a familiarity in Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul. More surprising, Ye Xiaofeng's soul skill had caused a momentary lapse in his reflexes. Fortunately, he was in his martial soul avatar state. Otherwise, he might have been wounded. Ye Xiaofeng underestimated the formidable power of the martial soul true body. Despite unleashing 2 soul techniques in succession, he found himself unable to even slightly disturb the Master Lei Yu. It seemed that he had no choice but to employ his ultimate move. "Master, brace yourself. Go ahead, boy. Unleash whatever techniques you possess. I shall withstand them all." With that, he activated the soul skill sword and man as one. This technique was born from Ye Xiaofeng's insights into Exile's man and gun as one concept, further refined into his own creation. All of his soul power was channeled into the 7 killing sword, merging his inner state with the blade. A hint of murderous intent emanated from him. Even in the state of the martial soul true body, Master Lei Yu remained unmoved, standing resolutely. "Prepare to receive my attack." Ye Xiaofeng swiftly pierced through the body of Lord Lei Yuedang. Acting on instinct, he unleashed his soul power, causing Ye Xiaofeng to be violently propelled away. Ye Xiaofeng was flung 10 meters away, hastily using his sword to support himself as he half knelt on the ground, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gently wiped it away with his hand, and then stood up. "I concede," Ye Xiaofeng declared, wishing to utter no further words, and turned to leave. "Wait. It is not you who has lost, but rather I," sighed Master Lei Yu, taken aback. He never anticipated that such a young child could compel him to unleash his soul power under the manifestation of his martial spirit. If the sect learned of this, how could he bear to show his face? "Master, are you implying that I may still join the sect?" Ye Xiaofeng, reluctant to depart, understood he had a mission to fulfill. Without becoming a disciple of the sword Douluo, he could not complete it. "Certainly, this is your token, from now on. You shall be a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You must adhere to the arrangements of the sect. Moreover, regarding your earlier actions," Master Lei Yu added, clearly desiring to keep the matter under wraps to avoid further embarrassment. "Master, I do not comprehend what you are saying," Ye Xiaofeng swiftly grasped, deciding to treat the previous events as if they had never occurred. "And what about the 2 of you?" "Ah, the master values talent. We have seen nothing at all," the 2 guards quickly echoed, not daring to offend their superior. "Indeed, we have seen nothing," they affirmed in unison. As Ye Xiaofeng entered the sect alongside the hall master, he beheld the resplendent architecture of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a sight that rivaled even the grandeur of the royal palace. Today's encounter truly lived up to its illustrious reputation, for it is indeed the foremost auxiliary martial spirit in the world, overflowing with wealth. "Young man, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. I shall take you as my disciple, Hall Master Lei Yu remarked with a smile. Inspired by the recent duel to consider accepting an apprentice. Hall Master, I am but a dullard, and I currently harbor no intention of seeking a mentor, Ye Xiaofeng replied. For he had joined the sect solely to pursue the sword Douluo, and had no desire to be taught by the Hall Master. Youth, your martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to that of our esteemed elder. If you take me as your master, I assure you a life of abundance and luxury. The Hall Master was eager not to miss the opportunity to mentor such a young prodigy. Hall Master, may I have the privilege of meeting that elder? Ye Xiaofeng inquired tentatively. Do you think everyone possesses the luxury of time as you do? Moreover, the elder is occupied with numerous duties each day. You believe you can simply request an audience here? Hall Master Lei Yu replied curtly, noting that even he seldom had the chance to meet the two elders, let alone a newcomer like this yellow-haired lad. By the way, what piques your curiosity about the elder? Lei Yu asked with a serious tone. Hall Master, you mentioned that the elder's martial spirit is quite similar to mine, thus I am eager to meet the elder you spoke of, Ye Xiaofeng responded. Ye Xiaofeng hastily shifted the topic, keen to avert any suspicions from the Hall Master. Young one, if you wish to be my disciple, I shall shamelessly beseech the elders to guide you, he proposed. The Hall Master, impressed by Ye Xiaofeng's innate talent, felt a renewed vigor. Having never taken a disciple in his old age, he was determined not to let this prodigy slip away. At such a tender age, he had already reached the soul sect and even created his own unique soul technique, a once-in-a-century genius. Is that true? Might the Hall Master consider me a nominal disciple? Ye Xiaofeng inquired eagerly at the prospect of meeting the sword Douluo, although he was reluctant to formally accept the Hall Master as his mentor. Young one, go inquire how many disciples in the sect wish to take me as their master. Others clamor for my tutelage, yet you seem to be so picky. The Hall Master retorted, clearly displeased with Ye Xiaofeng's attitude. The distinction between a nominal disciple and an official disciple was significant. If the Hall Master is unwilling, then I shall consider that I have said nothing, Ye Xiaofeng firmly declined, understanding that becoming a nominal disciple was merely a means to further his connection with the sword Douluo. Very well, what a pity, but may I ask your name? The Hall Master made an exception to allow Ye Xiaofeng into the sect, recognizing that his prowess indeed met the requirements. I am Ye Xiaofeng, a 41st level assault-type soul master with the martial soul, the 7 killing sword, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. What? Ye Xiaofeng's words directly shattered the worldview of the leader of the Lei Yu Hall. The 7 killing sword, could it be that he truly shares some connection with the elders? This matter has transcended his realm of control. Initially, he believed that Ye Xiaofeng's martial soul bore a striking resemblance to his own. But now Ye Xiaofeng has openly acknowledged that his martial soul is indeed the 7 killing sword. The leader of the hall found himself incessantly pondering over Ye Xiaofeng's situation. Hall Master, what are you thinking about? Ye Xiaofeng interrupted the leader's contemplation. Nothing, just follow me. The leader of the Lei Hall instructed as he led Ye Xiaofeng back to his residence, summoning attendants to ensure that Ye Xiaofeng was well taken care of. Rest here for a while. Should you have any needs, feel free to ask them. I have a matter to attend to and shall step out for a moment. The leader of the Lei Yu Hall said to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng discerned that the Master Lei became somewhat tense upon hearing about his martial spirit. Although he concealed it well, it was impossible to escape Ye Xiaofeng's keen perception. Master, please do not trouble yourself on my account. I am in no hurry, Ye Xiaofeng calmly stated. Subsequently, Master Lei hastily departed from his quarters. What has caused such a flurry, Xiaoyu? A white-haired man clad in a blue robe seated at the table inquired with an air of composure. This was the sword Douluo Continent, who remained unruffled regardless of the circumstances, as if he were one with his surroundings. Elder, today a prodigious youth arrived at the sect, and I made an exception to admit him. Master Lei stammered before the sword Douluo, appearing like an inexperienced youth himself. Any individual who meets the sect's criteria may be admitted with a single exception. Why bring this trifling matter to me? Sword Douluo Continent replied with a weary shake of his head, gracefully sipping from his teacup. Indeed, Elder, that child may very well be your descendant. Master Lei blurted out without a moment's thought. Huh. Sword Douluo Continent nearly choked on his tea. In my lineage, the sword Douluo has always been singular. Where would a descendant come from? While it was true that in his youth, he had a fleeting romance, it was an affair long past. Elder, the youth who visited today possesses a martial spirit akin to yours, the 7 killing sword, Master Lei continued, finally getting to the crux of the matter. The events unfolded as follows. Master Lei recounted the day's occurrences in detail. Do not publicize this matter just yet, handle everything discreetly. I am already aware of his situation, Sword Douluo stated calmly, showing no signs of surprise. Understood, Elder, Master Lei responded before returning to his quarters. Fengji. I shall step out for a while. I am entrusting the sect's affairs to Xiaohe, Sword Douluo declared as he entered Ning Fengji's chamber, leaving without allowing the sect master a chance to respond. After a thorough investigation, Sword Douluo soon discovered that Ye Xiaofeng had visited the Tianshui Rinjian. Shopkeeper Li promptly divulged everything he knew, and upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, he learned that Ye Xiaofeng had defeated Exile using his title as the Sword God, transcending levels. Having sought out Daimu Bai to gather information, he found that the trail had gone cold upon reaching the inn. Shopkeeper Li informed Sword Douluo that Ye Xiaofeng had appeared quite suddenly, and he had never seen him before. Sword Douluo even examined the Soul Master registry at the Spirit Hall but found nothing. Yet, a person must leave some traces behind. Shopkeeper Li suddenly recalled and shared with Sword Douluo that on his first day at the inn, Ye Xiaofeng wore garments adorned with the emblem of the Tianshui Academy. Having visited Tianshui Academy, Sword Douluo, through various inquiries, finally learned that Ye Xiaofeng had studied there for a year and had resided in the Peach Blossom Garden. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the school was relatively deserted. Sword Douluo approached the entrance of the Peach Blossom Garden, where he found the gate ajar and 3 young women playing on a bench beneath the blossoms. Excuse me, is this the residence of Ye Xiaofeng? Sword Douluo inquired with a smile. How do you know? Shuewu impulsively blurted out. Shuewu was promptly shot a glare by Shui Binger, who sensed her slip of the tongue and quickly fell silent. Hello, who might you be? Shui Binger asked, eyeing the white-haired elder warily. I am Chenxin. Ye Xiaofeng asked me to inform you that he has joined the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo replied, maintaining his smile. Sister, did you know that Brother Xiaofeng went to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Shui Yuer remarked with a troubled expression directed at Shui Binger. I have traveled quite a distance to provide you with this information. Would it be too much to ask for a cup of tea? Sword Douluo said nonchalantly. Of course. Shui Wu, Yuer, please fetch some water. Shui Binger felt an urge of anxiety but dared not show it. Sister, it isn't just water, Shui Yuer began. But Shui Binger hurriedly shooed her away. Old sir, please be direct with your intentions, Shui Binger urged. There is nothing of great import. I merely wish to gather some information regarding Ye Xiaofeng, Sword Douluo replied, acknowledging that apart from him, they would remain unaware of the youth's admission to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even if he brought back news, it would be impossible for them to learn of it, so Shui Binger was astonished to discover that she was alive. While the elderly gentleman before her sipped tea with grace. Sister, what do you mean by alive? Shui Yuer asked, bewildered. The realization that she had not perished indicated that the man before her had no intention of taking her life. He merely sought to test her. You and Shui Wu return to your room. I wish to speak with this esteemed elder in private. Upon hearing her elder sister's command, the two quickly retreated. The 7 Kills sword, which the elderly gentleman wielded, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Ye Xiaofeng, albeit devoid of any soul power. Little girl Shui Binger. I pay my respects to the Sword Douluo, she announced, acknowledging that her martial soul was akin to that of Ye Xiaofeng's, and that the individual before her was none other than the Sword Douluo Exile of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dear child, may I now be enlightened? The Sword Douluo continued to sip his tea gracefully, smiling at Shui Binger. In truth, we have known each other for a brief period. A year ago, we rescued him at the seaside, she recounted, explaining how Ye Xiaofeng had awakened his martial soul after saving himself from pirates, subsequently accompanying her for a year at the academy before departing. So, you are unaware of his life before the age of 10? He is reluctant to speak of it. All I know is that he was exiled for failing to awaken his martial soul, abandoned by his family. Ah, I see. Awakening his martial soul at 11 and reaching the soul master rank by 12 implies he possessed innate soul power of level 30. Even though the Sword Douluo has attained the rank of a title Douluo at 97, it is difficult to believe the truth before me. Yet I have no choice but to accept it. I humbly request, esteemed elder, that you take him as your disciple. Shui Binger knelt before the Sword Douluo. Rise. He still needs to hone his skills. When the time is right, it shall come to pass, the Sword Douluo replied. Thank you, esteemed elder, Shui Binger said, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Child, let us consider today's events as if they never transpired. I appreciate your hospitality. I bid you farewell. The Sword Douluo Exile arrived quietly and departed just as silently, leaving Shui Binger with the sensation that while everything might seem unchanged, profound transformations had indeed occurred. "Sister, where has the old gentleman gone?" Shuewu and Shui Wei inquired as they emerged, noticing the elderly man had vanished. "He has left, mentioning that Xiaofeng is doing well and we need not worry about him." Since Ye Xiaofeng's departure, Shui Binger had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. Her thoughts consumed with concern for him. Now, she felt a sense of relief. "Today's events must remain a secret," she instructed. "Understood," Shuewu replied. Though a hint of curiosity lingered in her mind, she chose not to pursue further inquiries. "Rest assured, sister, I promise not to speak of it to anyone." However, that old man was quite handsome. Shui Wei began to daydream, causing Shui Binger and Shui Wu to exchange exasperated glances at the girl as frivolity. Ye Xiaofeng. In a month, the sect will hold a newcomer competition. The first-place winner may present a feasible request to the sect master, Lei Tang, the hall master. Remarked with a smile, indicating that the opportunity lay before him, contingent upon his ability to seize it. "Fear not, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations," Ye Xiaofeng declared, resolute not to let this opportunity slip by. Who could say when he might next encounter the sword Douluo to seek apprenticeship? "Very well, you may return to your tasks. However, do not injure any disciples of the sect as you did previously, or face expulsion," the hall master cautioned, aiming to prevent any potential trouble. "Rest assured, master. If others do not provoke me, I shall not instigate conflict." Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, yet in his heart, he thought, "If others provoke me, they shall not blame me for being merciless." "Please, you may leave now," Master Lei hurriedly escorted his guest. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room, for as a newcomer, he could only be assigned to the courtyard designated for new arrivals. Ye Xiaofeng found a secluded, independent house, situated in a tranquil area. After tidying up the place and preparing to rest, a middle-aged man arrived. "Kid, this house has already caught my eye," proclaimed Wang Hao with an air of superiority, as if issuing a decree. "Very well, but do you possess the capability to claim it?" Ye Xiaofeng chuckled as he spoke to Wang Hao, expressing his eagerness to engage in a bout. "Are you seeking your own demise?" Wang Hao, a standout among newcomers, was not accustomed to being belittled in such a manner. "Let us step outside to avoid damaging the premises," Ye Xiaofeng suggested with a mischievous grin. "Now, reveal your true abilities. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a chance shortly." Wang Hao perceived Ye Xiaofeng's words as a provocation, dismissing him as inconsequential. Wang Hao, a level 53 assault type soul master wielding the powerful bear spirit, faced Ye Xiaofeng, a level 41 assault type soul master with the formidable bear slayer sword. "I expected more from you, a mere 41st level soul master speaking so arrogantly. I intended to teach you a lesson, but now, I find it impossible to spare you. Who will teach whom remains to be seen. Your words are excessive." Wang Hao retorted. The second soul skill, sweeping across thousands, and the second soul skill, diamond armor, were poised to be unleashed. Ye Xiaofeng took the initiative, launching an immediate attack. Wang Hao, employing his second soul skill to defend himself, was unaware that Ye Xiaofeng's own second soul skill was also of a millennium caliber. The formidable golden armor was swiftly shattered. "Young one, I underestimated you," he remarked, unleashing his fifth soul skill, the mighty diamond fist, without hesitation. Despite the significant energy expenditure it demanded. "Humph," he continued. "I shall invoke my fourth soul skill, instantaneous imprint, followed by my third soul skill, blade to the throat." Ye Xiaofeng continuously unleashed his fourth and third soul skills, opting for a direct confrontation with Wang Hao. Ye Xiaofeng's fourth soul skill induced a brief 3-second daze. Yet that was sufficient. "You are defeated," he declared, his sword poised against Wang Hao's throat. "Kid, I will deal with you during the competition, I assure you. I won't be as careless as I was today." Wang Hao, filled with indignation, could hardly accept that he, a formidable soul king, had been vanquished by a mere rookie who had just ascended to the soul scholar rank. "I am always ready, but you cannot alter the final outcome." Ye Xiaofeng replied coldly, harboring a deep disdain for those who fancied themselves as superior, perceiving them as nothing more than fools. "Whether things can change is not for you to decide," he scoffed. Wang Hao, met with rejection, stormed off in frustration. Ye Xiaofeng turned around to take a rest. By the next day, feeling quite bored at the sect, he ventured out to the Grand Soul Arena in the imperial capital. "Young Master Yi, welcome to the Grand Soul Arena." Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng donning a mask, Luo Xiaodian hurriedly came over to greet him. Ever since Ye Xiaofeng achieved a 10-game winning streak, the Grand Soul Arena had looked into his background, but they possessed little information. Good morning, Manager Luo, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. However, Luo Xiaotian felt an unsettling chill at the sight of Ye Xiaofeng's grin. Young Master Yi, are you planning to ascend the soul battle platform today? Although Luo Xiaotian felt it inappropriate to ask, he inquired nonetheless. The last time, due to Ye Xiaofeng, the Grand Soul Arena suffered a loss of nearly 4 million, half of which was taken by Ye Xiaofeng and Daimubai. I didn't intend to participate, merely wished to observe. But since Manager Luo has suggested it, it seems rather difficult for me to decline, Ye Xiaofeng replied with an unusually enigmatic smile. Young Master Yi, I was just joking. However, out of respect for you, the opponents we have arranged are all level 55 Soul Masters, Luo Xiaotian chuckled, both of them harboring their own ulterior motives. The next match featured Exile against a level 61 Soul Emperor. Exile had earned quite a reputation at the Grand Soul Arena, and no one dared to challenge him until he was defeated by Ye Xiaofeng, after which challengers began to line up, only to be defeated by Exile again. Today's challenger was a level 61 Soul Emperor, a formidable opponent, making the match evenly matched. The competition commenced after half an hour, and the audience quickly began placing bets. Exile's odds were 1-4, while the Soul Emperor's odds were 1-6, with 90 of the crowd favoring the Soul Emperor. Ye Xiaofeng approached the betting area. Miss, I would like to bet 150,000 gold soul coins on Exile, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Sir Sword God, have you thought this through? Exile's opponent is a Soul Emperor, the female attendant warned upon recognizing him. Although the risk is somewhat elevated, the potential rewards are substantial. As they say, fortune favors the bold, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile to the beautiful attendant. Sir Sword God, let me share a secret with you. Your exclusive purple gold card allows for an overdraft of up to 1 million, with no interest for a week, the attendant whispered. In that case, I shall add another 1 million, Ye Xiaofeng said as the attendant gently swiped the purple gold card and handed it back to him. Here is your card, sir, she said politely, her beauty evident. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly and turned to leave. Manager, the task has been completed, the attendant said to report to Luo Xiaotian once Ye Xiaofeng. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, rendering two figures invisible to the audience on the viewing platform, who erupted in a chorus of astonishment. You have lost, Exile stated coldly. How can this be? Tianhui refused to accept that he had fallen to Exile. Convinced of his own superiority. Nothing is impossible, Exile retorted, his gun having already pierced Tianhui's shoulder. With a swift motion, he withdrew the weapon and turned to depart. I cannot lose, you shall perish. Tianhui, consumed by rage, lost all sense of reason and sought to eliminate Exile. Since you court death, I shall not spare you, Exile declared, delivering a swift retaliatory strike as the fiery dragon gun plunged into Tianhui's heart. Tianhui's hands hovered futilely in the air, yet he was a moment too slow, collapsing lifelessly onto the stage. The spectators were taken aback. They had not anticipated Tianhui's defeat, nor his attempt to take a life. They pondered that, even if they were in his position, they too might have sought to end his life, though none possessed Exile's swiftness. In this bout, Exile emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers for Exile, who, upon hearing the host declare his triumph, promptly coughed up blood, desperately using the fiery dragon gun to steady himself. He had won. Yet the victory was far from easy. Exile, weary and battered, slowly descended from the battle platform. In the wake of his victory, some mourned, contemplating despair, while others reveled in joy, unable to contain their elation. Thank you so much, my dear. Without your guidance, today's achievements would not have been possible. Ye Xiaofeng hurried to the front desk of the service area and exclaimed to the female attendant, this is truly a case of using empty hands to snatch a wolf. I overdrawn 1 million with the card from the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and now I have one for 6 million. After repaying the overdraft of 1 million, I still have 3.75 million left. Manager, come quickly. Manager Luo has fainted. Ye Xiaofeng was smiling triumphantly, reveling in the spoils of his victory, when suddenly a voice called out from a distance. Since entering the Grand Soul Arena, Ye Xiaofeng has become a harbinger of misfortune for Luo Xiaotian, who finds himself perpetually beset by calamity. It seems that wherever Ye Xiaofeng appears, disaster follows closely behind. Luo Xiaotian initially devised a scheme to trick Ye Xiaofeng into losing 1 million, hoping that the ensuing financial ruin would leave him with nothing but his undergarments, thus compelling him to join the Grand Soul Arena under duress. However, as he reflects on the absurdity of his miscalculations, he realizes that if things continue this way, he may soon find himself unable to retain his managerial position. Manager Luo, did I not merely win a few paltry coins? Is it truly necessary for you to react in such a manner? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, reveling in his misfortune. Do you consider that mere trifles? Luo Xiaodian, incensed by Ye Xiaofeng's words, fainted once more. Ye Xiaofeng disregarded Luo Xiaotian, turning away with the purple gold card in hand. The sect's newcomer competition was still more than half a month away, and Ye Xiaofeng found himself at the entrance of the heavenly realm and without realizing how he had arrived. I was unaware of young Master Ye's esteemed visit. I deeply regret not being able to greet you from afar. Manager Li hastily flattered upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Li, I trust you have been well. Ye Xiaofeng, in high spirits, treated Manager Li with much flattery, which naturally made him joyful. Young Master Yi, please come in. Manager Li promptly ushered Ye Xiaofeng into a private room. With a glance, he communicated with the waiter, who immediately understood and hurriedly brought forth the restaurant's signature dishes and fine wines. Manager Li, I did not mention a meal. Ye Xiaofeng remarked. As I observed, lunchtime is swiftly approaching, so I took the liberty of arranging this, Manager Li responded. To offer kindness without reason is often a sign of ulterior motives. I have heard that young Master Yi is particularly fond of attending the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Casually remarking, Ye Xiaofeng was surprised that Proprietor Li genuinely had business for him. I occasionally stroll around. Proprietor Li had apparently heard. Young Master Yi. A casual stroll equates to 1,000,000. You and I have become kindred spirits. Perhaps you could take me on a casual stroll someday. What do you say? Proprietor Li was quite attentive to Ye Xiaofeng's affairs. Ye Xiaofeng, at a young age, had garnered the attention of that individual from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, an immeasurable future indeed. Ever since Ye Xiaofeng had won 1,000,000 from Dai Mu by last time, Proprietor Li had desired to accompany Ye Xiaofeng on a stroll. Today, another 1,000,000. He felt quite unbalanced. He served every guest from morning till night with the same attentiveness as last time, only earning 1,000 gold soul coins a day, while Ye Xiaofeng earned 1,000,000 in a day. Proprietor Li, I still believe you're better suited as a proprietor. What if I lose and become so poor that I can't even afford underwear? Isn't there still a 50% chance? Young Master Yi, wouldn't you agree? Proprietor Li said hastily, now unable to refuse anything Ye Xiaofeng said. Proprietor Li, since you consider me a kindred spirit, you're putting me in a difficult position. Ye Xiaofeng said, feigning distress. Proprietor Li, you're trying to freeload. Young Master Yi, what do you think of this in? Proprietor Li asked earnestly. It's quite good. Proprietor Li, what do you mean by this? This old fellow wouldn't be thinking of giving me this in, would he? As long as young Master Yi likes it. I will gladly offer it with both hands, Proprietor Li said with a smile. Proprietor Li, you've said we're kindred spirits. Discussing money like this truly hurts our relationship. Ye Xiaofeng was overjoyed inside, but his expression remained reluctant. Young Master Yi, you've said we're kindred spirits. This is a small gift from me. Old fellow. Are you planning to rob the Great Soul Arena? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Proprietor Li's actions, casually offering to give him the inn. How could that be? I've saved a small fortune from running this in over the years. I should leave it to someone before I die, as one can't take anything with him after death anyway. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the waning figure of Manager Li, almost swayed by his words. Old man, are you trying to swindle a hefty sum from the Great Soul Arena? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled. Manager Li remained silent, merely extending a single finger. 1,000,000? Ye Xiaofeng inquired tentatively. What is my inn worth? Manager Li replied with a smile. 10,000,000? Ye Xiaofeng calculated roughly, estimating the inn to be worth about 5,000,000. Even if it were gifted to him, Manager Li would still profit 5,000,000. Manager Li shook his head once more, prompting Ye Xiaofeng's eyes to widen in realization. The old fellow was demanding 100,000,000. Young Master Yi, come, let us drink, Manager Li urged, hastily pouring wine. No. Ye Xiaofeng firmly declined. Young Master Yi, why do you refuse? Manager Li questioned in confusion, having sensed Ye Xiaofeng's initial interest. I do not desire the inn. A profit split of 37 to 63 will suffice, Ye Xiaofeng stated calmly. Young Master Yi, why not seize the opportunity? Manager Li lamented, wishing he had simply proposed 1,000,000 instead, never anticipating Ye Xiaofeng's audacious demand. Just jesting. How about a 40-60 split? Seeing Manager Li's reaction, which indicated that was unacceptable, Ye Xiaofeng had to concede. Very well, I shall take 60, and you 40. Manager Li smirked lewdly. Get lost. What I meant was I take 60, and you take 40. Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Manager Li's misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, you must understand that it is I who will fund this, not you. Manager Li stated, asserting that the initiative lay with him. Manager Li, can you guarantee a 100% victory in the competition? Do not forget, should you lose, you would be destitute. Unable to afford even a pair of trousers, Ye Xiaofeng resolutely held his ground, knowing the power was in his hands. If you can assure a 100% win, then let it be as you say. Manager Li conceded a step in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Manager Li, let it remain as you proposed. I take 60, you take 40, and the end shall be mine. Ye Xiaofeng had his own plans, thus conceding 2/10 for the sake of the yen. Young Master Yi, how about this? We split it 50-50, and I will gift you the yen. Once we win the money, I shall retire. Manager Li, initially a bit displeased with Ye Xiaofeng's 2/10 advantage, now felt his irritation dissipate as Ye Xiaofeng willingly offered it to him, raising his regard for him. Manager Li, should you choose to submit to me, I would require not a penny. Ye Xiaofeng remarked, sipping his drink as he spoke to Manager Li. Young Master Yi, I know that you shall undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the future soul world. Whether I live to witness that day is another matter. Manager Li pondered, unable to fathom why he would submit to him without reason, believing it far preferable to enjoy a carefree life after winning the money. Ye Xiaofeng coalesced the 7-kill sword in his hand and, in an instant, plunged it into the chest of Manager Li. Young Master Yi. Manager Li never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of Ye Xiaofeng. Instantly, Ye Xiaofeng unsheathed the 7-kill sword, activating its initial soul skill, Blessing. Simultaneously, utilizing his second martial soul, Ye Xiaofeng administered healing to Proprietor Li's wound, achieving immediate restoration. Proprietor Li felt as though he had awakened from a reverie, the recent treatment leaving his body feeling invigorated, surpassing its previous vitality. Proprietor Li, how do you feel? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a smile. Young Master Yi, is it possible you possess twin martial souls? Proprietor Li asked in astonishment. Having encountered a multitude of individuals throughout his life, he found the reality before him scarcely believable. Haven't you witnessed it yourself? As long as I draw breath, you shall not perish, Ye Xiaofeng declared with unwavering confidence. Young Master Yi, I, Li Baokai, willingly pledge my allegiance to you. Proprietor Li realized he had inadvertently witnessed something he shouldn't have. Even if Ye Xiaofeng chose not to eliminate him, he wouldn't be easily released. Furthermore, considering his advanced age, nothing held greater importance than his own life. Submitting to Ye Xiaofeng would ultimately be advantageous. So why not embrace it? As matters stood, devising a comprehensive strategy was imperative. Ye Xiaofeng understood that the individuals within the Great Spirit Arena were not foolish enough to be easily deceived. Realizing that Luo Xiaotian was unlikely to fall for the ruse at this juncture. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaotian was subjected to a severe reprimand from Xue Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire. He thought to himself, what has befallen me these past few days? My right eyelid has been incessantly twitching. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Luo Xiaotian directly blacklisted Ye Xiaofeng, decreeing that, henceforth, no betting activities would be permitted concerning him. Ye Xiaofeng, consumed by thoughts of how to deceive Luo Xiaotian, was suddenly greeted with delightful news. Exile had issued a challenge, setting the stage for a grand duel at the Great Soul Arena in 3 days. 2 days later, Luo Xiaotian sent someone to invite Ye Xiaofeng. To ensure the plans unfolded smoothly, Ye Xiaofeng stealthily arrived at the Great Soul Arena in the dead of night. Manager Luo, how have you been? Ye Xiaofeng greeted Luo Xiaotian, sensing an underlying tension despite the seemingly cordial inquiry. Beneath the facade of courtesy, Luo Xiaotian harbored a desire to physically confront Ye Xiaofeng. Yet he had to yield for the sake of the arena. Manager Luo, if you have something to say, please be direct. Ye Xiaofeng preferred to bypass any pretense. Young Master Yi, regarding tomorrow's match against Exile, 99 people have placed their bets on you, which poses a predicament for the Great Soul Arena, Luo Xiaotian revealed, his expression fraught with concern. Are you implying that I should concede in tomorrow's duel? Ye Xiaofeng feigned ignorance, testing Luo Xiaotian's resolve. Rest assured, young Master Yi, everything will remain confidential. Upon success, the Great Soul Arena will reward you with 5 million. Luo Xiaotian believed he had presented an irresistible temptation. Luo Xiaotian, are you not aware that the entire imperial capital is currently enamored with the sword god? You expect me to intentionally lose the match? Ye Xiaofeng retorted, his anger palpable. At that moment, an individual discreetly whispered in Luo Xiaotian's ear, 8 million, what do you think? Initially reluctant to increase the stakes, Luo Xiaotian's resolve wavered upon hearing that someone had offered Ye Xiaofeng 20 million. Manager Luo, your generosity is commendable, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, feigning innocence. 10 million. Luo Xiaodian ultimately capitulated, glancing at the betting situation on his mechanical screen. Exile had merely garnered over 1 million. While Ye Xiaofeng's figure approached 100 million, this was merely for that day. Let us formalize this agreement to ensure our affairs proceed without any complications, Luo Xiaodian, wary of unforeseen developments, urged Ye Xiaofeng to sign a secret contract. Hereas to a successful collaboration, Ye Xiaofeng's heart brimmed with joy. Little did he expect that Luo Xiaodian would be a kindred spirit. Luo Xiaodian assumed Ye Xiaofeng rejected his goodwill out of loyalty to his fans, unaware that Ye Xiaofeng found the offer some insufficient. After finalizing the agreement, Ye Xiaofeng proceeded to the betting area of the Great Soul Arena. Hello, beautiful. Please place a 5 million bet on Exile for me tomorrow. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at a female attendant. Despite the arena's restrictions, he intended to play his part convincingly. I'm sorry, young Master Yi, but due to recent regulations, you are prohibited from participating in betting activities, the attendant replied with a smile. Though Ye Xiaofeng perceived a hint of schadenfreude in her demeanor. Just wait, I will speak with manager Luo. Ye Xiaofeng fumed as he stormed off to find Luo Xiaodian. Luo Xiaodian, what the hell is going on? Ye Xiaofeng kicked open the door to Luo Xiaodian's office. Young Master Yi, please calm down. Due to your previous performances, the higher-ups have granted you special consideration. I hope you can understand. Luo Xiaodian quickly attempted to placate Ye Xiaofeng's fury. Consideration, my foot. How do you expect me to understand this? Ye Xiaofeng showed no signs of yielding. You could still receive 10 million without betting. Why let a trivial matter provoke your anger? Luo Xiaodian maintained his smile, seemingly anticipating Ye Xiaofeng's outburst. Is there truly no way around this? Ye Xiaofeng persisted in his inquiries. Young Master Yi, this is beyond my control. It is dictated by my superiors. Perhaps I could accompany you to ease your mind? Luo Xiaodian played the emotional card, internally reveling in his victory over Ye Xiaofeng. No need, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, slamming the door behind him. Ye Xiaofeng, look at you now. Luo Xiaodian allowed a long-awaited smile to surface, having finally caught Ye Xiaofeng off guard. Someone, follow him. Luo Xiaodian remained apprehensive about Ye Xiaofeng finding other means to engage in betting. Ye Xiaofeng returned directly to the Heavenly Inn, disregarding the presence of others. His actions were reduced to mere indulgence in food and drink, everything appearing deceptively normal. Managerly, fetch me more wine, Ye Xiaofeng bellowed, hurling the empty wine jug out of the private room. Young Master Yi, do calm down. I shall bring it right away. Managerly promptly replied as he hurried into the room. Managerly, I am exceedingly displeased. Today, I intend to drink to my heart's content, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly, as if addressing an audience beyond the room. Young Master Yi, it is my oversight. I humbly beg your forgiveness, Managerly quickly apologized. Once everything was arranged. Ye Xiaofeng muttered softly, then I shall immerse myself half an hour before the commencement. Managerly chuckled slyly before retreating from the private chamber. After indulging in alcohol, Ye Xiaofeng stumbled back to his room to rest, and by midday the following day, he groggily made his way to the Grand Soul Arena. The capital was abuzz with news of Exile's challenge to the Sword God, a chance to redeem himself. With just an hour left before the match commenced, spectators were anxious about the return of the Sword God. So far, investments in Exile had reached 3 million, while those in the Sword God had soared to a staggering 260 million, including a deliberate 50 million from Xue Qinghe and a direct investment of 100 million from Prince Xuexing to counter Xue Qinghe. Bon Douluo also placed a bet of 50 million. Presently, the odds stood as follows. Exile at 113, and the Sword God at 115. Ladies and gentlemen, the match will begin in just over half an hour. Let us welcome Exile to the stage with applause. However, the audience's clapping seemed lackluster, as if they had just finished lunch. Now, let us invite the Sword God. Before the host could finish, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. As all eyes focused on the battle platform, Li Baokai made a last-minute investment of 120 million in Exile, causing his odds to drop to 1.56. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng's odds rose to 1.32. Dear audience, let us turn our attention to the big screen. Both competitors are champions with 10 consecutive victories at the Grand Soul Arena. Exile previously suffered a narrow defeat against the Sword God. Can he turn his loss into a triumph in this peak confrontation? Sword God, Sword God, Sword God. Exile, Exile, Exile. The crowd was fervently cheering for the upcoming showdown. Now, let us observe the big screen. Sword God versus Exile. Name, Sword God martial spirit. 7 kills soul power level. 41 soul ring configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Name, Exile Martial Spirit. Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level. 57. A powerful attack type weapon Spirit Master Soul Ring levels. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Exile. We meet again, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile as he looked at his opponent. I will make you suffer a crushing defeat this time, Exile retorted coldly. Then let me see if you possess such capability, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, unperturbed by Exile's words. Ladies and gentlemen, the peak confrontation officially begins. By the way, aren't you going to invest in your future disciple? I've placed 50 million in a VIP room at the Grand Soul Arena. Bone Douluo remarked to Sword Douluo as they both watched the big screen. I prefer to be rational. I do not believe in windfall gains, Sword Douluo replied, seemingly aware of something but refraining from saying more. You coward. After the sect competition, I'll have him change his master to me, Bone Douluo scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Sword Douluo. What can you teach him? Sword Douluo countered. What can you teach him? Bone Douluo retorted. Fool. You must understand that what you can teach, I can teach as well. What you cannot teach, I can also impart, Sword Douluo stated confidently. On what basis? Simply because of the 7 kills sword in my hand, Sword Douluo asserted, consistently maintaining an advantage in strength over Bone Douluo, who could only claim small victories in words. Bone Douluo fell silent, continuing to watch the match. Have you not noticed something? Sword Douluo suddenly posed a question while sipping tea. What do you mean? Bone Douluo was momentarily taken aback by Sword Douluo's inquiry. The odds for this peak confrontation, an hour ago compared to now, Sword Douluo's words struck home. Isn't that better? The odds for that could have increased since before. Bone Douluo remained oblivious. Half an hour ago, someone placed 120 million on that kid Exile. Sword Douluo continued to sip his tea nonchalantly. Who has such wealth, diverting their investment from your disciple to Exile? Truly foolish. If that money were to be bestowed upon me, I could ensure my later years are worry-free, Bone Douluo lamented in frustration. I just passed by the betting area and discovered that the person was Li Zhonggui from Tianshui Renjian, Sword Douluo remarked with a subtle smile at Bone Douluo. That old fool is risking everything he has, Bone Douluo acknowledged, being well aware of Li Zhonggui, as every dish served at Tianshui Renjian was of exceptional quality. From what I know of Li Zhonggui, he never acts impulsively, and I also know my disciple is in cahoots with him, Sword Douluo chuckled, reveling in the situation. You mean your disciple Bone Douluo finally comprehended that he had been tricked, or rather, that everyone had been deceived by Ye Xiaofeng and Li Zhonggui. Where are you going? Sword Douluo inquired as he noticed Bone Douluo trying to make an exit. I need to recover my losses. By the way, lend me 1 billion. And I will pay you back later, Bone Douluo quickly stated, aware that although he was wealthy, 50 million was still a significant sum. It's too late. Don't you know that betting closes half an hour before the finals? Sword Douluo reminded Bone Douluo. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Bone Douluo fumed, irritated. Initially, he had come out of boredom to watch, but upon hearing some insider information, he had decided to invest as well. Exile and Ye Xiaofeng were locked in a fierce battle, but at that moment, Exile unleashed his self-created soul skill. Soul skill, man and spear unite. Third soul skill. A sword seals the throat. Exile's fire dragon spear surged forward, aiming directly at Ye Xiaofeng, who met the attack with the 7 kills sword. The two were evenly matched, and the audience held their breath, concerned for Ye Xiaofeng and the potential returns he could bring them. Just as they remained at a stalemate, the 7 kills sword in Ye Xiaofeng's hand suddenly shattered, and the fire dragon spear pierced his left shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng spat blood and collapsed in the great soul arena. The audience, filled with rage, felt as if they would vomit blood, while Prince Shueshing was infuriated, having lost a staggering 100 million in an instant. Only a small fraction of the crowd wept tears of joy for Exile's victory, and Manager Li could hardly contain his laughter as he hurriedly took Ye Xiaofeng away. In an office, Luo Xiaotian was gleefully reporting today's profits to Shueshinghe when suddenly, an attendant burst in. Do you not see that His Highness and I are discussing confidential matters? Luo Xiaotian, furious, slapped the attendant across the face. Manager, someone placed a bet of 1.2 billion on Exile winning in the last minute before betting closed. The attendant said timidly. What? Repeat that. Luo Xiaotian, in disbelief, yanked the attendant towards him by his collar. According to today's odds, we owe that individual 6.72 billion, the attendant murmured once more. Luo Xiaotian, you are truly insufferable. Shueshinghe said coldly, her desire to eliminate him growing stronger. Your Highness, I swear it wasn't my doing. I beg you for mercy, grant me another chance. Luo Xiaotian pleaded, falling to his knees. Find out who placed that bet and investigate thoroughly. If you cannot, bring your head to me, Xueqing said, gnashing her teeth. It was not merely the loss that enraged her. It was the indignation of being toyed with like a pawn. Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing my life. Luo Xiaodian exclaimed gratefully. Get out. Xueqing snapped, and Luo Xiaodian promptly exited the room. This commotion we've caused is too great. We must lay low for a while. Let's close the inn, Ye Xiaofeng advised managerly. It has already been arranged, managerly replied, having anticipated this outcome. We will first visit the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ye Xiaofeng said as they departed the great soul arena with managerly. Ye Xiaofeng. The sect has regulations against bringing outsiders in. The 2 guards at the sect's entrance blocked their way. Master Lei sent me to invite managerly from Tianshui to improve the sect leader's dining experience. Are you really going to stop me? Ye Xiaofeng replied coldly. In that case, managerly, please return, Ye Xiaofeng said deliberately. Ye Xiaofeng, tell sect leader Ning that I, Li Baochai, am not to be trifled with. Pleading will be futile next time. Farewell, managerly declared, turning away in anger. This is all a misunderstanding between us. Please forgive us. The 2 guards quickly apologized. Ye Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel that experience often outmatches youth. He nearly convinced himself that Li Zhonggui was genuinely upset. Junior brother Yi, please do not misunderstand. We were merely acting according to the sect's regulations. We were unaware of the matters entrusted to you by Hall Master Lei, said the 2 guards. Quickly shifting their demeanor, knowing they could not offend Hall Master Lei or the sect master. Li Zhonggui, please, after you, Ye Xiaofeng said, playing his part. Upon entering the 7 treasures glazed sect, the 2 made their way directly to Hall Master Lei. Fortunately, he was not out. Reporting to the Hall Master. Ye Xiaofeng requests an audience, stating he has matters to discuss. A maid announced as she entered. Let him in, Hall Master Lei replied, seated at a table, diligently attending to the sect's affairs. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng, he welcomed him. Hall Master, it has been a while, Ye Xiaofeng greeted, bringing Li Zhonggui along. Boy, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around, Hall Master Lei remarked, aware that Jian Douluo had urged him to keep an eye on Ye Xiaofeng, who had been absent from the sect. I noticed the Hall Master's burdensome management of sect affairs, so I specifically invited Li Zhonggui to assist you for a few days, Ye Xiaofeng said with feigned seriousness. Ye Xiaofeng, how dare you? Bringing an outsider into the sect without my permission? Hall Master Lei slammed his palm on the table in anger. Hall Master, this is unjust. I did this for your sake. My sincerity is as clear as day, Ye Xiaofeng declared, his face betraying no guilt as he spun his tail. Guards, expel Ye Xiaofeng from the sect. Hall Master Lei commanded coldly. Wait, Hall Master. If you disapprove, I shall immediately send Li Zhonggui back. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. The 7 treasures glazed sect is not a place one can come and go as they please. Li Zhonggui remains. You may leave, Hall Master Lei stated icily. Please, Hall Master, I can still lend you a hand. Ye Xiaofeng insisted. I do not require your assistance. Then allow me to guard the courtyard. I have no need for you to guard the courtyard either. Enough with the roundabout talk. What is it you want? Hall Master Lei, no fool, press for the truth. Bring Li Zhonggui to the kitchen, Ye Xiaofeng commanded, taking charge. The servants, loyal to their duty, did not heed Ye Xiaofeng, but Hall Master Lei nodded slightly. And they escorted Li Zhonggui away. Hall Master, come, let us drink and converse, Ye Xiaofeng said, stepping aside to make room for him. Boy, speak plainly. Hall Master Lei settled down, sipping the tea Ye Xiaofeng had just poured. Well, after tomorrow's newcomer competition, I thought it fitting to celebrate. Hence my invitation to Li Zhonggui to adjust the sect's cuisine, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Is that all? Hall Master Lei asked, seemingly puzzled. Yes, precisely that. Ye Xiaofeng confirmed, grinning. This is somewhat troublesome, Hall Master Lei said, a look of concern crossing his face. Hall Master, this is but a small token of my appreciation, Ye Xiaofeng said, producing a check of 100,000 gold soul coins. Boy, I am not motivated by money. The sect master has decreed against overstepping authority. Hall Master Lei reiterated firmly. Come, Hall Master, savor the delicacies from heaven and earth. Ye Xiaofeng quickly shifted the focus as the dishes were served. Indeed, quite exquisite. In the entire imperial capital, none dare claim superiority over the culinary delights of heaven and earth, Hall Master Lei remarked as he enjoyed his meal. Hall Master, let us drink. Ye Xiaofeng eagerly served him, not forgetting to flatter. Speak truthfully. I am not so foolish as to be easily swayed, Hall Master Lei. As the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect, was not naive. Hall Master. It is this way. Li Zhongwei and I have encountered a bit of trouble outside and have come to the sect to avoid the storm. Through this meal, I hope you might introduce me to the elders, Ye Xiaofeng explained once Hall Master Lei had dined sufficiently. However, this revelation would likely send Luo Xiaodian into a fit, as the 670 million had become a trivial matter in Ye Xiaofeng's narrative. After the matter is settled, I shall offer you another token of gratitude, Ye Xiaofeng added cheerfully. Boy, you must understand, this money does not line my pockets, Hall Master Lei said as he accepted the check, tucking it away. I comprehend, Hall Master. You shall use these funds to facilitate our connections. Please, do not be modest. This is a necessary expenditure, Ye Xiaofeng spoke with a tone of supplication, both recognizing the unspoken agreement between them. Just ensure you prepare well for tomorrow's competition. I shall handle the rest. Rest assured, Hall Master Lei said, pleased with the 100,000 check he had received. Ye Xiaofeng hurried to the kitchen, taking Li Zhongwei with him back to his residence, while carrying a portion of his personal belongings. Previously, Ye Xiaofeng had instructed Li Zhongwei to prepare a share for him, which he intended to take home. How has everything progressed? Li Zhongwei inquired anxiously. The matter has been resolved, but to secure the funds, we require the assistance of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Otherwise, neither of us will receive a single coin, and we may even jeopardize our lives. Ye Xiaofeng understood that in order to extract funds from the imperial-backed Grand Soul Arena, he needed a formidable ally. However, to secure such a support, a commensurate price must be paid. Young master, wealth is but an external possession. It is essential to utilize the funds as necessary, remarked Manager Li, who had yielded to Ye Xiaofeng and now addressed him as young master. Presently, it seemed that a significant sacrifice was required. Although Ye Xiaofeng was reluctant to concede so much to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he bore it for the sake of retrieving his funds. Those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. The following morning, the grand competition commenced as scheduled, with all new disciples gathered in the square in anticipation. The top 3 contestants in this inaugural tournament would receive generous rewards. However, the specifics of these prizes were shrouded in mystery for now. Everyone, please come forward to draw lots for the ceremony, announced Master Lei. The numbers in your possession are randomized and bear no relation to your strength or backgrounds. The first 50 numbers will challenge the last 50, and so forth, until the top 3 competitors are determined. Do you all comprehend? Master Lei surveyed the 100 participants. Understood. Naturally, among you, there will be fortunate individuals who will advance directly to the next round. The rules of the competition are clear. No deliberate harm to an opponent. Those who concede must refrain from inflicting harm. Jumping off the arena will be considered a concession. The entirety of the competition is under my jurisdiction. The contest now officially begins, Master Lei declared solemnly. In the first round, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 101, thereby receiving a bye, while the competition proceeded normally. In the second round, he drew number 51 again, resulting in another bye. Wang Hao, who had a previous grievance with Ye Xiaofeng, seethed with frustration at the perceived injustice of Ye Xiaofeng's 2 byes. Master, I refuse to accept this. Why should Ye Xiaofeng have 2 byes? Wang Hao protested indignantly. Indeed. Why? Murmurs of discontent spread among the spectators, particularly among those who had been eliminated. Do you suspect that I am engaging in favoritism? Master Lei approached Wang Hao and delivered a sharp reprimand, silencing the crowd. Disciples dare not. Even if Wang Hao possessed a multitude of bravado, he would not dare oppose the master. Your misfortune is not the fault of others. If you are dissatisfied, simply defeat him with your strength, Master Lei admonished, taken aback that a mere youth would challenge his integrity. As the third round commenced, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 13 while Wang Hao drew number 26, as if fate itself had orchestrated the match. Next up, Wang Hao versus Ye Xiaofeng. Wang Hao stepped onto the stage, his voice icy, determined to redeem himself. Facing you is no different than receiving a bye. Do not overestimate your worth, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, unwilling to concede verbally. Do you think I will underestimate you as before? Wang Hao was eager for vengeance against Ye Xiaofeng. Should you take this seriously, it remains to be seen if you can stir much trouble, Ye Xiaofeng scoffed, unable to tolerate such arrogance. Are you two going to fight or not? If you do not, I will consider you both forfeit, Master Lei interjected, having lost patience with their verbal sparring. Very well, let us begin. Second soul skill, sweeping thousands, Ye Xiaofeng declared, flashing a harmless smile at Master Lei before turning and unleashing an offensive. Second soul skill, diamond body, Wang Hao hastily defended against Ye Xiaofeng's assault. Yet Ye Xiaofeng effortlessly breached his defenses. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng shattered Wang Hao's protection with a single strike. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The 7 kills truly embody the world's foremost offensive capability. Master Lei nodded in approval, having attempted to take Ye Xiaofeng as his disciple on numerous occasions, only to be thwarted by Ye Xiaofeng's unwavering loyalty to his own master, Chen Xin. Is this your best? Then show me your true strength in battle. Ye Xiaofeng taunted Wang Hao. You should not rejoice too soon, for my 4th soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm, is at hand. Wang Hao glared at Ye Xiaofeng, his animosity intensifying. 1st soul skill, Azure Lotus Protection. Ye Xiaofeng's audacity matched his reputation. To pit his 1st soul skill against another's 4th was indeed a reckless move. Yet, what few knew was that Ye Xiaofeng's 1st soul skill was a millennium old, albeit presented in a simulated state with a century-old yellow soul ring. As Wang Hao's Mighty Diamond Palm collided with Ye Xiaofeng's Azure Lotus Protection, neither could gain the upper hand. In a fit of desperation, Wang Hao channeled additional soul power, causing his protective barrier to shatter, and both were forced back several steps. Wang Hao, have you not eaten? Ye Xiaofeng continued to belittle him. 5th soul skill, Mighty Diamond Spring. Wang Hao, having exhausted his soul power in the previous rounds, opted to unleash a 10,000-year soul skill. Even if he won, he would be unable to compete in the next round. However, he was willing to risk it all for victory over Ye Xiaofeng, even contemplating lethal measures if necessary. You're just in time. 3rd soul skill, Sword-Piercing Throat. Ye Xiaofeng nimbly evaded Wang Hao's ancient soul skill, refusing to engage in a futile exchange of blows. Instead, he launched a counterattack with his 3rd soul skill. Wang Hao attempted to defend, but he lacked the soul power to do so. Ye Xiaofeng's sword advanced half an inch further, piercing Wang Hao's throat. Before he could concede, Ye Xiaofeng delivered a kick, sending him tumbling from the stage. Wang Hao fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness, reduced to a near-death state. Master, Ye Xiaofeng has violated the competition's rules. I propose his disqualification. An observer seized the opportunity to report Wang Hao's dire condition, aiming to prevent Ye Xiaofeng from participating further in the tournament. The formidable presence of Ye Xiaofeng is, for them, far from a blessing. Hey, even the emperor remains calm. Why are you, a mere eunuch, so anxious? Even if there were complaints, they would come from Wang Hao. If he chooses to voice them, I shall accept it. Observing Wang Hao in a state of unconsciousness, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's remarks. Look, Wang Hao has no objections. What concern is it of yours? Ye Xiaofeng retorted angrily to the spectators below. Master, observe. Ye Xiaofeng disregards the principles of martial ethics, speaking without restraint. Ye Xiaofeng, please mind your tone. This is not the outside world but a sect competition, where camaraderie takes precedence over rivalry, the master admonished sternly, despite privately acknowledging Ye Xiaofeng's valid points. Knowing he must placate the assembly. Master, first, Wang Hao did not concede. Second, he is not dead, so how could I have violated the competition rules? Ye Xiaofeng stated defiantly, embodying the spirit of indifference. Given that no rules were breached, Ye Xiaofeng may continue to participate. However, I advise caution against inflicting serious harm on others, the master concluded. Ye Xiaofeng had not violated any competition regulations, thus the master held no authority to revoke his eligibility. Ultimately, the 3rd round concluded with 13 contenders remaining, and the next round would commence in the afternoon, where one fortunate individual would advance directly. As the 4th round began, Ye Xiaofeng drew number 3, realizing that fortune may not always favor him. He shook his head in resignation. What, are you searching for something? The individual who had previously suggested disqualifying him, now drawing number 13, smugly displayed his number to Ye Xiaofeng. Even if you drew a bye, you wouldn't find a place among the top 3, so what are you so proud of? Ye Xiaofeng's words were a palpable slap to his face. Let SCU win this match first. Number 13 shot back at Ye Xiaofeng. Next match, number 3 versus number 4. Master Lei shouted. Ye Xiaofeng ascended the arena. Yet there was no sign of the competitor numbered 4. If the 4th contestant fails to appear, I shall expel him from the sect, thundered Lei, the master of the Thunder Hall, his anger palpable. Such a coward would surely lack the spirit to fight back against an ambush. I am Lu Yuan, and I beseech you, senior brother Yi, to show mercy. Lu Yuan had initially hoped to secure a victory, but upon realizing that his opponent was Ye Xiaofeng, and recalling Wang Hao's dismal fate, his resolve to fight dwindled instantly. Do not worry. Rest assured, I shall indeed show restraint. Prepare yourself. Ye Xiaofeng, noticing Lu Yuan's capitulation, chose not to press the advantage too far. 2nd soul skill, sweeping through the legions. I concede. Before Ye Xiaofeng had a chance to make his move, Lu Yuan hastily conceded defeat, drawing disdainful glances from the audience for his cowardice and surrendering without a fight. Hall Master. Lu Yuan's unchallenged defeat tarnishes the spirit of the competition. I implore you to expel him from the sect. Someone exclaimed. Hey, the Hall Master hasn't spoken yet. Why are you making a ruckus? Are you attempting to compel the Hall Master into action? Ye Xiaofeng could no longer tolerate the nonsense and decisively countered. Hall Master. I dare not. Lu Yuan began, but the Hall Master interjected. Enough of the commotion. Lu Yuan has recognized his limitations and chose to concede, which does not contravene the competition's rules. The Hall Master, weary of their bickering, allowed the contest to proceed. After another round of battles, only 7 competitors remained. Just as the Hall Master was about to commence the next round, a voice called out. Ningfengji approached slowly, accompanied by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Greetings, Sect Master. The Hall Master quickly moved to greet him. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone promptly knelt in reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities. Let the competition continue, Ningfengji remarked, as he had come to witness the finals, understanding the necessity of infusing new vitality into the sect for its future. Ningfengji, along with the 2 elders, took their seats at the dais, observing the disciples below. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the Master Ning, whose face resembled a polished jade, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an aura of refined gentility. Clad in an immaculate white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and unassuming, emanating an air of an ordinary individual. His flowing black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an image of effortless grace devoid of any pretense. In stark contrast stood the sword Douluo Continent, whose appearance was that of an elderly man, draped in a pristine white robe, his hair and beard completely white. His silver locks were neatly arranged behind him, his countenance exuding an ancient charm, with skin as tender as an infant's. His expression was one of detachment, his eyes seemingly oblivious to the world around him, as he stood there, quietly blending into his surroundings. The Bone Douluo's attire appeared as though it were supported solely by a skeletal frame, with shriveled muscles and skin, his sunken eyes betraying an unsettling depth. The 2 elders seated beside Master Ning created a striking contrast. Lei Yu, summon all 7 of them to the stage. The one who remains will be the champion. The Bone Douluo remarked softly from the podium, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiaofeng. Under the scrutiny of a super Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng felt an unsettling discomfort. Unsure of what offense he had committed, pondering how he had never encountered the Bone Douluo before. Master, this, Lei Tangzhu hesitated, uncertain of the course of action, as the final decision rested with Ningfengji. Let us proceed as the Bone Uncle wishes. As for the rules, there are none. Ningfengji replied with a gentle smile. Do you all comprehend? If you wish to concede, now is the time, Lei Yu stated solemnly, emphasizing the potential dangers of their ruleless match. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the remaining 7 did not falter and descended the stage. While the previously menacing figure number 13 cast a dubious glance at Ye Xiaofeng. The competition shall officially commence, Lei Tangzhu declared. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have witnessed Ye Xiaofeng's prowess. Thus, I propose we unite to eliminate him from the stage, and then the 6 of us may engage in battle. The previously antagonistic figure number 13 directed his focus squarely on Ye Xiaofeng. That sounds like a splendid suggestion, a rather effeminate man chimed in. I concur. I too am in agreement. Ye Xiaofeng, should you find fault, it is your own doing for failing to temper your arrogance. Today, I, Chongqing, shall impart a vital lesson upon you. In a dense forest, the tallest tree will inevitably be uprooted by the wind, the 13th figure exclaimed angrily. Do you think, trash, that you can band together against me? Ye Xiaofeng retorted with a cold smile directed at the crowd. Consider it well. Soon you shall be rendered even more worthless than refuse, Chongqing asserted, intent on avenging past grievances through this alliance against Ye Xiaofeng. Oh, by the way, my words are not solely directed at you. To me, the rest of you are no different from rubbish. Ye Xiaofeng's remarks ignited a wave of fury among the assembled. Ye Xiaofeng, I previously felt a twinge of guilt for contemplating a united front against you, but your blatant arrogance leaves me no choice. Today I, Han Lei, shall teach you the essence of humility, Han Lei declared, his anger palpable. You prattle too much. I shall sweep through you all. Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed as he launched into action. Uncle Jian, you referred to him. Though this young lad may be somewhat arrogant, he possesses the merit to be so. Ningfengji observed as he watched Ye Xiaofeng from below. Master, This individual is indeed worthy of cultivation. Perhaps you might entrust him to me. And I shall nurture him well, the Bon Douluo interjected, deliberately emphasizing the word cultivate. Bon Uncle, his martial spirit, like that of Uncle Jian, is the seven-killing sword. Ningfengji remarked, puzzled by the Bon Douluo's unusual behavior that day. Master, it is rumored that the foolish black heir was swindled out of 50 million. The sword Douluo quipped at that moment, drawing attention to an unflattering subject. That is not true. Do not heed his nonsense, the Bon Douluo's composure faltered. For if the master learned that he had been deceived by that scoundrel Ye Xiaofeng, how could he face anyone thereafter? Ningfengji, disregarding the two, continued to observe the contest. As they collectively assaulted Ye Xiaofeng, they sustained injuries, while he remained entirely unscathed, appearing as though his soul power was inexhaustible. Chongqing once more coordinated an attack with the other five. Great Strength Diamond Palm, Netherworld Sword Chi, Gale Blade, Xuanwu Shield, Fire Dragon Incineration, Spear of Vengeance. The six launched their simultaneous offensive against Ye Xiaofeng. Azure Lotus Guardian, sweeping through the armies. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly countered with his first soul skill. And as the protective barrier shattered, he immediately retaliated with his second soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng bypassed everyone and directed his attack towards the exhausted Chongqing, whom he had long endured. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword into Chongqing's left chest, and then kicked him off the arena. This young man was decisively ruthless, a trait befitting his age. The Bon Douluo, observing the barely conscious Chongqing, could not help but marvel at Ye Xiaofeng's prowess. Uncle Bon, this world ought to be this way. To avoid being bullied, one must be stronger than others, Ningfengji remarked, watching Ye Xiaofeng without much surprise. However, the young man's behavior was somewhat unusual. Judging from the recent battle, his first and second soul rings were comparable to others' fourth soul rings. The sword Douluo's words were piercingly insightful. The match has concluded. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth. The Bon Douluo expressed his curiosity, noting the anomaly of a century-old soul ring rivaling a millennium-old one. Everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as they serve the sect, why question them? I envision our sect growing even stronger in the future. Ningfengji contemplated Ye Xiaofeng, acknowledging that the achievements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were attributed not only to himself, but also to Uncle Jian and Uncle Bon. Presently, Uncle Jian stood at level 96, while Uncle Bon was at level 95. Under his support, they could each reach levels 98 and 97, respectively. As time progresses and he ages, alongside Uncle Jian and Uncle Bon, the need for a formidable ally to assist Rongrong becomes imperative. Thus, Ningfengji contemplated nurturing Ye Xiaofeng. Only you five remain. You have flaunted your might long enough. Now it is my turn, Ye Xiaofeng stated coldly. With that, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Instantaneous Wraith, followed by his third soul skill, Throat Seal. Ye Xiaofeng first employed his fourth spirit skill for control, followed by an offensive strike using his third spirit skill. With the fifth spirit skill, the Black Tortoise Defense, and the fourth spirit skill, the Nether Clone, alongside the fourth spirit skill, the Gale Phantom, he rendered the others powerless to resist. The outcome was inevitable. 3 individuals attempted to withstand Ye Xiaofeng's onslaught, while the remaining 2 were forcefully expelled from the arena. I concede. I have exhausted my soul power in the previous confrontation, leaving me devoid of combat capability, thus withdrawing from the competition. Only the 3 of us remain. If you possess any trump cards, now is the time to deploy them, lest you forfeit your chance. In accordance with your suggestion, Lin Fei, let us join forces to eliminate him and share the reward equally, proposed Han Lei, casting a glance at Lin Fei. That suits me perfectly, Lin Fei declared. Unleashing his 5th spirit skill, the Black Fire Purgatory, utilizing his Millennium Spirit skill, Han Lei simultaneously unleashed his 5th spirit skill, the Blade of the Gale. Observing the young man, Bon Douluo chuckled as he contemplated how he would withstand the combined might of 2 Millennium Spirit skills, eagerly anticipating Ye Xiaofeng's surrender. Finding satisfaction in the thought, particularly since Ye Xiaofeng had deceived him financially. In a hurried manner, Ye Xiaofeng employed both his 4th and 1st soul skills to defend himself. Understanding that no matter how formidable he might be, it was impossible to withstand the combined might of 2 individuals wielding 10,000-year soul skills. In an instant, he was thrust back to the edge of the arena, half kneeling on the ground, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ye Xiaofeng, concede. You are indeed powerful. But you cannot withstand the onslaught of 2, Han Lei remarked. A hint of admiration in his voice as he observed Ye Xiaofeng's ability to endure against 6 attackers until now. Reflecting upon his own capabilities, he realized he could never achieve such a feat. nor could Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, we have finally forced out your 10,000-year soul skill, Ye Xiaofeng said as he leaned on his 7-kill sword and rose slowly. Could it be that this lad still has a hidden card? Hasn't he exhausted all his soul skills? Lin Fei asked anxiously. I do not know, Han Lei replied, fully aware that Ye Xiaofeng, being merely a soul sect, could not possess a 10,000-year soul skill. Prepare to receive my attack. The soul skill, sword and human as one. Ye Xiaofeng's gaze transformed in an instant, his entire being merging with the 7-kill sword. At that moment, he became the sword itself, channeling all his soul power into it. Quickly defend, Han Lei urged, realizing that both he and Lin Fei were nearing the end of their soul power reserves. At this point, they could not even muster a 1,000-year soul skill. Very well. But with this strike, those two youngsters will either be gravely injured or perish. The sword Douluo expressed satisfaction with Ye Xiaofeng's self-created soul skill, despite its numerous shortcomings. It was remarkable for someone of his age to comprehend and create their own soul skill. Suddenly, Han Lei and Lin Fei, brimming with soul power, hastily employed their 1,000-year soul skills to defend themselves. Rong, what brings you here? Ning Fengji was somewhat surprised to see his daughter rush over. Father, such an exhilarating match. And you didn't call for me? Even Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are neglecting me. Ning Rongrong pouted, casting a reproachful glance at the three before her. Rongrong, come here. I have good news to share. Bone Douluo beckoned her over, grinning mischievously at Sword Douluo. Despite Ning Rongrong's assistance, Han Lei and Lin Fei still suffered significant injuries. Although Han Lei fared slightly better than Lin Fei, as the match officially concluded. The results of the sect competition were announced by Hall Master Lei. The champion was Ye Xiaofeng, followed by Han Lei in second place, and Lin Fei in third. Hall Master Lei expressed no surprise at Ye Xiaofeng's victory, although some gritted their teeth in envy. As for Han Lei's second place, Lin Fei had no objections. Recognizing that even injured, Han Lei was superior. Thank you, young sect master. Han Lei and Lin Fei promptly expressed their gratitude to Ning Rongrong. No need for such formality. Even if I did not intervene, Hall Master Lei would have, for you are all the hopes of our sect, Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly. Now, I invite the sect master to present the awards. Hall Master Lei gestured toward Ning Fengji on the podium. Winners, please come up to receive your accolades, he announced as Ye Xiaofeng and the others slowly approached the stage. Lin Fei, as the third-place winner, was awarded a soul guide storage ring of 10 cubic meters and 100,000 gold soul coins. As Hall Master Lei's voice echoed, the participants began to stir with envy. Han Lei, the second-place winner, received a soul guide storage ring of 50 cubic meters and 500,000 gold soul coins. The champion, Ye Xiaofeng, was awarded a soul guide storage ring of 100 cubic meters and 1 million gold soul coins, along with additional rewards as the sect could afford. The participants were unaware of the substantial rewards bestowed upon the ultimate victor, some lamenting their own lack of strength as they beheld the bountiful prizes with a tinge of jealousy. As Ning Fengji presented the awards, he noticed the eager gazes of the competitors and smiled faintly. To all the participants, do not be disheartened. Today, I make an exception and grant each of you 10,000 gold soul coins. I hope you will strive even harder to serve our sect, he said, his demeanor warm as he addressed the crowd, understanding that this sum meant little to him, yet it was crucial in winning hearts. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the sect. The crowd responded enthusiastically, taken aback by the unexpected windfall. Ye Xiaofeng, if you have any requests, feel free to address them to me. Ning Fengji turned to Ye Xiaofeng. May I have a moment of your time, sect master? Ye Xiaofeng asked, mustering his courage. Follow me, Ning Fengji replied, turning away, with Ye Xiaofeng trailing behind. Everyone, disperse and attend to your matters, Hall Master Lei declared. Recognizing that Ye Xiaofeng sought a private conversation and chose not to follow, the other competitors reveled in their fortune. 10,000 gold soul coins could sustain them for several years, or they could use the funds to purchase finer items at the auction. Ye Xiaofeng accompanied the sect leader to the conference room, followed closely by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, with Ning Rongrong also in attendance. Ye Xiaofeng, you may speak now, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Disciple, I hope Senior Qinshin will take me as his apprentice, Ye Xiaofeng stated once more, gathering his courage. You really have the audacity to make such a bold request. Do you think a title Douluo can simply accept an apprentice at your whim? Bone Douluo interjected, clearly displeased, still feeling the sting from being swindled out of 50 million gold soul coins. This is not a decision I can make. You should consult Sword Uncle's opinion, Ning Fengji replied. Even as the sect leader, He could not command the two elders to undertake something they were unwilling to do. On what grounds do you expect Sword Grandpa to accept you as a disciple? Ning Rongrong chimed in, also displeased. In fact, Douluo had previously shared many disparaging remarks about Ye Xiaofeng with Ning Rongrong through a sound transmission. The sword is in my hands, Ye Xiaofeng replied coldly. It is possible for Sword Grandpa to take on apprentices, but you must ensure that you will remain loyal to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for your entire life. Ning Fengji intended to caution his daughter against speaking out of turn, yet she was not wrong. If Ye Xiaofeng was truly willing to pledge his allegiance to the sect, even if Sword Uncle was reluctant, he would swallow his pride and make the request on Ye Xiaofeng's behalf. Impossible, Ye Xiaofeng resolutely refused, unwilling to be shackled by such a condition for a lifetime. What did you say? Ning Rongrong glared at Ye Xiaofeng, with both Ning Fengji and Douluo furrowing their brows slightly. A man of great ambition, born between heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath others for long. Ye Xiaofeng declared coldly once more. So you may, Ye Xiaofeng observed Douluo release his grip, yet he refrained from promptly pledging his allegiance as a disciple, continuing to ponder his own matters. Master, there is another matter, Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly stated. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. Even if he accepts you as a disciple, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly, Douluo remarked, displeased by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity. What else is there? Ning Fengji inquired, regarding Ye Xiaofeng with curiosity. The situation is thus. Previously, I won a modest sum in the Grand Soul Arena, yet I find myself lacking in strength. I hope the master can assist me. Ye Xiaofeng hastily conveyed to Ning Fengji. This trifling matter can easily be resolved by seeking assistance from Master Lei. Ning Fengji, having misunderstood Ye Xiaofeng's words, genuinely believed it to be a minor issue. Given his busy schedule, he felt that directing Ye Xiaofeng to the Hall Master would suffice as a form of acquiescence. Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly gazed at Ning Fengji, while Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment. He had lost 50 million, which in Ye Xiaofeng's eyes seemed a trifling sum. Douluo looked on with a sense of schadenfreude directed at Douluo. Why haven't you stepped down yet? Ning Fengji glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, who remained unmoved despite having agreed to the terms. Young man, you're attempting to extract teeth from a tiger's mouth. This endeavor is far from simple. What you deem a trifling sum is, in fact, a hot potato. Douluo understood that Ye Xiaofeng sought to extract funds from the Grand Soul Arena, and he needed a powerful ally to succeed. Sect Master, if you agree to assist me, I am willing to pay the sect 200 million upon completion. Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity and hastily presented the temptation. Are you planning to rob the Grand Soul Arena? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. While he was not in need of money, 200 million was not an insignificant amount. Young man, you possess a keen business acumen. Pray tell, how much did you actually win? Douluo persisted, unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng evade the question. I didn't win much, merely about 500 or 600 million. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head and smiled innocently at Douluo. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows. At such a young age, Ye Xiaofeng had amassed such wealth through gambling, which explained his desire to align himself with a powerful figure like himself. Heavens! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was affluent, it was improbable they could produce 500 or 600 million at once. Of course, if both elders could lend their support, I would be willing to offer each of you 100 million as a token of gratitude, Ye Xiaofeng, noticing Ning Fengji's contemplation, once again dangled the enticing offer. Young man, why not kneel and pay your respects to your master? We are now akin to family. There is no need for such formality. Douluo, upon realizing he could receive 100 million, instantly changed his demeanor. If Ye Xiaofeng were to bestow 100 million as a token of appreciation, he would not only recover the 50 million he lost, but also gain an additional 50 million, preserving his dignity. Disciple Ye Xiaofeng pays respects to his master. Upon catching Douluo's implication, Ye Xiaofeng promptly knelt before Douluo Qinshin. No need for excessive formality. Do not be constrained by these worldly customs, Douluo Qinshin, having reached his level of cultivation, viewed all such matters with detachment. Congratulations, master, on successfully taking on a disciple. Soul power level increased by 5 levels. The voice of the heavenly machine system Xiaobing echoed once more in Ye Xiaofeng's mind. He held a strong aversion to this cumbersome system, which only appeared when he completed tasks, offering brief communication before falling silent again, leaving him unable to reach it. Given this, let Uncle Jian handle the matter. Ning Fengji found himself swayed by Ye Xiaofeng's temptation. Even though the Grand Soul Arena was backed by the royal family, a loss still necessitated payment. 400 million was no trifling sum. Assisting Ye Xiaofeng for a moment could be mutually beneficial, so why not? At that moment, Master Lei entered. Smiling as he addressed everyone, I report to the sect master that the banquet is ready. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded slightly, and the group proceeded to the dining hall. Your Highness, it has been uncovered that all of this is the doing of Ye Xiaofeng, Luo Xiaotian reported, his head bowed towards Xueqinghe. Has Ye Xiaofeng's identity been determined? Xueqing has icy gaze fixed on Luo Xiaotian. Not yet. We have only traced Ye Xiaofeng's arrival in the imperial capital, where he subsequently settled in the heavenly realm. Later, he won twice at the Grand Soul Arena. It's unclear how Manager Li acquired this information. But the two of them conspired against us. Luo Xiaotian's resentment towards Xueqinghe was palpable, wishing he could reduce himself to nothing. Tonight, we shall visit the heavenly realm and discreetly eliminate both of them. Xueqinghe's cold stare bore into Luo Xiaotian. Only by dealing with these two could they halt the losses at the Grand Soul Arena. It is too late. The heavenly realm has closed for the night. My subordinates have discovered that Ye Xiaofeng has joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and Manager Li is likely there as well. Luo Xiaotian trembled as he reported. Luo Xiaotian, do you understand why I refrain from killing you and allow you to live? Xueqing had glared at Luo Xiaotian, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, spare me. Luo Xiaotian hastily fell to his knees. Killing you would soil my hands. Ye Xiaofeng, I shall remember you. Xueqing had directed all his anger and hatred towards Ye Xiaofeng. Go, prepare the funds. Xueqing had realized that with Ye Xiaofeng's alliance with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, killing him was no longer an option. And he needed to devise another strategy. Your Highness, must we truly pay? Luo Xiaotian asked, filled with confusion. Are you a fool? Xueqing had turned sharply, striking Luo Xiaotian's face. He had not anticipated Luo Xiaotian's utter foolishness. Given Ye Xiaofeng's connection to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, how could he possibly refuse? Luo Xiaotian felt his eyes swirl with stars, his face burning with pain, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, he deemed this a trivial matter as long as he survived. I shall attend to it immediately. Luo Xiaotian scrambled out of the room. Tonight's banquet was delightful. Bon Douluo relished the meal, noting that the dishes felt exceptional compared to the usual fare. Elder, today is the sect's grand competition. I invited Manager Li from the heavenly realm to prepare a few home-cooked dishes. Master Lei reported truthfully from the side. Thank you for your efforts, Hall Master. Ning Fengji expressed his satisfaction with the evening's banquet. It is my duty, Sect Master. Master Lei beamed at Ning Fengji's approval. After the banquet, Ye Xiaofeng sought out Manager Li. Upon entering, Manager Li inquired eagerly, Young Master, how did everything go? Everything is proceeding smoothly for now. You may resume normal operations at the inn tomorrow morning. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li. Very well. I shall make arrangements right away. Manager Li departed hastily, while Ye Xiaofeng returned to his quarters to rest. The next day, Ye Xiaofeng sought out Douluo Continent. As he approached the door, it swung open without him having to knock, perhaps indicating Douluo's awareness of his arrival. Disciple pays respects to his master. Ye Xiaofeng refrained from kneeling this time, merely clasping his hands before him, bowing slightly. No need for excessive formality. Douluo gestured lightly, causing Ye Xiaofeng to levitate in the air. A warm glow infused his body, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort. Your talent and innate qualities are exceptional. Douluo retracted his hand as Ye Xiaofeng gently descended, expressing his satisfaction before resuming his leisurely tea. Thank you for your kind words, Master. Ye Xiaofeng felt elated by Douluo's praise. Now, let us discuss the origins of your martial soul. Douluo raised his hand, conjuring a white light shield around the room. He understood that Ye Xiaofeng was neither a descendant of his lineage nor a remnant of the sword sect. Disciple is uncertain where to begin, Ye Xiaofeng admitted. I've been observing you since your arrival at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Later, I visited the Water Academy and spoke with those 3 young ladies. They informed me of your circumstances, Douluo said with a subtle smile. So, Master has been aware all along. I humbly ask for your discretion. Ye Xiaofeng felt as though Douluo could see through him. Are you referring to an innate soul power of level 30? Douluo countered. I speak not only of innate soul power, but also of dual martial souls and soul rings. Ye Xiaofeng implored earnestly. Release your dual martial souls. Douluo felt a surge of astonishment within, though he maintained his composure. Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his 2 martial souls. And although the sword Douluo was not particularly astonished by the 7 killing sword, he was left in awe by the Emerald Swan martial soul. Regrettably, sword Douluo Continent. Upon witnessing Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial souls, recognized the rarity of such a talent in today's world. Observing that both of Ye Xiaofeng's martial souls were endowed with enhancements, he remarked, "Master, look at Ye Xiaofeng. He is not simulating spirit rings but rather displaying 8,000-year purple spirit rings." The sight of Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial souls evoked an uncontrollable excitement in Sword Douluo Continent, even as he stood at the pinnacle of the tidal Douluo realm. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, rising from his seat and confronting Ye Xiaofeng, gripping his shoulders in disbelief. "I do not know. Each time my soul power reaches a bottleneck, spirit rings appear naturally, and they also upgrade in age," Ye Xiaofeng answered earnestly. "But I just examined your body. You are human." Sword Douluo perceived too many anomalies in Ye Xiaofeng, struggling to accept the reality before him. "Master, how can you be confused? I have always been human." Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Who else knows about this? Ye Xiaofeng's secret was monumental. If others discovered it, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly to uncover the truth. Apart from Binger and the others, no one else was aware, as he had not disclosed anything to anyone. "Fenger, your secret is too significant. You must deal with the three of them," Sword Douluo suggested calmly. "No, Master, they will not tell anyone. Please spare them," Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, fully aware of the enormity of his secret. If revealed, it could send the entire spirit world into turmoil, especially the spirit hall. "They truly have not informed anyone." "Including me," Sword Douluo replied, casting a knowing smile at Ye Xiaofeng. "Master, are you deceiving me?" Ye Xiaofeng thought in turmoil, taken aback by Sword Douluo Continent's cunning nature. "I tested her. The girl's vigilance is extremely high. However, it seems you are quite fortunate in love," Sword Douluo chuckled lewdly. "Master, I beg you to spare them. They saved my life, and I cannot repay kindness with malice," Ye Xiaofeng said, though he was reluctant to believe that Sword Douluo would harm them. Yet, to protect his secret, he knew it was not entirely impossible. Was it merely a life-saving favor? Sword Douluo countered, a knowing look in his eyes. "Huh, Master? Isn't this a common occurrence?" Ye Xiaofeng could only smile awkwardly. "Do not mention this matter to anyone in the future, not even to those close to you. Continue your cultivation as you are, and handle your personal matters independently," Sword Douluo cautioned Ye Xiaofeng. Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man had played a trick on him early in the morning. Master, have you forgotten? The 100 million I graciously offered you is still stored here for your convenience," Ye Xiaofeng replied with an innocent smile. Sword Douluo chose not to elaborate further, and the two soon entered the Grand Soul Arena. "Manager Luo, good morning. How have you been lately?" Upon entering, Ye Xiaofeng spotted Luo Xiaotian. Just as Luo Xiaotian was about to make a delivery, he noticed Sword Douluo Continent standing behind Ye Xiaofeng, unaware that Senior Continent had arrived. "I apologize for the lack of proper welcome." Luo Xiaotian promptly suppressed his anger and greeted Continent with respect. "There's no need for formality. I am merely accompanying my disciple for a casual stroll. Please, continue with your duties," Sword Douluo stated clearly, indicating that Ye Xiaofeng was indeed his apprentice. "Senior Continent, please allow me a moment." Luo Xiaotian quickly retreated inside, leaving Ye Xiaofeng to speculate that important figures were present within. Shortly after, Luo Xiaotian emerged behind Shuqinghe. "Senior Continent, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My servants did not act appropriately, and I sincerely apologize," Shuqinghe said politely. "Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. I am merely here for a leisurely stroll to clear my mind. You need not concern yourselves with me," Sword Douluo replied with a smile directed at Shuqinghe. "Senior Continent, please, do come inside," Shuqinghe said, smiling at Sword Douluo Continent. Ye Xiaofeng entered shortly after, determined to settle the score with Jian Douluo today. Uncertain of what brought Senior Continent to the Grand Soul Arena, Shuqinghe inquired of Jian Douluo, feigning ignorance despite being fully aware. "It is as follows. My disciple won a wager at the arena a few days ago, and I, having nothing better to do today, have accompanied him for a stroll." Jian Douluo replied with a slight smile directed at Qian Renxue. "Senior Continent, when did you take on such a remarkable disciple? I had never heard of it," Shuqinghe remarked, deliberately ignoring Ye Xiaofeng, who had become Jian Douluo's apprentice. "Goodness, is this woman truly blind to such a presence?" Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself in disbelief. "Fenger, why do you not pay your respects to His Highness the Crown Prince?" Jian Douluo feigned displeasure. "Ye Xiaofeng pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Ye Xiaofeng responded, clasping his fist and bowing slightly. "I have long heard of young Master Ye's illustrious reputation. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. Shuqinghe remarked with a smile, though a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed her eyes, which Ye Xiaofeng perceptibly noted. This boy hails from humble beginnings. How could he possibly capture the crown prince's attention? Ye Xiaofeng replied innocently. Your Highness, a few days ago I won a modest sum at the arena. But I am in a hurry and could not collect it. Today, coincidentally, my master is free, so he has accompanied me to retrieve it, Ye Xiaofeng said. Casting a look of schadenfreude at Shuqinghe. Feng do not be disrespectful to His Highness, Douluo interjected, playing the role of the stern minner. Do not worry. The money is prepared, Shuqinghe seethed, wishing to see Ye Xiaofeng suffer. Luo Xiaodian hastily handed Ye Xiaofeng a black and gold card, suppressing his fury in front of everyone. Your Highness, is this all? Ye Xiaofeng asked, incredulous at the amount. Of course not. There are 500 million in the card. The remaining will be settled with the Grand Soul Arena, Shui Qifeng replied, inhaling sharply. Your Highness, may I inquire if this Grand Soul Arena is truly worth 272 million? Ye Xiaofeng remained fixated on the concept of money, knowing the arena was at most worth 100 million. Feng let us proceed as His Highness desires, Douluo urged, showing deference to Shuqinghe, who, after all, was still the crown prince. Aha, just a jest. Let us abide by His Highness's wishes. Ye Xiaofeng smiled back at Shuqinghe. Young Master Yi, we have ample time, Shuqinghe said coldly, preparing to leave with Luo Xiaodian. Your Highness, why prolong matters? Is today not more suitable? Ye Xiaofeng emphasized the word today, recalling his previous life where he had read the chronicles of Douluo. Even as he traversed this world, he knew that some events would remain unchanged. What did you say? Shuqinghe furrowed her brow, skepticism evident in her expression. I mean to say, Manager Luo has yet to provide the promised 10 million remuneration. Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head and smiled at Shuqinghe and Luo Xiaodian. Without funds, he could dismiss the 10 million as collateral. Shuqinghe was unwilling to part with any more money for Ye Xiaofeng, deeming Luo Xiaodian a useless burden. Very well, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, accepting Luo Xiaodian as a substitute for the 10 million. Young Master Yi, I hope you have such fortuitous luck next time, Shuqinghe remarked, intending to say they had ample time, but upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng's words, she altered her statement. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng had firmly secured his place on Shuqinghe's blacklist. Once Shuqinghe departed, only Douluo, Ye Xiaofeng, and Luo Xiaodian remained in the room. Manager Luo, I cannot fathom how you are worth 10 million, Ye Xiaofeng sneered at Luo Xiaodian. Ye Xiao, please spare me. I am willing to serve you faithfully, Luo Xiaodian implored. Recognizing that being abandoned by the crown prince meant he had to solidify his relationship with Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, with Ye Xiaofeng now having Douluo Continent as his patron, no one dared to touch him openly. To preserve his own safety, Luo Xiaodian had no choice but to align with Ye Xiaofeng. Spare you? You hardly seem worth 10 million, Ye Xiaofeng said coldly, intent on ensuring Luo Xiaoyan's complete subservience to prevent any future betrayals. Ye Xiao, I understand my life is of little value, but the Grand Soul Arena is currently in need of a management position, and I could be of service, Luo Xiaodian quickly offered, his demeanor shifting to one of eager compliance. Shall I lose several billion, then? Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. I believe in the entire soul world. One cannot find another as astute as young Master Yi, Luo Xiaodian eagerly flattered. Enough with the flattery. The betting regulations at the Grand Soul Arena have some loopholes that need addressing, Ye Xiaofeng declared, unwilling to allow anyone to pilfer from his pockets. From this day forth, the betting arena will transform into a welfare betting center. First, we shall establish a welfare fund. Moving forward, 20% of the winnings from welfare bets will be allocated monthly to support education, medical assistance, poverty alleviation, and disaster relief for soul masters. Ye Xiao, is 20% not excessive? We cannot bear such a burden, Luo Xiaodian quickly retorted. What concern is it of ours? I have made it abundantly clear that this is the winnings for the victors. For instance, if one bets 100 gold soul coins and wins, they would receive their initial stake plus a reward, totaling 200 gold soul coins. However, they will now only receive their initial stake plus a reward, amounting to 180 gold soul coins. Do you understand? Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a slight smile at Luo Xiaodian. Brilliant. How did I not think of this? Luo Xiaodian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Douluo observed the exchange, impressed by Ye Xiaofeng's good intentions and remarkable business acumen. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng understood that he was merely transplanting the lottery rules from his previous life. The essence of betting here was akin to that of a lottery. One filled the coffers of the state while the other lined one's own pockets, yet the 20% return remained identical. The second rule, previously non-existent, states that for every welfare betting ticket purchased at 100 gold soul coins, 20% of the proceeds will also contribute to the welfare fund. Ye Xiao, is this not a bit pricey? It used to be free, Luo Xiaodian muttered under his breath. Do you not wish to receive a salary? Should the other staff not be compensated? Ye Xiaofeng pressed, needing funds to bolster his own power. It is not expensive at all, Luo Xiaodian quickly agreed, relieved to have the prospect of a salary rather than facing punishment. The third rule, henceforth, the registration fee for every competitor in the arena, be it singles, pairs, or teams, will be increased to 10,000 per entry, with the victors receiving 5% of the total earnings from that match. Fourthly, to ensure fairness and prevent match fixing, opponents will be randomly assigned by the Grand Soul Arena, ensuring no one faces a competitor more than one rank above them. Fifth, in the event of a wager where the stakes are disproportionately uneven, the betting welfare for that match may be cancelled, with the principal returned, though the ticket fee will not be refunded. Very well, that will be the plan. Please prepare the announcement today, and we shall release it in 3 days. Ye Xiaofeng concluded, offering Jian Douluo and Luo Xiaodian an innocent smile. Oh, by the way, Manager Luo, what was your previous monthly salary? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Luo Xiaodian. Young Master Yi, previously it was around 10,000 monthly, Luo Xiaodian said, bracing himself. The use of around sounded somewhat ambiguous. The previous debt of 10 million need not be repaid. Starting this month, your salary will be elevated to 100,000 monthly, while all other attendants will receive 10,000 each month, along with full attendance and performance bonuses. Ye Xiaofeng believed that the most straightforward way to galvanize employee motivation was to use financial incentives. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will not disappoint your expectations, Luo Xiaodian responded quickly, nearly moved to tears. However, you must understand that everything I grant you can also be taken back, if you dare to betray me. Ye Xiaofeng's demeanor towards Jian Douluo shifted ominously as he regarded Luo Xiaodian. Rest assured, young Master Yi, from this day forward, my life belongs to you. If you command me east, I shall not dare to venture west. Luo Xiaodian, sensing the gravity in Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, hastily declared his allegiance. Manager Luo, you are now one of my own. There is no need for such tension. I was merely jesting, Ye Xiaofeng said, employing a method that left no room for doubt. Thank you, young Master Yi, Luo Xiaodian replied, drenched in cold sweat. Go, divide the funds inside into 2 portions, 1 billion, and repay 2 billion. Ye Xiaofeng retrieved a black gold card and handed it to Luo Xiaodian, who wasted no time in completing the transaction, as the transfer between cards was far more convenient than dealing with cumbersome currency. Fenger, if you continue to develop like this, in a few years you will command the wealth of the entire empire, Jian Douluo remarked, impressed by Ye Xiaofeng's business acumen. Soon, Luo Xiaodian returned with several well-distributed cards, which he gazed at with envy but dared not express. At lunchtime, Master, I heard Tianshui Jian is quite delightful. Ye Xiaofeng turned and smiled at Jian Douluo. Indeed, yesterday's home-cooked meal was quite satisfactory, Jian Douluo reminisced with a slight closing of his eyes. Manager Luo, proceed with my plans, Master, please. Ye Xiaofeng's focus was entirely on Jian Douluo, believing that pleasing him would only enhance his own strength. Your next task is to learn the swordsmanship from Jian Douluo and successfully complete a kill to fulfill your mission. Ye Xiaofeng heard the celestial system, Xiaobing. Activate the task once again. By the way, could you refrain from appearing and disappearing without notice? Can't we communicate more often? Ye Xiaofeng grumbled at the virtual image of Xiaobing. You dare scold me, Master? You dare? Xiaobing responded like a petulant girl. Oh, how could that be? I was merely speaking my mind. Don't be upset, Ye Xiaofeng capitulated. If you dare scold me again, I will strike you with lightning. Xiaobing huffed before vanishing in a pout. I knew this ridiculous system would try to trick me. Fortunately, I am clever. And why must you, a robot, pretend to be a girl? Ye Xiaofeng began to grumble internally. Fenger, what are you daydreaming about? Could it be those 3 girls? Jian Douluo teased. Ah, Master. How could that be? I was contemplating how to better learn the swordsmanship. Ye Xiaofeng hastily fabricated a lie, quickly weaving another to cover it. Well, it's good that you have such intent. Let us go. Jian Douluo reluctantly accepted Ye Xiaofeng's pretense. Before long, the two arrived at Tianshui, where Manager Li spotted them from a distance. I did not expect the esteemed presence of Senior Qinshin and young Master Yi. Please forgive my inadequacy in welcoming you. Manager Li promptly began to flatter. Yesterday's home-cooked meal was quite enjoyable for Master. Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he exchanged a knowing glance with Manager Li. Indeed, indeed, please. Both of you. Upstairs, Manager Li ushered Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng to a private room. Manager Li, you understand, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. Rest assured. Young Master Yi, I will ensure Senior Qinshin is thoroughly satisfied. Manager Li understood that Ye Xiaofeng's wink indicated that the funds had been received. Feng, it seems your relationship with Manager Li is rather unique, Douluo deduced from their conversation. Master, nothing escapes your keen eye. When I first arrived in the capital, I stayed here, and over time, I became familiar with Manager Li. After winning those 2 rounds, Manager Li was eager and lent me $1 billion. Ye Xiaofeng replied innocently while pouring wine. To borrow $1 billion so casually, why not ask Manager Li to lend me $1 billion as well? Douluo jested, amused by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity. By the way, this is for you, Master. Ye Xiaofeng quickly produced the black gold card worth $1 billion that Luo Xiaodian had given him. You keep this for yourself. Consider it a welcoming gift from your master. Douluo, not in need of money, found Ye Xiaofeng's urgency amusing. Master, with your esteemed identity as a super Douluo, wouldn't $1 billion be somewhat meager as a welcoming gift? Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly grinned. If you find it lacking, feel free to return it. I shall provide more next time. Douluo, enjoying the flattery, responded, though he frowned at the latter half of Ye Xiaofeng's statement. Surprised by his disciple's boldness. It's quite sufficient. Ye Xiaofeng promptly tucked the black gold card into his soul guide, not wanting to risk having his master reclaim it, for who could say when he would receive another gift? Manager Li, yesterday's meal was rather unsatisfying. You know how it is. Just then, Douluo arrived downstairs. I did not expect Senior Gu wrong. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Please come in. Manager Li hastily greeted Douluo. Senior, will you dine alone, or with Senior Qinshin? Manager Li cautiously inquired. Knowing how to cater to such influential figures was crucial. What brings this coward to my presence? Douluo loudly addressed Manager Li, intentionally for Douluo to hear. What? Just because you're here, I can't come? Douluo elegantly sipped his wine, ignoring the others. Ye Xiaofeng observed Douluo slowly entering the room, followed closely by Manager Li, who appeared rather embarrassed. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the presence of Elder Gu, arriving earlier than expected. Ye Xiaofeng promptly shifted the conversation to avoid a potential verbal sparring match between the two. Manager Li, why are you standing there? Quickly bring the wine and all the signature dishes, he urged. All right, it will be ready soon, Manager Li replied, visibly relieved as he exited to close the door. Elder Gu, please take a seat and enjoy the wine, Ye Xiaofeng asserted, taking on the role of a gracious host as he poured wine for Douluo. Why are you not at the sect? What brings you here? Douluo appeared displeased by Douluo's intrusion. This is not your establishment. If you can come, why can't I? Douluo retorted defiantly. You only came to mooch off our meal. Don't think I'm unaware, Douluo remarked, attempting to embarrass Douluo. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. You clearly saw me walking this way and rushed in ahead of me, Douluo shot back, accurately identifying the situation. Stay in the sect where you belong. I know your appearance is not your fault, but scaring people in broad daylight is entirely your fault. Douluo provocatively aimed to irritate Douluo. Don't resort to personal attacks. You're nearly 6 feet under, yet you flaunt a pretty face. You're not much to boast about yourself, Douluo replied, clearly irritated by Douluo's comments on his looks. Men like me are rare beauties. A sight to behold once in a century, Douluo claimed, playfully tousling his white hair with a satisfied smile. Food is here, Manager Li announced from outside, entering with an array of delicacies. Normally, serving food would be the responsibility of the staff, but given the esteemed guests, Manager Li took it upon himself. Masters, let us eat first. We can discuss matters afterward, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, acting as a mediator. Douluo and Douluo exchanged disdainful glances, turning their heads away from each other. Indeed, as young master you mentioned, these dishes lose their flavor when cold, Manager Li quickly concurred. Let it be known, I am only here for the meal, so I want to hold it against you. Douluo softened his tone upon hearing Ye Xiaofeng and Manager Li's words. Let us avoid discussing it so as not to ruin my appetite. Douluo followed suit, refraining from further teasing Douluo. Manager Li, your culinary skills are commendable. Douluo began eating, not forgetting to compliment Manager Li. I'm glad you enjoy it, Manager Li beamed at the praise. Hey, I haven't even touched my chopsticks. Douluo grumbled, watching Bon Douluo devour the food with dissatisfaction. Who cares if you eat or not? Bon Douluo retorted without hesitation, enjoying his meal regardless. Douluo ignored him, and Ye Xiaofeng continued to dine alongside both. Once Bon Douluo had his fill, he resumed speaking. This meal has been delightful. If you didn't tea affect my mood, I would be even happier, he remarked to Douluo, who had been drinking. Can't the food silence your incessant chatter? Douluo felt his good mood soured due to Bon Douluo's interruptions. Then don't come here for a meal, Bon Douluo snapped back. Content after eating and needing to digest. Elder, this is the reward I promised you. Ye Xiaofeng presented a black gold card worth 100 million. Bon Douluo, unlike Douluo, readily accepted the generous offer, placing the card into his soul guide storage. I didn't expect you two to complete the task so swiftly. Had I known, I would have accompanied you, Bon Douluo remarked, having learned of Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng's trip to the Great Soul Arena to collect payment. Are you not ashamed to accept my apprentice's money? Douluo scoffed, eyeing Bon Douluo with disdain. What do you mean, my apprentice's money? This is my money, all right? Ye Xiaofeng, tell him this is a tribute to me. Bon Douluo directed his frustration towards Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed, it is my tribute to Elder Gu. So it is only fitting that Elder accepts it. Ye Xiaofeng could only smile awkwardly, knowing he could not offend Bon Douluo. Well, I suppose you were clever. Bon Douluo accepted the card, forgetting the previous loss of 50 million, as the money had returned to him. Peak and I will return to the sect. You need not follow, Douluo said casually after finishing his meal. Go on your way, I will go mine. Besides, the sect is not solely yours to dictate. Bon Douluo replied, irritated by Douluo's words. Very well, you may return to the sect first. I will take Peak to the auction house. Douluo smirked slyly. Who wants to go with you? Honestly, Bon Douluo huffed and stormed off. Peak, let us head to the auction house, Douluo, not keen on returning to the sect just yet, stated. Master, why do you always bicker with Elder Gu when you meet? Ye Xiaofeng inquired. Witnessing the two esteemed title Douluos behaving like children. When we were at level 95, we made a wager on who would break through to level 96 first. And he lost, Douluo explained nonchalantly. Since then, all matters of the sect have been managed by Elder Gu, allowing me more leisure time. Leading to the current dynamic you see, Ye Xiaofeng reflected. Their habitual banter had become a routine. A few days without it left them feeling uneasy. Let us go. You will soon understand what he is like. Douluo smiled at Ye Xiaofeng before they departed from the establishment. Bon Douluo did not follow them but returned to the sect. Suddenly, he recalled something and chuckled slyly. Grandpa Bon, where have you been? I couldn't find you all afternoon. Ning Rongrong questioned upon seeing Bon Douluo. I was unsatisfied after yesterday's meal at Manager Lee's, so I went to heaven and earth for a casual bite. Bon Douluo replied with a smile, appearing entirely different than when he met Ye Xiaofeng, looking at Ning Rongrong as if she were his own granddaughter. Humph. Grandpa Bon doesn't he love me anymore? Sneaking out to eat without me? Ning Rongrong pouted, displeased. When I dined at heaven and earth, guess who I saw? Bon Douluo feigned surprise for Ning Rongrong. Who did you see? The words of Bon Douluo instantly captivated Ning Rongrong. I saw your grandfather Jian dining secretly with his precious disciple in the realm of heaven and earth, he remarked with a sinister smile. Ah, you, Grandfather Jian, have forgotten your granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, now that you have a new disciple. Initially upset due to Bon Douluo's neglect, Ning Rongrong's anger surged even higher at Bon Douluo's insinuation, effectively pouring gasoline on the fire. I share your sentiments, she thought, but I overheard their plans to visit an auction house. Bon Douluo, delighted at the prospect, anticipated how that cowardly fellow would handle the situation. This is infuriating, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Rongrong, perhaps your grandfather Bon misunderstood. It is only natural for Grandfather Jian to accompany his newly accepted disciple for a meal, Bon Douluo reasoned, mindful not to raise Ning Rongrong's suspicions. The best strategy was to retreat while advancing. What do you mean natural? Am I not even worthy of attention compared to his newly accepted disciple? Ning Rongrong's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she looked at Bon Douluo with a heart full of grievance. How about this? Grandfather Bon will accompany you to the auction house. Whatever you wish to purchase, I shall acquire for you, Bon Douluo suggested. Hoping to win favor with his treasured granddaughter before Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng arrived. I am eager to see what Grandfather Jian will buy for him, Ning Rongrong retorted. Still irked. Let us hurry, lest they finish their shopping before us, Bon Douluo urged Ning Rongrong. Throughout her life, both Bon Douluo and Douluo had indulged Ning Rongrong's every whim, and even her father, Ning Fingxi, seldom intervened. Over time, This had fostered a slightly arrogant temperament, though never excessively so. Initially upset with Douluo, Ning Rongrong found her ire redirected towards Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng due to Douluo's embellishments. Upon arriving at the capital's auction house, Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng were met with throngs of people, all vying fiercely for coveted items, often bidding higher than the item's worth. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your auctioneer, Lingling. We shall commence with our first item, a soul-guiding device storage ring with a volume of 50 cubic meters. Starting at a price of 500,000 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 50,000 gold soul coins, announced the female auctioneer, elegantly attired in a cheap owl. As she displayed the storage ring to the crowd, I bid 550,000. A middle-aged man promptly declared. Bidder number 22 has offered 550,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Lingling inquired with a smile. 600,000 gold soul coins. 650,000 gold soul coins. 800,000 gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng observed that the soul guide ring was quite impressive, a fitting gift for Binger, especially since they lacked such a storage device, making the preservation of items exceedingly inconvenient. With a gentle smile, he raised a placard displaying 1 million gold soul coins. The bidding had already reached 1 million for this item, and he wondered if anyone would dare to offer a higher sum. Opportunities like this were rare. As the auctioneer, Lingling's duty was to elevate the price of each item, thus increasing her commission. I bid 5 million, Ye Xiaofeng announced, noticing Changxing's bid. Evidently still troubled by the previous sect competition, it appeared that contestant 88 was also quite fond of this item, as Lingling acknowledged Changxing's offer. 2 million gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng stated, irritated by the presence of that loathsome individual, and added another 500,000 to his bid. 3 million. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong snatched the placard from Changxing's hand. The auction had strict rules regarding bidding. Without the auction's placard, one could not place a bid. Seeing the vice sect master and the bone elder, Changxing promptly vacated his spot for Ning Rongrong. She had come to the auction specifically to impede Ye Xiaofeng and the Sword Douluo's bidding pleasure. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong's arrival, Sword Douluo glanced at her. Then at Bone Douluo, who smiled smugly in return. Sword Douluo realized that Rongrong had been summoned by this dim-witted individual. Observing her previous bid, it seemed she was intentionally opposing them. As a vice sect master, she lacked for nothing. One could only wonder what she needed a storage ring for. 300 million gold soul coins, going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. Lingling's hammer struck decisively. The next item up for auction was a defensive item, which had been entrusted to the auction house by a young man a week prior. It had demonstrated the ability to penetrate a steel plate 1 centimeter thick within a 10-meter range, and the appraiser had valued it at 500,000. Each subsequent bid was to be no less than 50,000 gold soul coins, and it was noted that this item was particularly useful for support-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong, seeing this item, realized it would perfectly address her deficiency in offensive capabilities while also serving as a means of protection. The others watched as she opened with a bid of 1 million, seething in frustration, yet the presence of Bone Douluo compelled them to remain silent. 5 million gold soul coins, Ye Xiaofeng declared, still smarting from Ning Rongrong's previous interference. The crowd gasped at his audacious bid. Does anyone dare to outbid me? Lingling inquired excitedly. I bid 6 million, 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. Ning Rongrong was determined not to yield to Ye Xiaofeng. As financial resources were not her concern, she merely desired what she fancied. Realizing that the vice sect master was interested, Ye Xiaofeng decided to cease bidding. Knowing he had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the item, which held little use for him, his bids were merely to vex Ning Rongrong. You are quite formidable. I shall remember you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Her annoyance stemmed not from the monetary aspect, but from her disdain for Ye Xiaofeng's smugness. Thus, the auction continued into the afternoon, with both parties refraining from further bids, resulting in a temporary truce between them. The final item of the auction was a Soul Master armor, crafted by the renowned artisan Gal. This armor boasted the capability to withstand a full-force strike from a soul sage in their true martial spirit form. The starting bid was set at 20 million, with increments of 5 million, 50 million gold soul coins. Who dares to compete with this prince? Prince Xuesheng boldly raised his placard, declaring his formidable bid. 5 million. Is there anyone willing to counter? Lingling exclaimed. Many hesitated to challenge Prince Xuesheng, aware of his formidable status, even if they possessed wealth. I bid 60 million. Ye Xiaofeng raised his placard confidently, unperturbed by the prince's status. How dare you challenge me, Prince Xuesheng? The prince began to scold Ye Xiaofeng, but fell silent upon noticing sword Douluo Continent beside him. Even as the younger brother of the Snowy Night Emperor, he was wise enough not to provoke a super title Douluo, especially one of the assault type. 65 million gold soul coins, Ning Rongrong declared. Recognizing her need for the armor and unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, especially since it was Ye Xiaofeng who had bid. Vice Secmaster, this armor is designed for males. How about you allow me to take it, and I will owe you a favor. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Ning Rongrong, understanding that one should not overly offend those under the same roof. My apologies, but I must clarify. This armor is indeed male-oriented, auctioneer Lingling informed Ning Rongrong, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Although she aimed for high sales, the auction house's reputation required transparency. 65 million gold soul coins, going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. Lingling's gavel struck once more. This auction concludes here. The next session will be announced later. Lingling smiled at the audience. Feeling that her first event as a senior auctioneer had been remarkably successful and promising a substantial commission, Ye Xiaofeng paid for the armor and, with the sword Douluo by his side, attracted the envy of others who dared not express their jealousy. Rongrong, what brings you here? The sword Douluo smiled at Ning Rongrong. Is it only permissible for Grandpa Jian to bring his disciple, while Grandpa Bone cannot accompany me? Ning Rongrong retorted playfully, though she dared not raise her voice against the sword Douluo. Had I known you wished to come, Grandpa Jian would have brought you along, the sword Douluo replied, his smile unwavering in the face of Ning Rongrong's childish temper. Rongrong, let us depart. Do not heed that coward's words, Bone Douluo interjected, eager to whisk Ning Rongrong away before any deception was revealed. Young lord, do not rush off. Let us all go to the heaven and earth, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, hoping to ease the tension between them. You can step aside, Rongrong. Grandpa Bone will take you to savor Master Li's culinary skills. Bone Douluo hastily flattered Ning Rongrong, almost revealing his own fib. The sword Douluo shook his head in exasperation, suspecting that this foolish old man had been speaking ill of him to his granddaughter. Yet he could not help but smirk cunningly. Feng'er, it is getting late. We should return, the sword Douluo remarked, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng before following Ning Rongrong and Bone Douluo. Hey, you two tailing us, what is your purpose? Bone Douluo grumbled at the sword Douluo and Ye Xiaofeng. This is not your establishment. If you can come, why can't I? The sword Douluo retorted boldly. You speak nonsense. How could a dignified title Douluo be accused of lacking the means to pay for a meal? Bone Douluo seethed, his teeth gritted in frustration. If it were anyone else making such a jest, they would have met with dire consequences. Ning Rongrong laughed at their banter. Esteemed guests, shall we move to a private room? There are too many people here, Master Li interjected, unable to bear the spectacle of two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect bickering at his inn, which would surely become the talk of the town. The four made their way to a private room for lunch, and due to Ning Rongrong's presence, Master Li opted for tea instead of wine. Rongrong, what did this foolish man say to you? The sword Douluo inquired, his gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. Do not assume a villain's intent behind my words, Bone Douluo exclaimed, hastily interrupting, denying Ning Rongrong the opportunity to respond. You two can go to the auction house. Can't we go as well? He shot back with a series of questions. Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal. The dishes will be served shortly. Master Li poured tea for the four and promptly excused himself. Ye Xiaofeng remained silent throughout the journey, quietly accompanying the others. For him, the afternoon meal lacked the flavor it once had. It was not that Master Li's cooking was inferior. Rather, Ye Xiaofeng's state of mind had shifted. After finishing the lunch, the four of them decided to return to their sect. What's wrong, Feng'er? Sword Douluo noticed that Ye Xiaofeng's mood was not particularly bright. Oh, it's nothing, Master. I merely wished to study the sword technique earlier. Ye Xiaofeng quickly diverted the conversation. The essence of learning swordsmanship lies primarily in one's state of mind. When your mind has found tranquility, then you may come to me for instruction. Sword Douluo, a master of swordsmanship, possessed an understanding that transcended mere technique. The disciple understands. I take my leave, Ye Xiaofeng responded without further ado, exiting Sword Douluo's chamber. Once back in his own room, Ye Xiaofeng collapsed onto his bed, lost in thought. He wished to calm his mind swiftly, yet the more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Ye Xiaofeng, in a state of indifference, closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. The following day, he once again sought an audience with the sword Douluo, Chen Xian. After a night of restful repose, he approached with a serene heart, calm as still waters. Master Ye Xiaofeng entered the room of the sword Douluo, who remained seated gracefully with a cup of fine tea. "Are you prepared?" The sword Douluo inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed," Ye Xiaofeng replied directly, eager to master the sword arts and expedite his personal advancement. "Follow me," the sword Douluo said, rising and leading him into the courtyard. "Let us commence. I wish to see the extent of your training." The sword Douluo beckoned with a casual gesture. With a fierce resolve, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his second soul skill, sweeping his sword towards the sword Douluo. "Is this all you are capable of? How disappointing," the sword Douluo remarked, effortlessly pinching the 7-killing sword between 2 fingers. Once more, the sword Douluo commanded, releasing the sword and standing firm as a mountain. With a thrust of his third soul skill, sword sealing throat, Ye Xiaofeng lunged forward. Yet, the sword Douluo merely flicked it aside with a finger, rendering Ye Xiaofeng's once proud technique as inconsequential as a child's play in the presence of an adult. His fourth soul skill, instantaneous no trace, was Ye Xiaofeng's pride, capable of sealing the surrounding space, its duration extending with his rising level. However, as he struck towards the sword Douluo, the latter's second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian, deflected Ye Xiaofeng's assault. Despite the sword Douluo's technique being a century old, Ye Xiaofeng could not breach it, shattering his confidence. "Your heart is in turmoil," the sword Douluo stated calmly. "I am not," Ye Xiaofeng protested. "You are. Your victories have bred complacency, leading you to arrogance." The sword Douluo's words pierced like arrows, unrelenting. "I am not. My soul skill, unity of man and sword, is inspired by the self-created skill of Exile," Ye Xiaofeng asserted. Since grasping this self-created technique, he had gained the ability to challenge a soul king, now at level 45, capable of contending with a soul emperor of level 60. "Humph. You should awaken to the truth," the sword Douluo cautioned as he concentrated the 7-killing sword in his hand. When Ye Xiaofeng attacked once more, the sword Douluo struck him into the adjacent pool with a single blow. "Do not forget, there are always greater beings beyond," the sword Douluo remarked, turning to regard Ye Xiaofeng in the water. "More guidance from Master," Ye Xiaofeng called out as he emerged, dripping wet, the experience having indeed awakened him. "Let me see the strength of your protective barrier," the sword Douluo said, waving his sleeve, instantly drying Ye Xiaofeng's garments. "Azure Lotus Barrier," Ye Xiaofeng declared, promptly activating his first soul skill in preparation for the impending onslaught. "My body is like a sword," the sword Douluo intoned as his soul rings cascaded from the air, forming a sequence of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. In that moment, the sword Douluo merged with the 7-killing sword. It was he. And he was the sword. Ye Xiaofeng could also merge into the 7-killing sword, yet compared to the sword Douluo, it was merely child's play. He found himself unable to harmonize with his surroundings. In an instant, sword Douluo Qinshin formed the character for kill with his fingers, shattering the Qinglian protective barrier. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Ye Xiaofeng, and an inexhaustible aura of death assailed him, as though he were being drawn into the abyss of mortality. With a mere flick of his hand, sword Douluo caused Ye Xiaofeng, who had been standing, to gently sit down on the ground, motionless like a bell. Once more, sword Douluo waved his hand, creating a barrier around Ye Xiaofeng. The extent of his comprehension would ultimately depend on his own destiny. Sword Douluo had exerted great effort to enable Ye Xiaofeng to enter a state of enlightenment. While the master leads the disciple to the door, the practice is solely dependent on the individual. Sword Douluo would not impart everything to Ye Xiaofeng, not out of reluctance to teach, but because if he were to give everything, Ye Xiaofeng's future would be limited to his own realm, stagnating in his growth. Such a fate was not what sword Douluo wished to witness, nor was it Ye Xiaofeng's desire. The only path forward was for Ye Xiaofeng to glean insights from sword Douluo's own swordsmanship. Subsequently, sword Douluo turned and departed towards the door, recalling how that foolish black-clad fellow had twisted the truth for Rongrong. No, he could not let that go unpunished. "Rongrong, your grandpa Jian has come to see you," sword Douluo announced with a smile upon reaching Ning Rongrong's door. "Grandpa Jian, you're here. Why aren't you accompanying your precious disciple?" Ning Rongrong, upon hearing sword Douluo's voice, rushed out, but upon seeing him, her expression shifted suddenly as a thought crossed her mind. "In your grandfather's heart, you are of utmost importance. How could Fenger compare to you? Today, I shall take you to the celestial realm, where Master Li will personally prepare a meal. What do you say?" Sword Douluo smiled as he ruffled her hair. "Aren't we taking Ye Xiaofeng with us?" Ning Rongrong felt a bit bashful at the sudden affection from Sword Douluo. Do not concern yourself with him. Sword Douluo has allowed Ye Xiaofeng to enter a state of enlightenment, and who knows when he will awaken. Then I should inform Grandpa Bone as well. Ning Rongrong remembered to mention Bone Douluo, for he was also very fond of her. Why bother with that foolish black-clad fellow? It's just the two of us. Sword Douluo clearly did not wish to dine with Bone Douluo, not out of animosity, but because their meals had never been peaceful affairs. Grandpa Jian, do not speak ill of Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong objected to Sword Douluo's reference to Bone Douluo as a foolish black-clad fellow. All right, I shall refrain from saying so. But I must warn you, perhaps your Grandpa Bone has abandoned you to dine in the celestial realm. Sword Douluo quickly moved on from the topic with Ning Rongrong. Though he considered the possibility, having sensed that Bone Douluo was not present within the sect earlier. Impossible. Grandpa Bone is not that kind of person. Ning Rongrong interjected, unwilling to believe such a notion. Well, we shall find out by going to take a look. Sword Douluo smiled gently, taking Ning Rongrong's hand as they left the sect, heading towards the celestial realm. Master Li, did you know we were coming? Sword Douluo greeted Master Li with a smile. I had no idea that Senior Qinshin and Miss Ning would also be here. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. Master Li quickly responded with a warm smile. Did you just imply that we are not welcomed? Sword Douluo feigned indignation towards Master Li, though it was more for Ning Rongrong's benefit. Not at all. Your presence brings unparalleled honor to our establishment. What I meant to say was that Elder Gu is also here. Master Li hastily clarified, unaware of Ning Rongrong's situation. Oh, I see. Rongrong, did you hear what Master Li just said? Jian Douluo deliberately inquired about Ning Rongrong, expressing that it was quite understandable for an elderly man like himself to forget things, especially since they had neglected to bring him along the previous day. Ning Rongrong felt embarrassed and sought an excuse, unwilling to appear foolish before Jian Douluo. Li Zhonggui, please ask that foolish fellow why he came alone today and did not bring the young sect master. Jian Douluo seized the opportunity. Knowing that Gu Douluo had used Rongrong to trouble him, Li Zhonggui sensed the awkwardness of the situation and felt somewhat embarrassed. If the elder asked you to go, you should comply. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Ning Rongrong was also curious as to why her beloved Gu Douluo had come alone to dine. Holding a jug of wine, Li Zhonggui entered, with Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong stealthily following behind. Upon entering, Li Zhonggui observed Gu Douluo immersed in his meal, completely oblivious to the happenings outside. By the way, yesterday, the elder brought the young sect master. Why is he not here today? Li Zhonggui timidly broached the subject. Oh, don't ask. That little girl is truly difficult to handle. I brought her yesterday just to vex that coward. Gu Douluo, slightly intoxicated, spoke without restraint, forgetting to temper his words about Jian Douluo. The young sect master is quite adorable and evokes a sense of pity. Li Zhonggui felt he could not betray Gu Douluo, even with the support of the two outside, and quickly offered flattering remarks. Indeed, she is quite endearing, but her temper matches her charm. Just look at my state. It's all because of her. Gu Douluo, oblivious to Li Zhonggui's words, only intensified his comments. The two outside listened intently. Jian Douluo's lips curled in satisfaction while Ning Rongrong clenched her fist in fury, feeling her temper boiling over. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Ning Rongrong kicked the door open. Gu Douluo, startled by the intrusion, turned to see Ning Rongrong and immediately realized he had misspoken. I let you eat and drink to your heart's content. Ning Rongrong, seeing the table set before Gu Douluo, forcefully overturned it. Rongrong, let me explain. Gu Douluo wished to slap Li Zhonggui, who had slipped away when the table was upended. Do you think I have always been a spoiled little girl in your eyes? Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's cheeks as she glared at Gu Douluo. She had always believed this, having listened carefully from outside. Jian Douluo only added fuel to the fire. Get lost. This is none of your business. Gu Douluo, filled with grievances, felt like he was eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his pain and taking it out on Jian Douluo instead. You did this. Don't stop me from speaking. Rongrong, let us go. We needn't bother with this fool. Jian Douluo said to Ning Rongrong, turning to leave. Rongrong, listen to me. You cannot blame Gu Douluo. He must have been set up by Li Zhonggui. Gu Douluo hurriedly explained. No need for explanations. I understand. Ning Rongrong replied coldly. That is good to know. Gu Douluo mistakenly thought she had forgiven him. Jian Grandpa, let us go, Ning Rongrong said, taking Jian Douluo's hand to leave. You go aside. No, I was wrong. If you want anything, I will give it to you, Gu Douluo insisted, pulling Jian Douluo back. unwilling to let Ning Rongrong leave. Li Zhongwei, come out. Gu Douluo could not unleash his anger on Ning Rongrong and resorted to Jian Douluo and Li Zhongwei. Rongrong is unhappy today. This no longer needs to exist. Gu Douluo declared angrily, feeling that Li Zhongwei had set him up. Gentlemen, let us not be upset. The banquet in the next room is ready. Please take your seats. Li Zhongwei smiled, having anticipated trouble and prepared a feast in the adjoining chamber. Rongrong, let us go, Gu Douluo urged, dragging Ning Rongrong along, who felt helpless to resist. By the way, weren't you full? You should return. I can accompany Rongrong, Jian Douluo insisted. Who said I was full? Besides, I am not full. So it's none of your business, Gu Douluo retorted, venting his frustration on Jian Douluo. However, Jian Douluo had long since developed an immunity to Gu Douluo's temper and pretended not to hear. In the adjacent room, Gu Douluo endured an hour of the little tyrant's antics, while Jian Douluo elegantly sipped wine and enjoyed the spectacle, his heart brimming with joy. Ning Rongrong was quite pleased with the lunch arranged by Li Zhongwei, and after an hour of coaxing from Gu Douluo, her anger had dissipated. The three returned to the sect, and Gu Douluo remained troubled by the incident, realizing it had all been orchestrated by Jian Douluo to make him look foolish. By the way, where is your precious disciple? Gu Douluo noted that Ye Xiaofeng had not been seen all day, since he has become my disciple. I must teach him something. Otherwise, if he loses to someone outside, I cannot afford such shame, Jian Douluo remarked with a slight smile. Coward, if you're dissatisfied. Let us have a match. Don't resort to personal attacks, or I will get serious, Gu Douluo retorted angrily, ready to clash. All right, Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian. Why don't we go see what he is up to? Ning Rongrong suggested, curious about what Jian Douluo had taught Ye Xiaofeng. The three entered Jian Douluo's courtyard, where Ye Xiaofeng remained seated, motionless. This lad has entered a state of epiphany, Gu Douluo noted with surprise. Grandfather Gu, what is an epiphany? Ning Rongrong, having recently broken through to level 30, had never experienced such a state. In simple terms, an epiphany is a moment of profound realization. Take the mind control technique closest to you. If you achieve insight in that area, mastering the 3 apertures of heart control, 4 apertures of constant heart, 5 apertures of scattered heart, 6 apertures of wishful heart, and 7 apertures of lingering heart will come naturally, Gu Douluo explained, casting a wistful glance at Ning Rongrong. If you were to apply yourself more diligently in your cultivation, you might have already mastered the 3 apertures of heart control. Gu Douluo glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, then at Ning Rongrong, pondering how the disparity between other people's children and his own could be so vast despite them all being young. Grandfather Gu, do you find Ye Xiaofeng impressive? Of course. Do you have the desire to take him on as a disciple? How do you know? It's just a pity that the lad is unwilling to accept me as his master, Gu Douluo mused, feeling a sense of regret for lost opportunities. Ning Rongrong, growing increasingly irritated by Gu Douluo's words, stomped her foot in frustration. Rongrong, let me explain, I was merely making a comparison. No matter how impressive that lad is, he cannot compare to my precious granddaughter. Gu Douluo realized he had misspoken, even if he thought it in his heart. He should not voice it in front of this little witch. When will he awaken? Hearing the Bon Douluo plead for mercy, Ning Rongrong's anger dissipated. Although she was somewhat headstrong, it was undeniable that Ye Xiaofeng was superior to anyone she had previously known. The time for enlightenment varied. Some required an hour, others a day, a month, or even longer. Nevertheless, Bon Douluo remarked that the longer the time taken for realization, the better. He explained that his continuous subjugation by Sword Douluo stemmed from a moment of enlightenment Sword Douluo experienced at level 95, which enabled him to successfully break through to level 96 and comprehend the essence of 7 killing techniques. Ning Rongrong, what brings you here? Ning Fengji entered the Sword Douluo's courtyard. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you're both here. Uncle Fengji, this time I wish to send Rongrong to Shrek Academy for her studies. Ning Fengji was not merely conveying a message but earnestly seeking the approval of both men. Fengji, do you believe that we 2 old fellows cannot teach Rongrong adequately? Or that Shrek Academy offers a better education than us? Sword Douluo was the first to voice his disapproval of Ning Fengji's proposal. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I am unaccustomed to Rongrong being away from me. Bon Douluo finally concurred with Sword Douluo's opinion. Unexpected. Black 2. I didn't think we would align in thought this time. Sword Douluo expressed mild surprise, as Bon Douluo often countered his decisions. Spare me the flattery. I am acting for Rongrong's benefit, not yours. Bon Douluo shot a disdainful glance at Sword Douluo. What is so exceptional about Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong, weary of the confines of her sect, sought a chance to explore beyond its limitations. Shrek Academy exclusively recruits elite youths. The principal is Flander, a prominent figure of the Golden Iron Triangle, while the theoretical teacher is Ye Xiaofeng, an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and also a member of the Golden Iron Triangle. There are several other esteemed instructors, including the immovable King Zhao Wujie. Ning Fengji elaborated with a smile, evidently pleased with Shrek Academy. I oppose this. I too object. My decision is final. She shall attend Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong declared, shattering the consensus of the two elders amidst their protests. Rongrong, you cannot disregard your grandfather Bon. Bon Douluo lamented her potential departure. Rongrong, why go to Shrek Academy? Your grandfather Jian will teach you. I assure you it will be satisfactory. Sword Douluo also wished to retain his granddaughter. My dear grandfathers, you must understand that Rongrong is growing up and needs to learn to stand on her own. Do not worry. I will visit you both every week. Ning Rongrong finally managed to extricate herself from their grasp, though she feigned reluctance. I have already spoken with Principal Flander. Master Lei is waiting for you at the gate. You shall go today. Remember, it is not like the sect. You must not act on impulse. If trouble arises, no one will be able to assist you, Ning Fengji advised once more. Understood, father. I have grown up. Why do you sound like the two grandfathers? Ning Rongrong pouted in annoyance. What did you say? Both Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo inquired simultaneously. Haha, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I shall head over immediately, realizing her faux pas. Ning Rongrong quickly made her exit. Miss. The sect leader has arranged everything. We should depart. Master Lei greeted Ning Rongrong. Hurry, lest Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu change their minds. We must leave. Ning Rongrong dashed away like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Girls must not linger, Bon Douluo mused as he, along with the two elders, watched the carriage speed away, inevitably feeling a sense of nostalgia. In truth, both Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo understood that Rongrong's desire to attend Shrek Academy was less about its educational philosophy and more about her yearning to break free from their constraints. Master, I can enter on my own now that we have arrived at the gate. Ning Rongrong, visiting Shrek Academy for the first time, wished to avoid being seen by her peers as receiving special treatment. Miss, please proceed. Once you are inside, I will naturally take my leave. Master Lei still felt a twinge of concern, given Ning Rongrong's noble status and the potential repercussions of any mishap. Hello, I am here to register. Ning Rongrong smiled gently as she handed over her application form. Have your family agreed to your attendance? Li Yusong assessed her soul power and age with a measuring orb, his surprise evident upon seeing her martial soul. Teacher, students should not be judged by their backgrounds. Why must we distinguish between the worthy and unworthy? Ning Rongrong's retort left Li Yusong momentarily speechless. You have been successfully admitted to Shrek Academy. The tuition fee is 10,000 gold soul coins per semester. The uniform is 2,000 gold soul coins. The meal fee is 3,000 gold soul coins, and accommodation costs 5,000 gold soul coins, totaling 20,000 gold soul coins, Li Yusong stated earnestly. Other academies charge only 200 gold soul coins. Why is your uniform priced at 2,000 gold soul coins? That is a tenfold increase. This institution is clearly masquerading as a school to extort students. Parents in the queue erupted in outrage upon hearing Li Yusong's words. The uniforms are custom designed by our principal, and each batch of uniforms is unique to its students, which justifies the higher price, Li Yusong defended. Though he had seen Flander's designs and found them less than appealing, he had once questioned Flander about such exquisite uniforms and was met with a response that left him speechless, realizing why Zhao Wujie never dined with him. Teacher, we are registering 2 individuals. Here is 40,000 gold soul coins. Tang San and Xiao Wu presented their forms, ready to measure their soul power and age. Excellent. Both of you have also been admitted to Shrek Academy, Li Yusong exclaimed, delighted by the tuition fees. Teacher, I too wish to register. My soul power level and age are the same as the two in front of me. Zhu Qing approached with her application form and payment. All right. The rest of you may leave. The academy has already reached its enrollment limit, Li Yusong stated impatiently. Having found it exceedingly difficult to recruit even one student in previous years, yet managing to enroll 4 in one day this time. Teacher, I protest. I have been here since morning, and the academy has only accepted 4 students. There are still so many of us waiting. How can you dismiss us without assessment? The disgruntled parents glared at Li Yusong. I apologize for not informing you earlier. Our academy has limited resources and can only accept 4 students. Mubai, please escort them out. Li Yusong concluded his task, uninterested in the disgruntled crowd. In truth, Li Yusong had reviewed all the application forms. And the academy's limitations were not about resources, but rather the strength and potential of the candidates. Currently, there were 3 students at the academy. Ma Hongjun, a direct student of Flanders, was admitted without question. Oscar, a support-type student with innate soul power at level 10, was also directly accepted. As for Dai Mubai, he was initially hesitant to accept him, not due to his martial soul being subpar, but because he was a potential genius distracted by his fondness for beauty. Flanders accepted him for 2 reasons. First, the academy's financial situation was precarious, and second, to maintain a favorable relationship with the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Today's recruitment included a young lady from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and Dai Mubai's fiancé Yi, along with 2 others possessing formidable connections, making it imperative to accept them. Thus, with the addition of today's 4 new students, the academy now boasted a total of 7 students. The number of teachers is roughly equal to that of the students. Mubai, please take them to arrange their accommodations. Tomorrow morning at 7. Everyone must gather on the playground. Those who arrive late or fail to show up will face a fine of 10,000 gold soul coins. Li Yusong instructed the newcomers before turning to leave. Oh, and Mubai, please inform the other 2 as well. You are the senior students of the academy. So mind your image and exercise some restraint in certain matters, especially you, Mubai, he added, leaving before Mubai could respond. Reporting to the sect master. The young lady has successfully joined Shrek Academy. Should we send someone to discreetly protect her? Lei Tang saw Ning Rongrong enter Shrek Academy and felt relieved enough to depart. No need. Shrek Academy is not as weak as you imagine. Few would dare to offend them, Ning Fengji reassured, handing Ning Rongrong over to Flanders without any apprehension. Your subordinate takes his leave, Lei Tang said succinctly, having completed his task. Mubai arranged accommodations for the 4 newcomers. Although better housing could have been constructed, Flanders, being quite frugal, chose a remote village for the academy, claiming it promotes harmony with nature. The situation did not conclude swiftly, as other teachers suggested constructing new buildings. But Flanders insisted on using local materials to avoid wasting the academy's financial resources. Subsequently, all the houses were built from wood. The newcomers were assigned to the 1st floor, while Mubai and the others resided on the 2nd floor. Due to the academy's vast expanse and its secluded location, the teachers' and students' dormitories were not situated together. In the dead of night, unusual noises emanated from the upper floor, causing the new arrivals to flush with embarrassment. Even Tang San, despite his past lives, felt a tad awkward. After more than half an hour, a girl's voice pleaded from above, "Fatty, please let me go. We've done it 5 times already. I can't take it anymore. Can we do this again next time? Lily, I am sincere. Just one last time, please," came the voice of the fatty. The back and forth continued. And after 7 rounds of torment, the girl, in tears, could no longer endure the fatty's antics and left in the dead of night. Concerned, the fatty followed her out. While Mubai and Oscar had grown accustomed to his preferences, the other 4 newcomers, having just moved in, found it a bit disconcerting. With the fatty's departure, the dormitory finally fell quiet. It was unclear when everyone drifted off to sleep, but it was Mubai who called everyone awake the following morning. Tang San, usually an early riser, had overslept due to the previous night's events and woke up just as dawn was breaking. After hastily washing up, everyone left the dormitory to head to the playground. "Little San, I don't want to wear this outfit. The design is simply terrible," exclaimed Xiaowu, who noticed the awkward attire of everyone as they rushed to dress. "This, Leader Dai, this is a bit much," Tang San agreed with Xiao Wu's unspoken sentiment. In Flanders' words, this was also a form of training. Mubai recalled Flanders' rather sordid and miserly appearance, but one must bow their head when under a roof. "By the way, why do you all look like raccoons?" Oscar inquired curiously, observing the newcomers. Shameless, Zhu Zhiqing turned her head away. At such a young age, truly brazen. Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar, who only then realized the 3 girls were blushing. "Who are you calling shameless? The happiness I offer is not something people like you can enjoy," came the voice of Ma Hongjun as he entered, overhearing Ning Rongrong's comment. "We are all in the same school now. Soon, you will all be like family." Oscar quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Greetings, I am Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy. This year has been splendid, as we have welcomed 4 new little monsters." Flanders surveyed the 7 students below, particularly pleased with the newcomers. I must lay the groundwork from the start. Since you have entered Shrek Academy, you must adhere to its rules and regulations. I do not care how powerful your backgrounds may be. Any disobedience will result in expulsion. Do you have any questions? Flander imposed his authority upon the 4 new students. Dean, what are the rules? Tang San timidly asked. Your name is Tang San, correct? That is an excellent question. The rules here dictate that all matters are decided by me. My word is law. Do you understand? Flander leered at Tang San and the other 3 newcomers. Tang San felt as if struck by lightning, unable to gather his wits. Dean Flander, your words are so cryptic that one might easily mistake you for a bandit claiming dominion over the land. I know you have significant objections to the attire I designed. But let me tell you, this is also a form of training for your temperament. If you disdain it for its ugliness, it merely reflects your inadequate fortitude. Flander expressed satisfaction with his design. He had previously created outfits for the teachers, and since the introduction of the faculty's attire, the other teachers had endured considerable discomfort. Zhao Wujuan had to plead with Flander to avoid wearing it. Yet the fee for the faculty attire was still required, 10,000 gold soul coins per semester. With Zhao Wujuan no exception. Such hideous clothing, and you present it so grandiloquently, Xiao could not contain her anger and spoke her mind directly. What did you say? Flander's eyes glinted with fury. Dean, Xiao Wu's temperament is not yet strong enough. She requires your designed attire to cultivate her character. Do you not agree? Tang San cleverly attempted to placate Flander. Tang San, you are quite perceptive. Others should learn from you. And you, do not let it happen again. Flander relented, feeling flattered by Tang San's praise. Your task for this morning is to run 10 laps around the academy perimeter. If you do not complete it by noon, there will be no lunch. Mu Bai, lead them, Flander declared before departing. Mu Bai led the other 6 as they began running laps around the academy's perimeter. Initially, everyone was cooperative, but as time wore on, Ning Rongrong began to fall behind, and the others slowed as well. By noon, all had completed their 10 laps except for Ning Rongrong, who finished her final lap only after lunch had ended. When they arrived at the dining hall, they found no food, and the 7 were left both exhausted and hungry as they angrily sought out Flander. You are a group. If one fails to finish, the entire group is punished. Therefore, you will have to fend for yourselves for lunch. Flander lounged in his office, chastising them. Flander, you did not arrange lunch. Do not use my circumstances as an excuse. Ning Rongrong finally erupted. The esteemed young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, unwilling to endure such indignity. Then why did you lag behind and hold everyone back? Control your temper. You are the weakest here. If it weren't for your father's influence, I wouldn't bother accepting you as a student. Flander poured fuel on Ning Rongrong's ire with his blunt remarks. On what grounds do you say that? Ning Rongrong could not believe it. Oscar is also a support type, yet he possesses innate full soul power at level 10. What do you have to say about that? Flander's response was incisive. I'm too weary to argue with you. Let us go have a meal, Ning Rongrong declared, feeling too famished to engage in a dispute. The 7 of them swiftly made their way to a nearby town, where they indulged in a hearty meal at an inn, with Ning Rongrong covering the expenses, as she felt she had been a burden. Afterward, they returned to Shrek Academy, only to find Flander blocking their path at the entrance. Your performance at noon has left me thoroughly disappointed. Consequently, I have decided that you will be responsible for your own breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Of course, you may seek assistance from teacher Xiao Xin, Flander stated sternly. In the afternoon, they were to study theory for 2 hours under master, followed by 2 hours of practical lessons with teacher Zhao Wujie, and the weekends were reserved for self-directed learning with other instructors. After delivering this proclamation, Flander turned to leave. Principal, if we are to manage our own meals, does that mean we get our meal fees refunded? Oscar foolishly inquired, a sentiment echoed by the other 6. Oscar, are you itching for trouble? Does the cafeteria's rice, oil, and salt come free? Don't vegetables, eggs, and meat cost anything? Flander fired back with a barrage of questions, leaving Oscar speechless. Principal, I was remiss in my considerations. Hearing you say this has suddenly enlightened me. Oscar quickly flattered, fearing Flander might hold a grudge against him. Do the rest of you still believe you deserve a refund for your meal fees? Flander seized the opportunity to admonish the other 6, who were reluctant to counter him. Teacher, your decision is truly sagacious. At that moment, Ma Hongjun chimed in, causing Flander's heart to swell with joy, proud of his good disciple. With Ma Hongjun's endorsement, the others could only nod in agreement, subsequently shaking their heads, abandoning the notion of meal fee refunds. In the following days, the newly arrived 4 learned from Dai Mubai and Oscar about Flander's stinginess. As time progressed, Even if they were internally reluctant, they found themselves verbally agreeing with Flanders' statements. The Shrek's 7 monsters engaged in daily physical training, 2 hours of theoretical study, and 2 hours of practical exercises, repeating this regimen day after day. A full month passed, during which Ye Xiaofeng remained in the courtyard of Sword Douluo Continent, seeking enlightenment. Today, Sword Douluo came to check on Ye Xiaofeng's condition, hoping to see signs of awakening. As noon approached, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes flickered, and his fingers began to move. Upon fully opening his eyes, he found Sword Douluo standing before him. "Master," Ye Xiaofeng called out, only to faint again. Collapsing as Sword Douluo caught him in his arms. After a month of deep contemplation, Ye Xiaofeng's physical strength was severely depleted, but fortunately, Sword Douluo was by his side. Sword Douluo gently infused him with soul power and placed a pill in his mouth. When Ye Xiaofeng awoke, he found himself resting in bed. "Feng you have awakened. How do you feel?" Sword Douluo looked at him kindly, as if regarding his own child. "Master, I am well. How long has it been?" Ye Xiaofeng attempted to rise, realizing he was in Sword Douluo's room, lying on his bed. However, his body remained weak, and he found it impossible to move. "You have been in deep meditation for an entire month and have just fainted for 3 days and nights. Feng you are still quite frail. Focus on recuperating here until you have fully recovered." Sword Douluo smiled gently, seemingly understanding Ye Xiaofeng's predicament. "Thank you, Master." Ye Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude promptly. Foolish child, Ye Xiaofeng has been fending off the attacks of the Sword Douluo. He contemplated that if this continued, his soul power would eventually be exhausted. "Master, brace yourself," he declared, as he executed the soul skill of human sword unity. He concentrated the character kill from the 7-kill sword in the air, directing it towards the Sword Douluo. To his surprise, the Sword Douluo caught the first character of kill with one hand. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the first character of the 7-kill sword. As a reward, your soul power level has increased by 5 levels, and all your soul rings have surpassed the 10,000-year mark." The voice of the little ice from the celestial mechanism system echoed once more. As her voice faded, 5 black 10,000-year soul rings slowly descended from above Ye Xiaofeng's head to his feet. This astonishing sight left the Sword Douluo Exile utterly dumbfounded. However, he quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, forming a barrier around the courtyard. No one could enter without his permission, unless they possessed superior soul power capable of breaking the barrier. "Feng he began, "though I have heard you mention that each time you break through a realm, your soul rings correspondingly elevate. Seeing it in person is still astonishing. Master, not only this martial spirit, but the other one is the same." Ye Xiaofeng innocently unleashed his other martial spirit, the Emerald Swan, as 5 black 10,000-year rings once again floated down from above his head. "This is impossible." Ye Xiaofeng's secret shattered Chen Xian's worldview. Not only him, but even a peerless rank 99 powerhouse would be equally astonished. "Master." Observe as Ye Xiaofeng releases his martial spirit once more in a simulated state, forming the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Remember, from now on, release your soul rings in accordance with the simulated state, no matter the time or place. If you weren't my disciple, I might even feel envious and want to capture you to study the secrets you possess, the Sword Douluo remarked, not in jest. The secrets Ye Xiaofeng harbored were too conspicuous, evoking envy in others. "Master, I understand," Ye Xiaofeng replied, relieved that he encountered the Sword Douluo Continent. Had it been another title Douluo investigating him, it would not only spell trouble for him, but also implicate Binger and the others. "Of course, your strength has reached a level sufficient to withstand a title Douluo. You may act as you wish, provided you protect yourself." "Feng you must understand that overconfidence can lead to downfall." The Sword Douluo cautioned Ye Xiaofeng, concerned that he might grow arrogant. "By the way, previously, Manager Li and young Master Luo sought you out. However, I arranged for them to be informed that you are currently occupied with your training and will visit them when you are free." The Sword Douluo smiled slightly. "Understood." Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, recognizing that a month of enlightenment had been a considerable span of time. "Master, I had promised the sect leader, but I got so busy that I forgot," Ye Xiaofeng said as he retrieved 200 million black gold cards from his soul guide storage. "I will pass this on to the sect leader for you. Step outside to clear your mind. Do not solely focus on training. One must learn to let things unfold naturally and not pursue blindly," the Sword Douluo advised. "Yes, I understand." Ye Xiaofeng responded before departing from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and heading to the Heavenly Realm to find Manager Li. Manager Li, how delightful to see you. Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed upon entering the inn, where Manager Li was engrossed in verifying accounts at the front desk. Did you not see that I am busy? Manager Li replied without looking up, mistaking Ye Xiaofeng for one of the staff. The employees, witnessing this scene, hurriedly tugged at Manager Li's sleeve. What is it? Do you not see that I am occupied? Manager Li replied, his attention on the task at hand. Manager, young Master Yi is here. One employee awkwardly announced. Why young Master Yi? When did you arrive? I must be losing my mind. Manager Li stammered, hastily flattering Ye Xiaofeng. Wasn't it I who was just scolding you? Ye Xiaofeng teased with a smile. I was unaware young Master Yi had arrived. Please, come upstairs, Manager Li quickly invited. Leading Ye Xiaofeng to a private room he had specially prepared, known for its excellent soundproofing and a view of the bustling street. Manager Li, how has business been lately? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a smile as he settled into his seat. Young Master Yi, this modest amount of money is hardly sufficient. Perhaps we should consider making some profit at the Great Soul Arena, Manager Li proposed, pouring wine for Ye Xiaofeng and ordering dishes. Previously, in pursuit of funds, Ye Xiaofeng had gifted 400 million, leaving him with scant resources. He recounted the events surrounding the Great Soul Arena to Manager Li. I see. Since the Great Soul Arena is now ours, I presume young Master Yi has devised a strategy for profit? Manager Li smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. I have already arranged matters with young Master Luo, Ye Xiaofeng assured him, confident that Luo Xiaodian would not act recklessly. The rules he instituted ensured there was no possibility of failing to make money. Young Master Yi, I heard from Chen Exile that you have been training. How is your cultivation progressing? Manager Li, now closely acquainted with Ye Xiaofeng, expressed genuine curiosity regarding his progress. I have successfully broken through to the Soul King realm. As for my strength, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Manager Li but refrained from elaborating further. The Manager Li seemed to understand instantly. Truly impressive, young Master Yi. To achieve the Soul King level at such a young age, Manager Li exclaimed, quickly pouring more wine for him, his face beaming with delight. After an afternoon of engaging conversation, Ye Xiaofeng departed the inn and arrived at the Great Soul Arena in the imperial capital. Hello, beautiful. May I ask your name? Ye Xiaofeng greeted the female attendant at the front desk of the betting area, who had previously recommended the overdraft of a purple gold card. This female attendant was striking. Clad in purple attire complemented by a black leather jacket, her purple hair adding a captivating allure. Why do you dare return here? She recognized Ye Xiaofeng at a glance. Recalling how he had previously swindled a significant sum under the guise of the Sword God. Due to that incident, the owner of the Great Soul Arena had been replaced. Yet more than a month had passed without anyone seeing the new proprietor, as all operations were now managed by Manager Luo, whose salary had doubled. Why should I not come here? You haven't even told me your name, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a continued smile. Hey, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, please step aside. We have tickets to purchase, someone in line behind Ye Xiaofeng impatiently interjected, as they awaited their turn to invest in the betting for the match. Exactly. Take a good look at yourself. Do you really think someone like you deserves to be with Miss Qingqing? Another impatient individual chimed in, clearly annoyed. Qingqing. What a lovely name. I shall remember it. Ye Xiaofeng chose to ignore the insults from behind, smiling at Qingqing. Young Master Yi, if you are not purchasing a ticket, please step aside, Qingqing politely suggested, aware of her position and the need to avoid offending anyone. I would like to invite Miss Qingqing for a cup of tea. Would you do me the honor? Ye Xiaofeng's interest in her grew, yet he merely intended to tease her. Young Master Yi, can't you see I am quite busy? I advise you to leave. Qingqing found a reason to decline. Then let us wager. I believe Miss Qingqing can spare some time. The gold soul coins within this purple gold card shall serve as the wager. If I lose, it is yours. If I win, you need not do anything but enjoy a cup of tea with me. Ye Xiaofeng smiled as he gazed at Qingqing. The individuals behind him resumed their scornful remarks. But Ye Xiaofeng appeared oblivious, leaving the betting area before Qingqing could respond. Ye Xiaofeng entered Luo Xiaodian's office without knocking, only to find Luo Xiaodian in an intimate embrace with a beautiful woman. Get out. Who told you to barge in here? Luo Xiaodian angrily turned to chastise Ye Xiaofeng. Well, Manager Luo, it's only been a month since we last met, yet your demeanor seems to have deteriorated. Perhaps I should consider replacing you. Ye Xiaofeng's expression shifted dramatically. Who do you think you are? The woman with Luo Xiaodian retorted sharply, confronting Ye Xiaofeng. Silence. Leave. Luo Xiaodian furiously slapped the woman across the face. Stung. She shot a vicious glare at Ye Xiaofeng, sensing Luo Xiaoyan's displeasure, and wisely exited the office. Ye Xiao, I didn't realize you had arrived, Luo Xiaoyan stammered, his speech faltering. Do I need to report my presence to you? Ye Xiaofeng responded, fixing Luo Xiaoyan with a piercing look. Ye Xiao, it's not as you think. Let me explain. Luo Xiaoyan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly knelt down in fear. Get up. How are business matters faring? Ye Xiaofeng merely sought to assert his dominance over Luo Xiaoyan, showing little interest in his plight. Everything is going smoothly. Last month, we netted a profit of 20 million. And the money has been deposited into the account. Luo Xiaoyan hurriedly reported on the earnings of the Great Battle Soul Arena, presenting a black card. Only 20 million? Just as Luo Xiaoyan basked in his self-satisfaction, expecting praise for a month's earnings of 20 million, reality struck him hard. Ye Xiaofeng was unimpressed and did not accept the card. Ye Xiao, ever since your last victory, there have been few bets in the millions, so the revenue. Luo Xiaoyan quickly attempted to justify. This is not your fault. Hold on to the card for now, consider it as the operational funds for the Great Battle Soul Arena. If you find yourself short in the future, simply seek out Manager Li at Tianshui and mention my name. He will assist you. Ye Xiaofeng chuckled to himself, perhaps recalling the psychological scars left by previous encounters. Understood, Ye Xiao. Please, make yourself comfortable. Ye Xiaofeng settled onto the sofa while Luo Xiaoyan hurried to prepare tea. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyan bore more resemblance to an innkeeper than a manager, save for perhaps being more attentive. By the way, fetch Miss Qingqing for me. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Luo Xiaoyan. Luo Xiaoyan, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Qingqing, quickly regained his composure. She is currently at the front desk of the welfare betting area. Right, just a gentle reminder. Ye Xiaofeng prompted when he noticed Luo Xiaoyan's delayed response. Understood, I'll call her over immediately. Luo Xiaoyan finally comprehended, flashing Ye Xiaofeng a smirking grin as if to convey. Ye Xiao, I get it. Qingqing, come to my office, Luo Xiaoyan called out as he approached her at the welfare betting area. Manager, I'm quite busy here. Would it be possible to wait until later? Tomorrow at noon, Exile has a match against a level 65 Soul Emperor, so the investors are particularly numerous. I've already arranged for assistance here. Just come with me, Luo Xiaoyan said with a slight smile. Manager, if there's something to discuss, please go ahead. Qingqing asked directly as she approached him. The boss wishes to see you. Come with me, Luo Xiaoyan led Qingqing to the office door. You go in first. I have a few matters to attend to. Luo Xiaoyan found an excuse to leave. Qingqing felt a surge of nervousness as she watched Luo Xiaoyan depart. After a brief moment of hesitation, she knocked on the office door and entered. Hello, boss, Qingqing greeted, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Hello. Ye Xiaofeng noted her shyness and intentionally deepened his voice. Boss, may I ask what you need me for? Qingqing remained hesitant, still unable to lift her gaze. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Ye Xiaofeng ceased his playful teasing and spoke to her in his natural tone. You wish to treat me to tea? Qingqing suddenly realized something, lifting her head in surprise to see Ye Xiaofeng. How could it be you? She exclaimed, astonished that her boss was Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, it's me. What, does Miss Qingqing not recognize me anymore? Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently at her. I do recognize you. I just never expected young master you to be my boss. Well, I knew nothing of it, Qingqing remarked self-deprecatingly. Now you know, right? Should I address you as boss or young master Yi? Qingqing spoke, distancing herself from Ye Xiaofeng unlike before. You can call me Xiaofeng or Ye Xiao like the others. Feel free to address me however you wish, Ye Xiaofeng responded casually, as if conversing with a friend. I think it would be better to call you Ye Xiao. Like the manager and the others, Qingqing said softly, then handed back the card Ye Xiaofeng had given her earlier. Qingqing, may I now invite you for tea? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her, captivated by her alluring figure. Yes, Qingqing nodded slightly in agreement. As Qingqing instinctively reached to pour tea for Ye Xiaofeng, he too intended to do the same, and they both grasped the teapot simultaneously, causing Ye Xiaofeng to hold her hand for a fleeting moment. Ah, my apologies. Ye Xiaofeng quickly withdrew his hand in courtesy. And no problem, Qingqing's face flushed, yet she proceeded to pour tea for both of them. Why stand there? Sit down and let's converse. Ye Xiaofeng maintained a friendly demeanor, his smile unwavering. Luo Xiaoyan waited outside for 3 hours, uncertain of the happenings within, and couldn't help but fantasize about the sparks of romance that might have ignited between the young man and woman during that time. Manager Luo, please come in. At the call from Ye Xiaofeng, Luo Xiaoyan hurriedly opened the door and entered. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had perceived through the eye of the demon and god that Luo Xiaotian had been lingering outside, awaiting his summons. Manager Luo, effective immediately. Miss Qingqing will be the vice manager of the Great Battle Soul Arena. Ye Xiaofeng spoke gently while looking at Qingqing. Ye Xiao, this is absolutely unacceptable. I know nothing about this. Qingqing quickly objected. Ye Xiao, I believe this is inappropriate, Luo Xiaotian interjected. Luo Xiaotian, what do you mean by that? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Luo Xiaotian's audacity to oppose him at such a critical moment. Ye Xiao, you misunderstand. I believe it would be more suitable for Miss Qingqing to be the general manager. I could take on the role of vice manager and wholeheartedly assist her. No. I should say Manager Qingqing, Luo Xiaotian, after 3 hours of fantasizing about the passionate scenes between Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, now found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Manager Luo, this is utterly unacceptable. Qingqing was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Luo Xiaotian, are you serious? Ye Xiaofeng coldly inquired, what is your wish? My life belongs to you, young Master Yi. I, Luo Xiaotian, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Upon seeing the shift in Ye Xiaofeng's expression, Luo Xiaotian immediately averted his gaze, unwilling to meet the piercing eyes that had once instilled a lasting psychological shadow upon him. Very well, let us proceed as you wish. Of course, your benefits will not be overlooked. Your salary will be doubled. Ye Xiaofeng conversed with Qingqing for 3 hours, during which he learned much about her. And their relationship gradually grew more intimate without either of them realizing it. You mustn't, young master. Qingqing hastily protested, yet her rejections only served to strengthen Ye Xiaofeng's resolve. As for you, there is nothing for you to worry about. All matters will be managed by Manager Luo. Isn't that right, Luo Xiaotian? Ye Xiaofeng turned to glance at Luo Xiaotian. Indeed, Manager Qingqing, you need not concern yourself with anything. I shall take care of it all. You can merely hold a nominal position and spend more time with young Master Yi. After all, being peers, you will naturally share more common ground. Luo Xiaotian, having experienced similar situations, chose his words carefully. With Luo Xiaotian's gentle persuasion, Qingqing ceased her objections. By the way, Manager Luo, I propose that my suite office be designated for Qingqing's use. Ye Xiaofeng resolved to be generous to the end. During their conversation, Ye Xiaofeng gradually coaxed Qingqing into revealing her innermost thoughts. Growing up in Sotoa City, she lost her parents at a tender age. Nevertheless, she proved to be a resilient girl, juggling multiple part-time jobs to make ends meet. Whether as a model, a trainee in a dance troupe, a server at the Sotoa Grand Soul Arena, or using her soul power to heal the injured in exchange for a modest fee, she embraced every opportunity that came her way. In her pursuit of a meal, she would bargain tirelessly with vendors, all to accumulate enough money to purchase a suitable soul ring. Now at the 23rd level, her soul, the Azure Bird, belonged to the healing category, lacking in offensive strength. Upon breaking through to the Great Soul Master realm, she arrived at the Imperial Capital's Grand Soul Arena, opting for a job she was well versed in. Yet her lifestyle remained humble, as she aspired to ascend to the Soul Sovereign realm, which promised greater financial rewards. The sudden influx of happiness felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Ye Xiaofeng noticed her unusual demeanor. You are not dreaming. Everything is real, he said, stepping closer to her and gently brushing aside her bangs. However, Luo Xiaotian couldn't shake the feeling that the two were indulging in their own private affection, leaving him unable to bear the sight any longer. Young Master Yi, I shall arrange to tidy up the room right away, Luo Xiaotian said, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. Why are you so kind to me? Qingqing asked, still in disbelief at her sudden fortune. As long as you are happy, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a warm smile. And then, Qingqing probed, hoping for more. When you are happy, I will also be happy, he replied, his tone as wooden as ever. Oh, I see, she said, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. Of course, seeing you a bit flustered is quite delightful. Ye Xiaofeng added, flashing a harmless grin. How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Qingqing blushed and dashed out of the office. Qingqing, wait for me, Ye Xiaofeng called, following closely behind. He then accompanied her on a shopping spree, indulging her whims with various purchases, grateful for his soul guide's spatial storage capabilities. After their shopping escapade, the day was still young, and Qingqing expressed a desire to return to her former residence to collect some belongings. Ye Xiaofeng accompanied her there. Upon arriving at her dwelling, which barely shielded her from the elements, Ye Xiaofeng glanced at the dilapidated surroundings and then at the smiling girl before him. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. stirring a protective instinct within. I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I shouldn't have brought you to such a place. I must have embarrassed you, Qingqing said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It's all right. It won't happen again, Ye Xiaofeng suddenly declared, a statement that left Qingqing bewildered. What do you mean? She asked, perplexed by his sudden remark. Just tidy up, and we'll leave, he suggested, feeling increasingly uncomfortable the longer he stayed in the dismal setting. Young Master Yi, let me pour you a cup of tea. Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly, Qingqing said, her demeanor shifting to one of flustered urgency as she hurried to pour him a glass of water, albeit cold. It's fine. I happen to be thirsty and enjoy cold drinks, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, noticing her embarrassment. To alleviate her awkwardness, he raised the cup and drank it all in one go. As he observed her flustered movements, Ye Xiaofeng found himself momentarily entranced. Just as Qingqing turned her back to him, oblivious to his lingering gaze. As Ye Xiaofeng gazed from behind, he observed Qingqing clad in a short-sleeved shirt that revealed her shoulders, paired with an exceedingly short skirt and delicate white stockings. Although he had previously accompanied Qingqing on a shopping excursion, he had not paid much attention to her attire. Now, as she bent over to tidy up, the short skirt accentuated her form. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng felt an increasing dryness in his throat, struggling to maintain control over his body. Unaware of how he had found himself positioned behind Qingqing, Ye Xiaofeng's hand gently brushed against Qingqing's back before he quickly withdrew it. Startled by the unusual sensation, Qingqing turned around, her eyes widening in surprise. Ye Xiao, she exclaimed, feeling a blush creep across her cheeks as she sensed something amiss with Ye Xiaofeng. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I didn't mean to do anything, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, his words faltering. A soft chuckle escaped Qingqing as she found amusement in Ye Xiaofeng's bashfulness. Surprised to discover this shy side of the boy before her, as she gazed at him, she took in the sight of his sea-blue hair. His large eyes, one a striking green and the other a subtle gray, his delicate nose, and his slender, oval face, which towered over her by a head's height. In that moment, as Qingqing observed Ye Xiaofeng, he too was captivated by her presence. Unable to contain himself, Ye Xiaofeng enveloped Qingqing in an embrace. Ye Xiao, she attempted to speak, but her words were silenced by Ye Xiaofeng's lips, rendering her unable to voice her thoughts. His hands began to wander across her form, igniting a sound of surprise from her lips, which roused him from his momentary lapse of reason. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I acted impulsively. Ye Xiaofeng quickly withdrew his hands, a look of regret crossing his face. Ye Xiao, I'm not ready yet. Please give me some time, Qingqing pleaded, her eyes reflecting a desperate hope as she looked at him. What are you thinking? I know my limits, Ye Xiaofeng replied, playfully pinching her cheek. Yet, he himself found it hard to believe his earlier words. After all, who could restrain the flames of passion? Shall we return? Qingqing suggested. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at him. Yes, Ye Xiaofeng agreed, and he carefully stored her garments within his soul guide artifact. Ye Xiaofeng took Qingqing to the heavenly realm. Manager Li initially intended to speak, but upon seeing the young lady beside Ye Xiaofeng, he suddenly contemplated whether the young master had experienced a revelation. Previously, when Dai Xiao sent two beauties to Ye Xiaofeng's room, they had ultimately been dismissed. Manager Li had always believed that Ye Xiaofeng was devoted to cultivation, lacking any feelings concerning romantic entanglements. However, upon witnessing the presence of a lady by his side, he realized that Ye Xiaofeng preferred to pursue his own interests rather than have them presented to him directly. Manager Li, why are you lost in thought? Normally, Manager Li would greet him warmly, but today he seemed distracted, which led to the realization that his gaze was fixed not on Ye Xiaofeng but on Qingqing. Young master, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Please, hurry upstairs. Manager Li promptly redirected the conversation. Manager Li, have you renovated the rooms? Ye Xiaofeng inquired as he entered his exclusive, elegant chamber, which now featured an additional staircase leading upstairs. Young master, for your convenience, I took the liberty of connecting one of the upstairs rooms to this elegant chamber, Manager Li explained, emphasizing that it was done solely for Ye Xiaofeng's comfort, allowing direct access to the bedroom on the third floor. You've worked hard, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a faint smile, expressing his satisfaction. By the way, who is this young lady? Manager Li recognized her as Qingqing, the manager of the Grand Seoul Arena's welfare gambling section, which prompted his inquiry. This is Qingqing, the general manager of the Grand Seoul Arena. Ye Xiaofeng introduced her. Qingqing, this is the manager here. Li Baokai. Manager Li also made the introduction. Manager Li hurriedly poured wine for the two. A server had transformed into the general manager of the Grand Seoul Arena, perhaps to become his future mistress. However, Qingqing's figure and appearance were indeed exquisite, though her attire seemed a touch too revealing. Managerly, why are you serving wine? Can't you see that Qingqing is present? Quickly pour some tea instead. Ye Xiaofeng sipped the wine and recognized it, realizing it was inappropriate with Qingqing nearby. Young master, are you not aware? Drinking tea at night can lead to insomnia, Managerly replied understandingly, his smile unwavering. Then bring some boiled water. Surely that is acceptable, Ye Xiaofeng responded with mild displeasure. Casting a glance at Managerly, did you not notice upon entering? Managerly countered without answering directly. Notice what? Ye Xiaofeng was left bewildered by Managerly's retort. With so many guests, boiled water is in short supply, so we must make do. Managerly maintained an innocent expression, feigning difficulty. Surely there must be cold water available. Ye Xiaofeng thought it unreasonable that such a large and lacked boiled water, feeling a growing annoyance towards Managerly's evasions. Of course there is cold water. But have you considered the young lady? Consuming meat and then drinking cold water could lead to discomfort. Managerly deftly shifted the blame onto Qingqing. Young master, please do not blame Managerly. We can just drink less wine. It should be fine. Qingqing interjected, eager to ease the tension for Managerly. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Qingqing, Managerly expressed, though internally he hoped she would not hold him accountable later. Young master, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly, Managerly said as he turned to leave, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. The Ye Xiaofeng paid it little mind. Initially, the two were reserved and consumed only a modest amount of wine, but once the dishes arrived, they began to eat and drink more liberally. They finished a pot of wine, and Ye Xiaofeng, feeling unsatisfied, requested another. As they continued to drink, Ye Xiaofeng was accustomed to alcohol, while Qingqing began to feel the effects, albeit still somewhat aware. Managerly, please prepare a room for Miss Qingqing. As night fell, Ye Xiaofeng planned to rest here. Don't tell me all the other rooms are occupied? Ye Xiaofeng observed Managerly's awkward demeanor, sensing trouble brewing. Young master, the truth is as such. Managerly spoke with a blank expression, revealing no hint of deceit. Why didn't you arrange it sooner? Ye Xiaofeng felt displeased that Managerly could not manage such a trivial matter. Young master, the room upstairs is still available, Managerly weakly suggested. Lacking any sense of shame. Qingqing and I are both innocent. How can we share a room? Ye Xiaofeng grew increasingly frustrated. You can give your bed to Miss Qingqing. And you can make do on the sofa. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Managerly departed without awaiting Ye Xiaofeng's response. Ye Xiaofeng was left speechless, questioning who truly held authority, as he called out to Managerly, who paid him no mind. Qingqing, let me help you upstairs. Upon reaching the third-floor room, Ye Xiaofeng turned on the light and assisted Qingqing to sit on the edge of the bed. You rest here. I'll step outside for a moment. Ye Xiaofeng did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability, considering their age. Do not leave. You scoundrel. You want to abandon me halfway. It was unclear whether Qingqing was genuinely inebriated or if the alcohol had loosened her tongue, but as Ye Xiaofeng turned to leave, she grasped his hand. All right, I won't leave. You rest well. I will stay with you, and I will sleep on the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng conceded to Qingqing, disregarding her outburst. Qingqing, feeling the effects of the alcohol, drowsily collapsed beside the bed. Ye Xiaofeng, recognizing her state, removed her shoes. Under the dim light, Qingqing's flushed face and the way her garment clung to her figure were evident. Yet Ye Xiaofeng refrained from taking undue advantage, respecting the boundaries of propriety, and merely covered her with a blanket. Ye Xiaofeng extinguished the light and returned to the sofa, though the moonlight tonight was particularly bright, illuminating the room. However, he felt no inclination to admire its beauty. Instead, he lay back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and succumbed to fatigue after a long day and a bit of wine, unaware of when he drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, he was roused by the sound of weeping. Ye Xiaofeng, possessing heightened senses compared to the average person, noticed Qingqing sobbing alone and quickly rose to his feet. Qingqing, why are you crying? What has happened? He inquired with concern, approaching her bedside, guided by the moonlight. Do you not like me? Qingqing gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, having pretended to be tipsy earlier to gauge his feelings towards her. If Ye Xiaofeng had taken advantage of her vulnerability, even if he won her over, her heart would never fully accept him. Yet, witnessing his noble demeanor caused her heart to ache, as she feared her beauty was insufficient to draw his affection. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly placed Ye Xiaofeng in a position of utmost significance within her heart. Having lost her parents at a young age, she yearned even more for his care and attention. Not at all. Why would you think that? Ye Xiaofeng replied, his heart inexplicably pained upon seeing Qingqing's swollen eyes. Unable to resist, he stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. The moment he did, her sobs intensified, leaving Ye Xiaofeng at a loss for how to console her. I'm afraid to sleep alone, Qingqing whispered softly after a while, her tears having subsided. Afraid of what? Ye Xiaofeng queried, still perplexed by her meaning. Can you stay with me? She murmured, biting her lip and blushing, burying her head deep in his chest. Silly Qingqing, am I not already here with you? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, gently stroking her forehead. Come sleep over here, she mumbled, her voice barely audible, yet Ye Xiaofeng heard her clearly. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly comprehended the reason behind Qingqing's tears and her expressions of fear. It all stemmed from his own actions. She despised the inconsistency of his affections and yearned for a greater warmth. Qingqing extricated herself from Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, adjusting her position inward. Ye Xiaofeng removed his shoes and laid down at the edge. How can you sleep dressed? Qingqing complained with dissatisfaction. Ye Xiaofeng refrained from further chatter. Shedding his outer garments and reclining at the edge of the bed, his eyes gently closing as he yearned for slumber. Xiaofeng, your forehead is drenched in sweat. Are you unwell? You shouldn't sleep by the edge. It's warmer in the middle, she remarked, gently tugging at his arm. I'm fine. I'm accustomed to sleeping by the edge, Ye Xiaofeng thought, his mind a tempest of turmoil, pondering the misfortune that had befallen him, tormented incessantly by this little sprite. He constantly reminded himself to remain composed, to maintain his equanimity. Do you find me distasteful? Qingqing's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears. Unable to bear her distress, Ye Xiaofeng quickly shifted to the center of the bed. All right, Qingqing, we can sleep now, he said calmly. Casting a glance at her before hastily closing his eyes. I'll do as you say, Qingqing replied. A mischievous smile creeping across her face as she observed Ye Xiaofeng's tightly shut eyes, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Ye Xiaofeng initially believed that Qingqing had fallen into a peaceful slumber, yet this clever little imp was anything but still. Qingqing, why are you not dressed? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, feeling a sense of unease as he noticed Qingqing's movements. In her innocent state, she had only donned the barest layer. Sleeping in clothes? Do you wish to suffocate me? Besides, you're still wearing something, she playfully countered. Have you ever seen a girl sleep in her clothes? Xiaofeng, are you feeling uncomfortable? Qingqing nestled into Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. You little rascal, stop being mischievous and go to sleep, he replied, his throat parched. But I like being mischievous. What will you do about it? She said, inching closer to him. It's nothing. Hurry and sleep, he urged, feeling increasingly anxious. No way, I want to see, she retorted with curiosity, flipping over and straddling him. You can't. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to intervene, but Qingqing swiftly cast aside his last piece of clothing. Ye Xiaofeng. You jerk, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing upon witnessing something she ought not to have. You seduce me. At that moment, with tensions high, Ye Xiaofeng disregarded all else. Due to their antics the previous night, it was not until noon that Ye Xiaofeng awoke, both of them devoid of attire and Qingqing still nestled in his arms. He rose gently and filled the bathtub with warm water. Following the events of the night prior, Ye Xiaofeng felt an intensified desire to protect this girl before him. He had restrained himself at a critical moment, unwilling to ruin Qingqing's innocence. What are you thinking about? Qingqing murmured. Blinking her eyes open to see Ye Xiaofeng watching her from the bedside, sleepily rubbing her eyes. Nothing, just this little imp has stolen my heart, he chuckled. Who knows how many girls you've deceived with that foul mouth of yours? Qingqing retorted, though joy bubbled within her. Is my mouth foul? Who was it that kissed for an entire night? Ye Xiaofeng teased. You're asking for it. It's broad daylight, and you're still undressed. Aren't you ashamed? She scolded, glancing at his bare form. Look at yourself. Ye Xiaofeng pointed out, indicating her state. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you big scoundrel, you lecher. Qingqing quickly wrapped herself in the blanket and hurled a pillow at him. Ha, missed me, he declared, catching the pillow and slinking towards the bed. Get away. You naughty boy, she protested as he seized her arm mid-swing. Enough of this, the water's ready. I'm carrying you, Ye Xiaofeng stated, disregarding her objections as he pulled back the blanket and cradled her in his arms, gently placing her in the water. All right, now you may leave. I can wash myself. Qingqing insisted, dismissing him. Qingqing, you're in the wrong here. Once you've used your boyfriend, you forget about him? Am I disposable? Ye Xiaofeng lightly flicked her forehead. You'll realize it soon enough, she cheekily stuck out her tongue. Qingqing, how boring it would be for you to wash alone. Allow me to assist you. Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly proposed, subsequently joining her in the bathtub. Ah, you rascal, get out, she exclaimed, splashing water at him, which to Ye Xiaofeng felt like an open invitation. Ah, my eyes. He protested just as he attempted to embrace her, only to receive a punch to his left eye. Ye Xiaofeng quickly sat in the bathtub, pressing his hands against his eyes as the earlier fervor dissipated into thin air. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Qingqing inquired tentatively, observing Ye Xiaofeng shielding his eyes. It hurts so much, he exclaimed, feigning agony upon hearing her concern, though the pain was not as severe as he portrayed. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't mean to. I didn't know what came over me. I just lost control of my emotions, Qingqing said, her eyes reddening, tears nearly spilling forth. It's fine. I merely intended to startle you, Ye Xiaofeng replied, mustering a smile to alleviate her distress despite enduring the pain. You big pervert, how dare you deceive me? Qingqing retorted. Feeling betrayed by Ye Xiaofeng's words, and in a fit of anger, she struck him on the right eye with her fist. You little imp, are you trying to blind me so you can bully me? Ye Xiaofeng winced, still feeling the ache in his left eye, now compounded by the fresh blow to his right. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? Next time, think twice before deceiving me. And don't even think about bullying me, or for every deceitful act, I'll hit your left eye once, and for every instance of bullying. You're right, I will bear the brunt, Qingqing warned him with fierce conviction. Hearing her words, Ye Xiaofeng felt as if he might vomit blood from the sheer frustration of having provoked such a formidable woman. Oh, he tried to speak, but the pain in his eyes rendered Ye Xiaofeng dared not offend the formidable woman any further and quickly retrieved an item from his soul-guiding device to present it to her. At that moment, his eyes ached, rendering him incapable of appreciating the sight of Qingqing dressing up. After adorning herself, Qingqing felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling like a woman? She exclaimed upon noticing Ye Xiaofeng still lounging in the bathtub, feeling as though he was affecting her mood. I'm almost done. You should head down first. I'll be down shortly, Ye Xiaofeng urged, trying to dismiss her. Today, Qingqing had let her hair cascade down her back instead of tying it into her usual ponytail. She had completely changed her outfit, donning high heels, a long-sleeved top that revealed a hint of her décolletage, and a fitted skirt, complemented by sheer black stockings. As Qingqing descended the stairs, she observed the private room was immaculate, as if it had been tidied up just moments ago. It was now midday, and her stomach growled audibly. She promptly summoned a servant, who arrived shortly thereafter. Where's Manager Li? Qingqing inquired upon realizing the servant was not the expected Manager Li. The manager had some matters to attend to and left in haste. Miss, please enjoy your meal, the servant replied, placing a wine jug on the table. Are you all right? Your nose is bleeding, Qingqing pointed out to the servant. No, I'm fine. It's just the heat. I've been feeling a bit unwell, the servant explained before hastily exiting the room, flustered by Qingqing's presence, which felt almost divine. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng emerged from his dressing, and his eyes lit up upon seeing Qingqing. You merely changed your outfit, yet, he trailed off. Xiaofeng, your nose is also bleeding, Qingqing remarked, puzzled. The servant had claimed it was due to the heat, but Ye Xiaofeng had been in the room the entire time. Who else has a nosebleed? Ye Xiaofeng asked curiously, considering they were the only two in the room. The servant who came to deliver the wine also had a nosebleed after entering, Qingqing replied candidly. Qingqing. Perhaps you should wear the outfit from yesterday, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, unable to contain his admiration for her appearance. Why? Is it ill-fitting, unattractive, or do you simply dislike it? Qingqing retorted, feeling that the outfit was tailored perfectly for her. Qingqing, the dress is indeed flattering and beautiful, and I like it. However, when you wear it outside, everyone will be affected, Ye Xiaofeng gently explained. Well, I don't care. If others stare, their fate will be the same as yours, Qingqing warned him. All right. I won't say anything more. You can wear whatever you like, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, his eyes growing more painful as he tried to placate her. At that moment, the servant knocked and entered, keeping his gaze lowered, fearful of another nosebleed. Where's Manager Li? Ye Xiaofeng asked, realizing Manager Li usually catered to his needs. Young master, what happened to your eyes? The servant inquired, glancing at Qingqing before quickly averting his gaze, fearing the sight of Ye Xiaofeng was more overwhelming than the heat. This is merely an accident, Ye Xiaofeng fabricated a story, struggling with the pain in his eyes. Qingqing, overhearing his fib, nearly burst into laughter. Young master, you must be cautious in the future. If you're not careful, you might injure another part of your body, the servant remarked, feigning concern. I'm fine. I'll be careful, Ye Xiaofeng replied, sensing a hidden meaning in the servant's words. By the way, where's Manager Li? He asked, redirecting the topic. The manager had some matters to attend to and left in a hurry. He didn't have the chance to inform you, young master, the servant explained earnestly. Understood. Ye Xiaofeng replied, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Although Manager Li was part of his circle, he had his own freedom. Young master, I suggest you refrain from going outside until your injury has healed, the servant advised kindly. Xiaofeng, it's fine. Once you've eaten, accompany me for a stroll, Qingqing smiled. Gazing at Ye Xiaofeng, you go ahead. I won't join you. I need to recuperate for half a month, Ye Xiaofeng swiftly rejected, feeling that accompanying her would only draw attention to his own embarrassment. Fine, don't go then, Qingqing pouted in response. Young master, please enjoy your meal, the servant announced, bringing in the final dish, hastily retreating before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. The servant exited Ye Xiaofeng's room with a sly grin. Manager, I've delivered the dishes you instructed. The servant reported to Manager Li. Did you convey my exact words? Manager Li inquired, sharing a conspiratorial chuckle with the servant. Manager, it seems young master has not slept all night. His eyes resemble that of a panda. Before I could say anything, young master voluntarily mentioned he needs to rest for half a month. The servant exaggerated. With Miss Qingqing around, young master surely requires additional nourishment. Manager Li commented with a lewd grin. Manager, the signature dishes have already been served. Your foresight is commendable. You guessed correctly, the servant flattered. Do you think I lack such insight? How else could I survive in the capital for decades? Ensure young master is well catered to. Starting this month, you'll receive an extra half-month as salary. Do not mention this to the other servants, and remember to deliver the signature dishes for young master's lunch and dinner. Manager Li instructed the servant. What about breakfast? The servant asked, inadvertently provoking the manager. Breakfast? Manager Li mused, a mischievous smile crossing his face. Oh, I understand. The servant quickly realized his blunder, grinning more lewdly than Manager Li. Xiaofeng, what is this dish? Qingqing queried, eyeing the final meat course she had never encountered before. This is our signature dish. It should be beneficial for your health, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, recalling a time when he had been duped into ordering a dish of lamb kidneys and tiger penises, which he now regretted. Then hurry and eat. You look so thin and should really fortify yourself, Qingqing urged, concerned for Ye Xiaofeng, especially after he had endured her 2 punches, leaving him with panda-like eyes. I can eat something else. You should finish this instead, Ye Xiaofeng replied, wishing to unleash his frustrations on Manager Li. Why aren't you eating? Qingqing sensed something was amiss. I'm simply tired of meat dishes and wish to indulge in more vegetables, Ye Xiaofeng continued his ruse, desperately avoiding the lamb kidneys and tiger penises. No. You must eat this. Qingqing insisted, using her chopsticks to pick up a lamb kidney and bringing it to his lips. Then just a tiny bit, Ye Xiaofeng sighed, closing his eyes as he bit into the morsel she offered. Is it really that dreadful? Consuming a meat dish feels like I'm forcing you to eat poison, Qingqing teased. Xiaofeng, I shouldn't have struck you. I lost control, Qingqing confessed, her tone filled with regret. However, I've decided that to express my apologies. I shall feed you this signature dish, she said with a charming smile. I would rather endure 2 more punches from you, Ye Xiaofeng murmured softly. Indeed, preferring to become a panda once again rather than see, I have already apologized to you, yet you remain unwilling to accept it. Qingqing is becoming envious once again. How could this be? I was never angry with you. Ye Xiaofeng understood that this foolish girl had misunderstood him and quickly began to console Qingqing. You must finish your meal before I can believe you, he said, and Qingqing smiled at him once more. Are you women made of water? Your mood shifts so rapidly. Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by Qingqing's sudden change in demeanor. Huh, you are the one acting like a woman. I am still a girl, not yet married, Qingqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. May I inquire, dear Qingqing, with whom do you wish to marry? Ye Xiaofeng teased her intentionally. Why does it concern you? I wouldn't marry you anyway. Qingqing blushed fiercely at his question and shot him a glare filled with both embarrassment and anger. I was merely asking, Ye Xiaofeng replied, bewildered, feeling that a woman's temperament could change more swiftly than the turning of pages in a book. You talk too much. I can hardly enjoy my meal with your incessant chatter, Qingqing said, presenting a signature dish to Ye Xiaofeng, using her chopsticks to feed him. Qingqing, why don't you have some as well? Ye Xiaofeng attempted to feed her with his chopsticks, but she quickly turned her head away. No. This dish is exclusively yours today. You must finish it, she laughed, continuously serving him until he had consumed every last morsel. After their lunch, they shared some drinks, indulging in another pot of liquor despite Qingqing knowing full well her limits. The previous night had taken its toll on them, leaving Ye Xiaofeng yearning for a restful sleep. Ching, let us return to our room. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her. You naughty rascal. How shameless of you to think of such things in broad daylight. Ching exclaimed, playfully hitting his chest. What? I meant we should rest, Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified. See? You're still denying it. No, I meant I'm just sleepy. I can sleep on the couch, Ye Xiaofeng hastily explained, hoping to avoid further misunderstanding. Really? Only a puppy would lie. Ching expressed her disbelief. Believe it or not, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, ignoring her as he ascended the staircase to his room. Humph. If you don't want to be disturbed, then I want to bother. I can't be bothered with you. Ching shot back, watching him retreat into his room. After some time, an idea suddenly struck her. Hee. Ching smirked slyly and followed him upstairs. Upon entering the room, she found that Ye Xiaofeng had indeed spoken the truth. He was sound asleep on the couch. To avoid waking him, she deliberately took off her high heels and approached him quietly, barefoot. Gently pinching his nose to obstruct his breathing, Ye Xiaofeng instinctively switched to breathing through his mouth, observing that he could sleep in such a manner. Ching felt a surge of mischief. She simply had to play a prank on him. I refuse to believe I can't get a rise out of you, she thought, using her long hair to tickle Ye Xiaofeng, who quickly covered his face with his hands. Ye Xiaofeng was being tickled relentlessly by Ching, causing him to turn over and fall asleep, deliberately turning his back on her. Since you won't allow me to tickle you, I shall proceed to tickle you. Ching began to tickle Ye Xiaofeng's soles. Ye Xiaofeng, disturbed in his slumber by the incessant tickling, retaliated with a swift kick reminiscent of the legendary Foshan shadowless kick, sending Ching flying. Ching fell to the ground, her chest aching painfully, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Having been struck by Ye Xiaofeng's kick in his sleep, fortunately, she landed on the carpet, avoiding further injury. Previously, Manager Li had arranged for carpeting to be laid in Ye Xiaofeng's room, which serendipitously saved Ching's life. Lying on the floor, Ching wept profusely. Ye Xiaofeng felt as if nothing had happened. He turned around, lay flat on the sofa, and continued to doze off. You scoundrel, I will take your life. Ching got up, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, and rushed to the sofa. You deserve this, she cried, sitting on the sofa. Her eyes were like open faucets, tears streaming endlessly down her cheeks. The two seemed to be in a contest of endurance. Whoever stopped first would be the loser. Ye Xiaofeng was still rolling on the ground in pain, while Ching covered her chest with one hand and wiped away her tears with the other. Continuing to sob on the sofa. Ching, I'm fine. You needn't worry, Ye Xiaofeng consoled, noticing her tears and mistaking them for concern for him. I just want to kill you. Ching sobbed, looking at Ye Xiaofeng as she pounded her fists against his chest. Ching, it was my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Once you fall asleep, I'll sleep too, okay? Ye Xiaofeng thought he had fallen asleep before Ching, which was why she was upset. You kicked me, Ching exclaimed, her tears flowing freely once more. Where did I kick you? Ye Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. He had been asleep just moments ago. Get away from me. I never want to see you again. Ching yelled at Ye Xiaofeng, still wiping her tears and clutching her chest. She had taken a heavy blow unexpectedly. I'm sorry, Ching. It was my mistake. Let me see where you got hurt, Ye Xiaofeng said, embracing Ching and hastily wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, noticing a bit of blood at her mouth. Ye Xiaofeng, you big bad guy. You kicked me in the chest, and now you want to take advantage of me. Ching cried, attempting to break free from his embrace. Boss, what are you doing? The attendant asked as he finished cleaning the last room. Li, the innkeeper, pressed his ear against the wall to listen to the sounds from the adjacent room. Shoo. Li quickly signaled the attendant to be quiet. Isn't this the room next to young Master Ye's? The attendant whispered. You need to leave. This is none of your business. Li hurriedly dismissed him. Let me listen too, the attendant insisted, ignoring Li and leaning closer to the wall. You little fool, you don't understand anything. Just hurry and get out, Li said, displeased. Even though I, Xiaolu, have never been married, I still understand this, the attendant chuckled lewdly. During the day, young Master Yi is still frolicking with Miss Ching. His stamina is quite impressive, the attendant remarked. Did you not hear the sounds just now? From now on, let's change the signature dishes, and this room should no longer accommodate guests, Li said, both of their faces twisted with lewdness as they exited the room. Ching. Let me see how serious your injury is. Close your eyes, Ye Xiaofeng comforted her. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ching shot him a glare. You silly girl, where do you come up with these nonsensical thoughts? Hurry up, Ye Xiaofeng replied, exasperated. As Ching closed her eyes, Ye Xiaofeng used the first soul skill of his second spirit, the Emerald Swan, to heal her. After checking, he found that her injuries were not severe, and the treatment ended quickly. Is it done? I feel warm in my chest and no longer feel any pain, Qingqing said, still with her eyes closed. It's done. You can open your eyes now, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. How miraculous. Quickly tell me how you healed me, Qingqing exclaimed. Opening her eyes and feeling completely free of pain, her body felt significantly better than before. What? Have you forgotten the pain now that the scar has healed? Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, reluctant to reveal his secret to Qingqing, fearing it might bring her misfortune because of him. Get lost. You're just an ugly, smelly Ye Xiaofeng. Qingqing, feeling completely recovered, still did not let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook, although her tone was much lighter than before. Qingqing, why don't you rest a bit? Ye Xiaofeng said with concern. I don't need you to tell me to rest. By the way, you sleep on the sofa. And you are not allowed to come over here, Qingqing insisted, not wanting Ye Xiaofeng near her after what had happened. Don't be so stingy. Ye Xiaofeng teased as he jumped over and hugged Qingqing, who resembled a little lamb nestled in his embrace. Ye Xiaofeng, you big pervert. You're a bad guy. Let me go? Qingqing protested, still struggling. Scream all you want. Even if you tear your throat out, no one will come to save you, Ye Xiaofeng said with a deliberately lewd grin, then swept Qingqing up in a princess carry and brought her back to the bed. Ah, Qingqing squealed in fright. No more shouting. If you do, I'll rip your clothes, Ye Xiaofeng warned her, causing Qingqing to quickly hush and obediently lie down on the bed. All right, get some good sleep. No more fussing, understand? Ye Xiaofeng tenderly tucked her in. Qingqing blinked, signaling her agreement, and then Ye Xiaofeng turned to leave. Where are you going? Qingqing thought Ye Xiaofeng had ulterior motives, never suspecting he intended to do nothing. I'm going to sleep on the sofa. No, you have to stay with me. Once I fall asleep, you can go sleep, Qingqing insisted, wishing for his company. Okay, close your eyes and sleep, Ye Xiaofeng said as he sat by her side. Why don't you come up here and sleep? If you sit there, I can't fall asleep, Qingqing said, her face flushed as she glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. If you don't sleep soon, I might just head to the sofa, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself. He knew nothing good would come from sleeping beside her, and he preferred the comfort of the sofa alone. Don't. I'm sleeping now. You're not allowed to leave. Do you hear me? Qingqing said urgently. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng nod, she finally closed her eyes and fell asleep. Ye Xiaofeng felt a sense of relief as he observed Qingqing peacefully slumbering. He tenderly adjusted her blanket before returning to the sofa, having been thoroughly exhausted by the antics of this little imp, which had deprived him of restful sleep for the past 2 days. As he closed his eyes once more, he drifted into slumber, only to awaken in the depths of the night. Rising, he turned on the light and splashed his face with cold water, instantly revitalizing himself. Turning to rouse Qingqing for a meal, he was suddenly taken aback to find blood streaming from his nose. He hastily rushed back, washing his face with cold water to steady his racing heart. It was perplexing how, during her sleep, this girl had managed to shed her clothing, leaving a chaotic mess strewn across the floor, with her blanket kicked aside as well. Ye Xiaofeng picked up the garment, detecting a faint fragrance that compelled him to bring it closer for a sniff. Shaking his head, he pondered when he had become so perverse. Before retrieving the blanket and placing it on the bed, Qingqing, it's time to wake up and eat. No more sleeping, Ye Xiaofeng urged. Though he was met with a pure, white expanse that deterred any further wandering thoughts. Let me sleep a little longer, Qingqing mumbled groggily, reluctantly nudging Ye Xiaofeng with her foot. This sudden movement brought Ye Xiaofeng face to face with the source of life, leaving his throat parched. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he sprang up, delivering a firm slap to Qingqing's ample backside, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel! I will kill you! Qingqing exclaimed as she suddenly sat up, forcefully pushing Ye Xiaofeng onto the bed. How dare you hit me? Without hesitation, she seized his ears, twisting them mercilessly. The spot he had struck earlier burned with a fiery pain, yet it was intertwined with an indescribable sensation of discomfort mingled with pleasure. I was wrong, Qingqing. I won't do it again. Ye Xiaofeng felt as though his ears might be wrenched off, but his eyes were drawn to the mesmerizing sight before him, causing his nose to bleed uncontrollably. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, you wretch, taking advantage of my slumber to bully me. Qingqing suddenly realized she was devoid of clothing. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly rushed over, once again splashing cold water on himself to regain his composure. Qingqing, I am wronged. I saw your blanket fall to the floor and your clothes strewn about, so I came to help you. I called out to you several times, yet you did not wake up, Ye Xiaofeng explained in detail. Shut up, Qingqing retorted, her face flushed with anger as she turned away. Ye Xiaofeng gazed intently, helpless in the face of the situation. I will cover my eyes with both hands and resolutely refuse to look at your shamelessness, he declared, then slightly parted his fingers, thinking that missing such a splendid view would surely incur divine wrath. Qingqing, taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity, had no choice but to don her clothes, her cheeks still burning. Have you seen enough? She fumed, stepping off the bed and confronting Ye Xiaofeng. Not yet, he replied cheekily, maintaining his brazen demeanor. Ignoring him, Qingqing descended the stairs, with Ye Xiaofeng trailing behind. The meal inevitably revolved around their signature dish. Qingqing, I apologize for what happened at noon. To show my sincerity, I will feed you this signature dish. Ye Xiaofeng grinned lecherously, clearly unwilling to let Qingqing off the hook. Do not mimic my speech. Unsolicited flattery often conceals ulterior motives. Qingqing remarked, seemingly seeing through Ye Xiaofeng's intentions. Girls should not speak carelessly. What do you mean by ulterior motives? Nothing has transpired between us, Ye Xiaofeng replied, adopting a tone reminiscent of an adult lecturing a child. I have grown weary of meat dishes lately. I shall stick to vegetables, Qingqing retorted, echoing Ye Xiaofeng's words. No, you must eat, he insisted, determined not to let Qingqing escape, especially since she had eaten the signature dish at noon, unlike him. Honestly, what ingredients are used in this signature dish? Qingqing pressed, having noticed something amiss the previous day, thus compelling Ye Xiaofeng to divulge the truth. Ye Xiaofeng consumed the dish without any qualms, alleviating his own concerns. Today, he once again prepared this delicacy for himself, lamb kidneys, which, as you know, are beneficial for one's health. As he spoke, he picked up a piece and savored it. Come, you should try it as well. How does it taste? He offered a morsel to Qingqing, though it was not lamb kidneys he presented. Seeing that Ye Xiaofeng was unharmed, Qingqing took a bite, pondering the texture of the meat that required considerable chewing. After a moment, she noticed Ye Xiaofeng stifling a laugh. What are you laughing at? She inquired. I'm not. He protested. I clearly saw you laughing. You must have misseen, he insisted. Ye Xiaofeng, you were teasing me. Confess what you found amusing. Is there something wrong with the dish? I truly did not laugh, and the food is perfectly fine. Fine, if you refuse to tell me, I shall inquire elsewhere, Qingqing declared, rising to leave. Wait, I'll tell you. This dish is made from lamb kidneys, which can invigorate and replenish vitality. This is lamb kidneys? Then what is this? Qingqing asked, lifting a piece of meat that was unmistakably not lamb kidneys. It serves the same purpose of nourishing yin and yang, and it also possesses anti-aging properties. I'm asking what kind of meat this is. Let us say it's tiger meat, he replied hesitantly. Is it truly tiger meat? Be honest, what is it? Qingqing sensed that something unpleasant was afoot. It's tiger whip, Ye Xiaofeng confessed, unable to keep the truth hidden. He wished he could reprimand the shopkeeper for 3 days and nights. What? Qingqing's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Ye Xiaofeng, realizing he had deceived her into consuming that substance. You scoundrel! Not only did you deceive me, but you also bullied me, she wailed, her stomach churning at the sight of the food before her, threatening to vomit. Qingqing, please allow me to explain. I had no prior knowledge, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, embracing the sobbing girl. Let go. Do you remember what I said before? Before Ye Xiaofeng could react, Qingqing broke free and, in her fury, unleashed her fists upon him. My eyes! Ye Xiaofeng cried, as her fist struck his eyes once more, rendering him a national treasure yet again. This is the consequence of your deceit. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng reduced to a national treasure again, Qingqing's anger subsided. Qingqing, do you hold a grudge against my eyes? Why do you always target them? Ye Xiaofeng lamented, feeling quite wronged, as he too was a victim of the shopkeeper's mischief. Very well, I shall refrain from striking your eyes, she conceded. Really? As Ye Xiaofeng was about to express his gratitude, he was unexpectedly struck in the stomach by Qingqing. You have completely lost your mind, Ye Xiaofeng, he thought, suddenly regretting his decision to provoke this fierce woman. Stop pretending. Get up, I will feed you, Qingqing declared, visibly pleased with her earlier antics and feeling particularly elated. Can I not eat? He retorted. What did you say? Was my earlier blow too gentle? She challenged. I will eat. I will eat. Is that satisfactory? Ye Xiaofeng conceded, realizing that opposing this formidable woman was futile. Since you insist on feeding me, don't blame me for being rough when it's time for bed, he thought to himself with a mischievous grin. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng comply, Qingqing ceased her feeding and allowed him to eat on his own. I have eaten half. The other half is for you. Ye Xiaofeng grinned slyly. I do not want it, Qingqing quickly protested. That is not for you to decide. Ye Xiaofeng accompanied Qingqing as they watched the ninth match of Exile on the grand screen of the Soul Guide device. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome this afternoon's competition. Please direct your attention to the screen for the strengths of both contenders. Exile versus Ye Tianming. Name: Exile Martial Soul, Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level 58, a formidable attack type Soul Master Soul Ring levels yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Name: Ye Tianming Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Power Level 66, a formidable attack type Soul Master Soul Ring levels yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Xiaofeng, do you think Exile can win? Qingqing asked, wrapping her arm around Ye Xiaofeng's. It is difficult to say. Exile has emerged from the depths of despair, treating each battle as a matter of life and death. However, Ye Tianming's strength should not be underestimated. Possessing the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul inherently grants him superiority. Currently, he outmatches Exile by 8 levels in soul power. Ye Xiaofeng rationally analyzed the match. Are you still favoring Exile? Qingqing suddenly chimed in. How do you know? Ye Xiaofeng looked astonished at Qingqing. It's a girl's intuition. Someone like you wouldn't understand, Qingqing said earnestly, though secretly amused. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words, continuing to watch the fierce contest unfold. As the decisive moment approached, Ye Xiaofeng observed both warriors unleash their ultimate techniques, realizing that it would come down to who could endure until the end. Exile, I must concede that you are indeed strong, but to think you could defeat me. The wielder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is sheer folly, Ye Tianming declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Exile. Likewise. Today I will bring you down from your lofty perch, Exile retorted, his eyes icy. 6th Soul Skill, Tyrant Thunder Domain. Soul Power, Weapon and Soul Unification. Commence the Advanced Energy Shield. The announcer shouted, recognizing the intensity of their final clash, clearly aware that a mere intermediate energy shield would falter against such overwhelming force. Who won? Qingqing cried, her view obscured by the clash of energies, mirroring the confusion of the other spectators. Impossible, I cannot lose, Ye Tianming declared, engulfed in blood as he gradually collapsed, astonished that a level 66 Soul Emperor had fallen to a level 58 Soul King. You have overestimated the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul. There is no absolute strongest martial soul in this world, only stronger ones, Exile said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Congratulations to Exile for achieving a 9th consecutive victory and successfully challenging a higher level. Exile. The crowd, having blindly supported Exile through his previous 8 victories, inundated the welfare bidding area with investments, resulting in a staggering loss of 150 million in the Grand Soul Arena. Ultimately, it was Ye Xiaofeng who compensated for this deficit from his own pockets. Manager Luo, I wish to meet Exile. Please arrange it for me, Ye Xiaofeng said with his eyes closed, not bothering to glance at Luo Xiaotian. Young Master Yi. I will arrange it immediately, Luo Xiaotian replied hastily, fearful of inciting Ye Xiaofeng's wrath. But Ye Xiaofeng's expression revealed no hint of his emotions. Xiaofeng, do you also wish to compete? Qingqing asked, puzzled as she gazed at Ye Xiaofeng. How did you know? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback, wondering if a girl's intuition truly bore such accuracy. I've mentioned it. Why don't you believe me? Would you like to take me as your master? I could teach you, Qingqing teased, playfully looking for an advantage. If you truly guessed correctly this time, I might consider it, Ye Xiaofeng replied slowly, tantalizing Qingqing's curiosity. What are you guessing? Qingqing was about to inquire when she noticed Ye Xiaofeng's gaze lingering elsewhere. Ye Xiaofeng, you lecher. I'm going to beat you to a pulp, Qingqing exclaimed, leaping from the sofa to straddle Ye Xiaofeng, who sat helplessly beneath her. Qingqing, be gentle. Let go, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, his ears nearly twisted off. I won tea. I'll twist your ears until you stop leering at me, Qingqing declared, initially intending to tease Ye Xiaofeng but finding herself in a playful scuffle instead. At that moment, Manager El Ashin gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, seemingly confident in his own position. Indeed, I lack the resources for such an investment. I do not require your substantial contributions, and you lack such capital as well. It is quite simple. If you can endure 3 of my strikes, then this grand arena of combat shall be yours. Ye Xiaofeng continued to smile, embodying the adage that one cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child. Just as Luo Xiaotian was about to speak, a mere glance from Ye Xiaofeng silenced him. In truth, Qingqing did not entirely agree with Ye Xiaofeng's approach, for his opponent was Ashin and not another. Nonetheless, she placed her trust in Ye Xiaofeng's judgment. Ye Xiaofeng, you truly underestimate my Ashin, he declared, feeling humiliated by the implication. Let us speak of this after you withstand my 3 strikes, Ye Xiaofeng replied, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. Ah. Only upon your victory may you propose conditions. As for the loser's fate, Ye Xiaofeng cast a glance at Ashin. If you lose, your life shall belong to me. Ashin glared furiously at Ye Xiaofeng. 3 strikes. Regardless of your strength, I can certainly endure 3, he retorted. Remember your words, and take care to recuperate. We shall battle in half a month. Manager Luo, kindly see Ashin out. Ye Xiaofeng smiled enigmatically. Ashin, there is no need for you to escort me. I shall depart on my own. Before Luo Xiaotian could finish his sentence, Ashin interrupted him, storming out in anger. Manager Luo, announced the headline in the capital. Ashin challenges the sword god in half a month to redeem his previous humiliation. Additionally, circulate a rumor that the sword god boasts he can defeat Ashin in 3 strikes. Ye Xiaofeng had devised his strategy. The 1.5 billion gold soul coins lost that afternoon would be reclaimed with interest in half a month. Let us proceed with this plan. Luo Xiaotian, uncertain of Ye Xiaofeng's true intentions, nonetheless complied with the orders. Upon his return, he instructed that in the welfare gambling area, the sword god would be bought out, with bets solely on Ashin, while also seeking trustworthy individuals to act as decoys. Ye Xiaofeng smiled slyly. All right, I shall take care of that. Luo Xiaotian immediately set to work. You are quite mischievous, yet you accuse others of deceiving you, Qingqing remarked, astounded by Ye Xiaofeng's maneuvers. Men are only adored when they possess a hint of wickedness, Ye Xiaofeng quipped, swiftly embracing Qingqing. Ah, you lecher. Release me at once, she exclaimed, struggling to free herself from his grasp. I was merely jesting. Is it truly necessary to react so strongly? Ye Xiaofeng replied, grinning mischievously. I wouldn't believe you even if you swore, Qingqing retorted, her skepticism evident. Come, let me escort you to your room. Ye Xiaofeng had previously asked Luo Xiaotian to prepare a room, uncertain of how it had turned out. Why are you standing there? I won't devour you, he teased, beckoning Qingqing, but the oblivious girl remained unmoved. Humph, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts, she shot him a discontented glance. Very well. You may stay here while I proceed, Ye Xiaofeng said, ignoring her and stepping out of the room. What is this? Did you not claim you wouldn't follow? Why are you now trailing behind? Qingqing questioned, seeing Ye Xiaofeng walk away. What business is it of yours? She retorted angrily, yet her arms wrapped around his shoulders. Ye Xiaofeng opened the door to his former room. The outer area remained much the same, an office space, but the suite within had undergone a complete transformation. The curtains were now a soft pink, and the bedding on the double bed had been replaced with a vibrant red. A bouquet of roses adorned the bedside table. Wow! How beautiful! Qingqing exclaimed, pulling Ye Xiaofeng's shoulder and leaping onto the bed. He could only shake his head in resignation. Settling onto the sofa by the window, he poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it leisurely. Qingqing, do you like it here? He inquired, observing her comfortably lounging on the bed. Of course I do. Don't you? She replied, her eyes sparkling. As long as you like it, then I do too. Then you'll stay here from now on, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, casting a knowing glance at her. And you? I should return. Where are you going? To the inn. If you wish to go to the inn, I shall accompany you. No, I'm going to see my master. Oh, Qingqing realized she had been too greedy with her desires. She did not seek much. But after spending so much time with Ye Xiaofeng, the thought of his departure suddenly filled her heart with dismay. I will return to accompany you after a while, Ye Xiaofeng stated, preparing to leave. Stay tonight and leave tomorrow, okay? Qingqing's earlier joy vanished as she rushed over to embrace him from behind. You silly thing. I'm merely going to see my master and will be back shortly. Why act as if it were a heartbreaking farewell? Ye Xiaofeng turned around to comfort her, enveloping her in his arms. I want you to stay with me, Qingqing admitted, her eyes glistening. All right, no tears. Why act like a child, crying at the drop of a hat? Ye Xiaofeng teased, noticing her reddened eyes. He relented, agreeing to stay, as visiting his master the next day posed no issue. You're the one who spoiled me, treating me like a child, Qingqing pouted, clearly displeased. How is it my fault? Ye Xiaofeng felt unjustly accused. Oh, so now you refuse to take responsibility for your actions? Qingqing shot him a glare. We haven't done anything. Ye Xiaofeng defended himself, maintaining his integrity. As Qingqing was still a girl. Nothing. What else do you want to do? She said, playfully twisting his ear. Ah, help. Qingqing is attempting to murder her husband. Ye Xiaofeng cried out dramatically. "Pfft, don't flatter yourself. I'm not even your wife yet," Qin replied, loosening her grip but still irked by his audacity. "I never claimed you were my wife," Ye Xiaofeng quipped. "Ye Xiaofeng, you are such a rogue." All right, you are my wife," he conceded, teasing her further. "How shameless!" Qin exclaimed, exasperated. "Stop fooling around. I am staying to accompany you," Ye Xiaofeng said, playfully pinching her cheek. "Staying with me? Does that mean you are putting yourself at a disadvantage? If so, you may leave now." She scrutinized him, fearful of deceit. "How could I? What are you even thinking?" "I would never deceive you," he reassured her, his gaze unwavering. "I will temporarily trust you, but if I ever discover you have lied to me, I will not let you off easily," Qin warned, as she playfully bit down on his shoulder. "Ah, Qin, don't bite. You're drawing blood," Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, noticing her teeth had broken the skin. "I want you to remember today's words for a lifetime," she said, licking the blood from her lips. "Just remembering is sufficient. There's no need to be so cruel," Ye Xiaofeng remarked as he wiped the blood away, dressing quickly. "I fear losing you," Qin confessed, holding him tightly, constantly plagued by insecurity. In the days that followed, Ye Xiaofeng's attentive care filled her heart with immense happiness, yet with each moment of joy, the fear of loss intensified. Within less than a month, she had been profoundly captivated by this young man, resolute that she could only marry him. "What are you thinking? Stop acting as if it were a tragic farewell. Rest assured, I will accompany you as we grow old together, surrounded by our children under the setting sun," Ye Xiaofeng said, gently stroking her hair. "Children? Are you trying to take my life? If you wish to have them, you can bear them yourself. I will not." Qin grumbled, though a long-lost happiness shone through her expression. "It requires your cooperation as well. Enough of the antics. Shall I accompany you shopping?" Ye Xiaofeng suggested, feeling the evening was still young and inviting. "Absolutely." Qin's excitement sparked her innate femininity, and she eagerly took his hand, leading him outside. Ye Xiaofeng directly led the Imperial Capital auction house, where he successfully bid 1.5 million for a 30 cubic meter soul guiding ring. "Qing," he said, extending his left hand, "allow me to adorn your finger with this ring." Kneeling gently, he slid the ring onto her left hand's ring finger and placed a soft kiss on her arm. The onlookers at the auction house turned their heads to observe the tender scene between Ye Xiaofeng and Qing. "Fool, you need not kneel, merely putting it on me suffices." Qing chided, her cheeks tinged with a gentle blush as she glanced at the others. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng's gesture stirred her heart once more. In a distant star, when two souls in love wed, the man places a ring on the beloved's finger as a symbol of eternal love, he reflected, his mind brimming with memories from his past life. "But we are not wed yet," Qing replied, her face aglow with happiness despite her protest. "I am merely declaring to the world that you are the woman I have chosen," Ye Xiaofeng declared with a playful smile. "Should anyone harbor ill intentions, I shall deal with them harshly." "How presumptuous! I have yet to agree to your proposal," she retorted playfully, leaving him momentarily flustered. "Ah, has my heartfelt confession been in vain?" He followed her, scratching his head. "However, I shall grant you a chance. Should you behave well, I may just win your favor." Observing Ye Xiaofeng's bewilderment, Qing felt a surge of joy within her, though she masked it well. "A warm-hearted man like you is a rarity. Think carefully. For such an opportunity may not come again," she teased. "Suddenly, I believe it is best we start as friends," she added, as if seeing through his intentions. "Really? You were just saying there would be no second chance," she playfully reminded him. "You must have misheard. Come, let me take you out for grilled fish." Ye Xiaofeng quickly shifted the topic. "Humph, do not think a mere grilled fish will sway me," Qing responded, yet she firmly held onto his hand. Soon, they arrived at the most popular grilled fish restaurant, where Ye Xiaofeng accompanied her in enjoying the meal. "Eat slowly. Your mouth is covered in grease," he said, wiping the corner of her lips with a napkin. "I have never tasted such exquisite grilled fish," Qing exclaimed, typically frugal and hesitant to spend frivolously. With Ye Xiaofeng, she found herself indulging. "If you desire, you may come here daily. Take this card," he said, handing her the previous golden card that contained 5 million soul coins. "No need. I have my own," she firmly declined, not wanting to rely on others for such matters. "I understand your concerns, but I am not just anyone." "If you refuse, it would trouble me greatly," Ye Xiaofeng assured her, providing an avenue for her acceptance. "Very well, I shall repay you when I have the means." She conceded, though she still felt a bit awkward. "You are almost my wife. What is yours is mine, and vice versa. Why must we delineate so clearly?" he said earnestly, causing her to blush deeply. Men's words are often deceptive, she retorted, choosing to ignore him and continue her meal. Why did I never notice how clever this girl truly is? He mused. All right, I am done. Today, I am in a good mood and shall treat you. Qingqing declared as she headed to the front to settle the bill. Then I thank you for this delightful meal, Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her. As they exited the restaurant. Night had fallen, and Qingqing suddenly wore a mischievous smile, as if a thought had struck her. Oh dear, Xiaofeng, my foot hurts terribly. I believe I have sprained it. She exclaimed, blocking his path. Ye Xiaofeng, genuinely concerned, believed her plight. Qingqing, sit here. Let me take a look, he said earnestly, unaware of her quiet smile. I cannot walk now. What shall I do? She feigned concern. Do not fret. Sit down, and I shall assist you. If it proves too difficult, I will carry you home, he reassured her, gazing at her with concern. Have you no conscience? I can hardly walk, and yet you still insist I do, she said, playfully punching his arm. How about this? I shall carry you back, he suggested, but before he could finish, she leaped onto his back. Did you not claim your foot was injured? He questioned, suddenly realizing she had deceived him. Oh, do not ask so many questions. Just carry me back, she urged, fearful he might change his mind. You silly girl, did you concoct this scheme just to have me carry you? Ye Xiaofeng finally understood he had been tricked. I do not comprehend your words. Let us depart. She feigned ignorance. Then hold on tight, he instructed. Quietly, Qingqing nestled against his back, closing her eyes and relishing the comfort of the moment. Ye Xiaofeng noticed that Qingqing had fallen silent, so he refrained from disturbing her and continued to carry her toward the Grand Soul Arena. Qingqing, we have arrived at the entrance. It's time to get down, he called out repeatedly. When he received no response, he gradually crouched down and discovered that Qingqing had already drifted into a peaceful slumber on his back. Gently, he cradled her in a princess embrace and made his way back to their room. Once there, he carefully placed her by the bedside, removed her high-heeled shoes, and tucked her in snugly beneath the covers. Ye Xiaofeng settled down, quietly admiring Qingqing, his mind devoid of distractions, solely focused on his affection for her. Just as he was about to rise and depart, he recalled his promise to stay with Qingqing. Consequently, he shed his clothes and returned to bed, enveloping himself around Qingqing as they drifted into slumber. That night, Ye Xiaofeng refrained from disturbing Qingqing's peaceful rest, while she slept soundly, awakening only the following morning. As dawn broke, Qingqing stirred and, noticing Ye Xiaofeng holding her close, playfully began to tease him. She pinched his nose, tugged at his ear, and eventually, with a mischievous grin, pried open his eyelids. Must you disturb my sleep so early? Ye Xiaofeng, initially relishing his comfortable slumber, found himself roused by Qingqing's antics, ultimately unable to feign sleep any longer. You sleep your sleep, and I'll entertain myself. Let us not intrude upon one another, Qingqing quipped playfully. With you behaving thus, how can I possibly rest? You little temptress, cease your provocations, lest I choose to claim you, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, casting a cheeky glance at Qingqing. Where are your eyes wandering? Close them at once. Qingqing swiftly covered Ye Xiaofeng's eyes. Very well, it is still early. Let us indulge in a bit more slumber, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling her closer into his embrace. Anticipating that Ye Xiaofeng might harbor ulterior motives, Qingqing was surprised when he remained silent, closing his eyes to continue resting. However, she was not inclined to relinquish her playful pursuit so easily, drawing circles upon his chest with her finger. You little enchantress, having tempted me thrice. Do not blame me for my actions, Ye Xiaofeng declared, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Just as Qingqing attempted to speak, he silenced her, and their playful frenzy resumed, akin to fish reveling in a flowing river. By midday, Qingqing nestled obediently within Ye Xiaofeng's embrace. Ye Xiaofeng awoke and carried Qingqing to the bathroom. After the two had changed their clothes, Ye Xiaofeng took her to the inn. After enjoying their lunch, he left Qingqing behind and set off for the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Master, how have you been lately? Upon arriving at the sect, Ye Xiaofeng's first action was to pay his respects to the sword duelist, Exile. You still remember that I am your master? Exile immediately unleashed his inquiry. Confess honestly, where have you been for an entire month? Master, did you not often say that one should not solely focus on cultivation? Thus, I ventured outside to reflect on my understanding of the Tao, Ye Xiaofeng earnestly replied, weaving a tale to appease Exile. And how have you comprehended it? Exile, with his eyes closed since Ye Xiaofeng entered, inquired further. I am quite dull-witted, but suddenly I have gained some insight, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noticing a slight frown on Exile's brow, prompting him to immediately alter his previous statement with a smile. Since that is the case, I shall assist you for a while, Exile declared, waving his sleeve. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind swept Ye Xiaofeng out of the window, plunging him directly into the water basin. Fenger, have you regained your senses? Exile appeared beside the basin in a flash. I realized my mistake. I should not have been infatuated with the mundane, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, climbing out of the water and humbly admitting his error. I do not oppose your associations. But have you truly considered it? Exile, like a father figure, guided Ye Xiaofeng, addressing the issue from his perspective. Just as Ye Xiaofeng was about to assert his readiness, a wave of confusion washed over him. Was he genuinely prepared? Even if Qingqing was willing to be with him, along with Binger and the others, could he truly protect them with his current strength? He still had to return to see God Island, if his power was insufficient. Could he truly stay by his mother's side without worry? Ye Xiaofeng was immersed in profound contemplation. Observing this scene, Sword Douluo felt a sense of relief. Even though Ye Xiaofeng possessed exceptional talent, he still required a guiding figure to broaden his horizons and extend his vision into the future. Sword Douluo Qingqing harbored hopes that Ye Xiaofeng would eventually transcend his current limitations. Disciple, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Ye Xiaofeng expressed, as he found clarity after Sword Douluo's insightful counsel. In the following days, he dedicated himself to honing his swordsmanship, effortlessly executing the first character of the killing technique. On the eve of his duel with Exile, Ye Xiaofeng beseeched Sword Douluo for assistance in a matter. Though it was somewhat unbecoming for a titled Douluo to do so, he consented for the sake of his disciple. Master, today I wish to take a stroll to relax my mind, Ye Xiaofeng stated, having neglected Qingqing during his recent training. Since you seek to unwind, I shall accompany you on this walk. Fortuitously, I have some time to spare, Sword Douluo replied with a smile, gazing at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng's heart was in turmoil. Master, I'm going to see my girlfriend. Is it really necessary for you to accompany me? He wore a helpless expression. What's this? You seem displeased with my company. Douluo remarked, surprised to perceive a hint of disdain in his disciple's eyes moments ago. How could that be? I would welcome your presence, master. Ye Xiaofeng quickly replied with a forced smile. Then let us visit Manager Li and savor his culinary delights. Douluo, having not tasted Manager Li's dishes in quite some time, suddenly felt a surge of interest. Very well, Ye Xiaofeng said. Though internally he was still in a state of chaos, akin to a child who unexpectedly encounters a parent while meeting a romantic interest. As fate would have it. As they walked side by side down the street towards the inn, Ye Xiaofeng spotted Qingqing rushing towards him, and there was no time to intervene. You scoundrel! After being away for so long, you finally returned to see me, Qingqing exclaimed, throwing her arms around Ye Xiaofeng and launching into her grievances. Ye Xiaofeng was instantly petrified, standing motionless, wishing he could find a mouse hole to burrow into, and regretting his own ill-fated words. Xiaofeng, what is wrong with you? Do you not care about her at all? Qingqing sensed something was amiss with Ye Xiaofeng, and upon seeing him frozen, she released her embrace. Changing her approach, she pinched his cheeks gently with both hands, urging, come on, smile a little. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng's smile was more akin to a grimace than joy. Cough, Fenger. Will you not introduce me to your companion? Douluo could no longer bear to watch the two youngsters flirt awkwardly, thinking to himself that this boy had indeed gained some audacity to play coy with his master. Qingqing, this is my master, Ye Xiaofeng said, his embarrassment palpable. Greetings, master. Greetings, senior. Qingqing suddenly realized that Ye Xiaofeng had brought his master along, having only focused on him earlier and neglected the presence beside him. Overwhelmed by shyness and excitement, she hastily called out to the master, only to realize she had made an error in her address. Master, please forgive my ignorance, Qingqing said, flustered. It seems the one lacking understanding here is you, Douluo remarked, his tone suggesting that he would not let this impudent boy escape so easily. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng could only force a smile. As for her, accepting one more person was of little concern to Douluo, who then stepped into the inn. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Ye Xiaofeng regained his composure, astonished that his master had agreed due to Qingqing's inadvertent remark. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Qingqing, hurry and pay your respects to our esteemed master, Ye Xiaofeng gently urged the dazed Qingqing. By the time they regained their senses and entered the inn, Sword Douluo had already been invited into Ye Xiaofeng's private chamber by Manager Li. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing ascended the stairs. With a mere glance, Ye Xiaofeng signaled to Manager Li, who promptly arranged for the dishes to be served. Disciple Qingqing, pay your respects to master. Qingqing immediately knelt down, bowing her head. There is no need for such formality, Qingqing. I do not concern myself with these trivial ceremonial gestures. Douluo quickly helped Qingqing to her feet. Ye Xiaofeng witnessed this scene and thought to himself, Master is indeed showing favoritism. When I knelt in reverence, he merely waved his sleeve, and it was done, yet he treats Qingqing so kindly. How can I not have an opinion? It seemed that Douluo could read Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts as he turned to face him. How could that be? I am merely delighted for Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng quickly replied with a smile. By the way, Xiaofeng, you call Master Shizuan, while I call him Shifu. It feels quite awkward. Qingqing remarked after hearing Ye Xiaofeng address Douluo as Shizuan. In truth, I prefer it when you refer to me as Shifu. Douluo interjected before Ye Xiaofeng could respond. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback by Douluo's words. Ah, Shifu is indeed wise. Qingqing exclaimed, showering Douluo with praise. Shifu, you can't do this to me. After all, Shizuan and Shifu convey the same meaning, Ye Xiaofeng grumbled, feeling somewhat deceived. Xiaofeng, you simply do not understand. Qingqing chuckled as she glanced at him. What do you mean? Ye Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Essentially, what Shifu means is that you should just follow the principles without questioning too much, Qingqing said with an innocent smile. What bewildered Ye Xiaofeng even more was witnessing his own master nodding in agreement with Qingqing. Qingqing, if Feng bullies you, do inform me. And I shall teach him a lesson, Douluo said with a smile, as if regarding his granddaughter. Shifu, you don't know. This big bad guy bullies me every day. Qingqing began to say, but was quickly silenced by Ye Xiaofeng covering her mouth, fearing she might inadvertently reveal something troublesome. Some matters are best left unsaid, especially when they pertain to relationships between men and women. Shifu, how could that be? I cherish Qingqing too much to ever bully her. Ye Xiaofeng logged after Ye Xiaofeng brushed past. A wave of emotions surged within him as he pulled Qingqing into his embrace and kissed her. This was a punishment for deceiving him. Qingqing was aware that Ye Xiaofeng harbored affections for others, yet she was still willing to accept him. However, she did not wish to be kept in the dark. As Ye Xiaofeng kissed her, she resolutely bit down on him. Ye Xiaofeng's lips were stained with blood, as if they were about to break. This girl truly embodies the essence of passionate love and fierce hatred, showing no mercy to herself at all. Qingqing, I swear, I will never abandon you in this lifetime. If I go against the promise made tonight, may I, Ye Xiaofeng, be struck down by lightning. Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning. In Ye Xiaofeng's heart, he cursed, realizing that oaths should not be taken lightly. He had just warned against reckless words. You must not speak foolishly. If you were to perish, I would not survive either. Qingqing pressed her hand against Ye Xiaofeng's mouth, unwilling to hear more. By the following morning, Ye Xiaofeng was still embracing Qingqing in slumber, while the Grand Soul Arena was bustling with a sea of people. And the welfare bedding area was lined with long queues. Everyone had high hopes for Exile, with Prince Xuexing and Zwiqing observing the scene, caught in hesitation. Exile. A wager of 100 million was placed. Douluo entered the welfare bedding area, directly investing 100 million in Exile. Hey, aren't you going to invest in your disciple? Douluo began to encourage Sword Douluo. Invest 10 million in Sword God and 40 million in Exile. Sword Douluo shook his head helplessly and then departed. Others, witnessing this scene, immediately logged in to place bets on Exile. After all, two titled Douluo believed in him. Zwiqing and Prince Xuexing, initially indecisive due to past losses to Ye Xiaofeng, began to waver upon Douluo's investment of 100 million. Sword Douluo's investment was undoubtedly a bombshell, shattering their doubts. They perceived Sword Douluo's 10 million investment as merely saving face for his disciple. In truth, Sword Douluo had faith in Exile, as his investment of 40 million signified his belief in Exile's potential. Invest 200 million in Exile, Prince Xuexing declared, eager to recoup his previous losses with interest. 500 million. What? The crowd was astounded, witnessing the prince's extravagant gamble aimed at avenging his previous humiliation. Invest 500 million in Exile, Zwiqing stated coldly, unwilling to let Ye Xiaofeng off the hook. Once victorious, she planned to deal with Ye Xiaofeng accordingly. Everyone arrived early at the Grand Soul Arena, anticipating the noon showdown while Ye Xiaofeng remained asleep, cradling his beloved. Young Master Yi. News from Senior Qingqing advises you to arrive early. Li Zhonggui reminded at the entrance as noon approached, and Ye Xiaofeng showed no signs of stirring. Li Zhonggui, I understand. You may leave now. Ye Xiaofeng mumbled sleepily, closing his eyes to relish life, his hands wandering playfully. Qingqing, awakened by his antics, twisted his ear, urging him to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Soul Arena's midday match is about to commence. Please have both sides prepare. Exile had achieved a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, bringing substantial earnings to the audience. The large screen in the welfare betting area displayed, Exile invested 1.01 billion, odds 1.15. Sword God invested 105 million, odds 115. From these figures, it was clear that most investments favored Exile, while the investment in Sword God by Ye Xiaofeng comprised 10 million from Sword Douluo and an additional 5 million hastily invested by Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng, let us see how you intend to win. Even if you are formidable, attempting to defeat Exile in 3 moves is sheer arrogance. You are far too conceited. Zweeking observed from the VIP stand. It seemed that all investors in Exile shared Zweeking's sentiments, except for Douluo and Sword Douluo, who appeared unfazed, as if everything were under their control. Ladies and gentlemen, let us first examine the disparity in strength between the two sides. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Name: Exile Martial Spirit, Fire Dragon Spear Soul Power Level, 58 Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Name: Sword God, Ye Xiaofeng, Martial Spirit, 7 Killing Sword Soul Power Level, 51 Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. What? Ye Xiaofeng has actually broken through. Zweeking clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms as she regarded Ye Xiaofeng below. Prince Xuesheng, however, was not overly surprised. He believed Exile would win the match. Even if Exile's strength was inferior to Ye Xiaofeng's, he only needed to withstand 3 moves to secure victory. Ladies and gentlemen, the match officially begins. Who would have thought you would break through to the Soul King realm? No wonder you speak so arrogantly, Exile remarked. Eyeing Ye Xiaofeng, eager to erase past grievances. Achieving the Soul King realm is nothing remarkable. Only someone like you would take pride in such a minor achievement. Ye Xiaofeng retorted with a cold smile. Indeed, it is not particularly impressive, but enduring 3 of your moves is more than sufficient. Ye Xiaofeng considered 3 moves a disgrace, dismissing Exile as a worthy opponent. Enough talk. Make your move. Ye Xiaofeng sneered at Exile. Why don't you strike first? I shall receive your 3 moves. Exile insisted, unwilling to take advantage. If I strike first, you wouldn't even have the qualification to draw your spear. Ye Xiaofeng's words struck deep into Exile's vulnerabilities. Then allow me to experience your confidence, Exile declared, invoking his 3rd soul skill, 100 Steps Piercing Yang. Qinglian Shield. Ye Xiaofeng summoned his shield to defend, the Qinglian Shield having evolved to a 10,000-year level, impervious to mere 1,000-year soul skills. Overwhelming the world. Exile, sensing the strength of the Qinglian Shield, unleashed his 4th soul skill, yet it failed to breach Ye Xiaofeng's defense. Previously, his 4th soul skill had been effective, but now, as Ye Xiaofeng's power had grown, so too had the shield's resilience. Realizing this, Exile was left with no choice but to utilize his 10,000-year soul skill. Destruction Kill. Exile, seeing his 3rd and 4th soul skills ineffective, resorted to his ultimate technique, attempting to penetrate Ye Xiaofeng's defense. A slight crack appeared in Ye Xiaofeng's shield. The audience, once lively, fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixated on the 2 combatants on the stage. Your disciple exhibits unusual prowess. Ordinarily, the 1st soul skill should not be this formidable. Douluo, a titled Douluo, recognized the anomaly. Everyone has their secrets, do they not? Sword Douluo countered. Moreover, the strength of Feng reflects the exceptional teachings of his master, Sword Douluo added with a faint smile. Douluo initially believed Sword Douluo was revealing some secret, but was taken aback by the old man's shameless self-praise. By the way, could you show some decorum? There are so many eyes upon us, Douluo muttered, feeling particularly disgruntled. What? Do they all have objections to this old man? Sword Douluo remarked. Noticing that all spectators were focused on the arena, leaving only himself and Douluo in dialogue. Ah, Ye Xiaofeng, I never expected you to grow stronger. This is your justification for arrogance. Zweeking suddenly found herself somewhat admiring Ye Xiaofeng. If such a strong individual could pledge loyalty to her, her ambitious dreams would be within reach. Exile, I owe you my gratitude. If it were not for you, I would not have comprehended my self-created soul skill so swiftly. Recently, I have made a minor breakthrough in my self-created soul skill. How about you receive a move? Ye Xiaofeng observed that it was now his turn to attack after Exile had utilized his 5th soul skill. Your comprehension is solely due to your own efforts. There is no need for gratitude. Feel free to unleash your techniques. Exile acknowledged Ye Xiaofeng's strength, but resolved to fight to the death rather than retreat. Ye Xiaofeng concentrated the 7-killing sword in his right hand, becoming one with the sword itself. Did you really entrust this to him? Douluo was taken aback that Sword Douluo had imparted his 7-killing technique to Ye Xiaofeng. He is my disciple. Is it not my duty to teach him? Sword Douluo gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, as if witnessing the spirited version of himself from years past. No, to be precise, Ye Xiaofeng surpassed him. He had grasped the first character of the 7-killing technique at the age of 16. It seems you are serious now. Douluo seized their banner, feeling a hint of envy. In my lifetime, I have exhausted all efforts, yet I find it difficult to break through that realm. However, Fenger is different. He is still young. As long as no misfortune befalls him, it is only a matter of time before he transcends that boundary. Sword Douluo was utterly devoted to the path of the sword. Now at level 96, each subsequent elevation would require deep comprehension. At 82 years of age, the aspiration to breach the 100-level threshold seemed insurmountable, and all his hopes were pinned on Ye Xiaofeng. As Ye Xiaofeng unleashed the first character of the 7-killing technique, it materialized and surged towards Exile. Exile, utilizing all his soul power, executed his self-created technique in defense. Yet he could not withstand the might of Ye Xiaofeng's attack. When their techniques collided, Exile was sent flying, shattering the arena's protective barriers, leaving the scene in utter devastation. Exile lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, his clothes tattered and stained. He had believed himself formidable, only to find that he could not endure even a single strike from Ye Xiaofeng. In this match, Ye Xiaofeng emerged victorious, the host exclaimed. But the audience felt no joy as all their wagers had been lost. Ye Xiaofeng, I shall make you 1,000 pieces. Prince Shuisheng, who had previously lost 1 billion, now cursed as he spat venom and seethed with rage. Sword Douluo was taken aback that Prince Shuisheng would dare threaten his disciple, treating him as if he were invisible. With a mere glance, Sword Douluo made Prince Shuisheng feel as if he had plummeted into an abyss. Retracting his gaze was a warning, a clear message that Ye Xiaofeng was under his protection. Any attempt to harm him would lead to dire consequences. Even for a prince of the Tiando Empire, Prince Shuisheng shivered, realizing he had overstepped. Get lost, he bellowed, directing his pent-up fury towards the lower-ranked fighters. Even with Poison Douluo by his side, Sword Douluo was not someone he could provoke. Conversely, Shuisheng felt elated. For her, 5 billion was insignificant, and someone like Ye Xiaofeng was worth cultivating. Ye Xiaofeng stepped down from the arena and approached Exile, whose face now resembled that of a ghost, clearly devastated by the recent blow. If he cannot withstand such minor setbacks, he is unworthy of the title of a warrior. A true warrior should confront challenges head-on rather than merely drift along with the tide. Ye Xiaofeng exerted every effort to compel Exile to pledge his allegiance, and now, witnessing Exile's self-destruction, how could he not feel a surge of anger? A genuine warrior faces adversity rather than succumbing to the currents. At the brink of despair, Exile seemed to grasp at a fleeting glimmer of hope. Manager Luo, take him for treatment, Ye Xiaofeng instructed upon noticing Exile's reaction, prompting Luo Xiaodian to lead him to care. Once you are well, come find me at Manager Li's inn, he added before departing. Upon returning to the office, Ye Xiaofeng discovered that Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were awaiting his arrival. After a fortnight of beseeching his master, Ye Xiaofeng finally secured the cooperation of Gu Douluo to assist Jian Douluo in their theatrical endeavor. Gu Douluo, summoned by his master, initially demanded a remuneration of 100 million, yet he graciously acquiesced. Ultimately, the principal amount of 100 million, alongside an additional 100 million as compensation, culminated in a total of 200 million. This fee, a mere 100 million for friendship's sake, was indeed a favorable rate. Otherwise, Gu Douluo would not have been inclined to assume such a role for mere monetary gain, as it would not only offend others but also tarnish the esteemed reputation of a titled Douluo. Ye Xiaofeng offered his master, the Sword Douluo, a sum of 200 million, which was graciously declined, likely because the Sword Douluo understood that Ye Xiaofeng needed the funds to enhance his own strength. When have you ever been so generous to your disciple? With your wealth, why not lend a helping hand to me, the Bone Douluo? He began to jest with the Sword Douluo. Nonsense. Do you really think you need my assistance? The Sword Douluo showed no signs of yielding to the Bone Douluo's banter. Previously, the whimsical Qingqing had ventured to invest the 5 million she was granted into herself, and now it had astonishingly transformed into a total of 80 million, combining 5 million with the original 5 million. Ye Xiaofeng handed a black card directly to Qingqing. Initially reluctant to accept it, he only supported Ye Xiaofeng for amusement, yet he found himself compelled to take it. Just then, Ye Xiaodian entered unexpectedly. Unsure whether to speak in the presence of so many familiar faces. Although they were all acquaintances, he hesitated. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Luo Xiaodian among them. Only the Bone Douluo was not particularly close, but his relationship with Ye Xiaofeng's master was notable, so he anticipated no complications. Ye Xiao. His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience, Luo Xiaodian said, bowing his head submissively. Master, please wait a moment. I will meet with Ye Xiaofeng. He informed the Sword Douluo before stepping outside. Even though Shui Qinghe had lost money, he dared not openly confront him. As Ye Xiaofeng reached the doorway, a voice echoed in his ear from the Tianji system, Xiaobing. Master, your current task is to establish a good rapport with Qianren and to claim her first time. Only then will the task be deemed complete, Xiaobing stated. Am I allowed to decline this task? Ye Xiaofeng thought of rejecting it outright. What a ludicrous proposition. Engaging Qianren, who had disguised herself as Shui Qinghe, would undoubtedly lead him into a relentless pursuit. You have no choice. Should you choose to refuse, you will be reduced to a mere mortal, stripped of everything. Thus, you must forge ahead. Good luck, Xiaobing concluded, vanishing once more. This system he possessed was particularly troublesome. The first time it activated, it malfunctioned. Not only had his awakening of the martial soul been delayed by 5 years, but it also provided task notifications without any follow-up. A pitiful system offered no real alternatives. Even the worst options would at least provide a choice. The existence of this system felt almost equivalent to having none at all, with the sole benefit being the rewards it offered. This was also a reason for his rapid advancement. Otherwise, at his current age, achieving the Soul King realm would be improbable. Now, he was presented with such a task, clearly an attempt to ensnare him. However, the thought of Qianren caused a momentary drool to escape his lips. Ye Xiaofeng stepped out and sought out Shui Qinghe. According to Luo Xiaodian, he had arranged for Shui Qinghe to be in a different conference room, recognizing her esteemed status and the need for proper hospitality. Your Highness, I apologize for the delay. I was attending to a minor matter, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile to Shui Qinghe, who sat at the table, curious about her purpose for seeking him. Minor matter? From my perspective, it seems that young Master Yi is preoccupied with allocating 10 billion resources, Shui Qinghe replied, gazing at him with a smile. Ah. So even your Highness could perceive that. Previously, Qingqing mentioned that a woman's intuition is remarkably sharp. I hadn't expected it to be this acute. Is your Highness here today regarding that 5 billion? Ye Xiaofeng probed, trying to uncover her intentions. To me, wealth is merely an external possession. Such trivial matters hold no significance, Shui Qinghe assured him, feeling no regret since the loss would be borne by the Tiando Empire, not her personally. Indeed. Your Highness is destined to be a monarch, far beyond our ilk of ruffians, Ye Xiaofeng began to flatter, a skill at which he excelled. Young Master Yu shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. How could he possibly be a mere ruffian? Shui Qinghe reciprocated the flattery. Your Highness, you aren't here simply to praise me, are you? After all this conversation, I still don't grasp your true intentions, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, pondering her purpose. You may interpret it that way. I genuinely admire young Master Yi, hence my wait for you, Shui Qinghe smiled at him. Ah. I hadn't anticipated your Highness possessed such inclinations. Regrettably, I am not a woman, or I would certainly offer myself to you, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a grin, fully aware of her true meaning, yet compelled to say such for his mission. Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood my intentions, Shui Qinghe said, surprised that he thought she had a preference for women. Your Highness, you mustn't jest. If you were a woman, I, Ye Xiaofeng, would go to great lengths for you, he declared boldly. Really? Shui Qinghe exclaimed, suddenly excited. Such matters, I would not joke about, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously, looking intently at her. Young Master, it is unfortunate that I am not a woman, otherwise, I would not hesitate to offer myself. Shui Qinghe deftly diverted the topic, unwilling to let her plans be jeopardized by Ye Xiaofeng. What a significant regret in life, Ye Xiaofeng sighed theatrically. May I address you as Xiaofeng? Shui Qinghe politely inquired. Of course, your Highness may call me whatever you wish, as long as it is not something like cat or dog, Ye Xiaofeng joked. Xiaofeng, you truly have a knack for humor. But you may call me Qinghe. There is no need for formalities, she said, unable to suppress her laughter. Qinghe, your laughter is reminiscent of a maiden. It is quite lovely, Ye Xiaofeng remarked again, though he knew that Qianreng's impersonation of Shui Qinghe was still quite enchanting. Ah, Xiaofeng, do not speak so foolishly, Shui Qinghe said, her cheeks slightly flushed, irritated by his teasing, as she feared revealing her true identity. "Qinghe, you must understand. My words are sincere, however. There are 3 significant pursuits in life that one must not miss," Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed with mock seriousness. "The first is fine wine," he continued, pouring a drink for Qinghe and himself, raising a toast, and downing it in one go. In contrast to Ye Xiaofeng's boisterousness, Qinghe drank with grace and elegance. "And what is the second pursuit?" Qinghe asked, intrigued by his words. "The second is martial arts. As humans, we should strive for higher levels of martial prowess. If one cannot break the 100 mark in this life, what meaning does it hold to become an unparalleled warrior?" Ye Xiaofeng expressed with enthusiasm, revealing his inner aspirations. "And the third?" Qinghe asked, becoming increasingly absorbed, surprised at how closely their pursuits aligned. "The third pursuit is beauty. Throughout history, heroes have struggled in the presence of beauty. However, I say it is not merely a struggle but a test that, despite knowing it, one finds themselves irresistibly drawn," Ye Xiaofeng declared, his gaze fixed on Qinghe. Qinghe trembled slightly but quickly regained her composure. It was simple. Xiaofeng admired beauty, and she would ensure he was surrounded by stunning women, all of whom would be of exceptional beauty and figure. It seemed Qinghe had not grasped his meaning. If it were an ordinary woman, how could a hero falter in her presence? The women he spoke of were celestial beings, untouched by earthly troubles. Ye Xiaofeng raised his cup again and drank deeply. At that moment, Qinghe found herself perplexed. She could procure any kind of beauty, skilled in the arts and domestic duties, but those ethereal beings were beyond her reach. "I understand, Qinghe. You are drawn to my strength. Should you need assistance in the future, I, Ye Xiaofeng, would offer my help without hesitation," he stated, abandoning any pretense. "Thank you, Xiaofeng. I must attend to some matters and shall not disturb you further," Qinghe acknowledged, understanding that haste would yield no fruitful results. "Take care, Qinghe." Ye Xiaofeng watched her leave before returning to his original office. "Xiaofeng, did that prince give you any trouble?" Qingxing rushed over, grasping Ye Xiaofeng's arm, her face filled with concern. "Fenger, what did His Highness seek you for?" Douluo was also quite concerned about this matter. As Qing, he had lost 500 million, and it was likely that he would take this opportunity to target Ye Xiaofeng. "It's nothing. His Royal Highness is merely drawn to my strength and seeks to cultivate a favorable relationship, perhaps with a hint of ulterior motives," Ye Xiaofeng candidly explained. "Well, this situation might not be entirely detrimental for you. However, always remember to leave some room for maneuver. It is wise," Douluo advised Ye Xiaofeng, emphasizing that while one should harbor no ill intentions, it is prudent to remain cautious of others. "Xiaofeng, be careful moving forward," Qing expressed her unease. The crown prince of the Tianshui Empire wielded immense power, yet Ye Xiaofeng was relatively vulnerable. When working alongside the crown prince, one must tread carefully. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences for Ye Xiaofeng. Although Douluo was formidable, he could not be expected to protect Ye Xiaofeng at all times. This was also not what Ye Xiaofeng desired. Yet he had to take risks to fulfill his mission. "Fenger, we shall return now. Take care," Douluo concluded, accompanying Douluo on their way back. "Master, do not worry. I know what to do," Ye Xiaofeng replied, though he had already devised a plan in his mind. Qing, please return to your room and wait for me. I need to check on Exile." Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Qing, wishing to keep her from following him. "All right, just come back soon," Qing replied before heading to her own room. "Manager Luo, how is Exile?" Ye Xiaofeng inquired, looking at Luo Xiaotian. "I have already arranged for a therapist to treat him, but Exile's injuries are quite severe, so it will take some time," Luo Xiaotian reported to Ye Xiaofeng. "I will go and see him again." Ye Xiaofeng intended to hone Exile into a valuable asset, making his own tasks considerably easier. "I have overestimated your capabilities," Ye Xiaofeng remarked as he entered Exile's room, where Exile lay pallid and weak. "You have won. I will honor my promise. From now on, my life belongs to you." Exile acknowledged the harsh reality of defeat, recognizing the strength of his opponent. "Ye Xiaofeng, that is good. However, with your current condition and strength, you are of little aid to me," Ye Xiaofeng observed Exile's expression. "I understand. I will strive to recover swiftly." Exile closed his eyes, yet within him lingered a sense of disappointment and pain. He had always considered himself a strong warrior, but now he realized he could not even withstand a single blow from Ye Xiaofeng. How absurd and tragic it was to be a so-called strong man. "Exile, the truth is, I find you rather agreeable," which is why I wish to cultivate an alliance. Your strength is secondary, Ye Xiaofeng stated. Noticing a hint of disdain on Xian's face. I know you feel discontented, but by following me, your martial path will not go unnoticed. Ye Xiaofeng declared as he used his second martial spirit, the Emerald Swan, to heal Xian. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng had observed Xian for quite some time and had reviewed many of his past battle records while gathering intelligence about him. Xian, like Qing, is an orphan. He often traverses through graveyards in search of cultivation resources. It is through such trials that he has displayed remarkable talent, his strength earned with blood. Something Ye Xiaofeng could not compare to at this moment. How was that possible? Xian could hardly believe that he was being healed by Ye Xiaofeng, who was known to be an offensive soul master. Could it be? At that moment, Xian stared at Ye Xiaofeng in astonishment. Incredulous at the revelation of Ye Xiaofeng's dual martial spirits, a rarity indeed. I offer you a choice. If you wish to leave, now is your chance. However, my secret, whether you disclose it or not, will eventually come to light. Still, I trust that you will not reveal it to anyone, Ye Xiaofeng stated confidently, expressing his faith in Xian while also in himself. I am willing to stay, Xian deliberated, recognizing that Ye Xiaofeng's revelation of his dual martial spirits was a testament to his trust. If he chose to leave, even if Ye Xiaofeng did not seek vengeance, Jian Douluo would not spare him, even if they both did. Aligning himself with a potential future powerhouse would not tarnish his lifetime of skill. Moreover, the resources Ye Xiaofeng possessed would undoubtedly aid his growth. Previously, Xian had received an olive branch from Xue Qinghe, yet he had declined, having grown accustomed to solitary cultivation. Nevertheless, he agreed to assist her to the best of his abilities if she ever needed help. The reasoning behind his refusal stemmed from a desire for freedom. As Ye Xiaofeng had said, a true man born of heaven and earth should not languish beneath others. The second reason was that Xue Qinghe was not of the same ilk as him. She aspired to be the ruler of the Tiandou Empire, while he was merely a martial enthusiast. Thus he did not accept her offer. However, Ye Xiaofeng was different. He too was a martial enthusiast. Even if he were to establish a kingdom in the future, it would be a collaborative endeavor, where the outcome mattered less than the enjoyment of the journey itself. Very well. In truth, you are already quite strong, that you differ from me. As for how you differ, it is unnecessary for you to know for now. Focus on your cultivation, for with your current strength, you cannot assist me. Let us speak again when you reach the soul sage level, Ye Xiaofeng concluded before departing. Through their exchange, Xian's resolve was further fortified. While one may falter, belief must remain unshaken. To become a true powerhouse, one must possess unwavering conviction. From this day onward, Xian would view Ye Xiaofeng as a rival. Today's defeat was inconsequential. Through diligence, he would one day counter Ye Xiaofeng's strike. Let us go. I will take you to eat, Ye Xiaofeng announced as he returned to his room, where Qing sat on the sofa, waiting expectantly. Today, I wish to have grilled fish, Qing said, patting her stomach, aware that the afternoon had left her quite hungry. You silly girl. Have you developed an addiction to grilled fish? Ye Xiaofeng teased, pinching her nose playfully. What? Is it wrong for me to eat grilled fish? You claim to love me, yet you deny me such a simple pleasure. Qing pouted, casting a displeased glance at Ye Xiaofeng. I never said you couldn't have grilled fish, Ye Xiaofeng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Qing insisted, dragging Ye Xiaofeng outside. Slow down, Ye Xiaofeng called as he struggled to keep pace, nearly stumbling. If you don't keep up, there won't be any seats left. Qing pulled him along until they arrived at the entrance of the grilled fish restaurant. Boss, 10 skewers of grilled fish, charred a bit, and with extra chili, Qing commanded as they reached the door. Please, come inside. The owner welcomed them warmly, recognizing them as returning patrons. Miss, we have recently introduced lamb skewers. Would you care to try? The owner suggested cautiously. What do they taste like? Qing asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let me put it this way. If the lamb skewers do not meet your satisfaction, your meal today is on the house. How does that sound? The owner offered confidently. In that case, I'll have 20 skewers, with extra chili and a bit charred. Oh, and 10 lamb kidneys as well, Qing stated nonchalantly, winking at Ye Xiaofeng. Certainly, please wait a moment, the owner replied, grinning slyly as he brought out a jug of wine. Are you sure you can finish all this? Ye Xiaofeng asked quietly. Isn't there still you? Qing mischievously replied, glancing at him. Dear guests, please enjoy. The owner announced as he soon presented 10 grilled fish, 20 lamb skewers, and 10 lamb kidneys. The grilled fish smells delightful, and the lamb skewers are even more enticing. By the way, how does your lamb kidney taste? Curious, Qingqing inquired of Ye Xiaofeng, who was savoring lamb kidneys. Why not taste it yourself to discern its flavor? Even if Ye Xiaofeng claimed it was delicious, Qingqing would remain unconvinced. If you don't wish to disclose, then I shan't press you, she remarked, playfully seizing the morsel from Ye Xiaofeng's grasp and taking a bite. Not bad. The taste is quite decent. Why do you refrain from taking from the plate, and instead insist on me pilfering from your hands? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at her in intrigue. Is there truly a difference? Qingqing retorted sharply. Shouldn't that statement have originated from me? Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Oh dear, hasten with your kidneys, if they cool. They shall lose their appeal, Qingqing teased, swiftly pouring wine for Ye Xiaofeng to cheer him up. How are you two enjoying your meal? The proprietor inquired, noticing that Ye Xiaofeng and company were nearing the end of their feast. Today, I have dined quite joyfully. You should have him settle the bill, Qingqing said, casting a mischievous glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng said nothing and proceeded to make the payment, and the two departed from the store. It was still early. How about we take a stroll? Qingqing gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, silently pleading for his agreement. In such sweltering heat, what was there to wonder about? Ye Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat drowsy after a satisfying meal, suggested returning to rest. Ignoring him, Qingqing plopped down on a bench by the street, sulking like a little girl. Xiaoqing, if you don't get up, I won't accompany you on your shopping spree. Ye Xiaofeng sighed and shook his head, continuing to walk ahead, indifferent to her. Stinky Xiaofeng, won't you wait for me? Hearing that he was willing to shop with her, Qingqing quickly caught up, latching onto his arm. Handsome, our store has just received a new batch of exquisite high heels. Are you not planning to buy a pair for your girlfriend? As they strolled, the female attendant immediately recognized Ye Xiaofeng's affluent aura and threw out a tempting proposition. Ye Xiaofeng could only accompany Qingqing inside, as refusing might hurt her feelings. Once inside, Qingqing browsed through the collection and suddenly fixated on a pair of crystal heels. Young lady, your taste is impeccable. This pair is our store's signature shoe. Perfectly suited for a woman of your refinement, the attendant exclaimed, praising Qingqing while subtly boasting about the quality of the shoes. Xiaofeng, Qingqing turned to him. What do you think of those shoes? If you like them, try them on. Ye Xiaofeng responded mildly, acknowledging that the crystal heels were indeed impressive. How do they look? Qingqing asked after trying them on, taking a few steps in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Yes, they are quite nice, he replied, though he felt something was still lacking. Handsome. This pair of crystal heels seems tailor-made for your girlfriend, the attendant continued to flatter, fearing the loss of this potential patron. I'll take them. Please charge it. Ye Xiaofeng said, handing over his black gold card. Sir, the original price of these crystal heels is 1.99 million gold soul coins. But since we have the pleasure of serving someone with your discerning taste, we shall offer you a discount of only 1.66 million. The shop owner smiled brightly upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng's card, recognizing his distinguished status. Noted, Ye Xiaofeng replied as he took the card back, preparing to leave with Qingqing. Handsome. The clothing store next door is also mine. I suggest you consider pairing those crystal heels with a lovely white dress for your girlfriend. Would you like to take a look? The shop owner cheerfully recommended. Seeing Ye Xiaofeng's lack of objection, she promptly led them to the adjacent clothing store. Sir, this white dress is also a bestseller and a prized possession of our shop, the owner detailed enthusiastically. Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback. It resembled the wedding dress from his previous life. Xiaofeng, maybe we should skip it. Qingqing's eyes widened as she noticed the price tag of 66 million gold soul coins, an amount she could never hope to earn in a lifetime before meeting Ye Xiaofeng. Of course, being a limited edition treasure, it comes with a hefty price, but meeting you both is a stroke of fate, so I can offer it at a friendly price of 5 million. The shop owner thought Ye Xiaofeng found the price too steep. Xiaofeng, we should really pass. Qingqing felt a strong desire for the dress, but still found the price exorbitant. Why pass? Buy it. I would never let my girlfriend feel deprived. Ye Xiaofeng, still lost in his memories, suddenly snapped back to reality. But it's still too much, Qingqing protested. There are no buts. As long as you're happy, everything is worth it. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her and handed the black gold card back to the shop owner. Young lady, you are truly fortunate to have such a caring boyfriend. The shop owner praised. Really? Qingqing blushed slightly at the compliment. Come, let me take you to try it on. The shop owner led Qingqing to the dressing room. Soon, Qingqing emerged in the dress. Xiaofeng, how does it look? She asked, adjusting her posture. It looks quite lovely, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, utterly captivated, feeling a warmth rising in his cheeks. "Ah, Xiaofeng, why are you bleeding?" Qingqing asked worriedly, while the shop owner chuckled knowingly, fully aware of the situation. "I'm fine. Just a little overheated." Ye Xiaofeng quickly excused himself to clean up. "Don't worry, young lady. You must learn how to make a man fall at your feet." The shop owner whispered to Qingqing. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Qingqing shyly retorted. "Men are creatures of novelty. If you don't keep them close, they will find another target." The shop owner asserted, looking at Qingqing knowingly. Reflecting on this, Qingqing realized the truth in her words. Ye Xiaofeng already had 3 others, and she was the 4th, with the possibility of a 5th or 6th. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, recognizing that even if Ye Xiaofeng pursued other women, she needed to secure her position in his heart. "Young lady, it seems your hairstyle could use a change," the shop owner began before trailing off. "Is the hair salon next door also yours?" Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing asked in unison. "Not quite, but it does belong to my sister," the shop owner laughed. "This time, I'll have my sister do your hairstyle for free." Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by the shop owner's willingness to exploit her sister. To prepare for the hairstyle, the shop owner instructed Qingqing to change out of the dress first, promising that they would switch back once her hair was done. After spending an hour at the salon, they finally left the store. "Qingqing, you look stunning today," Ye Xiaofeng remarked, feeling somewhat mesmerized as they drew closer together. "Fresh candied hawthorn, get your fresh candied hawthorn here." An elderly vendor's voice interrupted their moment. "Xiaofeng, I want candied hawthorn," Qingqing exclaimed, rushing over. "3 please, that one, and that one, and that one," she said, nearly drooling at the sight. "Sure, here you go." The elderly man handed her the candied hawthorn. "How much is it?" Ye Xiaofeng approached, ready to pay for Qingqing's treat. "1 string for 1 gold soul coin, 3 total," the old man gestured. Ye Xiaofeng retrieved 3 gold soul coins from his spatial ring and handed them over. "Xiaofeng, why aren't you getting any?" Qingqing asked curiously. "I'm not in the mood. You can enjoy them for both of us," he replied, wiping a bit of sugar from her lips. "No way, today you have to eat one," Qingqing insisted, offering him a string. Under her persistent insistence, Ye Xiaofeng finally relented. But the attention of passers-by was drawn to them. More specifically, it was Qingqing who caught their gaze, for today she wore her long purple hair, a white dress, and the exquisite crystal heels, undeniably enchanting. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the Grand Soul Arena with Qingqing, where Luo Xiaodian and Exile awaited his arrival. He instructed Qingqing to return to her room and wait for him, while he approached them alone. "Manager Luo, this time the Grand Soul Arena proceeded smoothly. Your personal expenditure of 5 million will be regarded as my reward. Everything else is functioning as expected." Luo Xiaodian expressed his gratitude without hesitation. In truth, Ye Xiaofeng seldom intervened in the affairs of the Grand Soul Arena. Although he now held the position of deputy manager, his authority had grown significantly compared to before. Ye Xiaofeng seldom indulged in his private life. Initially, he believed that merely surviving alongside Ye Xiaofeng was a stroke of fortune, yet he found his circumstances improving remarkably. "You may leave now," Ye Xiaofeng instructed, dismissing Luo Xiaodian. "Ye Xiao, I shall not intrude any further," Luo Xiaodian responded, displaying discernment as he exited and closed the door behind him. "Exile, please take a seat," Ye Xiaofeng said with a warm smile directed at Exile. "I would like to request your assistance." While speaking, Ye Xiaofeng poured tea for Exile. "Ye Xiao, since I am with you, feel free to communicate any matters directly." Exile replied readily. "Here are 2 black gold cards, each containing 100 million gold soul coins. You may keep one for yourself," Ye Xiaofeng said, his gaze steady upon Exile. "Ye Xiao, I cannot possibly utilize such a sum," Exile quickly declined, suspecting this might be a test from Ye Xiaofeng. "There is no need to refuse hastily. What is given to you is tantamount to being given to myself. Cultivation necessitates resources, and resources require monetary exchange. Only thus can you grow stronger and assist me in the future," Ye Xiaofeng articulated calmly, wishing for Exile's continued growth and improvement. "Then I am sincerely grateful." "You shall," Exile conceded. "As for the other card, I would like you to visit Tianshui Academy and deliver it to a girl named Shui Binger. Additionally, there is a letter to be given to her at an appropriate time. They are both at the Soul King level, and I hope you can extend your support to them in the future. This is my request of you." Ever since Ye Xiaofeng acquired the task from the Tianji system's Xiao Bing, he has become increasingly troubled. Thus, preparing in advance is undoubtedly prudent. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence," Exile reassured him, though his gaze upon Ye Xiaofeng bore the weight of a final testament. Before long, I may attract calamity upon myself. Hence, it is crucial to be prepared. You must not speak of this to anyone, should the day come when I do not return. I hope you understand. Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Exile, who remained silent thereafter. Have faith, young Master Yi. I will protect them, Exile declared resolutely. That brings me solace. You may attend to your affairs, Ye Xiaofeng replied, turning away from Exile. Take care. I bid you farewell. Exile said as he departed from the grand arena of the imperial capital. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly donned a different visage, his face adorned with a broad smile as he returned to Qingqing's room. Little Qingqing, have you missed me? Come here and give me a hug, he provocatively remarked. His expression lecherous. Not at all. You only think about how to take advantage of me, Qingqing retorted, pouting. If you want to hug me, I might just find someone else to embrace, Ye Xiaofeng quipped, seeking to provoke further. You're such a scoundrel, Qingqing exclaimed, swiftly delivering a punch to Ye Xiaofeng's left eye. Ouch, my eye, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, suddenly realizing how foolish he had been to provoke this female tyrant. I didn't mean it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trying to irritate me, Qingqing said, sticking out her tongue. She recognized that she had struck too hard. Yet an apology was out of the question. She would never entertain such a notion. Stop pretending. It was just a light punch. You won't die from it, Qingqing observed as Ye Xiaofeng rolled on the ground, clutching his eye, seemingly reveling in his misfortune. You're pushing me to the brink. Ye Xiaofeng was nearly apoplectic. Enough of your theatrics. Get up. Just let me give you a hug as a consolation, Qingqing said, lounging on the sofa, her feet swinging playfully in the air. Ye Xiaofeng, indifferent to the world, sat on the ground, covering his left eye, tears cascading uncontrollably. The most venomous of women ignited his ire, prompting him to exclaim, Pa, who said that? Have you not heard of the flames of war amusing the lords? All for the sake of a beautiful smile. I require no mockery of the lords. In this moment, I find immense joy. Qingqing pondered for a long while before conjuring such a convoluted reasoning. My little enchantress, you have successfully irked me, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he lunged towards Qingqing on the sofa. Ah, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Qingqing cried out, hastily pleading for mercy upon seeing him approach. Now you realize your mistake, but it is too late. I shall first take you, my little enchantress, he replied as he pressed her down onto the sofa, prompting her to shield her face with her hands. Qingqing, you look truly beautiful today, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, captivated by her once more. So, does that imply I was not beautiful before? Qingqing retorted. You were beautiful then, but today you are even more so, he said, enveloping her in his embrace. If the task were completed, he would embark on a path of escape, leaving Qingqing by the side of his master, the sword Douluo. Even if Shui Qingya held dominion over all, he could not intervene when she was near the sword Douluo. Xiaofeng, be gentle. I can scarcely breathe, Qingqing exclaimed urgently. I apologize, Qingqing. I was overly excited, he quickly released her. What troubles you? Ever since you entered, you have been acting strangely, Qingqing inquired, nestling her head against him. Nothing is amiss. I simply missed you dearly, hence my tight embrace, he evasively replied. That is a relief. I have always been by your side. Yet what is it about my appearance that leaves you so enchanted? Qingqing teased with a rosy hue adorning her cheeks as she glanced at him playfully. Certainly. My heart has long been captured by you, Ye Xiaofeng responded with a smile. Flatterer. You only know how to make me happy, Qingqing playfully chastised. Though happiness blossomed within her heart, suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and, closing her eyes, leaned in for a kiss. Ye Xiaofeng, no longer hesitating, met her advance with eagerness. Ye Xiaofeng's hands began to wander, exploring Qingqing's form. In response, Qingqing shed her previous reserve and became increasingly proactive. By evening, the two found themselves entwined, with Ye Xiaofeng embracing Qingqing in bed, the air thick with the intoxicating scent of their burgeoning romance. Little Qingqing, rise and shine. I shall take you to dine with Manager Li. Ye Xiaofeng playfully nudged her. It's all your fault, Qingqing pouted, nestled in his embrace, her lips complaining while her heart relished the affection he bestowed. Why am I the one being blamed? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at her mischievously. Ugh, how vexing. Qingqing's head buried deeper into his chest, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Enough of the teasing, I shall lift you up, he declared, rising with her in his arms. Young Master Yi, young madam. Manager Li greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Manager Li, how have you been lately? Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently at Li Baokai. Thanks to young Master Ye's blessings. All is well, Li Baokai replied, promptly ushering them upstairs to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive private room. Manager Li was always considerate of Ye Xiaofeng's dining preferences, which was one of the reasons Ye Xiaofeng held him in high regard. After a satisfying meal, Ye Xiaofeng's gaze lingered on Qingqing, who, feeling his intense stare, instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Ye Xiaofeng, you naughty rogue. What are you plotting? Qingqing frowned, questioning him. What do you think I am plotting? Ye Xiaofeng chuckled, shifting closer to her. Did we not already? Qingqing sensed impending mischief. Yet she could not help but voice her concern. That was then. This is now. Ye Xiaofeng dismissed her hesitation, lifting Qingqing effortlessly and ascending the stairs. Perhaps for the last time, uncertain of when the next opportunity would arise. How about tomorrow? Qingqing suggested softly. Seize the day rather than wait for a better one. Tomorrow. I shall take you to see Master, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed, cradling her in his arms up the stairs. What do we need to see Master for? This is quite sufficient. Qingqing gazed up at him. Your cultivation speed has been rather slow. I believe Master can offer you superior guidance, Ye Xiaofeng replied, ensuring Qingqing was settled before embarking on his mission. I understand, Qingqing admitted, having already reached level 25 in her cultivation. Although she was on par with her peers, it was not enough for Ye Xiaofeng. He desired for her to ascend to greater heights, placing her under Master's tutelage, which would grant him peace of mind. Ye Xiaofeng ascended the stairs, cradling Qingqing in his arms, and promptly locked the door behind them. He pressed her against the door, initiating a fervent kiss. Before fleeing, he sought to relish the moment fully, ensuring no regrets lingered. Ye Xiaofeng, however, soon became restless again, though Qingqing had grown accustomed to his antics. As she drifted into reminiscence, Ye Xiaofeng had already cast their garments onto the sofa. Ye Xiaofeng, you incorrigible rogue, you lecher. Hey, wake up. Let us continue. Qingqing chastised him with dissatisfaction. Can I have just a moment's respite? Ye Xiaofeng replied. Is it too soon for a break? Qingqing retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps I shall just lie here quietly, Ye Xiaofeng suggested. By midday the following day, he escorted Qingqing to the Qibao Liuli sect. Master, Xiaofeng is bullying me, Qingqing exclaimed as she rushed over to Sword Douluo, grasping his right arm with both hands. Pray tell, how has he bullied you? Sword Douluo inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qingqing. Caught off guard, Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. She could hardly admit that Ye Xiaofeng had subjected her to unspeakable acts. Come now, do enlighten us. How have I bullied you? Ye Xiaofeng looked on with smug satisfaction. Qingqing, her teeth gritted in frustration, realized she could do little to retaliate against him. Master, I wish to speak with you privately, Ye Xiaofeng said, casting a glance at Sword Douluo. Why the secrecy? Am I not entitled to know? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, slightly miffed. It's a matter of confidentiality. I shall reveal all in due time, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile toward Qingqing. Qing please, take a seat in the room for a while, Sword Douluo said. Sensing Ye Xiaofeng's intentions, and clearly wishing to shield Qingqing from the impending discussion, Qingqing complied, turning to retreat into the room. What is it? Speak, Sword Douluo said, leading Ye Xiaofeng to a pavilion in the courtyard. Ye Xiaofeng hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his concerns. Rest assured, no one can overhear us, Sword Douluo assured him, waving his sleeve to conjure a spatial barrier around them. Master, I implore you to look after Qingqing for me, Ye Xiaofeng beseeched, his expression one of earnest supplication. Where are you bound? Sword Douluo countered, not yet acquiescing but seeking clarity on Ye Xiaofeng's motives. Truth be told, I am uncertain. Soon, I may find myself pursued, necessitating a temporary departure from the Tiando Empire. Who dares pursue the disciple of Qingqing? Master, I am not like others. I must undertake a mission, and should I fail, I shall remain forever at the 51st level of Soul King. Completing this task would elevate my cultivation significantly, albeit at the cost of incurring the wrath of the Crown Prince. If that is the case, I shall boldly intercede on your behalf before the Crown Prince. Sword Douluo responded. Master, while I can evade overt threats, covert ones are far more perilous. Moreover, even your intervention may not sway the Crown Prince to spare me. What then is your plan? To live in constant flight? Perhaps. Once I possess the strength to safeguard myself, I shall return to retrieve Qingqing. I sincerely hope, Master, that you will watch over her in my absence, Ye Xiaofeng stated, kneeling before him. Child, what are you doing? Since I have taken Qingqing as my disciple, I shall naturally provide for her welfare. There is no need for such humility, Sword Douluo replied, his voice laced with irritation at Ye Xiaofeng's self-deprecation. In that case, upon the completion of your mission, make haste to the small grove outside the eastern gate of the imperial capital. I shall take you to a certain place. Sword Douluo concluded, eyeing Ye Xiaofeng with a knowing gaze, signaling that he was prepared for what lay ahead. Ye Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully. Tell me, could you truly abandon this little girl? Perhaps the other three might follow suit, remarked the Sword Douluo with a teasing tone, with Qingqing under the protection of her master. I am at ease. As for Binger and the others, I have already arranged for Exile to safeguard them, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Xiaofeng, what did you convey to your master? Qingqing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as they returned to their chamber. I entrusted my master with the responsibility of caring for my future, the Sword Douluo replied with a smile, casting a glance at Qingqing. Master, why must you jest so? Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet her master's gaze. When I speak, you may confirm with Xiaofeng, the Sword Douluo quipped, deflecting the attention onto Ye Xiaofeng. Where are you headed? Qingqing sensed that Ye Xiaofeng had been increasingly enigmatic of late. I must attend to a matter of importance. You should focus on your training with your master, Ye Xiaofeng stated earnestly. It is perilous, isn't it? Qingqing gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, her eyes welling with tears. Unable to suppress her emotions. It isn't excessively dangerous. After all, I am my master's disciple, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, casting a glance at the Sword Douluo, silently pleading for his cooperation. The Sword Douluo, however, seemed indifferent, signaling that he could not assist at that moment. And how long will you be gone? Qingqing searched Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, terrified of deceit, fearful of being abandoned, and even more afraid of the dangers that lurked ahead. I shall return as soon as I am capable of protecting you and will marry you, Ye Xiaofeng declared, hoping to soothe her worries. Which was also what Qingqing had long awaited. In that moment, regardless of the Sword Douluo's presence, Qingqing embraced Ye Xiaofeng and kissed him, whispering in his ear. If there comes a day when I find you gone, I will follow you. I cannot bear the thought of being left alone. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That will not happen. Trust me, Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced, but he knew that as a man, he must act decisively. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xiaofeng departed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and returned to the inn, where Manager Li softly spoke into his ear. Upon hearing Manager Li's words, Ye Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Just as he was contemplating seeking you out, you appeared at his doorstep unbidden. Ye Xiaofeng ascended the stairs, not returning to his exclusive private room, but rather heading to the adjacent chamber opposite Qinghe. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Upon entering the chamber, he happened to catch sight of Qinghe. Your Highness, Qinghe, what a coincidence. Ye Xiaofeng greeted her, though everything was well within his control. The palace has grown exceedingly dull, so I ventured out for a breath of fresh air, Qinghe smiled as she regarded him, exuding an air of innate nobility that could not be feigned. How surprising. It seems we are quite fated. Ye Xiaofeng smoothly continued the conversation. Had I known you were coming, I would have waited a while longer, Qinghe remarked as she began to eat, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. Next time, just wait for me, Ye Xiaofeng jested, subtly preparing for future encounters. Manager Li, are you not tarnishing your own reputation? Hurry. Bring forth every delectable dish and drink. Tonight, the Crown Prince and I shall indulge until inebriation. Ye Xiaofeng observed the plain fare before him with a touch of dissatisfaction. Xiaofeng, this was my request, so do not blame Manager Li. Qinghe offered a gentle smile toward him. Please wait a moment. It will be served shortly. Manager Li hurriedly assured. Xiaofeng, after our last discussion, I found some of your insights quite compelling, Qinghe said, sipping her drink as she gazed at him. Qinghe, truly. I am merely tooting my own horn. My words pale in comparison to those of your Highness. Ye Xiaofeng continued to engage in the drinking. Actually, I have high hopes for you. Why not join me in my endeavors? Qinghe proposed, her intentions veiled within the haze of alcohol. Qinghe, it is not that I refuse to partner with you, but rather that I find your perspective somewhat limited. Ye Xiaofeng could not acquiesce to her proposition. On what grounds do you say that? Qinghe inquired, her demeanor calm as she scrutinized him, a subtle allure emanating from him. What is the ultimate goal of our cultivation? Ye Xiaofeng locked eyes with her, awaiting her response. This seemingly straightforward question became convoluted, leaving Qinghe momentarily at a loss for words. Qinghe, we are not of the same ilk. One day, you aspire to rule over multitudes. While I merely wish to transcend to the next tier in my lifetime, Ye Xiaofeng spoke candidly. The ultimate aim of cultivation is to achieve the divine. Yet who among the Douluo Continent can truly accomplish this? Qinghe, more acutely aware than Ye Xiaofeng, understood the weight of this aspiration, as her grandfather was a legendary level 99 powerhouse. Of course, if there comes a day when you need me, I would strive to reach for the stars. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to flirt with Qinghe, though it was not meant for Tianrenxue. I was too forward. I did not expect you to grasp this more profoundly than I. Shui Qinghe felt a flicker of emotion, yet she dared not reveal her own feelings. Come, let us drink, Ye Xiaofeng urged, continuing to toast with Tianrenxue. Qinghe, I recently had a peculiar dream. He seemed to drift into a reverie. A dream? What sort of dream? Shui Qinghe asked, curiosity piqued. I dreamt of a beautiful woman. He paused. If you desire beauty, I can arrange for someone to bring it to you. How mundane. I have said she is not of this world. She does not partake in mortal affairs. Such a beauty does not exist. Ye Xiaofeng closed his eyes, lost in reminiscence. Shui Qinghe furrowed her brow, a tempest of emotion surging within her. Yet upon witnessing Ye Xiaofeng's entranced state, her unease dissipated, replaced by warmth. Xiaofeng, I did not expect you to daydream, Shui Qinghe teased, a smile creeping onto her face. A sense of joy enveloping her, for the very woman he yearned for was, in fact, herself. Ha ha ha, Qinghe, forgive my foolishness, Ye Xiaofeng scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. If such a woman truly existed, yet she was unattainable? Shui Qinghe suddenly expressed a glimmer of interest, eager to discern Ye Xiaofeng's thoughts. If such a woman did exist. She probed cautiously. Really? Ye Xiaofeng grasped her hand with fervor. Qinghe, forgive my excitement, he had intentionally taken advantage of Tianrenshue's hand. Why are you so agitated? I was speaking of hypotheticals. If such a woman existed and was beyond your reach, Shui Qinghe smiled, oblivious to Ye Xiaofeng's true intentions. I understand at present. She is indeed beyond my grasp. Yet I shall strive to cultivate and surpass the title of Douluo. If that fails, I shall aspire to become a super Douluo. Ye Xiaofeng declared passionately. And if that too proves insufficient? Shui Qinghe pressed further. Then I shall cultivate to the ultimate limit of Douluo. If that fails, I shall dedicate my life to pursuing divinity, striving to break through to the divine realm and convey to that angel that I. Ye Xiaofeng paused, leaving her in suspense. What do you wish to tell that angel? Shui Qinghe inquired, intrigued. For her, I would wait 1,000 years, Ye Xiaofeng concluded, downing 3 cups of wine. Who would have thought, Xiaofeng, that you are such a romantic at heart? Shui Qinghe mused, feeling a stir within her, yet she recognized the path she must follow. Unwilling to forsake her current life for fleeting sentiments. Qinghe, forgive my indiscretion, Ye Xiaofeng glanced at her. I am fond of your character, Xiaofeng. I believe you will one day encounter that angel, and she may indeed reciprocate your devotion. Shui Qinghe smiled warmly at him. Really? Ye Xiaofeng grasped her hand once more. How clumsy of me. My excitement got the better of me. Yet, Qinghe, your hand is softer than any woman's, he remarked innocently. You dare. Shui Qinghe was taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden boldness, feeling somewhat flustered. You see, my tongue runs wild when I drink too much. Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. No matter. I shall take it as a jest. Shui Qinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she still refrained from revealing her feelings. The evening grows late. Let us conclude for today. I shall invite you for another round soon, she said, eager to retreat before giving herself away. Let us agree on that. Shall I accompany you? Ye Xiaofeng tentatively offered. Perhaps not. I can return alone. Shui Qinghe's words were laden with meaning, reflecting her internal conflict, torn between the desire for his company and the wish to maintain distance. Allow me to see you off. Should anything befall the crown prince along the way, I could not bear the weight of such responsibility. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at her. The capital is heavily guarded. Who would dare act recklessly? Do they wish to court death? Shui Qinghe evidently did not take this matter to heart. Very well, your highness. I shall not see you off, Ye Xiaofeng thought, wishing to avoid appearing overly proactive, for that would risk revealing a flaw to Shui Qinghe, which would lead to complications. Xiaofeng, how can you not keep your word? A man of honor must stand by his promises. Shui Qinghe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Since Qinghe had expressed herself thus, it would be impolite for him not to accompany her. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Shui Qinghe, and the two departed from the inn. What are you looking up at? Shui Qinghe inquired curiously, noticing that Ye Xiaofeng was gazing at the sky. I am watching for shooting stars, he replied, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of twinkling stars, awaiting the appearance of a meteor. And then, Shui Qinghe was surprised to discover that Ye Xiaofeng also enjoyed stargazing. At the moment a shooting star streaks across the sky, I shall make a wish to meet that angel soon, he said, casting a glance at Shui Qinghe and observing her reaction. Xiaofeng, it seems you have become quite infatuated. You speak of angels so readily, Shui Qinghe remarked, taken aback by the depth of his devotion. Even if I am infatuated, as long as I can see her, I shall have no regrets, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Gazing at Shui Qinghe, Xiaofeng, actually, Xue Qinghe felt an impulsive urge to reveal her true identity to him. You need not say anything, I understand. This is merely my own obsession, a fixation on the ethereal, Ye Xiaofeng interjected, fearing that if he were to learn her true identity now, Xue Qinghe might realize the danger and eliminate him. Even if she could not, the powerful individuals around her could easily dispatch him. Xiaofeng, your words are moving. If I were a woman, I would certainly marry you. Xue Qinghe smiled at Ye Xiaofeng. Alas, we are fated to be apart in this life, Ye Xiaofeng sighed, expressing a deep sense of regret. If you do not mind, we could be sworn brothers instead. What do you say? Xue Qinghe smiled at him. That would be delightful. How old are you? Ye Xiaofeng asked, suddenly intrigued. I am 14, what about you? Xue Qinghe replied honestly. I am 15, a year your senior, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly declared. Are you serious? You don't look a day over 14, Xue Qinghe remarked skeptically, surprised that Ye Xiaofeng claimed to be older. Of course, one must not judge by appearances. Perhaps I simply look youthful, he said, though his actual age was only 13. He had inflated his age to assume a more mature role. Very well, I shall temporarily believe you, Xue Qinghe said, though she harbored some doubts. Come now. Call me big brother so I can hear it, Ye Xiaofeng said boastfully, reveling in his self-importance, suddenly realizing that she had been tricked. Xue Qinghe decided it was best to flee. Hey, just moments ago you were talking about honor and keeping your word, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, astonished that Xue Qinghe had seen through his ruse. I am not a man of honor, she retorted. What did you say? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback by her careless revelation of her identity. I meant to say that I am still a boy. I am not worthy of such titles, Xue Qinghe said with a sly smile. Ye Xiaofeng was left bewildered by her words. I'm almost there. You may return now, Xue Qinghe said cheerfully. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Ye Xiaofeng asked with a cheeky grin. Of course, that is she began, but was interrupted again. I shall not enter. Let us meet at the inn another day, Ye Xiaofeng said dismissively, turning to leave. As Xue Qinghe watched him depart, a long-lost smile graced her face. Only when his figure vanished did she return to her room. Once inside, she locked the door and shed her disguise. In that instant, she transformed into Tianshui, her true self, as her martial spirit, the wings of an angel, unfurled gracefully from her back. Gazing into the mirror, she saw the angel Ye Xiaofeng had longed for, and her heart stirred. His potential captivated her even more than his appearance. It was only when alone that she could peel away her fade and revert to Tianshui. Staring at her reflection, she could not shake the image of Ye Xiaofeng from her mind. Before long, she reverted back to her identity as Xue Qinghe. For the identity of Tianshui was far too sensitive within the Tiando Empire to maintain for long. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn and lay on the bed. Everything was prepared, only awaiting the arrival of Xue Qinghe. Uncertain of what might transpire after ascending to the heights of Qianren snow, he understood that the task must be fulfilled. He subsequently closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following noon, Ye Xiaofeng awoke groggily, his head still throbbing slightly, likely due to the considerable amount of wine consumed upon his return the previous day. After rising, he took a shower and descended to the lower floor, where he ordered a few jars of wine from the innkeeper. Li, young master, here is the wine you requested, Li said amiably. Li, I may need to venture out for a few days. Please hold on to this card, Ye Xiaofeng said, handing him a black gold card containing 200 million. What does this mean, young master? Li inquired, sensing something amiss, for he had no need for money at present, as the inn's income flowed in continuously. I wish to venture forth for some experience. Remaining here does little to elevate my realm, Ye Xiaofeng explained. Perhaps I could accompany you. So we might look out for one another, Li suggested, still somewhat concerned about the perils of the world. There's no need. This time, I shall go alone. Focus on developing the inn. If difficulties arise, you may seek master, who will provide assistance, Ye Xiaofeng insisted, preferring solitary cultivation for greater convenience. How long do you anticipate being away? Li asked, knowing this journey would not be brief. 3 years at the least, 5 at the most. We shall discuss other matters upon my return. And please do not share this with anyone, Ye Xiaofeng advised Li. Go now, the crown prince will arrive shortly. Bring him to my private room, Ye Xiaofeng instructed, requesting Li to escort Xue Qinghe to his exclusive chamber. Li did not linger in conversation and left to make the necessary arrangements. Shortly after, Xue Qinghe arrived unaccompanied, deeming it unnecessary to bring attendants, lest they cause Ye Xiaofeng any displeasure. Qinghe, you are late today. You must drink 3 cups as punishment, Ye Xiaofeng declared, pouring her a drink. I was delayed by some trivial matters, Xue Qinghe replied, not being overly formal, and downed the 3 cups. Li served exquisite dishes before discreetly exiting, leaving only Ye Xiaofeng and Xue Qinghe in the room. Having skipped breakfast, Ye Xiaofeng's stomach grumbled, causing Xue Qinghe to feel a bit awkward. Realizing he had waited for her without eating, "Qinghe, I have pondered for some time. I wish to seek experience outside," Ye Xiaofeng said, his gaze fixed on her while sipping his drink. Indeed, one cannot solely focus on cultivation. A journey of experience may prove beneficial, Xue Qinghe replied with a faint smile. Feeling a growing connection with Ye Xiaofeng, even experiencing a flutter in her heart. "By the way, how long will you be away on this journey?" Xue Qinghe suddenly inquired. "To be honest, I am uncertain. At least 3 years, but not exceeding 5, Ye Xiaofeng replied candidly. Such a lengthy duration, she mused, feeling an indescribable sensation. Having expected only a few months, the prospect of separation stirred an uncontrollable discomfort within her. "Let us not dwell on such unhappy matters. Let us drink," Ye Xiaofeng suggested, noticing Xue Qinghe's slight inebriation. "You mentioned that for the angel in your heart, you must strive. Only true strength is worthy of her." Ye Xiaofeng abruptly shifted the topic. "Well then, take care on your journey, and do not let me down," Xue Qinghe responded, her heart easing somewhat at his words. The two of them continued to drink. But suddenly Xue Qinghe felt excessively warm and could not help but adjust her clothing. "Qinghe, shall we move upstairs for a while? It is rather warm here," Ye Xiaofeng suggested, having also indulged in his drink. "All right," she replied softly, and the two ascended in a somewhat dazed state. Come. We did not drink to our satisfaction earlier. Let us indulge until we are merry," Ye Xiaofeng said to the seated Xue Qinghe. At that moment, Xue Qinghe felt increasingly disoriented as she continued to drink the wine offered by Ye Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, do you feel a bit warm?" she asked, sensing her body growing hotter. "I'm fine. Perhaps you are overdressed," Ye Xiaofeng replied, also feeling the effects of the drink as he helped her remove her outer garment. "Is it cooler now?" he asked after assisting her. "A bit better, but still quite warm," Xue Qinghe admitted, tugging at her inner clothing. "Come, let us have another drink." "I cannot anymore. Just one more." Thus, Xue Qinghe and Ye Xiaofeng continued their exchange of drinks, both becoming increasingly inebriated, with Ye Xiaofeng also shedding his outer layer. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, he pressed Xue Qinghe down onto the sofa. "What are you doing, Xiaofeng?" She felt something was amiss. But Ye Xiaofeng silenced her with a kiss. "Xue, I like you. Have you not always liked me?" Ye Xiaofeng confessed to the girl known as Tianshui. "This is not right. Release me, and I will pretend today never happened. We can still be friends." Tianshui's heart raced, aware of her feelings for Ye Xiaofeng, yet taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Xue, once this is over, you may do as you please, but for now, I can no longer restrain myself," Ye Xiaofeng said, having drunk too much. "Master, you have successfully completed the task. Your soul power level has increased by 5, and as a reward, you have received a pair of angel wings, which will evolve as your cultivation level rises." The voice of the Tianji system's shouting echoed in his ear. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Qian Rushiwei in his arms, and despite the looming danger inching closer, he remained unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. From afternoon until the late hours of the night, even Ye Xiaofeng could not recall how many rounds he and Qian Rushiwei had shared. After each encounter, he found himself irresistibly drawn to seek one final moment, only choosing to concede when he was utterly exhausted. In the stillness of the night, while Qian Rushiwei continued to slumber, Ye Xiaofeng rose quietly and left a letter by her bedside before stealthily departing from the capital. Just as he was leaving, a solitary tear traced its way down Qian Rushiwei's cheek, revealing the intricate turmoil within her heart at that moment. Ye Xiaofeng had never anticipated that his relationship with Qian Rushiwei would progress so swiftly. Yet, everything transpired, leaving him powerless to reverse the course. Were it not for the incessant pressure from the troublesome system, he would not have felt compelled to act in such a manner. He had ample time to allow things to unfold naturally. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at a small grove outside the city, where Douluo awaited him. Following Douluo, they made their way to the seaside, where a vessel lay anchored at the shore. His master instructed him to depart from the Tiando Empire and journey to a place known as Devil Island. As they parted, Douluo entrusted Ye Xiaofeng with a sword manual and a map. By dawn, Ye Xiaofeng found himself amidst the vast ocean, aboard a ship accompanied by several others. Though they refrained from revealing their true prowess, their capabilities were undoubtedly formidable, as they had all been arranged by his master, Douluo. Qian Rushiwei lay beneath a quilt, her bare body partially concealed, yet her alabaster shoulders remained visible. As she groggily awoke, confusion clouded her mind regarding the events that had transpired, her head still throbbing, accompanied by intermittent pangs of pain below. Suddenly jolted awake, she hastily threw off the covers, realizing she wore no garments, and spotted some of her clothes strewn about on the floor and couch nearby. Shutting her eyes tightly, she endeavored to recollect the previous night's occurrences. Her right hand felt something beneath it. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a letter and her handkerchief, stained with a crimson blot. With urgency, Tianshui tore open the envelope, and upon reading its contents, she felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing weakly to the ground. Where, by the time you awaken and read this letter, I will have already left the Tiando Empire. It was only last night that I discovered your true identity, a secret unknown to anyone else. As for everything that transpires between us, I shall explain upon my return. Yours, Ye Xiaofeng. Trembling, Tianshui clutched the letter left by Ye Xiaofeng. Grasping the handkerchief tightly, she beheld the bloodstain upon it, and her eyes could no longer contain themselves. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Ye Xiaofeng, I will tear you to shreds. Tianshui seethed with rage, blood spilling from her lips as she fainted. When she revived, she composed herself, as though nothing had occurred. Yet a palpable aura of vengeance now enveloped her. Transforming back into her identity as Shui Qinghe, she descended the stairs. Your Highness, did you sleep well last night? Manager Li greeted her with a smile. Get away from me. Shui Qinghe retaliated, sending Manager Li flying with a single strike. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Manager Li quickly realized his error and begged for forgiveness. In her fury, Shui Qinghe contemplated silencing him forever, but fearing her temper might once again consume her, she stormed out of the inn. As she walked through the streets, her gaze radiated a deadly intent, causing passers-by to hastily clear a path. Yet, the pain in her lower body reminded her of the encounters with Ye Xiaofeng, the extent of which she remained oblivious to. Ye Xiaofeng reclined on the deck, closing his eyes to bask in the sun, his mind wandering back to the events of the previous day, filled with regret for not having ventured out more often. Shui Qinghe returned to the palace and promptly issued a wanted notice, offering a staggering bounty of 100 million gold soul coins for anyone who could provide information about Ye Xiaofeng's whereabouts. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tiando Empire, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Have you heard about today's bounty notice? It's about that self-proclaimed sword god, Ye Xiaofeng, who has offended the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Manager Li furrowed his brow slightly, realizing why Ye Xiaofeng had mentioned wanting to go out and train. He had previously maintained a close relationship with the crown prince, yet now a bounty had been placed upon him. Manager Li finally understood why the crown prince had been so enraged with him that morning, as it was Ye Xiaofeng who had provoked the crown prince, and he had merely been caught in the crossfire. Master, where has Xiaofeng gone these past few days? Qingqing inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as she gazed at the sword Douluo. He has left. Before departing, he asked me to tell you not to think of him and to focus on your training. While the sword Douluo was unaware of the specifics regarding the crown prince, it was evident that Ye Xiaofeng had stirred up considerable trouble. Why didn't he come to say goodbye? Qingqing's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. Did you hear? The crown prince has placed a bounty of 100 million on your precious disciple. Are you not going to do anything about it? At that moment, Bone Douluo barged in, and the sword Douluo attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Master, are you hiding something from me? Qingqing's eyes reddened at Bone Douluo's words. Xiaofeng is fine, the sword Douluo reassured her. I distinctly heard that the crown prince is after Xiaofeng. Master, are you deceiving me too? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qingqing's face. Ah, I seem to have misspoken. Bone Douluo realized his error, surprised that the young girl was still unaware of the situation. Get out. The sword Douluo glared at Bone Douluo, who, realizing his mistake, hastily exited the room. Indeed, Xiaofeng has encountered some conflict with the crown prince. This may very well have been orchestrated by him. Otherwise, he would not have sent you here. I was the one who facilitated his departure. The crown prince will not find him. When Xiaofeng is capable of protecting himself and you, he will return. The sword Douluo gently consoled Qingqing with a smile. Hearing her master's words, Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as the crown prince could not locate Xiaofeng, it meant he was safe. Now you can relax, no more tears. Come, let me take you for a stroll, the sword Douluo said, noticing Qingqing's distress, and led her away from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Senior Qingqing, Madam, Manager Li greeted as he saw the sword Douluo and Qingqing enter. I have come to accompany Qingqing for a meal, the sword Douluo replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Manager Li guided them upstairs, and Qingqing headed straight to Ye Xiaofeng's private chamber, a place filled with many cherished memories between them. Upon entering, Qingqing ascended to the bedroom, disregarding the sword Douluo and Manager Li. Senior Qingqing, Madam. Manager Li began, noticing the lingering sadness on Qingqing's face. She is still a child. Let her process her feelings. In time, she will come to understand, the sword Douluo remarked, refraining from probing further into the matters between Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing. Even if he were to inquire, Manager Li might not possess the answers, so it was better left unasked. Has Ye Xiaofeng still not been found? In the Crown Prince's palace, Qingqing questioned Shima Douluo. Young master, I have searched the entire Tiando Empire with him, but Ye Xiaofeng seems to have vanished. As if he has evaporated, he is no longer within the Tiando Empire, Shima Douluo reported back to Qingqing. Understood, you may leave, Qingqing said, closing her eyes as a seed of resentment took root within her heart. She despised Ye Xiaofeng for taking advantage of her vulnerability. Her mind still hazy with memories of their encounters on that fateful day. She loathed his lack of sensitivity, realizing that he had been deceitful from the very beginning. What a deluded notion of an angel. He is clearly infatuated with my beauty, Qingqing murmured to herself, unaware of how such thoughts had arisen within her. Ye Xiaofeng vanished from the Tiando Empire, as if all that had transpired had never occurred. Gradually, others began to forget the Crown Prince's bounty. For Ye Xiaofeng was utterly untraceable. Ye Xiaofeng has spent 5 long years on Devil Island, enduring relentless torment at the hands of the 7 immortal elders, until he was left with but a single breath. Ye Xiaofeng recollects that as he was nearing Demon Island, an elderly man aboard the vessel gave him a forceful kick, casting him overboard. Subsequently, they hastily departed, seemingly reluctant to approach this ominous isle. Upon ascending the island, Ye Xiaofeng remained ever vigilant, instinctively aware that this was no ordinary place. Master, your next task is to conquer the challenges of Demon Island, announced the Tiangong system, Xiaobing. As he set foot on the land, it was not long before he encountered 7 despicable individuals, each embodying one of the 7 deadly sins: gluttony, lust, wrath, greed, sloth, envy, and pride. Among them, lust and envy were women of striking beauty. Their names alone suggested malevolence. What began as a warm reception soon morphed into a sinister endeavor to corrupt him. The most detestable of them all was envy, who ensnared Ye Xiaofeng in dreams of intimacy, transforming into a 1,000-foot snowflake. In retrospect, Ye Xiaofeng felt a wave of revulsion, ultimately realizing that these 7 were untrustworthy, masters of human malevolence, leading one astray at the slightest misstep. Gradually, Ye Xiaofeng adapted to this environment, seeking them out to hone his skills. Over the span of 5 years, he trained with them while mastering the sword techniques bestowed upon him by the sword Douluo, now capable of unleashing 5 kill characters. Young man, you have completed our trials. We are willing to await your ascension to kingship, offering you endless beauties and power, greed Douluo proclaimed, presenting Ye Xiaofeng with their final test. Oh, is that so? Should I express my gratitude to the 7 of you? Ye Xiaofeng retorted with a cold smile, launching an immediate attack on Greed Douluo. Young man, did you fail to comprehend my words? Greed Douluo stammered. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have long since seen through your ploys, Ye Xiaofeng declared, activating the 7 kill technique and immersing himself in battle. You have won. You may depart. Greed Douluo interrupted hastily, not wishing to be pursued relentlessly by this madman. It was not entirely his fault. They had driven him to this madness, where he sought only to train and battle, nearly exterminating the ancient soul beasts of the island. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Demon Island task. All Spirit Ring ages have been elevated to 100,000 years, and the Rainbow Angel wings have been upgraded to 4-winged. Xiaobing's voice echoed once more. At last, I have reached the Soul Emperor level? Ye Xiaofeng mused, casting a cold smile towards the 7. Congratulations, young man, on attaining the Soul Emperor level. They all exclaimed in unison. Having just reached this level, I seek to gain further insights from the 7 of you. Ye Xiaofeng smiled, gazing at them expectantly. No need. We are aware of your formidable strength. By the way, I have matters to attend to. Lest Douluo sensed Ye Xiaofeng's unusual demeanor and quickly sought an exit. Indeed. I too have pressing matters, Envy Douluo echoed, hastily agreeing. Since you all have business to attend to, let us resolve this swiftly, Ye Xiaofeng declared, no longer holding back, unleashing his full power. Fortunately, his emerald swan martial spirit allowed him to continuously refine his body, accommodating vast amounts of soul power. Since acquiring the angel wings, he had undergone unprecedented changes, no longer requiring the reinforcement of soul bones. You are exceedingly arrogant, daring to challenge all 7 of us alone, Pride Douluo exclaimed in fury. How else can one determine their limits without testing them? Ye Xiaofeng replied, his soul power now aggregating to 1.2 million years, the 7-kill sword trembling with excitement. The 7 Sin Douluo refrained from holding back, yet despite being titled Douluo, they were not adept at offensive maneuvers. Their martial spirits were more suited for manipulating the mind. Stop, we concede. Wrath Douluo hastily apologized. Prepare to face the judgment of justice. Ye Xiaofeng's 7-kill characters coalesced in the air. Young man, take this head soul bone as our apology and leave quickly. Greed Douluo finally lost his composure. 3 pieces, Ye Xiaofeng replied, turning to depart, utterly unconcerned about disturbing them. Do you believe soul bones are mere candies? Just 1 head soul bone, exceeding 70,000 years of cultivation, and you refuse? Then kill us. Greed Douluo seethed. 1 piece will suffice. Ye Xiaofeng accepted the head soul bone, placing it into his storage ring. Actually, Ye Xiaofeng was about to clarify that he had merely been jesting, but was interrupted by Wrath Douluo. The ship has arrived at the shore. Be gone. It was evident that the 7 Douluo wished to avoid any further encounters with this maniac. As we part ways, I feel a twinge of reluctance. How about a kiss? Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly teased Envy Douluo, who was even more stunning than Lust Douluo, impeccably maintained, resembling a voluptuous 30-year-old beauty. Perpetually igniting Ye Xiaofeng's senses, an irresistible temptation for any man. Be gone. Envy Douluo's cheeks flushed. She had never anticipated that she would be the subject of such teasing. If not a kiss, then how about a hug? Surely that is permissible. If you utter leave once more, I shall not depart, she retorted. The other 6 Douluo glanced at Envy, as if seeking her assistance, all silently imploring, sacrifice your beauty to expedite this madman's departure. Envy Douluo shot a fierce glare at the other 6, her face still aflame, before reluctantly embracing Ye Xiaofeng. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Xiaofeng embraced the jealous Douluo and planted a kiss upon her right cheek. Just as the jealous Douluo was about to explode with anger, Ye Xiaofeng leaned in and kissed her left cheek as well, which made the jealous Douluo stomp her feet in frustration, resembling a petulant child. I'm leaving now. Rest assured, I shan't return. Of course. Should I miss her one day, I might come back to see you all, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile directed at the jealous Douluo. Why not take her with you? Desire Douluo, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. That is indeed a commendable suggestion, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin. All of you, get lost. The jealous Douluo finally lost her temper, prompting the other 5 to hastily flee. Don't look at me. It was their idea, not mine. Ye Xiaofeng thought it wise to distance himself, sensing the rising tension. Want to leave? It's too late now, don't you fancy me? Then take me along. The jealous Douluo said, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around Ye Xiaofeng. In truth, I find this place quite agreeable. The outside world is rather intricate, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, wishing he could slap himself for provoking this woman when he could have simply departed. I don't care. I shall stay with you for a lifetime. The jealous Douluo declared, her cheeks flushed, holding on to Ye Xiaofeng tightly. Sister, why not remain here for now? I'll forge a successful path and return to fetch you. All right? Ye Xiaofeng thought bitterly. Be good, Xiaofeng. The jealous Douluo smiled at him. Then it settled. Ye Xiaofeng believed that the jealous Douluo had agreed to stay. Let us depart, the jealous Douluo insisted, refusing to release her grip. You lot, take her back, Ye Xiaofeng commanded, noticing the other 6 watching him and the jealous Douluo from a distance. This matter does not concern us, young hero Ye. You should take her along as she could serve as your capable assistant, Desire Douluo said innocently, while the others nodded in agreement, adding their own lewd commentary. Fine then. But let us make this clear. Once we step outside, you shall heed my commands, or else you can stay here, Ye Xiaofeng said seriously to the jealous Douluo. Agreed. If you direct me east, I shall never venture west, the jealous Douluo exclaimed joyfully, looking at Ye Xiaofeng. By the way, what is your real name? Please don't tell me it's jealous, Ye Xiaofeng inquired, gazing at Desire Douluo. Xian, the jealous Douluo revealed her name for the first time. Xian. A splendid name that complements your beauty well, Ye Xiaofeng complimented. Really? Xian's eyes sparkled. It was the first time someone had called her beautiful. The others had lived on the island, fearful of inciting Desire Douluo's wrath, and thus refrained from speaking the truth. Ye Xiaofeng nodded. His appearance had undergone a profound transformation. Without a careful gaze upon him, it would be challenging to recognize him. Reluctantly, he departed from Demon Island with Xian. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the Tiando Empire and discovered that Xue Qinghe had once issued a bounty of 100 million for his capture. Ye Xiaofeng brought Ziyun to the Heavenly Do Empire, subsequently handing her a black gold card, instructing her to wait for him at the Heavenly Hall's Inn and to refrain from wandering about. Once Ziyun departed, a subtle smile graced Ye Xiaofeng's lips. It was time to resolve the enmity between him and Qian Ringshu. Bored and aimlessly strolling down the street, Xue Qinghe was approached by a little girl. "Big brother." "This is a message from a big brother," the child chirped, her voice sweet and innocent as she approached Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe accepted the piece of paper from the girl, which bore nothing but a drawing of a pair of wings, devoid of any accompanying words. "Did that big brother say anything else?" Xue Qinghe inquired eagerly. "If you buy me a candied hawthorn, I will tell you," the little girl replied, clutching a stick of the treat, which was a reward from Ye Xiaofeng for delivering the message. He had assured her that upon delivering the note to Xue Qinghe, she would receive another stick of candied hawthorn. Did he say anything else? Xue Qinghe hastily purchased 3 sticks of candied hawthorn and handed them to the girl. "If you wish to meet him, you can find him in the small woods outside the city," the girl smiled, her innocence shining through as she marveled at the kindness shown to her. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over, kneeling on the ground to apologize. "Forgive her. She is just a child," she implored. "It's nothing," Xue Qinghe replied coldly, a smile devoid of warmth. She had endured 5 long years of torment, disregarding everyone. Xue Qinghe made her way alone to the small woods outside the city. There, Ye Xiaofeng noticed her solitary figure and appeared behind her, ready to confront her. "Xue," he called gently, the sound shattering Xue Qinghe's heart once more, causing her body to tremble slightly. "Is that what you call me?" Xue Qinghe retorted, suddenly filled with rage, pivoting to point the angelic holy sword at Ye Xiaofeng's chest. "I know you despise me. I owe you that much." Ye Xiaofeng took a step forward. "Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 5 years? 5 years, a full 5 years." At that moment, Xue Qinghe transformed back into Qian Ringshu, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Ye Xiaofeng, who had vanished without a trace for so long. "I know, but I once stated that only true strength deserves you." Ye Xiaofeng continued, stepping closer. "I no longer need it. If you take another step forward, I will surely kill you," Qian Ringshu declared vehemently. "I understand your hatred. It is only natural for you to want to kill me. After all, I am the one who has wronged you." Ye Xiaofeng advanced, the angelic holy sword now touching his chest, yet Qian Ringshu hesitated, stepping back. "Do you truly believe I lack the courage to act?" Qian Ringshu glared at Ye Xiaofeng. "If my death could erase your suffering over these past 5 years, I would gladly welcome it." With that, Ye Xiaofeng grasped the angelic holy sword with his left hand and plunged it into his own chest. "Do you think that by ending your life, you can atone for your debts to me?" Qian Ringshu watched as he willingly chose death, her heart trembling slightly. In that moment, she softened, suddenly unwilling to see Ye Xiaofeng perish. "Xue, I know you hate me. I once had a sincere love laid before me, which I failed to cherish. Only when I lost it did I realize my folly. There is no greater sorrow in this world than this. If heaven grants me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If I must place a time limit on this love, I would wish for it to last 10,000 years. Ye Xiaofeng recalled a classic line from his past life, unable to contain himself. Enough. I do not wish to hear it. Qian Ringshu glared at Ye Xiaofeng, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably. Ye Xiaofeng felt that it was almost time, with one final surge of determination. He allowed the angelic holy sword to pierce through his chest, embracing Qian Rushui. "No," Qian Rushui exclaimed, witnessing the sword she wielded plunge into Ye Xiaofeng's heart. Although she had intended for him to perish, this was not the outcome she desired. In a flurry of panic, Qian Rushui retracted the angelic holy sword and held Ye Xiaofeng tightly in her arms. Yet, at that moment, he was drenched in blood, unable to contain the crimson flow from his mouth as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Despite Ye Xiaofeng's meticulous calculations and the assurance that his emerald swan martial soul would protect him from death, he still had to endure this excruciating pain. "Xue, if there is a next life, I will cherish you dearly," he gasped, gazing at the tear-streaked face of Qian Rushui. "I will not permit you to die. Do you hear me? You still owe me," Qian Rushui insisted, retrieving a pill from her possession and administering it to him. However, Ye Xiaofeng remained silent, focusing on healing his wounds. "Do you not hate me?" he inquired softly. "I no longer harbor any hatred. I only wish for your recovery. You promised me you would become an unparalleled powerhouse. breaking through the final barrier to attain divinity, Tianrui replied, her tears flowing as she remained oblivious to the fact that Ye Xiaofeng's injuries were nearly healed. Then do you love me? Ye Xiaofeng could not resist asking. I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me alone. You have stolen my heart, and I demand that you return it to me in this lifetime, Tianrui cried. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the enchanting Tianrui, holding him close, a sense of elation swelling within him. This sword thrust had not been in vain. How are you? Let me take you for treatment, he said, noticing the anxiety etched on Tianrui's face. I am fine now. To see you once more is enough to leave this world without regret, he added, gently wiping away the tears that traced her cheeks with his right hand. Do not speak such nonsense. I shall lead you to the finest healer. They will surely restore you, she insisted. In that moment, all other concerns faded from Tianrui's mind. Her singular desire was to save Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer restrain his emotions. He turned and embraced Tianrui, kissing her passionately. Tianrui was taken aback. For just moments ago, Ye Xiaofeng's life had hung by a thread. How had he suddenly regained his vigor? Swear, for the past 5 years, I have missed you day and night, Ye Xiaofeng murmured, holding Tianrui close and showering her with fervent kisses. His hands wandering over her form. Xiaofeng, let us talk about this when we return, Tianrui replied. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly clung to him. Returning would be quite troublesome. It is peaceful here without any interruptions, Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous smile. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer contain himself. As their garments fell away, piece by piece, not far off, a pair of eyes bore witness to the unfolding scene. How did your wound heal? Tianrui, exhausted, lay in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, the earlier injury now a mere memory. Can you guess? Ye Xiaofeng grinned in a mischievous manner, his intentions once again becoming restless. How am I to know if you don't tell me? Haven't we gone through this several times? Are you still not satisfied? Tianrui complained, gazing at him. Who told you to be so enchanting? Didn't you say you thought of me for 5 years? How is it that you've now softened? Ye Xiaofeng clearly had no intention of letting Tianrui off easily. The pair of eyes observing from a distance could no longer endure the spectacle. They were taken aback by Ye Xiaofeng's audacity and chose to depart the woods. Are you truly not afraid I might kill you? Tianrui questioned Ye Xiaofeng. Fear is a natural instinct, yet over the past 5 years, my yearning for you has only intensified. Thus, even if you were to slay me, I would still be unable to suppress my desire to see you. Ye Xiaofeng whispered gently in her ear. Xiaofeng, you should leave. You ought not to have returned. Tianrui said, her previous animosity dissipating, replaced by a hint of tenderness in her gaze. She feared that the elders would discover her relationship with Ye Xiaofeng, which would render any attempt to rescue him futile. Her grandfather would undoubtedly ensure Ye Xiaofeng met a gruesome fate. I owe you this, and I shall use time to repay my debt, Ye Xiaofeng declared, retrieving a soul bone from his storage ring, one he had obtained from the demon island. Well, this is a spirit head bone from a soul beast over 70,000 years old. If you find it useful, I gift it to you. Ye Xiaofeng observed the guilt on Tianrui's face, regretting his previous mischief. Xiaofeng, thank you, but I cannot accept it. If I were to use this head bone, it would sever my angelic inheritance, Tianrui replied, though she did not accept it. Yet, the mere act of Ye Xiaofeng offering such a precious gift was enough to demonstrate his feelings for her. I was too hasty, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, casting her a glance. Don't think that offering me a soul bone will earn your forgiveness. Tianrui suddenly recalled Ye Xiaofeng's previous entanglements with her junior sister, questioning what their relationship truly was. But didn't you just forgive me? Ye Xiaofeng retorted, perplexed by how women could be so fickle. What, do you have an issue with me? What is your relationship with Qingqing? Tianrui pressed him. I am merely her senior brother, Ye Xiaofeng said, not anticipating Tianrui's jealousy. But she told me everything about you too, Tianrui stated, locking her gaze onto Ye Xiaofeng. Since you already know, there is no need for me to hide it. I and she, Ye Xiaofeng began, thinking Tianrui had truly uncovered the truth and was prepared to confess. Get lost, Tianrui exclaimed, slapping Ye Xiaofeng. She had only intended to test him, but was shocked to discover he had been involved with her junior sister. Swear, please listen to me, Ye Xiaofeng grasped her arm. What more do you wish to say? Tianrui glared at him, her anger momentarily softened by the imprint of her slap still visible on his right cheek. I understand you do not believe me, but I swear, my first time was with you. I have not gone that far with her, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly explained. Knowing that if Qingqing heard his words, she would faint from indignation. Although he had not shared a first time with Qingqing, it was not much different. The only distinction was that they had not torn through that last barrier. Then I shall give you the benefit of the doubt this once, Tianhui conceded. I assure you, the woman I cherish most in my heart is you. Ye Xiaofeng comforted her, gently caressing her golden locks. What are your plans for the future? Tianhui inquired, her curiosity piqued. At present, I have none. If you wish to find me, come to the inn run by Manager Li, rest assured. Your identity will remain concealed, Ye Xiaofeng replied, his face aglow with affection for her. Were all your previous actions premeditated? Tianhui could not help but ask. Indeed. Yet there were moments between us that escaped my control. I was intoxicated then, and it was only upon sobering that I learned of the events that transpired. Ye Xiaofeng recounted honestly. What should I do from here on? Tianhui, who had been covertly residing in the Heavendo Empire for over a decade, was disheartened at the thought of her plans unraveling. Proceed according to your own strategy. If you ever decide against it, simply return to me, Ye Xiaofeng advised, not wanting to disrupt her plans prematurely. Swear, when you return to your true self, you are extraordinarily beautiful, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for her stunning appearance. I will show you every day, but not now. I fear being discovered, Tianhui replied softly. Very well. Let us return, Ye Xiaofeng stated, having expressed his longing for her. The hour was late, and rest was in order. Yes, Tianhui acquiesced, reverting to her identity as Xueqinghe, still apprehensive of being discovered. They quietly returned to the inn, with Ye Xiaofeng bypassing any extended greetings with Manager Li, leading Xueqinghe directly to their private chamber. Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng return, Manager Li promptly arranged for their meal. Shortly thereafter, he delivered the dishes. And as the wine was poured, Xueqinghe glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, memories of 5 years ago flooding her mind, causing her to blush fiercely. Manager Li, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with His Highness. Additionally, do not disclose my return to anyone. We shall address all affairs tomorrow. Ye Xiaofeng made his intentions clear, wishing to enjoy their solitude. Understood, young Master Yi. Manager Li complied, retreating and closing the door behind him to avoid further interruption. Once their appetites were sated, Ye Xiaofeng effortlessly swept Xueqinghe into his arms, taking her upstairs. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was in earnest conversation with the princess. In truth, he was entangled with Tianhui on the upper floor. In Ye Xiaofeng's chamber, they both expressed the yearning they had harbored for one another over the past 5 years. Ye Xiaofeng embraced Tianhui, admiring her exquisite figure as she nestled against him like a delicate bird. Xiaofeng, it is getting late. We should rest, she murmured. On Demon Island, the enticing allure of temptation lingered, but with Tianhui by his side, he could finally release the emotions that had been pent up within him. Late into the night, Tianhui held on to Ye Xiaofeng, content in his embrace. Are you satisfied now? She playfully complained, though inwardly she reveled in the moment. As dawn broke, Tianhui awoke to find Ye Xiaofeng still in a deep slumber, likely exhausted from the previous night's activities. However, her movements stirred him from his dreams. Xiaofeng, why are you up so early? He asked groggily. It's nearly noon. Are you still asleep? Tianhui frowned, casting a reproachful glance at him. It's still early. Let us sleep a little longer, he replied, pulling her back into his arms just as she was about to rise. Get up quickly, if you don't. I'll leave, and next time, don't expect anything, she teased, giving him a playful pinch. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaofeng realized there would be no further opportunities. Instantly awakened, he decided it was time to rise, swiftly embracing Princess Tianhui and carrying her towards the bathtub. It was not until the afternoon that the two finally descended. Tianhui had reverted to her identity as Xueqinghe. After enjoying lunch, she departed from the inn. Xian, when did you arrive here? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, having just seen off Tianhui, only to turn and find Xian standing behind him. Guess, Xian replied, her demeanor seemingly harmless as she gazed at Ye Xiaofeng. By the way, how did it feel? Xian suddenly added, what do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're saying, Ye Xiaofeng responded as he stepped into his private chamber. Xian following closely behind and shutting the door. Last night, feeling bored, I took a stroll in the small grove outside the city, Xian said with a mischievous smile. What did you see? Ye Xiaofeng felt a sudden unease. I saw nothing. The grove was quiet and undisturbed, Xian replied with utmost seriousness. You weren't watching me the whole time, were you? Ye Xiaofeng asked, a hint of guilt creeping in as he realized his every move had been observed. Much to his chagrin, by Xian. What are you saying? I didn't catch that. Xiaofeng, I didn't realize your physique was so impressive, Xian remarked playfully. a smile gracing her lips. Sister, please keep this matter confidential, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, a sense of desperation in his expression, regretting having Xian around to witness such moments. So now you seek my help? Where were you earlier? Xian teased, clearly enjoying the situation. Honestly, I didn't expect the consequences to arrive so swiftly, Ye Xiaofeng admitted, staring helplessly at Xian. I could agree to keep it a secret, but there's a condition. Ah, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Ye Xiaofeng muttered. What did you say? Xian furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Hee, it's nothing. Just know that for anything you ask, even 1,000 tasks, I would gladly assist, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, realizing he had been caught. Yesterday, I was watching in the grove all night, Xian remarked, her gaze lingering on Ye Xiaofeng. You were watching from not too far away? Ye Xiaofeng thought he might as well bang his head against a wall in frustration. Not exactly. I left after a while, Xian replied with a sly smile. Is there really a difference? Ye Xiaofeng lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. By the way, what were you just about to ask me for help with? Ye Xiaofeng quickly attempted to change the subject. Since we're at it, why not let me have a taste? Xian said, her eyes fixated on Ye Xiaofeng, a glint of mischief in them. Are you joking? How old are you? And how old am I? This is clearly an example of an old bull chasing a tender cow, Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. Ye Xiaofeng pondered to himself, although he had a penchant for enjoying both what was in front of him and what lay beyond. Maintaining close relationships with several women did not imply that he was indiscriminate in his tastes. He was quite open to a variety of experiences. Age was not an issue for him, as he held no reservations. Xian glanced at Ye Xiaofeng with a smile. But I do mind, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling a sense of injustice, as he often found himself in situations where he was the one taking advantage of others, and today, he felt he was the one being taken advantage of. I believe many would be particularly intrigued by what transpired in the grove last night. Xian remarked with a sly grin. Sister, I was wrong. There is no need to use that as a threat against me, Ye Xiaofeng quickly apologized. So, do you agree then? Xian relished the sight of Ye Xiaofeng looking as though he might weep. Give me a moment to contemplate. Ye Xiaofeng retreated, conceding to the pressure. Specify a time frame, 10 or 8 years. I, dear sister, do not have that much time. Xian observed that Ye Xiaofeng was merely making excuses to evade the issue. With your beauty, 10 or 8 years will still leave many spellbound beneath your enchanting skirts, Ye Xiaofeng hastily flattered. Well, I suppose you have some discernment. But flattery does not work on me. Xian remained unimpressed by Ye Xiaofeng's attempts. After all, I've called you sister for so long. And someone like you is hardly worth even a pair of undergarments. Ye Xiaofeng muttered in complaint. What did you say? Xian glared at him, her teeth clenched in irritation. Despite his whispered words, she had heard him clearly. Ha ha ha, 1 year, grant me a year to consider. Ye Xiaofeng sensed the situation was becoming precarious and decided to provide a definitive timeline. No way, at most, I'll give you 3 days, Xian scoffed. 3 days is insufficient for me to contemplate. Then let us settle on a week. Ye Xiaofeng expressed discontent at Xian's short time frame. Very well. Let us agree upon this cheerfully, Xian smiled at him. You shall only gain my body, not my soul, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly declared. 1 month. Half a year? No. That is too long, 2 months at most. 3 months. Deal. Xian agreed with delight. I misspoke. I meant to say 5 months. Ye Xiaofeng wished he could slap himself for his blunder. Leave, sister's interest in you is a privilege. Do not think you are so wronged. Xian dismissed him disdainfully. Sister, I am still a child. I implore you to show mercy and refrain from such predatory behavior, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, adopting a pitiful demeanor. A child? Do you still have any shame? Xian looked at him with scorn. She recalled the events that transpired in the grove and found it difficult to bear. To her surprise, Ye Xiaofeng had proven quite formidable. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. Even more bewildering was the fact that, upon returning, he had continued to exert his prowess throughout the night, compelling her to admire his capabilities as well as his audacity. I am indeed a child, even if not. I am still a young man, Ye Xiaofeng proclaimed, shamelessly. Pa, last night, you and that young girl engaged in a vigorous escapade 7 times. And you were still not satisfied. Upon your return, you continued in the upstairs bedroom, which must have also been around 7 times, correct? Xian was not swayed by Ye Xiaofeng's bravado. By the way, do you not find it disgraceful to invade someone's privacy? Ye Xiaofeng's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. Regretting bringing her back from the island of demons. You don't feel shame in doing this. I happen to see it and do not find it shameful. Especially since I am still a girl, Xian stated nonchalantly. A girl? How old are you? You still consider yourself a girl? Ye Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that the woman before him had not yet experienced the harsh realities of the world. What, have you developed feelings for your sister? Xian teased. Noting Ye Xiaofeng's gaze fixated on her alluring figure. How could you know? No, I could never feel that way. Ye Xiaofeng realized his error and quickly sought to rectify it. Stop pretending. Your expression has betrayed you, Xian remarked before exiting the room. Was my expression really that obvious? Ye Xiaofeng muttered to himself. Regardless, he decided to visit his master first. You stay here and avoid causing Ye Xiaofeng subsequently departed from the inn, making his way to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. This time without the clandestine accompaniment of Xian. Ye Xiaofeng entered the Qibao Liuli sect, making his way directly towards the Sword Douluo. Upon entering the courtyard, he found no sign of Sword Douluo, but instead saw Qingqing lost in thought at the pavilion. Unable to contain himself, Ye Xiaofeng called out to her. At the sound of his voice, Qingqing's body trembled slightly as she slowly rose and turned her head. Before her stood the man she had yearned for over the past 5 years. Staring at him, she remained motionless, tears streaming down her face. She feared this was merely a dream. 5 long years had passed without a word from him. Had it not been for her master's intervention, she would have sought him out, even if it meant traversing to the ends of the earth. Ye Xiaofeng slowly approached Qingqing, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He owed her too much over the past 5 years. I have returned, Qingqing. Unable to contain himself any longer, he enveloped her in his arms, prompting Qingqing to burst into tears. She clung to him tightly, weeping incessantly, each tear seeming to pierce Ye Xiaofeng's heart. She could hardly believe that he was truly back. Xiaofeng, have you really returned? Am I dreaming? Qingqing continued to cry, fearful of awakening from this dream once more. I am back. You are not dreaming. Ye Xiaofeng reassured her, leaning in for a kiss. Time slipped away unnoticed until a cough interrupted their poignant reunion. Fenger, when did you return? Jian Douluo had sensed his arrival the moment he entered, the air around him shifting. Master, I just returned not long ago, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Gazing at Jian Douluo as if he were his own father, grateful for his master's unwavering dedication without expectation of reward. Presumably, your strength has advanced significantly, Jian Douluo remarked, gesturing to seal the entire courtyard. Let us engage. I wish to witness how much you have improved over these 5 years. Jian Douluo's expression suddenly darkened, emanating an aura of lethal intent. It's fine. You sit here for a moment, Ye Xiaofeng comforted Qingqing before plunging into battle. Master, please test how much I have truly progressed, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he summoned the 7 killing sword, 6 spirit rings of 100,000 years cascading from above him. What? Qingqing was left astounded by the sight of the 600,000 year spirit rings, the overwhelming pressure rendering her breathless. Observing her distress, Jian Douluo waved his hand, alleviating the pressure on her. Very well, let me evaluate you thoroughly, Jian Douluo said with a slight smile. If you have grown stronger, I shall not hold back. With a sweeping motion, Ye Xiaofeng launched the first attack against Jian Douluo. Despite facing a 100,000 year soul skill, Jian Douluo chose to counter with his first soul skill. How is this possible? Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback that his master could withstand his 100,000 year soul power using a mere century soul skill. Do not presume that having broken through to Soul Emperor grants you supremacy. You must understand that there are always greater beings beyond yourself, Jian Douluo cautioned Ye Xiaofeng, emphasizing the importance of humility and maintaining a learner's heart as a swordsman. With lethal intent, Jian Douluo struck, and Ye Xiaofeng countered with an instantaneous and flawless defense. In that moment of suspended space, Ye Xiaofeng seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, the 7 killing sword aimed for Jian Douluo's throat. The spiritual sword shielded Jian Douluo, who retreated a half-step yet managed to block the attack. Ye Xiaofeng then unleashed his 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. As the sky filled with 7 killing swords, descending upon Jian Douluo. Humph, do you think you can win? Jian Douluo chuckled. For the first time, he employed a 10,000 year soul skill to counter Ye Xiaofeng's assault. Fenger, I have experienced your 10,000 swords return to the sect. Now allow me to demonstrate my 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to the sect. Jian Douluo's version, a 10,000 year soul skill, appeared even more formidable than Ye Xiaofeng's. In response, Ye Xiaofeng could only defend with his first soul skill, which had now reached 100,000 years, bolstering his defenses. Jian Douluo opted to strike at the same spot, aiming to breach Ye Xiaofeng's protective barrier, yet Ye Xiaofeng's defense proved to be exceptionally robust. If that is the case, Let the storm intensify, Douluo declared as his 10,000 swords returned to the sect coalesced once more, this time even more terrifying. As cracks began to appear in Ye Xiaofeng's blue lotus shield. At the moment when the myriad swords converged into a singularity, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his sixth soul skill, Thunderous Might. The sword Douluo, caught by surprise, could not fathom that Ye Xiaofeng could invoke the forces of heaven and earth. In response, he immediately activated his seventh soul skill, the true body of martial soul, to withstand Ye Xiaofeng's sixth soul skill. Master, brace yourself. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly closed his eyes, his entire being melding into the seven-kill sword. The sword Douluo recognized that Ye Xiaofeng was about to employ the seven-kill technique. Ye Xiaofeng stirred up an immense commotion, causing the very walls to crack and the air to surge. With the seven kills technique, Ye Xiaofeng unfurled his golden four-winged angelic wings and soared into the sky, infusing 600,000 years of soul power into the seven kills sword. The barrier that sword Douluo had just formed shattered under the force of his power. As Ye Xiaofeng unleashed 5 slashes inscribed with the character for kill towards sword Douluo. The latter invoked his 8th soul skill, the mountain-moving and sea-filling sword, to conjure 5 sword shadows to counter Ye Xiaofeng's assault. Sword Douluo's 8th soul skill could potentially manifest up to 12 sword shadows, each possessing 80% of his attack power. The 5 sword shadows from sword Douluo stood firm against Ye Xiaofeng's 5 slashes, while his true form lunged directly at Ye Xiaofeng, striking him down from the sky with a single, powerful blow. A faint trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Ye Xiaofeng's mouth. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the skirmish, Qingqing hurried over to assess his injuries. Master, why did you strike so fiercely? She inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in her demeanor. Qing'er, I recall you once proclaimed that upon Feng'er's return, you would ensure he received a proper lesson. Why then? Do you now shift the blame onto your master? The sword Douluo observed the exchange with an amused smile. Qingqing, I am unharmed. My master merely wished to gauge my progress and strength, Ye Xiaofeng clarified, casting a glance at Qingqing. The sword Douluo, satisfied with Ye Xiaofeng's development over the past 5 years, remarked, it appears your training has been fruitful, as you have compelled the use of my 8th soul skill, a commendable feat indeed. At that moment, a figure entered the sword Douluo's courtyard, appearing quite disheveled. Brat, when did you return? Bone Douluo questioned, his surprise palpable as he regarded Ye Xiaofeng. Elder Bone, I have just returned recently, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile. Returning and already causing unrest? Bone Douluo observed the signs of battle, raising an eyebrow in bemusement at Ye Xiaofeng's newfound prowess. Well, if my master wishes to assess his disciple's capabilities, he must go all out. Ye Xiaofeng deftly shifted the responsibility onto the sword Douluo. These past 5 years have not been disappointing. Shall we retire for a drink? The sword Douluo suggested with a knowing smile towards Bone Douluo. The sun rises from the west today. This is the first time in 20 years I have witnessed you invite me for a drink, Bone Douluo replied, astonished. For their banter had often been rife with rivalry. Today I am in high spirits. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Feng'er, Qing'er, let us go. The sword Douluo declared, turning to exit. Oh, I was merely jesting. No need to take it to heart. Bone Douluo quickly acquiesced, following suit. Unbeknownst to them, the four soon found themselves at the entrance of an inn, where Manager Li hurriedly came forth to greet them. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. Please forgive my oversight, he said with a broad smile. Manager Li, we are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formality. You understand today's occasion, Bone Douluo said, patting the manager's shoulder, signaling his understanding. Of course, please, follow me upstairs. Manager Li promptly led the quartet to a private room. Due to the presence of Bone Douluo and sword Douluo, they were not taken to Ye Xiaofeng's exclusive chamber, but rather to another elegant setting. Brat, do you dare appear here after the prince placed a bounty of 100 million on your head? Bone Douluo inquired, sipping his drink and glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. The matter has been resolved, Ye Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. I must say, I did not realize your talents were so remarkable, Bone Douluo teased, not expecting Ye Xiaofeng to have dealt with the situation so adeptly. Can you not keep your mouth shut even while dining? Sword Douluo remarked, unable to restrain his irritation at Bone Douluo's incessant chatter. I am merely multitasking, Bone Douluo replied with an innocuous smile. Now that we have dined sufficiently, shall we take our leave? Sword Douluo suggested, having finished his meal and wishing to refrain from intruding on Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing's moment. I have yet to satiate my appetite. Let us linger a while longer, Bone Douluo protested, clearly reluctant to return so swiftly. It seems your eyesight has deteriorated. Sword Douluo commented disdainfully, casting a disapproving look at Bone Douluo, lamenting that his two disciples had not truly spent time together over the past 5 years. Had I known, I would not have brought him along. Understood, enough with your nagging. Next time, let me enjoy a proper drink. Bone Douluo grumbled, trailing behind Sword Douluo as they exited the inn. What is it? Master, the elder has yet to depart, Qingqing exclaimed, startled by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden advance. Fear not. My master, with his discerning eye, will surely understand and not return to interrupt us, Ye Xiaofeng reassured her. Ye Xiaofeng abruptly pressed against Qingqing, but she felt it was highly inappropriate. Xiaofeng, let us return to the bedroom. This place is not suitable, she said, her cheeks flushed. You are indeed quite considerate. I overlooked this detail, Ye Xiaofeng replied as he led Qingqing back to his elegant room, lifting her in a princess carry. However, upon entering, both were taken aback. Ye Xiaofeng was utterly petrified. Xian, having noticed Ye Xiaofeng's absence, had secretly snuck into his bedroom, taking advantage of the solitude to enjoy a bath in the tub. As they entered, Xian was already aware, so she deliberately shouted out. Ah! Qingqing shrieked in surprise. Xiaofeng, someone is still bathing. Why have you brought another person here? Xian looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a pitiful expression, forcing out a couple of tears. Xian, you. Ye Xiaofeng was infuriated, never anticipating that Xian would set him up like this. Qingqing, let me explain, Ye Xiaofeng said, seeing Qingqing about to leave, and he swiftly locked the door. Qingqing, in a fit of rage, slapped Ye Xiaofeng hard on the left side of his face. She is deliberately framing me. Ye Xiaofeng, disregarding the pain, hurried to clarify. Deliberately framing you? Humph, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Framing you to the bedroom, to the bathtub? Qingqing glared at Ye Xiaofeng, utterly disillusioned with him. Xiaofeng, you did not say this last night. You promised you would be responsible for me. Xian added fuel to the fire, and Ye Xiaofeng felt increasingly vexed, while Xian appeared quite pleased. Get dressed and leave. Ye Xiaofeng, teeth grinding in frustration, tossed Xian's clothes at her, lacking the mood to appreciate the beauty of her bathing. Sister Qing'er, men are all the same, Xian remarked as she donned her clothes, sitting on the sofa, revealing her long, fair legs. What are you doing here? Ye Xiaofeng seethed with anger. He had initially intended to cheer up Qingqing, but with Xian's disruption, his feelings had entirely dissipated, and Qingqing's sentiments were even more strained. Xiaofeng, you did not say this last night. You promised to take care of me for a lifetime. I wouldn't mind if you found someone new. But you cannot drive me away, Xian cried, almost convincing Ye Xiaofeng that nothing had ever happened between them. Xiaofeng, you cannot do this for my sake. Seeing Xian's tear-streaked face, Qingqing's heart softened despite her myriad of reluctances. After all, she was a woman too, and there was no need to make things difficult for her. Qingqing, I truly did not, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, utterly at a loss. Xiaofeng, it's been 5 years. I never expected you to change so much. I must have misjudged you. Qingqing looked at Ye Xiaofeng with a hint of disgust. Qingqing, I. As Ye Xiaofeng was about to speak, he received a slap from Qingqing, this time on his right cheek. It was a perfect symmetry, each side of his face bearing a mark of her ire. Sister Qing'er, do not blame Xiaofeng. It is my inadequacy that has led to his prejudice against me, and I can understand that, Xian said, casting a furtive glance at Ye Xiaofeng, her heart swelling with satisfaction. This tactic of feigned affection and strategic retreat was indeed masterful, Xian mused. Just watch how I deal with you for your audacity in treating so many on Demon Island with such disdain. What fault has she committed that you find so intolerable? Will you not treat me the same way in the future? Qingqing glared coldly at Ye Xiaofeng. He realized he could not extricate himself from this predicament. Sister Qing'er, I am at fault. I shall take my leave and not disturb your lives any further. Xian feigned tears, her face a portrait of sorrow, causing Qingqing's heart to ache. Sister Xian, do not go. If anyone must leave, let it be me. Qingqing preferred to suffer herself rather than witness Xian's anguish. Do not. If Sister Qing'er does not mind, then I do not either, Xian said, casting a flirtatious glance at Ye Xiaofeng. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng felt as though he were in a silent torment, unable to speak without further complicating matters. The more he explained, the worse it became. After a moment's contemplation, Qingqing nodded slightly in agreement, leaving Ye Xiaofeng utterly astonished. Could it truly be this simple? Xiaofeng, I have something to tell you. Just the night before, in the grove outside the city, Xian said with a sly smile, her words laced with innuendo. It is I who have wronged you. I still hold you in my heart, Ye Xiaofeng managed to utter, forcing out a disingenuous confession, fearing that Xian might reveal past indiscretions if he remained silent. Xiaofeng, if I hold no place in your heart, then there is no need to pretend. My presence here would be futile. Xian was evidently raising the stakes. I have made my decision. I shall treat you well from now on. Inside, Ye Xiaofeng was a maelstrom of turmoil, yet he maintained a facade of compliance. But you must not go back on your word. Sister Qing'er will bear witness, he replied, as Xian seized her advantage, pressing her claim upon him. Qingqing quickly nodded in affirmation, agreeing to be the witness. By the way, Sister Xian, what transpired in the grove outside the city? She inquired, curiosity etched upon her face. Ye Xiaofeng wore a pleading expression as he awaited Xian's response. I have known Xiaofeng for 5 years, and at last, in the grove, I became his woman, Xian said. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she uttered such a fabrication, feeling the weight of her own deceit. Yet Qingqing seemed unfazed, interpreting Xian's blush as a sign of sincerity rather than deception. Sister Xian, I can accept this. You need not blame yourself, Qingqing reassured her, ever considerate of Xian, but more so of Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Throughout their acquaintance, nothing had transpired with Xian, and now she had twisted the narrative, leaving him uncertain how to clarify the truth. Ye Xiaofeng felt a pang of regret, questioning why he had brought Xian back from the Demon Island. The very name of the island suggested it was no place of virtue, and the 7 souls residing there were truly wretched. Xiaofeng, Qingqing said as she embraced him. I have always believed that as long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is sufficient. Xiaofeng, I feel the same, she continued, moving closer to envelop him in her warmth. As long as you cherish just one corner of your heart for me, that is more than enough. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer endure the situation and delivered a sharp slap to the fiery backside. You, Xian, stomped your foot in indignation, infuriated that this scoundrel dared to strike his own. You go out first, come back later, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling Xian out of the room and locking the door behind them. Xiaofeng, Qingqing is yet to regain her composure. It's all right, I will let her in shortly. For now, she is absent, and we won't be disturbed, Ye Xiaofeng remarked as he lewdly lunged forward. Unexpectedly, the little girl was so easily deceived. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng truly was despicable. How many romantic entanglements did he possess? Xian had initially believed there was only one, but now she discovered another, Qingqing. Who knows if there were other women as well? Xian helplessly shook her head, realizing that the famished perish from hunger, while the sated may burst from excess. Ye Xiaofeng occupies several women alone, while their children remain single. Truly, he exhibits not a shred of compassion. Xiaofeng, be gentle, Qingqing said, slightly furrowing her brow. I understand. Qingqing, just hold on for a moment. It will cease to hurt soon, Ye Xiaofeng comforted her. Xian, feeling bored, decided to go shopping and eventually arrived at the Grand Soul Arena. Upon seeing the welfare gambling area and reviewing the rules, she found it quite intriguing, especially since she possessed a black gold card worth 100 million that Ye Xiaofeng had given her. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, free from the disturbances of Xian, poured out their mutual longing. The Qingqing of today is no longer the naive girl of 5 years ago, but has blossomed into a graceful beauty. 5 years prior, they shared countless moments of intimacy, yet Ye Xiaofeng never sought to harm Qingqing. Now, Qingqing has fulfilled her desires and has become Ye Xiaofeng's beloved. Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing embraced each other as they drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted. Xian had triumphed at the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, amassing an impressive sum of 50 million, which elevated her spirits significantly. She decided it was prudent to withdraw and continue her endeavors another day. As she departed the arena, the evening sky had darkened, signaling that the two had likely concluded their own activities, and it was time to return. Upon arriving at the inn, Xian chose not to disturb Ye Xiaofeng and Qingqing, opting instead for her own room. The following day at noon, Xian visited Ye Xiaofeng's private chamber, finding him already awake. By the way, where is Sister Qing? Xian inquired innocently, casting a glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Xian, are you intentionally provoking me? Ye Xiaofeng replied, still feeling irked by the events of the previous day. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Xian feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implication yet refusing to acknowledge it, as if yesterday's events were entirely irrelevant to her. Just then, Qingqing descended the stairs, albeit with an unusual gait. Xian exchanged a knowing look with Ye Xiaofeng, silently conveying her understanding. Sister Qing, did you sleep well last night? Xian smiled gently at Qingqing. Uh-huh, Qingqing said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she recalled the previous night's happenings. Xian, having respected their privacy, was well aware of what had transpired. Sister Qing, after a night's rest, you appear even more radiant. I presume Ye Xiaofeng treated you well last night, Xian whispered teasingly in Qingqing's ear. Oh, Xian, you are insufferable, Qingqing retorted, though her smile betrayed her amusement. All right, I won't tease you any further, Xian conceded as they sat down at the table warily. The innkeeper had arranged a feast for them. You seem particularly cheerful today, Ye Xiaofeng observed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Of course, I'm in high spirits today and won't hold any grudges, Xian replied with a smile as she continued to enjoy her meal. Come on, Xian. Tell us what has you so delighted, Qingqing chimed in, unable to contain her curiosity. Well, you must promise not to tell anyone, Xian said with a serious demeanor. Both Qingqing and Ye Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Yesterday, I visited a place I never expected to be so entertaining, Xian recounted, reminiscing about the previous day's exhilaration. What kind of place? Ye Xiaofeng interjected, unable to restrain his curiosity. Don't interrupt, I was about to explain. Xian frowned slightly, displeased at being cut off. Xian. Ignore him, take your time, Qingqing reassured her, holding Xian's hand with a comforting smile. Yesterday, I went to a place called the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, Xian announced with a smile. And then? Ye Xiaofeng sensed that something concerning was about to unfold. There's a section in the arena where I was so busy winning that I didn't catch its name, Xian mentioned. The welfare gambling zone, Ye Xiaofeng prompted. Yes, that's the one. Can you guess how much I won? Xian asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How much? Ye Xiaofeng's heart raced, fearing the worst. Xian raised 5 fingers, still basking in the joy of the previous night, recalling how she had dreamt happily throughout the night. 500,000. Qingqing ventured cautiously. Xian shook her head. 5 million? She shook her head again. 50 million? Ye Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon Xian's nodding smile, his heart sinking. Why aren't you both smiling? I'm in a great mood today, and this meal is on me. Ha ha. Xian laughed heartily, oblivious to Ye Xiaofeng's grim expression. In less than 3 hours yesterday, I won 50 million. I plan to return today, and I'll have a lifetime of money to spend. Xian mused about her bright future. Come on, let us eat. Such exquisite food should not go to waste. Xian continued. Xian, look at Ye Xiaofeng. He seems quite displeased. Qingqing gently reminded her. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? It's as if I owe you money. Xian turned to see Ye Xiaofeng's sullen expression. You're using my money to win back my own, is that fair? Ye Xiaofeng grumbled, taking another sip of his drink. Are you saying the Great Fighting Spirit Arena is ours? Qingqing laughed, covering her mouth. Well, you didn't tell me. How was I to know? But it truly is quite entertaining, Xian admitted, at a loss for words. Hey, don't look so glum. I can always pay you back. Xian attempted to console him, noticing his unchanged demeanor. Xian, you needn't worry about him. He earns money for us to spend, Qingqing chimed in, shooting a smile at Ye Xiaofeng. Why should that be the case? Ye Xiaofeng felt as though he had been duped. Simply because we are your women, Xian provocatively stated. Much to Ye Xiaofeng's chagrin, and Qingqing nodded in agreement. Sister Qing, I've just arrived here and feel a bit shy to speak up. Xian, let me take you shopping. Ye Xiaofeng, you should accompany us, Qingqing suggested with a smile, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng. In the marketplace, Qingqing and Xian strolled hand in hand like sisters, exploring every nook and cranny. They soon arrived at a styling shop, where the same owner from 5 years ago greeted them. Both changed into off-shoulder white dresses and white stockings, adorned with sparkling crystal shoes. Xiaofeng, how do I look? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the two individuals, somewhat entranced. He had not anticipated that Qingqing would undergo such a remarkable transformation with age. And he was even less prepared for Xian, who had matured considerably, exuding a more pronounced femininity. Ye Xiaofeng could not help but swallow, immediately captivated by the two individuals before him. Not yet satisfied, Xian leaned close to Ye Xiaofeng's ear and whispered, I'll show you more when we get back. Really? No. I mean, your outfits are quite nice. Ye Xiaofeng quickly corrected himself, realizing his misstep. Are the clothes beautiful? Or am I? Xian gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with a gentle smile. Of course, both you and the outfits are stunning. Originally, Ye Xiaofeng intended to compliment her beauty, but reconsidered, opting for a more cautious approach. Xiaofeng, your drool has betrayed you, Qingqing remarked, observing Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng quickly wiped the drool from his lips, but found nothing there. Upon looking up, he saw Qingqing and Xian stifling their laughter. Well, you Qingqing, how dare you deceive me? Oh, I was merely jesting, Qingqing quickly admitted defeat. Xian, having money to spare, generously paid for both of them, as ultimately it was Ye Xiaofeng's money, and she felt no remorse. As they walked down the street, they attracted countless familiar gazes, garnering an impressive rate of attention. Ye Xiaofeng strolled amidst them, inciting envy and admiration from many. Sister Xian, allow me to take you to a delightful dining spot. Absolutely. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry along. Ye Xiaofeng watched the two with a resigned shake of his head. No matter where he went, the nature of women remained unchanged. Shopping and gourmet food would eternally be their favorites. Soon, Qingqing arrived at the barbecue restaurant with Xian, while Ye Xiaofeng lagged behind. Qingqing, I must say, you have become even more beautiful, he remarked. Having frequently visited this establishment, Qingqing had grown familiar with the owner. Boss, today I am here with friends, as you understand. She smiled at him. Rest assured, I will ensure your friends are satisfied. By the way, this young man seems quite familiar, the owner said, studying Ye Xiaofeng closely but struggling to recall. Boss, it was he who brought me here 5 years ago. Qingqing gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with adoration. So it is you. Young man, do you have any idea how Qingqing has spent these past 5 years? The owner inquired, but Qingqing's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Young man, do not let such a wonderful girl like Qingqing down. She has been waiting for you all this time, the owner urged. You can rest assured. I will treat Qingqing well upon my return, Ye Xiaofeng promised. Qingqing, I apologize for making you wait for 5 long years. Hey, spare us the melodrama. Please, refrain from such sappy talk. It gives me goosebumps, Xian interjected, unable to endure the exchange any longer. We came here to enjoy the food, not to witness your love display. Boss, I would like 10 grilled fish, 60 lamb skewers, and some wine. Oh, and don't forget 10 lamb kidneys. Ye Xiaofeng instructed the owner. Certainly. Please hold on, it will be ready shortly. The owner responded, promptly attending to the order. The wine arrived immediately, while the other dishes were slowly grilled over charcoal. Xian, seated nearby, could already smell the delicious aromas wafting from the grill. Is it ready yet? I can hardly wait. Xian exclaimed, her mouth watering. Young lady, since this is your first visit, you should know that this delicacy must be grilled slowly over charcoal to enhance its flavor. The owner patiently explained. Then hurry along. Xian urged again. Xian, wipe your mouth. You're drooling, Qingqing chuckled, handing her a napkin. I just can't help it. Xian replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she took the napkin to clean herself. Before long, the owner returned with the dishes. Please enjoy your meal. Xian, take your time. It's quite hot, Qingqing cautioned. I relish it hot. Indeed, I adore it, Xian said with a glint in her eye, nearly revealing her age as she indulged in the skewers. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Xian, surprised to discover this unexpected side of her, momentarily lost in thought. Xiaofeng, what are you daydreaming about? Qingqing asked, noticing that he was staring at Xian without moving. It's nothing. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly realized his awkwardness. How could he develop feelings for Xian? That was simply impossible. Xiaofeng, if you like me, just say it. Xian, while enjoying her skewers, discerned Ye Xiaofeng's earlier thoughts. How could you know? No, I could never like you, he hastily clarified. Xiaofeng, how can you say that? You promised Xian that you wouldn't go back on your word. Qingqing interjected, visibly displeased by Ye Xiaofeng's explanation. That's not what I meant. He attempted to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Then treat me the same way you treat Xian. Otherwise, you shouldn't even come near me, Qingqing frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Ye Xiaofeng was unsure how to continue. What do you mean by did you hear me? Qingqing glared at him, her anger palpable. Rest assured, he replied ambiguously. After their meal, the trio had nothing else to do and decided to head to the Great Soul Arena. They had previously agreed to behave themselves while there. Ye Xiaofeng quickly warned Xian to avoid any trouble. Got it, you're such a miser. I wasted my kindness on you, Xian remarked, her spirits dampened by his words. As she had intended to have some fun once they arrived. Xian, just ignore him, Qingqing said, leading Xian into the office. Madam, who is this? Luo Xiaodian inquired, admiring the beauty before him, whose allure rivaled that of Qingqing. This is Sister Xian. Sister Xian, this is our manager at the Great Soul Arena, Qingqing introduced them. However, Luo Xiaodian had already taken an interest in Xian yesterday, particularly after the incident involving a loss of 50 million. Manager Luo, long time no see. Ye Xiaofeng entered just as he spotted Luo Xiaodian. Ye Xiao, you're back. Luo Xiaodian exclaimed, having not seen him for 5 years. Yes, I returned not long ago. Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. As he settled onto the sofa, Luo Xiaodian immediately began pouring tea for the three of them. Shortly after, he returned with new information. Ye Xiao, he began, glancing at Xian, uncertain if he should speak. We're all on the same side. Feel free to express yourself. Although Ye Xiaofeng pretended to be at odds with Xian, he never regarded her as an outsider. Ye Xiao. This is the revenue from the Great Soul Arena over the past 5 years. It amounts to 1 billion gold soul coins, Luo Xiaodian said, handing him a black gold card, detailing the arena's earnings. I see, you've worked hard these past 5 years, Ye Xiaofeng acknowledged, satisfied with Luo Xiaodian's report. It's my duty to serve Ye Xiao. There's no need to mention hardship, Luo Xiaodian replied, pleased by Ye Xiaofeng's words. With the backing of the sword Douluo, no one dared to cause trouble at the Great Soul Arena over the last 5 years. Qingqing had essentially stayed out of all matters, leaving everything to Luo Xiaodian, who managed the operation smoothly. Thus, he had thrived during this time. Take 200 million from the card as working capital for the Great Soul Arena. You've earned it. So keep 100 million for yourself, Ye Xiaofeng instructed as he handed the card to Luo Xiaodian. Ye Xiao, my regular salary is already sufficient. I don't need this much, Luo Xiaodian replied, taken aback by the generous offer. Enough of this chatter, just do as I say. Also, give 100 million to Qingqing. Ye Xiaofeng added, smiling at her. Xiaofeng, Xian chimed in playfully. Give her 100 million too, Ye Xiaofeng conceded, unable to resist Xian's charm. Feeling chills run down his spine. I knew you were the best. Before Ye Xiaofeng could react, Xian planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Xiao, I didn't see anything. You all carry on, Luo Xiaodian said hurriedly as he exited. Xian, behave yourself. Don't get carried away, Ye Xiaofeng thought to himself, still struggling to accept the idea of a relationship with someone younger than him. Qingqing, look, Xiaofeng only has eyes for you, Xian remarked, resorting to using Qingqing to tease Ye Xiaofeng. All right, I admit defeat. Is that enough? Ye Xiaofeng quickly surrendered. Ye Xiaofeng could no longer tolerate the situation and sought a way to extricate himself from Xian, for he was tired of the daily torment and self-sabotage. Xian, please return to the inn, he said after distributing the money, wishing to avoid further disturbances from her while he spent time with Qingqing. All right, but aren't you two leaving? Xian noted that it was getting late and it was time to head back. We'll be back shortly, Ye Xiaofeng stammered. Who would believe your words? Be honest, what are you planning? Are you staying here? Xian scrutinized Ye Xiaofeng, who appeared unfazed, yet Qingqing was not as composed. Where Qingqing sleeps, I shall sleep as well, Xian declared, wrapping her arm around Qingqing's. Are you suggesting that if Qingqing stays with me, you must stay too? Ye Xiaofeng felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, I would welcome such an arrangement, Xian teased playfully. Very well, you both can sleep here. I shall return to the inn. Ye Xiaofeng resignedly concluded, realizing that he and Qingqing had little hope for solitude, and thus permitted them to rest while he retreated. Will we not be a disturbance? Wouldn't he sleeping at the inn be more comfortable? Xian insinuated. Ye Xiaofeng felt cornered and dared not offend Xian. Of course not. If you don't mind, then let us all sleep together, he acquiesced, shaking his head in resignation. You shamelessly bold one. Do you really wish to share a bed? Return to the inn and rest, Xian bantered, though she knew such an arrangement with Ye Xiaofeng was implausible, especially with 3 people involved. You were the one who said you wanted me to stay, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, flustered by Xian's provocations. Did I? Xian glanced at Qingqing. Did you hear her, Qingqing? Xian asked, and Qingqing, with a guilty conscience, shook her head, feigning ignorance. You two, I can't be bothered to argue with you. With that, Ye Xiaofeng departed for the inn. The Grand Soul Arena had an office belonging to Qingqing, which also contained a bedroom. Once inside, Xian began to weave her schemes. And faced with such a cunning adversary, Qingqing stood little chance against Xian's seasoned tactics. In the face of Xian's guile, Qingqing divulged all her secrets. Ye Xiaofeng returned to the inn, unable to find sleep for a prolonged time. He left a note for Manager Li and departed in the dead of night. In a courtyard of the Tianshui Academy, a young girl sat beneath a peach blossom tree, unable to recall how many days and nights had passed. After rescuing him by the sea, her momentary act of kindness unexpectedly blossomed into an indelible affection for the boy. 5 years ago, a man named Exile brought news that he was being pursued by the prince of the Tiando Empire and had fled the capital. She had contemplated searching for him many times, but without knowing where to seek him, she could only devote herself to her training. Throughout these years, Exile had assisted them and provided them with a black gold card, yet it was not what she desired. She had been waiting for his return. Sister Xiaowu, Come eat. If you don't hurry, the food will get cold. This was Yue inside the room, speaking to Xiaowu, feeling pain to see her sister in such a state. Xiaowu nodded slightly. She approached the peach blossom tree and gazed at Shui Binger, at a loss for words, for deep down, they were both waiting for that person. Yet, 6 long years had passed, and apart from the news brought back by Exile, there had been no word from him. Sister, shall we eat? Xiaowu asked gently, her tone pleading as she looked at the frail Shui Binger, her heart aching. You all go ahead. I am not hungry for now, Shui Binger replied, turning away after glancing at Xiaowu. For 6 years, apart from training, she had spent her days in a stupor beneath the peach blossom tree. The sight of Shui Binger's torment filled Xiaowu with pain, and her resentment towards Ye Xiaofeng grew. Everything stemmed from him. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaowu stepped before Shui Binger and struck her face sharply. Wake up. If he wanted to come back, he would have done so long ago. If he has no desire to return, no matter how much you torment yourself, he will never come back. Xiaowu unleashed the pent-up anger within her. Her feelings for him were no less than those of Shui Binger, yet witnessing her former sister's suffering pierced her heart like countless needles. Wu, tell me he will return, Shui Binger implored, her voice devoid of confidence, resembling a helpless child. He has been gone for 6 years, 6 whole years. He will not come back. No, you lie. He promised he would return. He would never deceive me. Shui Binger's faith seemed shattered by Xiaowu's words, leaving her disoriented and tear-streaked. Sister, he will not return. If he wanted to, he would have done so long ago. At that moment, Xiaowu embraced Shui Binger, both crying profusely. He will come back. Shui Binger sobbed, for deep down, she feared to think about whether he would return, the anxiety growing with every thought. Nearby, at the entrance of the room, Yue was also in tears. For 6 years, she had refrained from mentioning him, especially in front of her sister, as he represented the most vulnerable part of her heart. Sister, I'm sorry. Does it still hurt? Xiaowu gently stroked Shui Binger's cheek, where the mark from the earlier slap lingered. Shui Binger shook her head. She could no longer feel the pain. Sister, let us eat something. Even if you wait for him, you need to take care of yourself, Xiaowu insisted, pulling Shui Binger into the house regardless of her agreement. What are you lingering at the door for? Xiaowu said coldly to the tearful Yue. This is not the time for comforting her. We must focus on our elder sister first. Oh, I'll be right there, Yue quickly responded. Through gentle persuasion, Xiaowu managed to get Shui Binger to eat a little. Perhaps the slap had helped awaken her. After dinner, Xiaowu stayed with Shui Binger until late into the night, finally watching her fall asleep. Observing Shui Binger's worn face, Xiaowu wished to dismember Ye Xiaofeng for the pain he had caused. To avoid disturbing Shui Binger's rest, she quietly exited the room. Sister Xiaowu, my sister. Shui Yue began as she saw Xiaowu coming out of Shui Binger's room, but Xiaowu interrupted her. She just fell asleep, Xiaowu whispered to Yue, then took her hand and returned to their room. Sister Xiaowu, what should we do if she continues like this? Yue expressed her concern for her sister. If you ask me, who should I ask? I cannot slap her every day, Xiaowu replied, surprised at herself for having done so, though it had proven effective. Then what should we do? To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Are you referring to Xiaofeng? Who else but that heartless scoundrel? Xiaowu cursed Ye Xiaofeng in anger. Not far away, Ye Xiaofeng yawned, unaware that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. It's getting late. You should rest early, and in the future, refrain from mentioning that heartless man in front of our sister, understood? Xiaowu cautioned, still a bit worried about Yue's straightforwardness. Rest assured, Sister Xiaowu, I will not speak carelessly, Yue promised confidently. It's late. Hurry to bed. Xiaowu, feeling exhausted from the day, did not wish to prolong the conversation with the girl. Tonight, I don't want to sleep alone, Yue declared, jumping onto Xiaowu's bed and burrowing under the covers before Xiaowu could respond. You little rascal, where do you expect me to sleep? Xiaowu gazed at the mischievous Yue, rendered speechless. Sister Xiaowu, the bed is large enough. Just come up, and I'll hold you while we sleep. Don't worry, I will take good care of you, Yue said with a playful smile. Yue, have you lost your mind tonight? Xiaowu exclaimed, astonished by Yue's words, before checking her forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? As Xiaowu touched her forehead, Yue mischievously pinched Xiaowu's waist. Oh, you little rascal. If that heartless man can't wait any longer. That is true, Yue agreed. All right, let us turn off the lights and sleep. Sister Xiaowu, I have one more question. Why do you have so many questions? Just one, please tell me. The following day, Shui Bingo awoke feeling particularly refreshed, perhaps due to Xue Wu's earlier slap bringing her some clarity. Usually, she would find Xue Wu and Yue by her side. Yet today, both were conspicuously absent. Just then, Xue Wu opened the door, groggily stepping out and stretching, yawning. "Good morning, sister." Xue Wu greeted Shui Bingo, her tired eyes betraying her fatigue. "Is it still morning? It's almost noon. By the way, Wuer, did you not sleep well last night?" Shui Bingo observed Xue Wu's exhaustion, raising an eyebrow as she noted her sister appeared more fatigued than herself. "It's all that Yuer's fault," Xue Wu thought. Recalling the previous night's events and feeling the urge to vent her frustration, Yuer, like an inquisitive child, had bombarded her with endless questions, leaving her restless throughout the night. "Sister, why are you up so early today?" At that moment, Yuer emerged from Xue Wu's room. "Yuer, you too." Shui Bingo was surprised to see both of them coming from the same room. "It's all that Yuer's fault, last night." Just as Xue Wu began to recount the events of the previous night, Wei quickly covered her mouth from behind. "Last night, Sister Xue Wu couldn't sleep. So I kept her company," Yuer chimed in, looking at Xue Wu for confirmation. Shui Yuer bore an expression that suggested, "Dare to utter a word, and I shall obliterate you." Xue Wu found her mouth covered by Shui Yuer, rendering her unable to speak, and could only nod in acquiescence. "At your age, you two still share a bed?" Shui Bingo shook her head in exasperation, choosing not to elaborate further. "Shouldn't you be preparing the meal?" "I intend to inform elder sister about last night's events." Xue Wu promptly removed Yuer's hand. "Hee, I'll go right away." Shui Yuer hastily fled the scene. Shui Bingo remained seated beneath the peach tree, accustomed to her surroundings. While Xue Wu entered the room to tidy up, Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the entrance of Tianshui College, and memories of the past began to resurface in his mind as he gazed upon the institution before him. This was a women's college. If there was no business to attend to, please leave. The female teacher at the entrance issued a dismissal to Ye Xiaofeng, who stood motionless. "Teacher, this is my proof." Ye Xiaofeng produced the special recruitment order that Wang Yin had given him from his storage ring. "You may enter." The female teacher glanced at the special recruitment order presented by Ye Xiaofeng. Although she felt a twinge of skepticism, the authenticity of the document was evident, and she permitted him to proceed. Ye Xiaofeng did not seek out teacher Wang Yin. Instead, he proceeded directly to the entrance of Taohua Garden. Gazing at the characters inscribed on the plaque, he found himself unable to forget. Ye Xiaofeng gently pushed the door open and was greeted by the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. In the distance, he beheld a woman beneath a peach tree, and his heart became a tumult of emotions. Over the past 6 years, despite the presence of Qingqing and Shuer, his longing for her had not waned in the slightest. "Classmate, I find myself a bit parched from my journey. May I trouble you for a cup of water?" Ye Xiaofeng addressed the woman, who was lost in thought beneath the tree. "Ah, please wait a moment," Shui Bingo replied, momentarily pulled from her reverie. Her gaze not fully meeting Ye Xiaofeng's as her mind was elsewhere. She entered the room, retrieved a water jug and a cup, and returned to pour water for him. Ye Xiaofeng did not reach for the cup before the woman before him. He had countless words to share, yet upon their reunion, it felt as though his throat was constricted, and inexplicably, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shui Bingo gazed at the familiar figure before her, yet dared not confirm her suspicions. "Bingo, I have returned," Ye Xiaofeng finally uttered after what felt like an eternity. Upon hearing this, Shui Bingo dropped the kettle and cup from her trembling hands, unable to contain the tears that cascaded down her cheeks. After 6 long years of yearning, the man she had longed for was finally back. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Shui Bingo tightly, and she reciprocated, wordlessly letting her tears flow onto his chest. At that moment, Jia, just as Xue Wu emerged from the house, was about to inquire about the shattered items. However, upon witnessing her sister in a fervent embrace with a man, Xue Wu stood frozen in place. "Sister, weren't you supposed to call for Jia?" Shui Yuer intended to scold Xue Wu for her hesitation, but upon seeing her sister's unmoving gaze toward the courtyard, she too approached to discern the unfolding scene. "Sister." Shui Yuer looked at the tableau before her, mirroring Xue Wu's astonishment. "Bingo, I have returned." Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words, only wishing to hold her close. "Do you have any idea how I have endured these 6 years?" Shui Yuer sobbed in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, unleashing her pent-up grievances from the past years. "I know. It is all my fault," he replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. "You." Shui Bingo wished to articulate her thoughts, but Ye Xiaofeng silenced her with a kiss, believing this to be the most fitting response. "Sister Xue Wu, The heartless scoundrel you spoke of seems to have returned. Shui Ware remarked softly, unable to resist commenting on the tender scene before her. It is no mere semblance. That rascal truly has returned. Yet, sister seems so lacking in dignity, swayed by just a few words, she added with a teasing smirk. Let us continue to observe their lingering moments, Shui Wei chuckled mischievously. Let us depart. I can no longer bear to watch. Shui Wu shuddered, feeling her skin crawl. Where have you been all these years? Shui Binger abruptly halted as she recalled that it was midday, and both Shui Wu and Yuer were present. That is a long story. I shall share it with you later. How have you all been? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Binger with a twinge of sympathy, sensing the hardships she must have endured. I am well. We have all missed you dearly and have waited for your return. Shui Bingo intended to express her own feelings but felt it inappropriate. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke of the collective. Let us go inside. Wuer and Yuer are still waiting, she said, pulling Ye Xiaofeng toward the house. Wuer, Yuer. Look who has come. Shui Binger announced joyfully at the door. Xiaofeng, when did you return? We missed you terribly. Shui Wu exclaimed, rushing forward with open arms as if nothing had transpired. Ye Xiaofeng truly believed that Shui Wu missed him, but he was taken aback by her enthusiastic reception. Just as they were about to embrace, Shui Wu suddenly slapped him fiercely across the face, a blow devoid of mercy, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Shui Wu, why did you hit me so hard? He exclaimed, just as Shui Yuer emerged. Bringing a slight warmth to his heart, it was sweet of this silly girl to care for him. Does it hurt, Brother Xiaofeng? Shui Yuer inquired, her gaze fixed on the red mark on his cheek and the blood at his lips. It doesn't hurt, he attempted to assure her, but was met with yet another slap from Shui Yuer, equally forceful as Shui Wu's. What are you two doing? Xiaofeng has just returned. Shui Bingo glared at Shui Wu and Shui Yuer in anger. What do you mean by that? Does he even know what returning means after 6 long years? Shui Yuer, usually obedient to her sister and the most fragile among them, showed no fear today. Go away, never come back. We don't want to see you again. Shui Wu's eyes glistened with tears, as if they could pierce through Ye Xiaofeng's very being. Wuer, Yuer, please listen to me. Ye Xiaofeng began to explain, but they offered him no respite. Wuer, Yuer, Xiaofeng has returned. Let us go inside and talk this over, Shui Binger interjected, though her heart ached even more at the sight of their discord. Wuer, Yuer, I truly regret my actions. Will you grant me forgiveness just this once? Ye Xiaofeng disregarded the pain on his face, recognizing the debt he owed them after 6 years of waiting. You could have returned sooner. We waited for you here for 6 years. Kneel by the peach blossom tree, and you may rise once the blossoms have withered. Consider it our forgiveness. Shui Wu replied coldly, her eyes still red. Of course, you can choose to leave at once, as if we had never met. Wuer, if you wish to kneel with him, we will not stop you. Shui Wu interrupted Shui Binger's words, her resentment matching the depth of her past affections. Binger, there is no need to say more. I will kneel. Though Ye Xiaofeng could have turned away, he chose instead to kneel beneath the peach blossom tree. Ye Xiaofeng had not even set foot inside the house when he knelt beneath the blossoming peach tree, observing the tree above, which had only recently begun to bloom. He pondered how long its petals would remain before they withered away, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap of his own making. What are you staring at? Go inside. I'm still hungry, he grumbled. Shui Wu tugged at Shui Binger, urging her to enter the house, while Shui Yuer paid no heed to Ye Xiaofeng and followed them in. Yuer, your culinary skills have truly improved. Today's meal is particularly delectable. Shui Wu praised for the first time. Normally, Shui Wu never cooked, but she would always find fault with the dishes prepared by Shui Yuer. In truth, she too found today's meal exceptionally delightful. Shui Yuer chuckled mischievously, quickly serving herself another helping. Is it appropriate for us to indulge like this? Shui Bingo interjected, still concerned about Ye Xiaofeng. What? You haven't even married him yet, and you care so much, fearing we might mistreat him? Shui Wu shot a glance at Shui Binger, exasperated. That's not what I meant, Shui Binger replied, realizing it was not the right moment to plead for Ye Xiaofeng. Only someone like you could be so easily enchanted by his words, Shui Yuer remarked disdainfully towards her sister. That's not true. Shui Binger felt a flush of embarrassment at Shui Yuer's comment, her composure slipping. What do you mean by that? We saw how the two of you were entangled under the sun for so long. Did you think we didn't notice? Shui Yuer echoed Shui Binger's words, directly confronting her. Shui Binger, blushing, found herself at a loss for words. Elder sister, isn't today's meal quite delightful? Shui Wu teased Shui Binger. It is, indeed. Under the scorching sun, Ye Xiaofeng had been kneeling for nearly an hour, fortunate enough to have the shade of the peach tree. Otherwise, he would have been roasted alive. After lunch, Xuewu stepped outside and glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, stretching with a yawn. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily entranced, not expecting her to have developed so splendidly. Suddenly, a cup hurtled towards him, prompting Ye Xiaofeng to dodge hastily. "Where are you looking? If you dare to gawk again, you won't be so lucky next time," Xuewu remarked, having noticed Ye Xiaofeng's gaze lingering on her chest before turning to enter the house. "Sister Xuewu, weren't you just advocating for more exercise after lunch? Why have you come back inside?" This was a remark from Yue, who had a knack for bringing up awkward subjects. "That scoundrel Ye Xiaofeng makes me furious. What has he done to provoke you? His affairs are none of your concern." Just as Xuewu was about to retort, she realized something was amiss. This was not a matter she could share with Yue. "Sister Xuewu, why is your face turning red?" "I am not. Stop pretending. If you keep it up, you won't have a restful evening." With a sly smile, Yue added, "Go stretch at the door, and when you return, I'll tell you." Xuewu felt too bashful to speak out, thus indirectly responding, "What does that have to do with my question?" Yue was slightly displeased. "Quit the chatter and hurry." Xuewu gazed at Xueyu upon entering the room. Ye Xiaofeng discovered that it had been impeccably cleaned, instantly invoking a sense of warmth within him. In truth, ever since Ye Xiaofeng departed from this place, his room had been tidied daily by them, gradually evolving into a cherished routine. Ye Xiaofeng changed into a new set of clothes from his storage ring and stepped outside. "Xiaofeng, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Shui Bingo inquired with concern. Ye Xiaofeng initially intended to assert that he had already dined, yet his stomach betrayed him, emitting a conspicuous rumble. "Yue, please fetch something for Xiaofeng to eat." Bingo observed as Yue hastily complied, albeit with a hint of reluctance, as her heart remained unsettled. "No worries, dear sister. I shall prepare it. You keep Xiaofeng company indoors." Xuewu offered a gentle smile towards Ye Xiaofeng. "Sister Xuewu, what about me? Come here and lend me a hand," she replied, playfully winking at Yue. "I'll be there shortly." Yue began to grasp Xuewu's insinuation. The two entered the kitchen, where they prepared a bowl of noodle soup. "Yue, remember to add plenty of salt, and don't skimp on the vinegar and chili," Xuewu instructed. Observing the water, Yue added a tad more, while Xuewu took the spoon, relentlessly enhancing the broth with seasonings. "Sister Xuewu, is this still edible?" Yue inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she gazed at the soup. "After all the effort we've put in for him, wouldn't it be unfair if he doesn't appreciate our labor?" Xuewu chuckled mischievously. Soon after, Xuewu carried the steaming bowl into the room. "The noodles are ready." With a warm smile, Xuewu presented the dish before Ye Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, do savor it. You must taste Yuer's culinary skills." Binger, recalling her delightful lunch, couldn't he help but extol Yuer's talents in front of Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng took a spoonful of soup, nearly choking, his entire face flushed with embarrassment. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Shui Binger inquired, observing Ye Xiaofeng, for it was inconceivable that the dish prepared by Yue could be unpalatable. "Brother Xiaofeng, do you find Yue's cooking unsatisfactory?" Yue gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with an expression of deep grievance. In her heart, Xuewu silently commended Yue for her impressive acting, almost believing it herself. "No, it's quite delicious," Ye Xiaofeng thought, a tumult of emotions raging within him. Was this soup meant to be his undoing? Nevertheless, he swallowed it down. Now, even if he found it hard to consume, he had no choice but to oblige, for these two young ladies would not easily let him off the hook. "I told you. This is the exquisite soup and noodles that Sister Xuewu and I painstakingly prepared for you. How could it possibly be unappetizing?" Yue smiled innocently at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Xuewu and Yue, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated himself, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes and indulged heartily. "Thank you, Wu," Yue exclaimed, immediately finishing a pot of tea all by herself. "Xiaofeng, are you still hungry? I can ask Yue to prepare another bowl for you." Shui Yue, perplexed by his unusual behavior, sensed something was amiss. "No need, I am quite satisfied," he replied, chuckling at the thought of taking another bowl from these two young ladies. "I will step out for a moment and return shortly." Ye Xiaofeng hastily departed, fearing he might regurgitate. "Shall I accompany you?" Binger, trailing behind him, felt that something was off. "No, I will be back shortly," he assured her as he raced out. "What is going on?" Shui Binger pondered, only to notice Xuewu and Yue exchanging sly smiles. "What are you two giggling about?" she inquired. "Nothing, when Xiaofeng returns. We are simply joyous." "Indeed, Brother Xiaofeng is back. Why wouldn't his sister be happy? I am happy, yet just a moment ago. At that instant, Shui Bingo caught sight of the remnants of the soup, still lingering in the bowl. She picked up a spoon and took a tentative sip, regrettably. That single taste almost made her lose her lunch. In a panic, she sought water to alleviate her discomfort, only to find that Ye Xiaofeng had drained the last drop. She dashed to the kitchen for a refill, finally feeling some relief. Upon noticing the condiments in the kitchen, the realization dawned upon her. You too. Shui Bingo fumed as she stormed into the room, intent on reprimanding Shui Wu and Yuer, only to discover that they had already sensed her impending wrath and had swiftly made their escape. Ye Xiaofeng had just stepped out of the academy and entered a restaurant to dine, only to find himself regurgitating his meal moments later. Shui Wu and Yuer, fearing reprimand from Shui Binger, hastily followed suit, hoping to evade her chastisement. However, to their dismay, they caught sight of Ye Xiaofeng eating through the window. You desire a sumptuous meal, yet leave us behind, claiming to miss us. It is evident that you care little for our presence. They lamented as they took their seats at Ye Xiaofeng's table. Shui Wu, taking the lead, accused him. What was the idea behind that noodle soup? Ye Xiaofeng felt a surge of discontent. It seemed they were scheming against him, only to turn the tables now. In unison, Shui Wu and Yuer attempted to deflect the blame onto one another. Let bygones be bygones. Shall we not cease this animosity? Ye Xiaofeng suggested, continuing to eat. Is it as simple as you say? Shui Wu shot him an indignant glance. I shall accompany you both on a shopping excursion later. Anything you wish to purchase is yours, he added with a faint smile. Do you believe that a mere shopping trip will win our forgiveness? Yuer retorted, her anger unabated. I shall provide each of you with a card, allowing you to procure whatever your heart's desire, he stated nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by their ire. Is this your way of belittling us with money? Shui Wu scoffed at him. Each card contains 100 million gold soul coins. Ye Xiaofeng declared as he retrieved 2 black gold cards from his storage ring. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they swiftly snatched the cards from him. We shall hold on to these for you, lest you misplace them. However, we shall reluctantly accept your offer to accompany us, Shui Wu proclaimed, her heart brimming with delight despite her words. Such a quick change of face. Your words are indeed astonishing, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, amused. Finish your meal, and let us hasten to our shopping. Do not dawdle, Yuer urged, her irritation mounting as she observed Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipping his tea. Is this not a consequence of your actions? He mused, feeling disgruntled about the unpalatable meal he had endured. As Shui Wu and Yuer pulled him along the bustling street, they perused this and that, determined to indulge in purchases without restraint, knowing well that Ye Xiaofeng would bear the cost. Thankfully, he possessed a storage ring. Otherwise, carrying their myriad acquisitions would have been exhausting. Dear ladies, have you not grown weary after 2 hours of shopping? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, clearly not inclined to continue. Is it so displeasing to accompany us while we shop? You profess to cherish me. Is this not an adequate demonstration? Shui Wu challenged, her expression unyielding. That is not my intention. I propose we return now and resume our shopping tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng quickly clarified, reluctant to admit his disinterest. About that noodle soup, Shui Binger began, confronting Shui Wu and Yuer as they entered the house. Sister, we were merely jesting with Xiaofeng, were we not? Yuer glanced at Ye Xiaofeng for support. Indeed. It is behind us now. Rest well today. The National Soul Master competition is imminent. Are you both prepared? Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently at the 3 of them. Their expressions gradually froze in contemplation. What troubles you? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, noticing their solemn demeanor. Brother Xiaofeng, with our current prowess, we can barely match the strength of the Blaze Academy, let alone shine in the national competition, Yuer murmured, voicing her concerns. Is Blaze Academy truly formidable? Ye Xiaofeng asked, intrigued. Perhaps you might visit them someday? Shui Wu suggested with a smile. Am I to? Shui Wu gazed at the moon and smiled gently. She was indeed correct. Yuer could hardly be expected to believe it. Since you do not harbor any faith, there is no need for me to conceal the truth. The 6 crimson rings of 100,000 years descended slowly from Ye Xiaofeng's head to the ground beneath him. The formidable pressure rendered them motionless, and then Ye Xiaofeng's soul rings transformed into the optimal configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. What you witnessed earlier was merely a simulation. There is no need for concern. I firmly believe he speaks the truth. Shui Binger looked at Ye Xiaofeng and smiled slightly, recognizing his strength, feeling that all the waiting over the past 6 years had been worthwhile. Elder sister, while Shui Wu and Yuer may doubt Ye Xiaofeng's words, they cannot disregard Shui Binger's. She is their sister. Let us consider today's events as if they never transpired. Do you understand? Shui Bing'er regarded the two of them intently. Sister, rest assured, we shall never disclose this to anyone, Shui Wu interjected, quickly realizing the implications. Shui Bing'er understood that Xiaofeng trusted them, and thus chose to confide his secret in her. It is getting late. Let us forego cooking tonight. And I shall take you out to dine. Ye Xiaofeng observed that the trio had expended considerable soul power and promptly utilized his second martial soul to replenish their energy. Xiaofeng, might we invite our teacher? Shui Bing'er looked to Ye Xiaofeng, seeking his approval. How about this? Tomorrow at noon, we visit our teacher together, inviting him and other classmates as well. Does that sound agreeable? Ye Xiaofeng wished not to squander their opportunity for camaraderie and felt there was no urgency to meet the teacher. Tomorrow would suffice. Very well. Let us hasten our departure, Yue urged, grasping Shui Wu's hand as they advanced. Shui Wu and Yue led the way, followed closely by Ye Xiaofeng and Bing'er. Ye Xiaofeng did not wish to miss such a rare opportunity and took the initiative to grasp Bing'er's hand. Bing'er was taken aback by the sudden gesture, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Ye Xiaofeng was not inclined to grant her that wish. After several futile attempts, she resigned herself to his hold. Fortunate that Shui Wu and Wei were walking ahead and had not noticed their entwined hands. Big sister, hurry up, Shui Wu called back, urging them onward, and then caught sight of the two holding hands behind her. Xiaofeng, impressive, didn't he expect you to have her in hand so swiftly? Shui Wu remarked with a teasing glance at Ye Xiaofeng. Wooer, do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Xiaofeng is entirely innocent, Bing'er declared, her face still flushed, as she once again tried to free herself from Ye Xiaofeng's grasp, yet to no avail. That statement, dear sister, is likely one you do not even believe yourself. Let alone me, Shui Wu teased, her gaze fixed playfully on Bing'er. You are too talkative. If you would remain silent, no one would mistake you for a mute, Bing'er retorted, her embarrassment manifesting in a mix of anger and shyness. Brother Xiaofeng, this seems quite biased. Why only hold my sister's hand? Is it not true that her hand is perhaps softer than ours? Yue chimed in, her expression innocent as she regarded Ye Xiaofeng. You two are supposed to be leading us. Let us move along, Ye Xiaofeng replied, a slight twitch of his lips revealing his amusement at the cleverness of the two. You two are out here feeding us dog food. Is this how people behave? Yue completely disregarded Ye Xiaofeng's prompt. Very well then, Bing'er, you lead the way, Ye Xiaofeng said with a gentle smile, finally releasing Bing'er's delicate hand. In a fleeting moment, Ye Xiaofeng grasped the hands of Shui Wu and Yue with both of his. Let go, you're hurting me, they exclaimed in unison. You shameless rascal. What are you doing? You've nearly broken my fingers. Shui Wu and Yue hurled curses at Ye Xiaofeng, accusing him of personal vendetta. Is this what you call holding hands? This is sheer murder. Sister, can't you rein in your Xiaofeng? They continued, venting their frustrations. Shui Wu sought help from Shui Bing'er. What do you mean, my Xiaofeng? I didn't orchestrate this hand-holding. You needn't worry about us flaunting our affection. Let us just leave. Shui Bing'er chuckled as she observed the trio. Yue, I didn't expect your delicate hands to be so soft, Ye Xiaofeng commented, loosening his grip slightly and gently massaging her hand. Xiaofeng, stop talking nonsense, Yue replied bashfully, her cheeks aglow. Wu, your hands are rather coarse. How could they possibly be rough? They are the softest, Ye Xiaofeng intended to say rough, but upon meeting Shui Wu's fierce glare, he quickly retracted. It wasn't until they reached a dining establishment that he finally released his hold. Look at my hand, Shui Wu exclaimed, gazing at her reddened fingers, which ached at the slightest movement. Let me see. It's fine now, Ye Xiaofeng declared as he swiftly placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Ah, you scoundrel. Pervert. Shui Wu stomped her foot in indignation, feeling both bullied and taken advantage of. Yue observed their antics, suppressing a smirk. What are you laughing at? Shui Wu shot a glare at Yue. Wu, let me see it. Ah, all healed. Yue swiftly took Shui Wu's hand and mimicked Ye Xiaofeng, planting a kiss at the same spot. I'm going mad. Shui Wu seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration, never expecting Yue would join in on the teasing. All right. Enough of this. Let us go eat, Shui Bing'er interjected, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Who is causing a ruckus? Clearly, it's you all. How about it? Where? Let me see your hand, Shui Bing'er inquired with a mischievous smile. Shui Wu hurriedly concealed her hand behind her back, bewildered by the peculiar behavior of her companions. Let us hurry inside, she insisted, disregarding them as she entered the restaurant. Welcome. Please proceed to the upstairs private room. A lady guided them to a cozy space above. Bring forth all your delectable dishes and fine wines, Shui Wu ordered, still miffed about earlier events. The server glanced at Shui Wu and then at Shui Binger, nodding before retreating to fulfill the request. Just then, Feng Xiaotian from Fengshan Academy ascended the stairs with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang from Chihua Academy, spotting Shui Binger and the others. Ah, I didn't expect to find you all here. Huo Wushuang exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Shui Binger, his infatuation evident. Despite his persistent pursuit, Shui Binger had never reciprocated his feelings, for her heart was solely occupied by Ye Xiaofeng. Huo Wushuang, please refer to me as Shui Binger. Our relationship is not that intimate, she replied, slightly furrowing her brow. Binger, guests should be introduced. It would be courteous for me to know them, Ye Xiaofeng remarked. Smiling at Huo Wushuang. Xiaofeng, this is Huo Wushuang, the son of the Chihua Academy's headmaster, and his sister Huo Wu. This gentleman here is Feng Xiaotian, the captain of Fengshan Academy, Shui Binger introduced, her eyes gleaming with affection as she looked at Ye Xiaofeng. Witnessing this scene, Huo Wushuang's fury simmered beneath the surface. Yet he clenched his fists in restraint. My Binger often spoke of the elites from Chihua Academy and Fengshan Academy. Today, I see they are indeed worthy of their reputation. Ye Xiaofeng said with a faint smile directed at the trio. Your bingo? On what grounds? Huo Wushuang glared at Ye Xiaofeng, who appeared somewhat more handsome than himself. Simply because I know how to charm women, unlike you, who is utterly foolish, certainly not as wooden as you, Ye Xiaofeng retorted, turning his ire towards Feng Xiaotian. Shui Wu and Yue held their breath, puzzled by the peculiar atmosphere surrounding Ye Xiaofeng's words. What do you mean? This is your quarrel with Huo Wushuang. Why involve me? Feng Xiaotian felt unjustly implicated. Young Master Feng, why conceal your affections deep within your heart? Ye Xiaofeng challenged him. Nonsense. Feng Xiaotian felt as though Ye Xiaofeng could see through him. A beauty stands before you, yet you are content to trail behind, willingly playing the subordinate. Ye Xiaofeng cast a sidelong glance at Huo Wu. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers as if you know everything upon first meeting? Huo Wu's fiery temper was ignited. Mark my words, I, Ye Xiaofeng, am an unprecedented entity in history, and I shall one day make this vast sky bow before me. He declared, the air crackling with his audacity. Ha! Not only are you arrogant, but you are also exceedingly foolish, Huo Wu scoffed, finding his proclamation the most laughable she had ever heard. I grant you 1 minute to consider. Yield to me, and there will be a place for you in the future soul world. Ye Xiaofeng maintained a serene demeanor, undeterred by Huo Wu's fury. Enough deliberation. He has clearly lost his mind. Let us go, Huo Wu decided, no longer wishing to engage with Ye Xiaofeng. How dare you speak of my brother Xiaofeng like that? Yue could no longer contain her indignation, firing back at Huo Wu. Why do you speak ill of my brother? I've said it before. Your minds are all muddled. Otherwise, how could this happen? Huo Wu continued her tirade. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng's temper flared, and he delivered a swift kick that sent Huo Wu flying. How dare you insult my woman? Ye Xiaofeng glared at Huo Wu, who was pinned against the wall, blood trickling from her lips. Sister Huo Wu, I will not let this go. Feng Xiaotian finally exploded in rage. Wait. Ye Xiaofeng quickly intervened, urging Feng Xiaotian to halt. Do you realize your error? Alas, it is too late to comprehend. Feng Xiaotian would not let Ye Xiaofeng escape. This was a matter of personal pride. No. We must eat first. We'll find a secluded spot afterward to avoid interruptions, Ye Xiaofeng proposed. Very well, but should you attempt to flee, I will hunt you down without fail, Feng Xiaotian replied, glancing at Huo Wu, confident that the situation was manageable, but Ye Xiaofeng must be dealt with. You three should find a place. We will resolve our matters gradually. After all, amidst all affairs, dining is of utmost importance, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled at Yue, a secret smile dancing on his lips. Are you a pig? Huo Wu wiped the blood from her mouth, relieved that her injury was not severe. Yet she found Ye Xiaofeng utterly detestable. Miss Huo Wu, that remark is erroneous. Every human must eat. Are you suggesting that your appetite is due to being a pig? Ye Xiaofeng teased Huo Wu with a grin. You'll see what's in store for you. Huo Wu stomped her foot in frustration. At a later time, you three will face me together. If you win, you may do as you please, under Huo Wu's command. Is that satisfactory? Ye Xiaofeng intended to give them a glimmer of hope before snuffing it out. Brother Xiaofeng, you can't take on all three of them alone. That's unwise. Yue expressed her concern. Xiaofeng, while I know you are formidable, I still can't help but worry, Shui Binger added. Rest assured, it shall be fine. Ye Xiaofeng gently patted the back of Binger's hand resting on the table. A challenge for the three of us. I hope you will not back down. With that, Huo Wu turned and departed to another elegant room. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss, suddenly devoid of appetite, preferring solitude with a bottle of wine. He poured and sipped from the flask. "Brother Xiaofeng, why are you so angry? If you cannot handle it alone, we can assist you," said Ware with a playful smile. "Ware, do you smell something?" Shui Wu glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, then at Shui Binger. "No, I don't," Ware replied, sniffing the air. "Can you not detect the strong odor of vinegar wafting through the atmosphere?" Shui Wu winked at Ware. "Oh, yes, I do smell it now. Brother Xiaofeng, do you notice it as well?" Ware innocently brought up the topic. "I not only smell it, but I have consumed an entire vat of vinegar," Ye Xiaofeng remarked. Taken aback by the thought of another man coveting his woman, he resolved that the likes of Huo Wushuang would not dare to touch what belonged to him, no matter how much yearning was involved. "Well, I have no connection with him. You can ask them," he retorted hastily. Shui Binger shot a warning glance, urging the others to clarify matters, lest they face consequences. "Brother Xiaofeng, that Huo Wushuang is persistently pursuing my sister, but he is always met with rejection," Ware explained. "If you do not return soon, things may not remain as they are now. You heartless man, do you even realize how long we have waited for you?" Shui Wu glared at Ye Xiaofeng. "We're about to eat, and the food is getting cold." Binger quickly changed the subject. "Is something wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Ye Xiaofeng took a bite but did not continue eating, prompting a concerned inquiry from Shui Binger. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain his 6-year absence to them, especially considering his relationships with Qingqing, Qian Ringshu, and the ambiguous connection with Xian. "No, it's quite good," he said with a faint smile. "Then try this, and this, and this," Shui Bingo insisted, continuously adding dishes to Ye Xiaofeng's bowl. "Big sister, why aren't you serving me? Look at how full Xiaofeng's bowl is, and you keep piling it on." "This favoritism is rather disheartening," Shui Wu teased, playfully provoking Shui Binger. "Do you have no hands, or can you not serve yourself?" Shui Bingo shot back with a glare. "Yuer, is something wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Shui Wu inquired, turning to Yuer. "No, it's quite delicious." Yuer managed to suppress a smile. "Then try this, and this, and this." Shui Wu imitated Shui Binger, busily adding more dishes to Yuer's bowl. Ye Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly, ever since their arrival. These two little spirits had either been causing him trouble or digging a pit for him. "Have you two eaten too much and become restless?" Shui Bingo shot a furious glare at the pair. "Oh, I'm just joking to lighten the mood. What's wrong, dear sister? Is the food not to your liking?" Upon hearing the first half of Shui Wu's statement, Shui Binger's fury diminished significantly, yet the latter half pushed her to the brink. "Binger, calm down. Try this." Ye Xiaofeng suggested, deciding to indulge them. "And this one too. It's quite good," he added, smiling gently at the three of them. "Why are you joining in their antics?" Shui Binger blushed slightly but refrained from directing her anger at Ye Xiaofeng. "Why haven't you eaten, Wooer? You've been chatting the whole time. Is the food not appealing?" Ye Xiaofeng was determined not to let Shui Wu off easily. "It's perfectly fine. I can eat by myself. No need for your concern," Shui Wu hastily retorted, grabbing her chopsticks. "Yuer, stop it. I've been eating all along. It's none of my business." Yuer quickly withdrew her bowl. "Then let's not bicker. Let us eat properly. After we're done, we still need to stretch our muscles," Ye Xiaofeng observed as Shui Wu and Yuer settled down, and he ceased to tease them. "Hey, are you full yet? You're not stalling on purpose, are you?" Huo Wu approached the doorway, her irritation rising as she noticed Ye Xiaofeng and the others still dawdling over their meal. "No rush. You three should carefully strategize your tactics, lest you fail to withstand a single blow from me." Ye Xiaofeng leisurely sipped his tea, unhurried. Huo Wu was infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. "Sister Hua, there's no need to stoop to his level. Let your strength do the talking," Feng Xiaodian interjected. "Fine, take your time eating. Perhaps this meal will be your last." Huo Wu glared menacingly at Ye Xiaofeng. "Fire, you needn't glare at me so fiercely. Rest assured, even for you, I intend to live a little longer," Ye Xiaofeng declared, reveling in Huo Wu's frustration. "Please clean up your language. Can someone like you even address fire?" Huo Wu was so furious she felt like she might explode, yet for the moment, she was at a loss. "Since you three are growing impatient, let us proceed." Ye Xiaofeng downed his wine, wiped his mouth, and extended his hand. Shui Binger understood his gesture and willingly placed her delicate hand in his palm. "There are too many people on the street. Let us head to the woods ahead." Huo Wushuang watched in outrage as Ye Xiaofeng held Shui Binger's hand, incredulous that the woman he longed for was now in another's grasp. "All right, now that we have some privacy, Binger, you three wait to the side for a moment," Ye Xiaofeng said, turning to smile gently at the trio. Be careful, Shui Bing said with concern. Now, you three may attack together. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall concede. Ye Xiaofeng challenged Huo Wu and her companions. Are you insulting us? Huo Wu Shuang could no longer contain herself. Dignity must be earned through strength. Ye Xiaofeng showed no mercy to Huo Wu Shuang. Wait, this isn't fair. If you lose, you face any consequence we deem fit. But if we lose, we simply walk away, Shui Wu interjected. What do you propose? Huo Wu frowned, glancing at Shui Wu. Let us say, if you win within 3 moves, this 70,000-year-old head soul bone is yours. Soul bone. The crowd was taken aback. Soul bones were rare and elusive. Having only heard of them, but never seen one. Soul bone, and a head soul bone at that. Xiaofeng, have you lost your mind? Shui Wu looked at Ye Xiaofeng incredulously. Perhaps we should just call you Xiaofeng. And if we lose? Feng Xiaodian watched Ye Xiaofeng closely. Knowing such a precious soul bone couldn't be offered lightly. If you lose, you 3 will join the 7 Killing Hall and follow me, Ye Xiaofeng stated firmly. 7 Killing Hall? The crowd was puzzled. It seemed there was no such sect on the entire continent. The 7 Killing Hall is my creation. It currently has few members. But that will change, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a serene smile. Xiaodian, accept his wager. If you cannot win all 3 moves, what face will you have left? Huo Wu asserted boldly. I remind you, unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you won't withstand a single attack. To avoid overwhelming you, I shall use only my right hand. Enough. Tyrant Dragon Avatar, Exploding Dragon Claw. Huo Wu Shuang could no longer hold back and unleashed her 3rd soul skill, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emerging beneath her feet. Fire Shadow Avatar. Huo Wu activated her own 3rd soul skill, also revealing 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Wolf Spirit Avatar, Gale Twin Wings. Feng Xiaodian summoned his 3rd soul skill, similarly displaying 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. As Huo Wu Shuang invoked her martial spirit and unleashed her 3rd soul skill. Huo Wu followed suit, and Feng Xiaodian summoned the Gale Twin Wolf, also attacking with his 3rd soul skill. Ye Xiaofeng remained unfazed, activating his 1st soul skill, displaying 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings beneath his feet. How is this possible? Huo Wu gasped. Witnessing Ye Xiaofeng withstand their combined 1,000-year 3rd soul skills with his mere century-old 1st soul skill, revealing that he had reached the Soul Emperor level. Did you 3 not eat before this? Is this the extent of your strength? Ye Xiaofeng mocked the trio. You're celebrating too soon, Huo Wu retorted angrily. Activating her 4th soul skill. Fire Dragon Roar. Wolf Storm. As Huo Wu unleashed her 4th soul skill, Huo Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaodian followed suit, releasing their own 4th soul skills. It seems we must continue to play, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, anticipating the ensuing conflict. Ye Xiaofeng murmured to himself, then withdrew the soul power of his 1st soul skill for the next encounter. The fierce onslaught from the 3 individuals caused the shield to crack, ultimately shattering under Feng Xiaodian's final strike. You have truly disappointed me, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a disdainful smile directed at the trio. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate my self-created soul skill, Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes. This was Feng Xiaodian's unique soul skill, serving as his trump card, capable of contending even with those of the Soul King level under its formidable prowess. In Ye Xiaofeng's grasp, the 7-kill sword coalesced, causing the eyes of the onlookers to narrow momentarily. This was not lost on Feng Xiaodian, who felt a flicker of surprise, yet understood that this was not the time for astonishment. Brother Xiaodian, I never anticipated you possessed such discernment. Then, unleash your full strength for me to behold. Ye Xiaofeng yearned to witness Feng Xiaodian's self-created soul technique. As you wish, today we shall not falter. With that declaration, Feng Xiaodian's wings unleashed a barrage of 36 feathered blades, each strike intensifying in ferocity, an onslaught where each attack compounded upon the last. Ye Xiaofeng wielded the 7-killing sword, feeling the formidable force of the attacks transmitted through the blade. Sister, it's already the 26th consecutive strike. Why hasn't Xiaofeng made his move? Shui Wu pondered the ongoing duel, unable to decipher Ye Xiaofeng's intentions. I'm not entirely certain either. Perhaps he is biding his time. Although Shui Bing harbored concerns for Ye Xiaofeng, she maintained her faith in him. As the count reached 36, it was time for the 2nd soul skill. Sweeping through the armies, Ye Xiaofeng finally made his move. If he hesitated any longer, he would be powerless to withstand the final blow. The 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale Wolf prepared for the climactic 36th attack. The force of the assault compelled even Ye Xiaofeng to stagger back a step, underscoring the immense power of the 36th strike. Feng Xiaodian was also forced to retreat 10 meters, his wings shattered, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Xiaodian, are you all right? Huowu rushed over, eager to support him. No need to come over. I'm fine, Feng Xiaodian replied. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, unwilling to let his beloved witness his injuries. You performed admirably. Ye Xiaofeng began to admire Feng Xiaodian. Endowed with exceptional talent, his future could be boundless with proper guidance. You are quite formidable. Feng Xiaodian regarded Ye Xiaofeng with a hint of trepidation, astonished that his self-created soul skill had merely forced his opponent back a step. Since you have exhausted your techniques, it is now my turn. Ye Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Ascending into the air, integrating himself with the 7 killing sword, a single character for kill surge toward Feng Xiaodian, Huowu, and Huowu Shuang, sweeping towards them. Despite Feng Xiaodian's injuries, the trio hastily prepared to unleash their soul skills once more to defend against the impending onslaught. Ye Xiaofeng refrained from employing the 5 consecutive killing sword techniques. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether even a soul saint could survive. The 3 individuals combined all their soul power to withstand the oncoming dual sword shadows. However, the gathered spectators underestimated the lethality of the 7 killing techniques. Those 2 sword shadows had already materialized. The trio was sent hurtling 10 meters away, spitting blood profusely, while Xuewu and Yuer watched in horror, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Ye Xiaofeng gradually approached Feng Xiaodian and the others, wielding the 7 kills sword, which soared through the air for 100 paces, piercing directly into the shoulder of Huowu Shuang. Ye Xiaofeng seized Feng Xiaodian and Huowu by their throats, rendering them immobile. Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel, release my sister and Xiaodian. My skills are inferior. I'll bear the responsibility alone. Huowu Shuang, no fool. Understood. Ye Xiaofeng's action stemmed from Shui Binger. Bear what? Get lost. Huowu Shuang grabbed Ye Xiaofeng's leg and was sent flying with a kick, collapsing unconscious, coughing up blood. Brother, you fiend. I'll kill you. Huowu shrieked, devastated by her brother's grievous injury. Xuewu and Yuer, grasping each other's hands, felt a tremor of fear. They had always jested with Ye Xiaofeng, but the man before them was utterly transformed. I'll grant you 2 a chance, but only one of you may live, Ye Xiaofeng declared, his grip tightening. Activating his divine demon eyes, he plunged Feng Xiaodian and Huowu into the abyss of life and death. Release her. I'll die in her stead. Feng Xiaodian, witnessing Huowu's pallid face and fragile state, was consumed by impotent rage, leaving him only the option of self-sacrifice. No, Huowu cried, fear gripping her heart. She knew of Feng Xiaodian's relentless pursuit, which she had always rebuffed. Yet, witnessing his willingness to forfeit his life for her icy heart began to thaw. Horror, forgive me. If there is a next life, I will still love you without hesitation. Don't make me wait too long next time. Ye Xiaofeng's hand twisted violently on Feng Xiaodian's neck, the sharp crack of bone echoing before he released his grip. No. Huowu exclaimed in disbelief and horror at Feng Xiaodian's apparent demise. Xiaofeng, Binger whispered, aghast at the outcome. Xiaodian, speak to me. It's all my fault. I was too willful. Wake up. I'll listen to you, I promise. You wanted me to be your girlfriend, right? I agree. Just don't leave me, Huowu sobbed. Cradling Feng Xiaodian's lifeless body, her tears flowing freely. Memories flooded her mind. Feng Xiaodian's constant presence, his unwavering efforts to cheer her despite her rejections. Aside from her brother, he was the one who cared most. She had been too selfish, taking everything for granted, finding a perverse satisfaction in teasing him. Now all was lost. And it was all her fault. Cough, cough where? Were you serious just now? Feng Xiaodian croaked feebly, as Ye Xiaofeng had spared his life. What did I say? Huowu stammered, her face flushed, unsure whether to laugh or cry, her heart fluttering wildly. Ye Xiaofeng retracted the 7 killing sword and directly unleashed his second martial spirit. Healing the wounds of the 3, Feng Xiaodian, Huowu, and the unconscious Huowu Shuang. A verdant glow enveloped them, and their injuries visibly mended at an astonishing pace until, after a brief moment, they appeared completely unscathed. Ye Xiaofeng retracted his second martial soul and took a deep breath. The burden on the hearts of Binger and her companions lifted. They were reluctant to witness Feng Xiaodian and his companion's swift downfall, and even more so, they wished to avoid seeing Ye Xiaofeng kill them for Binger. After 3 exchanges, the 3 had indeed honored their promise. A faint smile graced Ye Xiaofeng's lips. Feng Xiaodian felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, had it not been for Ye Xiaofeng's intervention today. He wondered when he would have had the chance to pursue Huowu. Why should he express gratitude? It was evident that Ye Xiaofeng was no benevolent figure. Huowu was still recovering from the earlier events. Sister Huowu, you are mistaken. Were it not for my involvement, how could you and Xiaodian have come together so swiftly? Ye Xiaofeng was unfazed by Huowu's ire, for he had intervened to assist them both, and to recruit the trio into his fold. Can you assert that your intentions were solely to assist us? Huowu fixed her gaze on Ye Xiaofeng. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is inherently a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Ye Xiaofeng did not beat around the bush. We are willing to join the 7 Killing Hall, but we must remain in the academy until graduation next year. Feng Xiaodian glanced at Huowu and Huowu Shuang before offering a response to Ye Xiaofeng. Indeed, given your current strength, you cannot aid me. Ye Xiaofeng had no desire to be confined by this realm. Huowu appeared somewhat displeased. May I ask, what is your current strength? Feng Xiaodian regarded Ye Xiaofeng. Feeling an indescribable sensation, Ye Xiaofeng appeared younger than himself, yet possessed formidable power. Half a month ago, I challenged my master, but alas, he was exceedingly strong. Only revealing his 8th soul skill, Ye Xiaofeng mused about his duel with his master. The onlookers were astounded. Just how strong was Ye Xiaofeng? The 8th soul skill. Could it be that his master was a soul Douluo? Feng Xiaodian continued to ponder. Xiaofeng, brother, for you to compel the esteemed Qinshin to utilize his 8th soul skill is already impressive, Yuer candidly remarked. At once, the countenance of Binger darkened. She had not anticipated the girl's lack of restraint. Qinshin, your master is Jian Dao Qinshin. Feng Xiaodian inquired tentatively. What do you think? Ye Xiaofeng did not deny his master, for now that the three were joining the 7 Killing Hall, there was no need for concealment. The truth would eventually surface. Xiaodian, who is Jian Dao Qinshin? Huowu questioned, her curiosity piqued, as she rarely delved into literature, focusing solely on her training. Jian Douluo Qinshin, a 96th level assault-type title Douluo, devoted his life to the sword. He serves as the elder protector of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and is also an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. The prominence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School among the top 3 sects is largely due to his presence. I learned this by chance from the Academy's literature. Feng Xiaodian explained with growing excitement. 96th level assault-type title Douluo, and you managed to withstand your master's 8th soul skill? Huowu gazed at Ye Xiaofeng in astonishment. If I were to exert myself fully, I still might not manage it, Ye Xiaofeng reflected, recalling how he had been bested by merely 5 sword shadows. Despite the gravity of his words, the crowd remained in disbelief, grappling with the magnitude of Ye Xiaofeng's strength. We are willing to join the 7 Killing Hall, Feng Xiaodian declared, looking directly at Ye Xiaofeng, a sense of relief washing over him. What has been seen and heard today? I wish for no 4th person to learn of it. If anyone does, I will unleash the eye of God and demon. The 3 felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended, cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. Fear not, we have witnessed nothing. And all matters between us will remain confidential, Feng Xiaodian affirmed. And what are the 2 of you? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, glancing at Huowu and Huowu Shuang. What Xiaodian means is what we mean, replied Huowu and Huowu Shuang in unison. Wu Shuang, you wish to pursue Binger, but alas, you have arrived too late. However, I could introduce you to a beauty, though I doubt anyone could compare to Wuer, Ye Xiaofeng teased, noticing the twitch at the corners of Xuewu's mouth, as if warning him that one more word would lead to dire consequences. But as for Ware, that is even less likely, he chuckled. To his surprise, Yuer's expression was equally displeased, prompting Ye Xiaofeng to hastily change the subject. Waterbinger quickly covered her mouth to suppress her laughter, cautioning him against meddling with affairs of the heart. Ahem, Wu Shuang, upon joining the 7 Killing Hall, we shall become family. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be wronged, let alone the woman of your superior, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile directed at Huowu Shuang. Rest assured. Let the past remain in the past, Huowu Shuang replied, though inwardly he felt a pang of discomfort. Ye Xiaofeng approached Huowu Shuang and whispered a few words. Really? Huowu Shuang seemed somewhat incredulous. Why would I deceive you? The outcome depends solely on your abilities, Ye Xiaofeng replied with a smile. The expressions of those around Huowu Shuang visibly brightened. Since we haven't had enough to eat, how about we indulge in a late-night snack? Ye Xiaofeng's prior concerns had eased, and his mood had greatly improved. Just as the 7 were about to depart, Ye Xiaofeng called for them to halt. What's the matter, brother Xiaofeng? Yuer inquired, puzzled by the interruption. A killer, Ye Xiaofeng instinctively warned. Suddenly, a cold spear was thrust towards him. Be careful. Ye Xiaofeng countered with a sword thrust against the spear, stepping back as he did so. In the distance, a young man wielding a long spear approached. His feet surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. Feng Xiaotian and the others recognized that this individual, like other soul emperors, radiated an aura of lethal intent. Ice and her companion sighed in relief upon seeing his face. Pemingsha, upon spotting Ye Xiaofeng, felt a surge of intensity in his gaze. He immediately employed his 5th soul skill, showing no intent to hold back. Fully aware that he must exert all his strength against Ye Xiaofeng, Ye Xiaofeng, eager to gauge the extent of his opponent's power, was surprised to see that his 2nd soul skill had grown stronger, enabling him to easily withstand Pemingsha's 5th soul skill. Without hesitation, Pemingsha unleashed his 6th soul skill against Ye Xiaofeng. In response, Ye Xiaofeng also refrained from holding back, employing his 3rd soul skill to launch a counterattack. Xiaotian. That individual is formidable, yet it appears Ye Xiaofeng is not using his full strength, Huowu observed as she watched their duel. Noting that Ye Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged. Having forced his master to reveal his 8th soul skill, it was clear that Ye Xiaofeng was still holding back, as even a titled Douluo might struggle to withstand such power. Feng Xiaotian gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, realizing that he was becoming increasingly enigmatic, merging with his spear. Pemingsha utilized his self-created soul skill, which had evidently advanced. In response, Ye Xiaofeng unleashed his 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, without reservation. As his opponent warranted no leniency, a tempest of flying swords surged toward Pemingsha, yet astonishingly, he managed to counter Ye Xiaofeng's 10,000 swords returning to the origin with his own skill. If that is the case, let the storm rage even fiercer. Ye Xiaofeng intensified his soul power output, executing the true form of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. To his astonishment, the young man, after 5 years of preparation, could still not withstand even 3 of Ye Xiaofeng's strikes. Blood spilled from his mouth as he acknowledged defeat, having exerted himself for 5 years in vain. Isn't this precisely what you wish to witness, Exile? Ye Xiaofeng subsequently tended to his wounds. Do they know each other? Huowu inquired, her expression one of surprise. You're back, Ye Xiao. Exile exclaimed, embracing Ye Xiaofeng, who gently patted him in return. Ahem, Exile, there are many people watching, Ye Xiaofeng said, hastily pushing Exile away. Exile, you've worked hard these past 5 years, Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. These 3 are our new members. He began, but was interrupted. I know them. I've reviewed the elite profiles from all academies, Exile interjected, having invested considerable effort to infuse fresh blood into the 7 killing hall. Then why don't you introduce yourself briefly? Ye Xiaofeng suggested. Hello, I am Exile, he said succinctly. Well, that was rather casual for a brief introduction, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, his lips twitching slightly. No worries, everyone will get to know each other gradually. Feng Xiaotian quickly redirected the conversation, sensing Ye Xiaofeng's discomfort. Let us go. Tonight, we shall not rest until we are inebriated, Ye Xiaofeng declared to the group. Brother Xiaofeng, may I also join your 7 killing hall? Shui Yuer asked as she wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng could feel the softness emanating from his arm, surprised that this silly girl was so indiscreet. Xiaofeng Gage, are you unwell? She asked. No, he replied. Then why is your face flushed? Yuer, this embrace is inappropriate. How's it inappropriate? You can sleep with my sister, but it's not suitable for me to hold your arm? Yuer whispered in his ear. Yuer, while one may indulge in food whimsically, one must not speak carelessly. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Shui Yuer in astonishment. That incident, known only to Binger, was a secret. Could it be that Bingo had divulged it to Yuer? That seemed implausible. On a night 6 years prior, within a room of an inn. He recalled the event with a smirk. How do you know about that? Did your sister tell you? Ye Xiaofeng gazed at Yuer in disbelief, casting a furtive glance at Shui Binger, who was oblivious to their exchange. How could my sister possibly share such a secret with me? Would you believe I deduced it? Yuer smiled at him. Enough with the trivialities, speak quickly, or I shall strike you. Ye Xiaofeng extended his hand, poised to deliver a playful smack. You dare? She challenged. And in a moment of jest, he playfully swatted her behind. Ah, Yuer exclaimed. What happened, Yuer? Shuiwu inquired, turning to her. Nothing. I merely saw a small snake slither by, she replied, blushing, as the lingering sting from Ye Xiaofeng's playful hit persisted. You, a level 42 soul master, are afraid of a mere snake? Shuiwu raised an eyebrow, choosing to ignore Yuer as the group continued onward. Quickly confess, how did you come to know this? Ye Xiaofeng pressed, intent on teasing her further. Stop hitting me, it was Shuiwu Jie who told me, Yuer protested. feeling wronged for receiving a playful slap for no reason. And how did Shuewu find out? Ye Xiaofeng did not expect this matter to involve her. Ask her yourself. It's none of my business, Yue retorted, still miffed at the earlier slap. Yue, I was in the wrong. I know you care for me the most, Ye Xiaofeng smiled, attempting to appease her. There's no need. Just leave me alone, Yue dismissed him, clearly unamused. Yue, don't be upset. If you wish, you may hit me back. I promise I won't hold it against you, he consoled her, his face alight with smiles. Yue, frustrated, stomped her foot, trying to walk away from him. But he gently pulled her back. Just tell me, and I'll accompany you on a shopping spree tomorrow. You can buy whatever you desire. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly remembered this little girl's weakness. Really? Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Then don't tell Shuewu Jie that I was the one who informed you. Yue, lured by Ye Xiaofeng's offer, readily betrayed Shuewu, their friendship suddenly precarious. Of course, Ye Xiaofeng replied eagerly, desperate to learn how Shuewu had uncovered the secret. That night at the inn was entirely orchestrated by Shuewu Jie. She bribed the staff, and the rest is history. Yue chuckled, observing Ye Xiaofeng's expression darkening. I see. I never anticipated that the mishap would ultimately be Shuewu's doing. You promised not to bully me again. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yue shook his arm insistently. I understand. I shall deal with Shuewu later, Ye Xiaofeng assured her, allowing her to cling to his arm. Before long, they arrived at the inn and entered a private dining room, indulging in a hearty meal and a fair amount of wine. Only Hua Wushuang succumbed to drunkenness, while the others hovered between consciousness and inebriation. Yet, Ye Xiaofeng remained remarkably sober, noting that it was already quite late, and since no one was returning home, they decided to stay at the inn for the night. Ye Xiaofeng returned to his room, dressed in his night attire, when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Ye Xiaofeng directly went to open the door. Yue, why are you still awake so late? Is something the matter? Ye Xiaofeng looked at Yue with a puzzled expression. Brother Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Could you stay and talk with me? Yue said, her tone filled with a sense of grievance. Then please come in. Ye Xiaofeng replied as he closed the door behind her. As Ye Xiaofeng turned around, he was suddenly embraced by Yue. Yue, what are you doing? The unexpected hug left Ye Xiaofeng somewhat at a loss. Brother Xiaofeng, I have missed you for 6 long years. I just didn't dare to express my true feelings in front of my 2 sisters, Yue cried, her eyes red with emotion. Yue, it's my fault. Please don't cry. Be good, Ye Xiaofeng said, feeling a slight pang in his heart as he embraced her. To his dismay, his attempt to console her only intensified her tears. Ye Xiaofeng, feeling a physical reaction, wished to push her away, but she held on too tightly. Brother Xiaofeng, does it still hurt? Yue asked, gazing at his face, recalling how she and Shuewu had struck him earlier. It doesn't hurt, Yue. It's getting late. You should go back and rest, Ye Xiaofeng urged, wary of the consequences of letting her linger. Just then, Yue wrapped her arms around his neck and bestowed upon him her most precious kiss. Ye Xiaofeng, unable to contain his emotions, began to reciprocate the affection of the moonlight. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their tender moments. Who is it? Ye Xiaofeng instinctively inquired. Xiaofeng, are you asleep? Shuewu asked from outside the door. Not yet. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing the voice of Shuewu, Ye Xiaofeng sensed that something was amiss. His sister, Yue, blushed crimson and was at a loss for what to do, hastily seeking refuge and remaining silent. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly pushed Yue onto the bed and drew the curtains. Hurry up, Shuewu urged. I'm coming. There's no need to rush. Ye Xiaofeng replied as he opened the door. Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Could you keep me company and chat for a while? Shuewu stood at the threshold, gazing at Ye Xiaofeng. The words seemed vaguely familiar to him, yet before he could respond, Shuewu slipped past his arm and into the room. After closing the door, Ye Xiaofeng turned around only to be embraced by Shuewu. Xiaofeng, what is that scent? She inquired, holding him close. It's the smell of the wine I just had. He replied, No, it's something else, a fragrance associated with a girl. Oh, you mean that? You must have seen it. Yue has been clinging to me all day. Ye Xiaofeng clarified. Shuewu chose not to pursue the topic any further. Ye Xiaofeng felt as though he were being torn apart. He pondered what was amiss this evening. Had these 2 enchantresses conspired to torment him? Xiaofeng, what troubles you? Shuewu observed Ye Xiaofeng's stillness, sensing something was amiss. It's nothing, just feeling a bit warm. He replied. He could see the moonlight illuminating the scene as Yue peeked from behind the bed curtains. Xiaofeng, may I have a hug? I am frightened. Shuewu implored, wrapping her arms around him, yet he remained immobile, as if turned to stone. From a distance, Yue heard Shuewu's words. and her lips twitched in disbelief, her heart racing with a tumult of emotions. How shameless Shui Wu was, always so serious and fierce with her. Now she dared to intrude upon her happiness and vie for Ye Xiaofeng's affections. You are no child. What is there to fear? Ye Xiaofeng asked. I fear losing you. For 6 long years, I believed you would never return. As she spoke, tears streamed down Shui Wu's cheeks like a child's. Seeing her distress pierced Ye Xiaofeng's heart anew, and he embraced her tightly. I'm sorry, Wu. I have let you down, he said gently. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng, distracted, did not notice when Yu had shed her outer garments, now clad only in her nightgown. As if to signal him to hasten Shui Wu's departure, lest she reveal their secret. Fortunately, the bed was positioned away from Shui Wu, or it would have been disastrous. Ye Xiaofeng silently urged Yu to conceal herself, but she was not swayed by his gaze. Suddenly, Shui Wu wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng's neck and bestowed upon him her most cherished first kiss. Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at Shui Wu's boldness. She had not anticipated that Shui Wu was such a coy girl. Frustration gnawed at her, as her own moment of joy was so rudely interrupted. Ye Xiaofeng felt increasingly flustered. Having been seduced by Yu earlier, he now found himself in a similar predicament with Shui Wu. Struggling to maintain control, he hastily pushed Shui Wu away. Yu no, Shui, it's getting late. I shall accompany you for a chat another day, he stammered nervously, eager to send her away before it grew too late. Am I not even comparable to where in your heart? Shui Wu's heart sank further upon hearing his words, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, soaking Ye Xiaofeng's clothing. Meanwhile, Yu, hearing her name slip from Ye Xiaofeng's lips, felt a surge of joy, puffing out her chest with a sense of satisfaction, convinced that her place in his heart surpassed that of Shui Wu, albeit just a little. No, in my heart. You both are the most cherished individuals. Ye Xiaofeng unwittingly repeated a phrase he had uttered to countless girls before. At that moment, Shui Wu unfastened her clothing. What are you doing, Shui? Ye Xiaofeng averted his gaze, unable to continue watching as her attire fell away. Yu widened her eyes in disbelief, her mind racing with resentment towards Shui Wu for her brazen approach. Shui Wu, what about your dignity? She chastised silently, realizing that in Ye Xiaofeng's heart, there seemed to be no place for her. Shui Wu sobbed uncontrollably. You don't understand. Ye Xiaofeng, feeling trapped, remained silent as Yu watched from the bed. It is indeed as it seems. Shui Wu gazed at Ye Xiaofeng, her heart shattering into pieces. Ye Xiaofeng felt like a mute suffering in silence, questioning why these two enchanting women could not approach him one at a time, but rather chose to torment him together. Just then, he heard a knock at the door, and he quickly covered Shui Wu's mouth, his heart racing with a sense of impending doom. Who is it? Ye Xiaofeng inquired cautiously. Xiaofeng, are you asleep? Shui Bing'er asked from outside. Upon hearing her voice, not only Ye Xiaofeng, but also Shui Wu, and even Yu, who had been observing the scene, froze in shock. Not yet. Please wait a moment, he replied, unable to confess that he was indeed awake, as the light in his room still illuminated the space. He hurriedly searched for a place to hide, picking up Shui Wu's discarded clothing from the floor. At that moment, as Shui Wu turned around, she caught sight of Yu in her nightgown, smiling at her. Shui Wu felt as though her world had collapsed, her mind blank, completely still as she stared at Yu. Ye Xiaofeng has collapsed, but now is not the time for explanations. He cannot clarify the situation himself, only stating that your arrival is ill-timed. Ye Xiaofeng directly pulled Shui Wu to the bedside. Enter quietly. If Bing'er discovers us, not only will I be in trouble, but you will be as well. Ye Xiaofeng glared at Yu, displeased with her earlier actions, yet Yu merely chuckled, disregarding his anger. Shui Wu had not yet regained her composure when Ye Xiaofeng lifted her onto the bed, subsequently drawing the curtains, while cautioning Yu not to peek again. However, observing Yu's verbal agreement contrasted with her dubious expression rendered Ye Xiaofeng helpless. After adjusting his appearance, he opened the door. Xiaofeng, you're still awake? Bing'er inquired with concern. Are you unable to sleep as well? Do you wish to converse with me? Ye Xiaofeng directly questioned Shui Bing'er. How did you know? Has someone been here? Bing'er glanced at Ye Xiaofeng. How could that be? At this late hour, apart from you, only spirits could come to disturb me. Ye Xiaofeng's words carried a hidden meaning, yet Shui Bing'er misinterpreted them as playful banter. She dismissed his words, thinking he was merely teasing her. Xiaofeng, I cannot sleep alone. Shui Bing'er promptly embraced Ye Xiaofeng, who felt overwhelmed but feared that Bing'er might discover the two spirits on the bed. He turned, positioning Shui Bing'er with her back to the bed. His eyes widened as he caught sight of Yu, and Shui Wu watching him and Bing Er. Mistaking Ye Xiaofeng's stillness for an invitation, Shui Bing Er leaned in for a kiss, yet Ye Xiaofeng remained motionless. Xiaofeng, what is wrong? Shui Bing Er observed his frozen state, furrowing her brow, surprised that her boldness elicited no reaction from him. Bing Er, I am not prepared yet. Perhaps we should postpone this for today. Ye Xiaofeng feared offending Shui Bing Er with the wrong words. Sister Shui, how come my sister is even more coy than you? Yu Er whispered to Shui Wu. Who knows? What did you just say? I am coy. Shui Wu turned to face Yu Er. Shu, don't move. Be careful not to let my sister find out, or we will both be in trouble. Yu Er seemed fearless at the moment. Shui Wu could only glare at her. Feeling powerless. Why do you smell like a woman? Have you been with someone outside? Shui Bing Er's eyes reddened as she spoke. Bing Er. It's because Yu Er was clinging to my arm earlier, so her scent transferred to me. Ye Xiaofeng clarified. I recognize Yu Er's scent, and this is not hers. Shui Bing Er boldly stated. It could be Shui Wu's. She was sitting beside me just now. If you don't believe me, take a whiff, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, extending his arm. No need for explanations. I already know. Bing Er smiled, her gaze fixed on Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng was drenched in cold sweat, astonished by the woman's keen sense of smell. She could detect even the faintest scent. Bing Er once again embraced Ye Xiaofeng, pleading, Xiaofeng, I can't sleep. Please hold me tonight. Will you? Upon hearing this, Shui Wu and Yu Er, who were on the bed, shuddered in disbelief at the unexpected revelation of their sister's character, unable to fathom expressing such sentimental words themselves. I'm rather exhausted today. Could we perhaps postpone this to another time? Ye Xiaofeng thought it impossible to comply with her request. With these three enchanting beings tormenting him this evening, he felt inclined to indulge them. Yet his skills were still insufficient. Just joking. Why so tense? It's getting late. You should rest early. Subsequently, Bing Er exited the room. Bing Er, take care. Ye Xiaofeng called after her, closing the door and finally exhaling in relief. Both of you hurry downstairs and return to your respective rooms. Ye Xiaofeng, in a whirl of emotions, was disinclined to engage in conversation with them, opting instead to usher them out. Just as Shui Wu was about to inquire further, Ye Xiaofeng interrupted. Once you're back, you can ask her. I'm tired and need to sleep. He denied Shui Wu the opportunity to speak, still shaken by the near loss of composure in front of Bing Er. Quickly now, let us go. Ye Xiaofeng ushered the two to the door, opening it to send them off. In that instant, all three were momentarily frozen in shock. Bing Er, elder sister, why has it ended so soon? They exclaimed. No rush. I can wait outside for 2 or 3 hours, Bing Er responded with a faint smile. However, Ye Xiaofeng and the others found her smile somewhat unsettling. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly drew Shui Bing Er into the room, securing the door behind them, for family matters ought not to be exposed to the outside world, lest others bear witness. Though nothing untoward had transpired, the mere sight of it would be challenging to elucidate. Sister, no, Bing Er, allow me to explain, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, wishing he could chastise himself for such an inappropriate address. Observing this scene, Bing Er secretly stifled a chuckle. Yet her expression remained as frosty as ever as she regarded the trio. It is not as you perceive, Ye Xiaofeng hastily clarified, gazing at Bing Er. Oh, is that so? They appear disheveled, while you are clad in your nightwear. This is your explanation? Shui Bing Er regarded the three with an unwavering gaze. Ye Xiaofeng chose silence, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, for this matter was shrouded in ambiguity. What's wrong? Have you three lost your voices? Shui Bing Er remarked coldly as she observed the trio. Sister, I have feelings for brother Xiaofeng, Yu Er murmured, her gaze cast downward, too timid to meet Bing Er's eyes. For she was entangled with her sister's formidable boyfriend. Did I ask for your opinion? Bing Er shot a frosty glare at Yu Er, causing her to retreat behind Shui Wu in trepidation. Eldest sister, I have always heeded your wishes, but this time, I wish to stake my claim. For I too have fallen for Xiaofeng, Shui Wu declared, finally voicing her innermost feelings, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. My dear sisters, esteemed ancestors, may I address you as such? Please refrain from complicating matters further and return to your slumber, Ye Xiaofeng thought, his mind racing with turmoil. Recognizing the formidable nature of the three women before him, aware that a single misstep could jeopardize his own happiness. Well, you should also retire for the night. Shui Wu and I are innocent. Ye Xiaofeng attempted to smile as he clarified, fearful of Bing Er's potential misunderstandings. Brother Xiaofeng, you clearly held me close, kissed my lips, and even ventured beneath my clothing. Yu Er dropped a bombshell, realizing that she had no choice but to strike while the iron was hot, emboldened by her circumstances. Where? Ye Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. It was you who initiated the kiss. I merely did not refuse. When did I ever reach into your clothing? Not just me. You kissed Sister Shui Wu as well, and even removed her garment. If my sister hadn't arrived, Yuer's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, even Shui Wu's eyes widened in shock, but upon reflection, she recognized the truth in Yuer's words. She could not concede defeat. For surrender would mean losing everything. Blushing, she glanced at Shui Binger's expression before hastily looking away. Ye Xiaofeng had not anticipated that Yuer would escalate the situation further, merely coming to stir trouble. Binger, please allow me to explain. It is not as she claims. Ye Xiaofeng quickly interjected to Shui Binger. Did you embrace and kiss Yuer? Shui Binger suppressed her fury, fixing her gaze on Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng knew all too well that regardless of Yuer's willingness, he had not objected. Just as he was about to respond affirmatively, Shui Binger struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Did you embrace and kiss Shui Wu too? Shui Binger glared at him, her eyes filled with rage. Ye Xiaofeng hesitated to respond, his right cheek still stinging with pain. Answer me, Shui Binger demanded, her gaze fixed intently on him. As the discomfort on his right cheek lingered, Shui Binger struck him again, this time with her left hand. You must not hit Brother Xiaofeng, it was my choice. If you wish to strike someone, then strike me instead, Yuer cried, instinctively shielding Ye Xiaofeng. Because he deserves it. Unable to contain her tears any longer, Shui Binger turned and walked away. I want to explain, Ye Xiaofeng began, but he found no words to articulate the truth that lay bare before them. Brother Xiaofeng. I am sorry, it is Yuer's fault, she said, gazing at the imprint left on his face, her voice laced with grievance. Xiaofeng, forgive me. Shui Wu too realized that she had inadvertently indulged Yuer, acknowledging that had she intervened earlier, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. It is not your fault. It is getting late. You should rest, Ye Xiaofeng said, looking at the two before him, feeling no animosity, yet at a loss for words. He yearned only for solitude. Perhaps we should clarify things with the elder sister, Shui Wu suggested softly, biting her lip. No need for that. The truth is evident. Let us return and rest early. Ye Xiaofeng replied, bidding the two farewell before closing the door behind them. Ye Xiaofeng returned to bed, yet sleep eluded him. This night felt particularly suffocating. Why did they have to come all at once instead of one by one? It was clearly a trap laid for himself. Ye Xiaofeng gently touched his face, surprised to find that these three mischievous spirits had become quite addicted to striking his visage at every opportunity. The two fairies had retreated to their slumber, intending to seek an explanation from Binger. For Ye Xiaofeng, dealing with them one at a time was manageable. He merely hoped they would not confront him altogether. Meanwhile, Yuer and Shui Wu, having returned to their quarters, found themselves unable to sleep due to the recent events. Yuer decided to rest in Shui Wu's room. Sister Shui Wu, do you think Brother Xiaofeng will come to explain things to my sister? Yuer inquired, casting a sly smile at Shui Wu. What mischief are you plotting now? Do you wish for the earlier commotion to escalate further? Shui Wu retorted, eyeing Yuer with a disapproving glare. Oh, the once exuberant Yuer lost her enthusiasm upon hearing Shui Wu's words. However, you do raise a valid point. Perhaps Xiaofeng is in cahoots with my elder sister, Shui Wu mused with a chuckle. A grin that Yuer found even more dubious than her own previous mirth. Surely not. I witnessed those two slaps firsthand, and my sister showed no mercy. Yuer recalled the earlier incident with a frown. It's possible they were merely performing for our benefit, ensuring we wouldn't intrude upon their privacy, Shui Wu speculated, analyzing the situation. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng approached Binger's room and gently knocked on the door. Binger, are you asleep? Noticing the light still aglow, he inferred that she had not yet succumbed to slumber. I am already in bed, Binger replied, though she had changed into her nightwear in preparation for sleep. I am aware that you are still awake. Please open the door, Ye Xiaofeng persisted, refusing to relent. Ye Xiaofeng waited at the door for a while, feeling a sense of hopelessness. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shui Binger opened the door. Binger, may I come in to speak? He inquired. No. We shall speak here, she replied, yet she made room for him to enter. Without hesitation, Ye Xiaofeng stepped into the room. I told you not to come in. Why did you? Shui Binger glared at Ye Xiaofeng in annoyance, but to him, she seemed more like a petulant child seeking affection. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly secured the door behind him. What are you doing? Shui Binger inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. Binger, do you not wish to hear my explanation? Ye Xiaofeng advanced step by step towards Shui Binger. Explanation for what? As she observed him drawing nearer, she instinctively took a step back. Did you not say that you couldn't sleep and desired my embrace? Well, here I am, Ye Xiaofeng boldly proclaimed as he enveloped Shui Binger in his arms. Release me. Go embrace your Wei and Wu instead. Shui Binger protested, striking Ye Xiaofeng's chest in an attempt to free herself. However, her strength paled in comparison to his, rendering her efforts futile. Outside, 4 pairs of eyes peered through the window, closely monitoring every movement within. To her dismay, Yue watched the scene unfold, feeling a surge of indignation. I can't believe Brother Xiaofeng is so shameless, sending us away only to rendezvous with my sister here. She felt particularly aggrieved. Sister truly is something else, indulging in jealousy while reminding us that we sisters should share both joy and hardship. Yet now she seems to relish her fortune all alone. Shuiwu was equally displeased. Both Yue and Shuiwu, witnessing the intimate moment inside, were blushing profusely, yet their hearts longed for the person within to be themselves. Ye Xiaofeng held Shui Binger tightly, his throat parched. After being tempted by 3 fairies one after another, he could finally relieve himself from the torment of searing flames. Just as Shui Binger was about to speak, Ye Xiaofeng swiftly pressed her against the wall, silencing her with a kiss, and scooped her up into a princess carry, taking her directly to the bed. Outside the window, Yue and Shuiwu watched the scene with dry mouths. Brother Xiaofeng, how rude. But I like it. Why isn't it me? Yue sighed dreamily, her hands wandering toward Shuiwu. What are you doing? Shuiwu exclaimed, unable to contain herself, quickly covering her mouth. Moments later, harmonious sounds emanated from inside, prompting Shuiwu to feel that they could no longer stay and hurriedly pulled Yue away. Sister Shuiwu, my sister was crying so hard just now. Did Brother Xiaofeng bully her? Yue curiously asked, causing Shuiwu's face to flush with embarrassment. Shut up and go back to sleep, Shuiwu insisted, dragging Yue back to their room. Sister Shuiwu, I understand now. My sister wasn't crying. That was her joyous laughter. Yue continued, growing more animated. If you say another word, I will tear your mouth apart, Shuiwu warned. Once back in the room, Shuiwu, parched, drank several cups of water, with Yue doing the same. Hurry and sleep. We return to the academy tomorrow, Shuiwu said as she closed her eyes, trying to sleep, but Yue kept chattering on. Sister Shuiwu, I feel awful. Yue lamented. What's wrong? Are you sick? Shuiwu asked, concerned. Sister Shuiwu, I'm so hot, so burning. Yue exclaimed, instinctively hugging Shuiwu. The embrace only made Shuiwu feel warmer, and she regretted her earlier decision to watch Ye Xiaofeng with her sister. While Ye Xiaofeng and her sister enjoyed a night of sweetness, she was left to suffer. They decided to cool off with a cold shower, which helped them regain their composure. This place is messy. Let's go to my room to rest, Yue suggested softly. It's not my fault, Shuiwu remarked, glancing at the disarray on the bed, unable to bear looking further. They changed into fresh nightwear and returned to Yue's room to sleep. Xiaofeng, have you thought of us over these 6 years? Shui Binger asked softly while nestled in Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, wishing to know if he had missed her. What do you think? If given a choice, I would choose to be by your side, unwavering and devoted, Ye Xiaofeng replied, tightening his hold. That would make me a sticky plaster, Shui Binger laughed. I would rather be a sticky plaster than be separated from you. Every night over these 6 years has been long and arduous without you, Ye Xiaofeng confessed, unable to let go of her, especially Shui Binger. I'm sorry, Ye Xiaofeng said, causing a pang in Shui Binger's heart, yet filling her with sweetness. For her, the weight of these 6 years had been worthwhile. Let us not dwell on that. Let us continue working, Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous smile. Still working? Shui Binger's cheeks flushed slightly. Late into the night, as Shui Binger leaned against Ye Xiaofeng's chest, all her worries from the past 6 years dissipated. Does it still hurt? Shui Binger asked, gazing at Ye Xiaofeng's face, regretting the 2 slaps she had given him out of necessity. It doesn't hurt. Even if Binger were to torment me 1,000 times, my feelings for her remain as they were on our first encounter, Ye Xiaofeng replied, stroking her purple hair. You can't be serious. Why can't you speak properly? You're always so slick with your words, Shui Binger playfully punched his chest, though her heart was brimming with happiness. Remember, do not bully Wu and Yue in the future, or I will hold you accountable, Shui Binger warned, still feeling displeased about past events. If I say they approached me first, would you believe me? Ye Xiaofeng asked, looking at Shui Binger. Did you refuse them? If I hadn't come, would you have let them bully you? Shui Binger felt shy discussing this and blushed slightly. How could I bully them? I cherish them dearly. If you hadn't come, perhaps. Ye Xiaofeng began happily, but upon noticing Shui Binger's expression, he realized he had misspoken. Why did you stop? Don't pretend to be so aggrieved. I know your true nature, Shui Binger retorted, feeling displeased. All right, I admit my fault. I want to do it again. It's almost dawn. Let us sleep a bit. I can barely keep my eyes open. Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject, realizing his mistake. It's your fault. I said we continue tomorrow, yet you insisted on now. Shui Binger fumed, turning her back to Ye Xiaofeng and falling asleep. Ye Xiaofeng gazed at the silhouette of Shui Binger, cradling her in his embrace, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Exile had already risen. Yet the absence of others led him to believe he had misjudged the time. By midday, Wu Wushuang groggily awoke, his head still aching from the previous night's revelry. Exile, where is everyone? He inquired upon noticing Exile drinking alone, a frown of frustration etched on his face. If you ask me, who can I ask? Exile replied, having waited from morning until noon for Wu Wushuang, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. Wu Wushuang knocked on Feng Xiaoyan's door, but there was no response, prompting him to push the door open and discover that Feng Xiaoyan was absent from the room. Puzzled, Wu Wushuang scratched his head. It was unusual for Feng Xiaoyan to be missing on a day when he would typically sleep in. He then approached the door of Wu Wu's room and knocked gently. Who is it? Came a drowsy reply, the eyes still shut tight. It's me. It's already noon. Why are you still in bed? Wu Wushuang asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Oh, brother, just let me sleep a little longer. It's so annoying, Wu Wu mumbled, turning over. Just as Wu Wushuang was about to leave and allow his sister to continue her slumber, a shrill scream pierced the silence. Sister, what's wrong? Wu Wushuang exclaimed. Inside. Feng Xiaoyan had covered Wu Wu's mouth, signaling with his eyes for her to remain silent. If Wu Wushuang were to burst in and see the current situation, it would surely lead to chaos. Wu Wu seemed to comprehend Feng Xiaoyan's unspoken message, blinking in acknowledgement as he slowly released his grip. Oh, it's nothing, brother. I just had a cramp in my leg, Wu Wu stammered, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps I should assist you, Wu Wushuang suggested, still slightly worried. For his sister was his dearest concern. No need. I'm fine now. You go about your business, brother. I'll sleep a bit longer, Wu Wu insisted. Eager to dismiss her brother, Wu Wushuang said nothing further and departed to find Exile for a drink. Why are you in my room, sister? Feng Xiaoyan stammered, his cheeks turning crimson. Let us get this straight. I should be asking you that. Wu Wu responded, her frustration boiling over as she slapped Feng Xiaoyan on the head. She had never expected the usually upright Feng Xiaoyan to take advantage of her and then speak so shamelessly. Feng Xiaoyan, noticing Wu Wu's delicate nightgown, felt a dryness in his throat. What are your intentions, Xiaoyan? Wu Wu suddenly sensed something amiss. Fire, I will take responsibility, Feng Xiaoyan declared, unable to suppress the feelings he harbored for Wu Wu. The previous night, in a half-drunken state, he had ventured into Wu Wu's room to confess his feelings. Wu Wu, having been aided by Ye Xiaofeng, realized that she had long held affections for Feng Xiaoyan, but her stubbornness had kept her from accepting it. Now, she understood that her heart belonged to him, and instead of seeking him out, he had come to her. In the room, both half-drunk and half-awake, they spoke candidly under the guise of intoxication, and Wu Wu, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced to Feng Xiaoyan's desires. Upon waking, Wu Wu recalled the events of the previous night, her face burning with embarrassment, while Feng Xiaoyan reaffirmed his love for her as he gazed upon her. As evening approached, Shui Wu and Yu Er awoke simultaneously. Exchanging glances that ignited memories of the previous night, their cheeks flushed as they quickly got out of bed. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaofeng had risen early. Yet he chose not to disturb Shui Binger, who was sleeping soundly, possibly exhausted from the previous night. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over him, quickly overshadowed by joy and contentment. What are you staring at? Shui Binger questioned, having awoken and caught Ye Xiaofeng lost in thought. A feeling of being seen through causing her to frown slightly. I am admiring an ice-cold beauty. It is simply captivating, Ye Xiaofeng replied, leaning closer. How many girls have you deceived with such words? Shui Binger challenged him. I can't recall, but this time, my words are the most sincere, he countered, opting for wordplay rather than confessing his entanglements. I knew you would not speak a single truth, but mark my words, if you dare to mistreat Wooer or Yuer, I will not let you off easily, Shui Binger warned sternly. And what do you intend to do about it? Ye Xiaofeng inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. I will kill you, but rest assured, I will accompany you, she said, biting her lip, revealing her seriousness. Why speak so gravely? Do not worry. I would never harm those two little vixens, Ye Xiaofeng chuckled in response, though a chill of anxiety ran down his spine. Ye Xiaofeng was cognizant of the fact that, within Shui Binger's heart, Shui Wu and Yuer were irreplaceable, perhaps even more paramount than himself. As Feng Xiaotian, hand in hand with Huo Wu, opened the door to depart, they encountered Huo Wushuang. Xiaotian, what are you doing emerging from my sister's chambers? Huo Wushuang inquired, fixing his gaze upon Feng Xiaotian. I simply came to summon Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian responded, refraining from using the more intimate horror to avoid potential misunderstandings. I have been here all afternoon, Huo Wushuang stated, his words trailing off as he noticed Feng Xiaotian clasping Huo Wu's hand. Wushuang, Huo and I are earnest in our affections, Feng Xiaotian confessed, realizing the futility of concealment upon witnessing Huo Wushuang's murderous glare. You have been in my sister's room since last night? Huo Wushuang probed, his fist clenching with tentative disbelief. Feng Xiaotian, at a loss for words, could only nod in affirmation. You, Feng Xiaotian, I considered you a brother, yet you aspire to be my brother-in-law. I shall beat you to a pulp, you scoundrel. Huo Wushuang exclaimed, landing a blow upon Feng Xiaotian's nose, causing blood to gush forth. Before Feng Xiaotian could staunch the bleeding, Huo Wushuang tackled him to the ground, raining down a relentless barrage of punches. I'll teach you to trifle with my sister. I'll make you regret this, you wretch. Huo Wushuang roared, his fury manifesting in each punishing strike. Brother, cease. You'll kill him. Huo Wu cried, intervening to shield Feng Xiaotian, whose face was now a swollen mess. Feng Xiaotian knew he must not retaliate, lest he jeopardize his relationship with Huo Wu. He resolved that enduring this beating from his future brother-in-law was a worthy sacrifice. Shui Wu and Yuer, drawn by the commotion, hurried to investigate. Shui Wu, I've twisted my ankle. Could you take a look? Yuer implored, feigning injury as they approached Huo Wu's door. How careless of you. Rest and avoid moving, Shui Wu chided, her gaze fixed upon the spectacle of Huo Wushuang pummeling Feng Xiaotian. Yuer, oblivious to her supposed pain, watched with rapt attention. Shui Wu, if anyone were to mistreat me, Xiaofeng would not only leave them battered and bruised, but would also break a few bones to vent his fury, Yuer declared, ensuring her voice carried. Indeed. If I were wronged, Xiaofeng would undoubtedly resort to violence, for mere fisticuffs would fail to impart a lasting lesson, Shui Wu responded, matching Yuer's volume. Their exchange reached Huo Wushuang's ears, reigniting his assault on Feng Xiaotian. Both of you, silence yourselves. Huo Wu snapped, glaring at Yuer and Shui Wu, whom she perceived as instigating her brother. Brother, I implore you stop. Huo Wu pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she tried to restrain Huo Wushuang. I am unharmed. For you, I would gladly suffer death. Feng Xiaotian groaned, feigning near death. No, brother, please desist. Huo Wu cried, shielding Feng Xiaotian with her body. In his rage, Huo Wushuang inadvertently shoved Huo Wu aside, causing her to strike her head against the table corner. Ah! Huo Wu cried, clutching her bleeding forehead. Where? Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, shoving Huo Wushuang away and rushing to her side. Sister! Huo Wushuang cried, aghast at the sight of his sister's injury. Finally realizing the gravity of his actions. You dare harm her? Feng Xiaotian roared, unleashing a powerful kick that sent Huo Wushuang flying. Huo Wushuang crashed against the wall, foaming at the mouth and gasping for breath. Shui Wu and Yuer, witnessing the scene, were utterly dumbfounded. How savage! Yuer blurted out. Yuer, my elder sister requires my presence. I must take my leave, Shui Wu announced, noticing Yuer's hasty departure, and promptly followed suit. Feng Xiaotian helped Huo Wu into a chair and began tending to her wound. Huo Wu, touched by Feng Xiaotian's concern despite his injuries, felt a surge of affection. Keep away from my sister, Huo Wushuang bellowed, feeling as though his world was collapsing. He had lost his unrequited love the previous night, and now he faced the prospect of losing his beloved sister. Brother, I am no longer the headstrong girl you once knew. I have matured and made my own choice. I shall marry none but Xiaotian, Huo Wu declared, her voice trembling but resolute. What enchantment has he cast upon you? What is it that you find so appealing in him? He is but a callow youth with prematurely gray hair, resembling an old man. Huo Wushuang protested. Future brother-in-law, I take offense to your words, Feng Xiaotian interjected. Who is your future brother-in-law? I shall knock your teeth out, Huo Wushuang retorted, assuming a fighting stance. Brother, strike me instead, for you no longer cherish your sister. Huo Wu whimpered, resorting to her most effective tactic, which invariably led to Huo Wushuang's surrender. I hope you do not come to regret this, Huo Wushuang conceded. Feng Xiaotian, heed my warning. Should you ever mistreat my sister, Huo Wushuang will exact vengeance. Huo Wushuang vowed, though he had yielded to his sister's wishes. Rest assured, future brother-in-law, I shall safeguard her and protect her from harm. Feng Xiaotian replied with a smile. Cease with your insolence. Huo Wushuang growled, storming off. Farewell, future brother-in-law, Feng Xiaotian added, prompting Huo Wushuang to stumble. Enough with the taunting. It is a miracle he has not tried to kill you, Huo Wu cautioned. Knowing the depth of her brother's affection for her, I am unharmed. Take this healing elixir and tend to your injuries. I shall check on my brother, Huo Wu said. Concerned for Feng Xiaotian's well-being, Huo Wu found Huo Wushuang in his chambers, nursing his wounds. Why are you here instead of tending to your Xiaotian? Huo Wushuang demanded. Brother, why must you be this way? Huo Wu frowned. Am I mistaken? Huo Wushuang retorted, unwilling to engage in pleasantries. Brother, I am your sister. Have you forsaken me? Huo Wu asked, her eyes filled with tears. You have forsaken your brother. I no longer have a sister such as you. Huo Wushuang replied, turning away. Dear brother, do not be angry. You shall always be my beloved brother, Huo Wu pleaded, embracing Huo Wushuang. What are you doing? Such displays are unseemly, Huo Wushuang protested. His anger dissipating. Is it wrong for a sister to embrace her brother? Huo Wu pouted. You are too old for such things. Have you no shame? Huo Wushuang chided. Huo Wushuang reprimanded Huo Wu, yet a sense of joy blossomed within him. Could it be that in his brother's eyes, his sister would forever remain a child? Huo Wu mischievously smiled, aware that her brother was no longer upset with her. Ah, be gentle, Huo Wushuang exclaimed, feeling Huo Wu's hand pressed against his previous injury. It was purely accidental, brother, she chuckled awkwardly. Are you attempting to commit fratricide? Huo Wushuang gazed at Huo Wu's innocent smile, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother, you take your time to heal. I shan't disturb you further, Huo Wu remarked before swiftly departing. Sighing, Huo Wushuang watched her retreating figure grow distant, unable to resist lamenting the fortune that had fallen to that rascal, Feng Xiaotian. Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger entered the private room, where they found Exile drinking alone in silence, while Shui Wu and Yue were whispering to each other in a conspiratorial manner. What are you two up to? Ye Xiaofeng could not help but inquire. Oh, why are you here? Don't you know that frightening someone can be deadly? Yue exclaimed, startled by Ye Xiaofeng's voice. It's broad daylight. It shouldn't be that alarming. Ye Xiaofeng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. By the way, big sister, how did you and Xiaofeng arrive together? Shui Wu asked innocently. I just came over and saw him, so we came in together. Is there a problem? Shui Binger replied earnestly, not batting an eye. No, no problem, Shui Wu said, believing Shui Binger's words, having missed the scene from the previous night. In her heart, Shui Wu thought, big sister, how can you lie so effortlessly without a hint of embarrassment? Are you still the same person I know? Brother Xiaofeng, I looked for you this morning. Why weren't you in your room? Yue gazed into Ye Xiaofeng's eyes, awaiting his explanation. I went out to cultivate last night and just returned. Did you need something, Yue? Ye Xiaofeng replied casually, as if discussing the most mundane matters. Then, Brother Xiaofeng, having cultivated from last night until now, you must be quite exhausted, right? Yue's sharp words struck home. Of course cultivation is tiring, but afterwards, one feels invigorated. Ye Xiaofeng spoke earnestly, completely oblivious to the underlying implications of Yue's words. How about you take me along to cultivate tonight, Brother Xiaofeng? Yue said with a mischievous smile. I don't have time right now. Perhaps later, Ye Xiaofeng responded, unsure how to address Yue's proposition. Big sister, were you cultivating last night as well? Shui Wu, seeing that Yue had finished, swiftly shifted the focus onto Binger. Ah, I was also cultivating, Shui Binger stammered, caught off guard by Shui Wu's sudden interrogation, her cheeks flushing at the memory of the previous night. No wonder big sister seems so much more charming today, Shui Wu remarked with a sly grin, making Shui Binger feel as if she were completely exposed. What nonsense are you spouting? Shui Binger retorted weakly. Whether it's nonsense or not, perhaps only Xiaofeng knows. Shui Wu asked mischievously. Ye Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for how to dispel the awkwardness when Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu arrived. Good morning, everyone. You are all here, Feng Xiaotian suddenly declared. Exile, nearly choking on his drink, cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xiaotian, but chose to remain silent. Old madman, have you been cultivating since last night? Yue inquired, pointing to Feng Xiaotian's bruised face, directly addressing the elephant in the room. Miss Yue, my name is Feng Xiaotian. Not old madman, do you understand? Feng Xiaotian replied, visibly displeased at being called old at such a young age. That's not the crux of the matter. How was your cultivation last night? Shuiwu interjected. "Ah, how did you know?" Feng Xiaotian responded with a smile. "He said exactly the same thing," Shuiwu remarked, gesturing towards Ye Xiaofeng. "Do you even think before you lie? There's no need for you all to continue this charade. I've been waiting for you here since morning." Exile abruptly interrupted the conversation. The group exchanged awkward glances, their deception laid bare. "You all only got up when it was dark. Did you cultivate in pairs last night?" Exile frowned, having waited from dawn until dusk while they engaged in idle chatter, noting that only Wu Shuang, the impetuous youth, had visited around noon. "Ahem, everyone has tea eaten yet. Let us hurry and dine." Ye Xiaofeng quickly changed the subject. Yes, let us eat," the others eagerly agreed. "You all didn't tea wait for me," Wu Shuang said, dragging in from outside. "Wu Shuang, what on earth happened between you two?" Ye Xiaofeng asked, furrowing his brow at Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian. "We accidentally fell to the ground." Both Feng Xiaotian and Wu Shuang replied in unison. "Since that is the case, let us commence our meal." Ye Xiaofeng smiled slightly, easing the tension. "Bingo, try this. How does it taste?" Ye Xiaofeng offered a small chicken leg to Shui Binger. "Brother Xiaofeng, I want some too," Shui Binger exclaimed, eager for attention. "Here is a chicken wing for you." Ye Xiaofeng smiled gently, believing the matter had concluded. "Why does my sister get a chicken leg while I am left with a chicken wing?" Where mischievously challenged Ye Xiaofeng. "Then I shall find you a chicken leg, all right?" Ye Xiaofeng replied, feeling exasperated. "It's fine. I will just trade with you, Shui Bingo suggested, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's frustration. "Xiaofeng, I also want a chicken leg," Shui Wu chimed in as Ye Xiaofeng thought the matter settled. "Xiaofeng, I too desire a small chicken leg," Shui Wu added with a gentle smile directed at Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng gently stroked Shui Wu's head, and then his own. "What is the matter?" Shui Wu asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. "You're not running a fever. You're being annoying. Hurry up," she added, stamping her foot in frustration at Ye Xiaofeng's words. All right, I'll give you this chicken leg. Stop nitpicking. If you want to eat it, I shall." Ye Xiaofeng denied Shui Wu the opportunity to retort. "Why are you being so fierce? If you don't want it, then don't eat it." Shui Wu set down her chopsticks, hugging herself and glaring at Ye Xiaofeng with a pitiful expression. "Fine, after we finish eating, I'll ask the owner to arrange a separate table for you so you can take your time." Ye Xiaofeng was not one to indulge Shui Wu. "Humph, there is not a decent man among you." Shui Wu snatched a chicken leg and began to eat hastily, fearing Ye Xiaofeng would take it away. Exile, Feng Xiaotian, and Wu Shuang simultaneously turned their gazes towards Shui Wu, remaining silent, yet feeling caught in the crossfire. "What are you staring at? Eat your own food," Shui Wu snapped, redirecting her ire towards the others, who chose to ignore her from that point on. "Xiaotian, try this," Wu Wu said, her eyes sparkling as she served Feng Xiaotian. "Sister, I want some too." Before Feng Xiaotian could respond, Wu Shuang interjected. "Don't you have hands? Can't you serve yourself?" Wu Wu coldly rejected him. "You weren't like this before, sister." Wu Shuang thought to himself, feeling taken aback by this unexpected snub. "This is troublesome. Here you go," Wu Wu replied, her exasperation evident as she cast a disdainful glance. "Why does he get chicken wings while I only get the chicken butt? Sister, one mustn't be this way." Wu Shuang fumed internally, grappling with feelings of unfair treatment. "It's all chicken. You can eat it, or not. It's up to you." Wu Wu would not coddle her brother. "If you want to eat it, then fine." Wu Shuang angrily shoved the chicken but onto Feng Xiaotian's plate. "You." Wu Wu stomped her foot in frustration. "It's all right. Horror. I actually enjoy chicken butt. Thank you, dear brother-in-law," Feng Xiaotian said, willing to endure a minor loss to win Wu Wu's affection. Wu Shuang glared at Feng Xiaotian, seething, yet feeling powerless, wondering why he had never noticed how shameless Feng Xiaotian could be. In order to reassure my sister, he would go to any lengths. How shameless indeed. Exile, I toast to you." Ye Xiaofeng raised his glass in appreciation for the care Exile had shown them over the past 5 years. Exile, I toast to you as well. Thank you for your support these past 5 years, Shui Binger echoed, lifting her glass. Exile, I raise my glass to you too. Shui Wu and Yue chimed in, and soon everyone downed their drinks in unison. "This toast is for all of you. From now on, we are family," Ye Xiaofeng said, casting a warm smile towards Feng Xiaotian, Wu Shuang, and Wu Wu. "Cheers," everyone exclaimed, drinking heartily. As for the third toast, meant for tomorrow, Ye Xiaofeng left the thought unspoken, yet all understood the significance. The 7 Kills Hall would stand firm on Douluo Continent, unshakable in its position. "Brother Xiaofeng, am I also a member of the 7 Kills Hall now?" Just as the group was reveling in the drinks, Yue suddenly piped up. Binger, haven't you told her? Ye Xiaofeng glanced at Shui Binger. She lowered her head, unsure of how to respond, and Ye Xiaofeng chose not to press further. Yue, your entire team has long been part of the 7 Kills Hall, Ye Xiaofeng stated clearly. The National Soul Master competition begins next week. Shout Yan, Wu Shuang. You should prepare early and proceed according to your plan. Exile, you too. Gather anyone you can. Ye Xiaofeng delegated tasks. We shall return to the academy and visit the teacher as well, he said to the 3 sisters before departing the inn. As they arrived at the academy, twilight was approaching. Shui Bingo led Ye Xiaofeng to seek out teacher Wang Yin, while Shui Wu and Yue returned to the Peach Blossom Garden. Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binger arrived at the door of teacher Wang Yin's office and knocked gently. Inside, teacher Wang had just changed into her pajamas, preparing for bed. Who is it? Wang Yin inquired. Teacher, it's me, Binger. Upon recognizing Shui Binger's voice, Wang Yin did not change her attire, but immediately went to open the door and turned to walk back into the room. Teacher, it's you. Shui Binger observed her teacher in pajamas, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Is there a problem? It's merely a casual outfit. The teacher doesn't mind. So why should you? Wang Yin turned around, only to be surprised to find a young man beside Shui Binger. Hello, teacher Wang Yin. Long time no see. Ye Xiaofeng feasted his eyes on Wang Yin. Who are you? Get out. Teacher Wang Yin quickly covered her chest with her hand. Student Ye Xiaofeng. Surely the teacher hasn't forgotten her student? Ye Xiaofeng flashed an innocent smile, stealing glances at Wang Yin. Ye Xiaofeng, is that you? Wang Yin momentarily failed to respond. Realizing that Ye Xiaofeng was the very student she had wished to take under her wings 6 years ago, yet he had always been picky. Teacher, how have you been? Your student has missed you dearly. Ye Xiaofeng teased his teacher lightly. Where have you been for the past 6 years? Don't you know how Binger has fared during this time? Wang Yin reflected on the 6 years, knowing well that her disciple's heart had long been stolen by this fellow. Rest assured, teacher, I will treat Binger well from now on. Ye Xiaofeng promptly assured her. Well then, remember your words. Where are your eyes wandering? As Wang Yin spoke, she noticed Ye Xiaofeng's gaze lingering on her chest. Teacher Wang, I didn't expect that after all these years, you have become even more beautiful. Realizing he had been staring, Ye Xiaofeng quickly averted his gaze. Such flattery is only effective on a young girl like Binger. You still have a long way to go to impress me. Wang Yin did not give Ye Xiaofeng any credit. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily speechless. Ahem, teacher, Shui Binger reminded her mentor to maintain her composure. Young man, you didn't come here just to flatter me, did you? Wang Yin softened her tone upon hearing Binger's reminder. Teacher, I simply speak the truth. How is that flattery? Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Wang Yin. You have a good eye. I'll give you that. Wang Yin felt pleased by the compliment. For every woman desires to be admired for her beauty. Now, what brings you here? Wang Yin asked. Teacher, I wish to participate in the National Soul Master competition. Please register me. Ye Xiaofeng stated his purpose directly. What level are you at now? Wang Yin sought to understand how much Ye Xiaofeng had progressed in the past 6 years. I've managed to raise my level by 20 levels, Ye Xiaofeng replied. I left at level 41, and now I'm exactly at 61. Oh, only a 20-level increase? What? You are now at level 61? Wang Yin was astonished and momentarily lost for words. Indeed, if you don't believe me, teacher, take a look. Ye Xiaofeng released his soul rings, which descended from above, showcasing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings. I never expected your progress to be this swift. Do you have confidence in winning the championship? Wang Yin could hardly contain her excitement. Champion, teacher, I'm not aiming for that. I'd be content with 3rd place. Ye Xiaofeng awkwardly scratched his head. Why not? Wang Yin was puzzled. Given Ye Xiaofeng's current strength, he had a considerable chance of claiming the championship, yet he only aspired to achieve 3rd place. I have my reasons, but I cannot disclose them now. I hope you can understand, teacher. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Is it absolutely necessary to do it this way? Wang Yin insisted, wanting to ensure Ye Xiaofeng did not miss this opportunity. Well, Ye Xiaofeng nodded slightly. In that case, I want to press further. You both may return. I will make arrangements for your registration. Wang Yin sighed, feeling helpless. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss for words, staring motionlessly at Wang Yin. What is the matter? Have you taken a liking to the teacher? Why not stay tonight? Wang Yin teased Ye Xiaofeng. Teacher Shui Binger, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot. Upon hearing Wang Yin's words, Ye Xiaofeng hastily made his exit, prompting Shui Binger to follow him back. As Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binghe sought out their teacher, Wang Yin, Shui Wu, and Shui Yue were clandestinely plotting a scheme. Sister Shui Wu, is this truly advisable? Shui Yue inquired awkwardly, casting a glance at her. What is there to be concerned about? Love must be fought for. Let us establish a clear arrangement. I shall pursue on odd days, while you shall take even days, and we shall reserve the weekends for our elder sister. Shui Wu rationally allocated the time. Sister Shui Wu, I feel utterly shameless. Should others discover this, how shall I face them? Shui Yue grappled with her inner turmoil. Yue, do you know the 3 essential secrets to acquiring love? Shui Wu stated earnestly. What are these 3 secrets? Pray tell. Shui Yue's interest was piqued immediately. The first secret to obtaining love is persistence. Shui Wu smiled at her. And the second secret? Shui Yue pondered, recognizing the validity of persistence as a significant principle. The second secret is rather crucial, Shui Wu teased, enjoying the suspense. Do not keep me in suspense, just share it. Yue urged impatiently. The second secret is to cast aside your shame. Shui Wu chuckled at Yue's reaction. Sister Shui Wu, does that truly count? Yue frowned, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, if you cling to your pride, you will find yourself unable to approach the one you adore. Feeling awkward and ultimately missing your chance, Shui Wu articulated with conviction. And what about the third secret? Despite her skepticism, Yue was inclined to accept Shui Wu's insights. The third secret is the most pivotal of all. Once you grasp this, no aspiration will be out of reach, Shui Wu said mysteriously, tantalizing Yue's curiosity. Sister Shui Wu, do hurry. Yue was genuinely intrigued. I have already divulged the third secret to you. When did you mention it? The first and second secrets combined essentially form the third, Shui Wu clarified. Ah, so that is how it works. Yue found it hard to believe. Of course. The third secret is to persist without shame. Just reflect on how our elder sister has mastered this approach. Shui Wu pointedly referenced Shui Binghe as an example. That makes sense. Yue considered her sister and recalled that fateful evening, finding herself in agreement with Shui Wu's unconventional theory. Yue, think about it. The 3 of us have waited for 6 years, yet our elder sister succeeded. Shui Wu imparted her wisdom as if she were a seasoned expert in the realm of romance. Perhaps Ye Xiaofeng holds a deeper affection for our sister. Yue felt a twinge of grievance, for she too had waited for 6 years. You are mistaken. Did you not notice? That night, our elder sister struck Ye Xiaofeng twice. And he still sought her out, Shui Wu explained. Why is that? Yue was intrigued, as it seemed contrary to expectation. Our elder sister employed the strategy of enticing allure. When executed at the right moment, it not only avoids negative repercussions, but also propels the situation in the desired direction. Do you understand? Shui Wu regarded Yue as if she were an inexperienced novice. Sister Shui Wu, how do you know so much? Yue felt a pang of envy toward Shui Wu's knowledge. Yue, being enamored with your sister is merely a legend, Shui Wu replied with a smile, secretly reveling in having swayed Yue. Sister Shui Wu, let me share something with you. Hee. Yue grinned innocently. What are you smiling about? What is it? Shui Wu furrowed her brow, suspecting that Yue's innocent demeanor often heralded mischief. Today is Saturday, Yue remarked with a mischievous grin. Saturday is indeed Saturday, but that is not acceptable. I shall take even days, and you odd days. Shui Wu suddenly recalled their prior agreement, realizing that today was Saturday. Sister Shui Wu, one cannot be so fickle. We had an agreement, and you were the one who proposed it. Yue replied with a smile, yet unwilling to retreat. What are you two discussing? At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng and Shui Binghe returned. Brother Xiaofeng, we were waiting for you and sister. We are a bit hungry. Shall we venture out for a late-night snack? Yue interrupted, not allowing Shui Wu the opportunity to speak. As the topic arose, everyone felt a pang of hunger, leading to a unanimous agreement to call upon their classmates and teacher. They sent Ye Xiaofeng to summon the teacher while Shui Wu and Shui Yue took Shui Binghe to gather the others, ultimately convening at a dining establishment not far from the college entrance. Ye Xiaofeng arrived at the doorstep of teacher Wang Yin, recalling the sight of her in her pajamas, which made him swallow hard. Just as Wang Yin had settled down to sleep, a knock echoed through the night. Who is it? She asked impatiently. Teacher, it's me. Could you please open the door? Ye Xiaofeng replied from outside. In the stillness of the night, one could not help but imagine that teacher Wang might think of Ye Xiaofeng gazing at her with a hint of mischief. Xiaofeng, why are you here so late? Wang Yin scrutinized him. Teacher, I invite you to join us for a late-night snack, Ye Xiaofeng said with a smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate at such an hour? Wang Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. What is wrong with that? Our classmates from the team have already gathered and are waiting for you. Ye Xiaofeng explained, having learned that Shui Binger and the others had gone to call upon other classmates. Oh, so it's a gathering. I thought. Wang Yin had initially assumed that Ye Xiaofeng sought her company alone. If the teacher doesn't mind, I can invite you out another time. He perceived her sense of disappointment. I've already settled in for the night. You all go ahead. I think I'll pass, she said, reluctant to change out of her pajamas. Teacher, this is where you are mistaken. If you don't join us, I will feel guilty. Let us go now, Ye Xiaofeng asserted, taking her arm and leading her outward. You wait outside. I need to change, Wang Yin interjected, halting him. All right, he replied, waiting at the door for about 10 minutes until Wang Yin emerged, accompanying him to the designated location. Sister Xuewu, Brother Xiaofeng, why have you taken so long? The mischievous Yuer whispered to Xuewu, sharing a sly smile. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Xuewu cast a scornful glance at her. You are the paragon of virtue, while I am the rogue. Don't forget to help me distract my sister tonight, Yuer retorted. How can I possibly hold her back? She is a grown woman, Xuewu shot back, glaring at you or while glancing at Shui Binger. We had an agreement. How you manage it is your concern, Yuer smirked, pleased with herself. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Wang Yin and Ye Xiaofeng entered together at that moment. Teacher, everyone is waiting for you. Please take a seat, Shui Bingo said, eagerly offering Wang Yin a place. You all need not stand. Please, sit, Wang Yin replied amiably. Excuse me, sir, may I take your order? A waitress approached Ye Xiaofeng. Teacher, this heavy responsibility is now yours, he said with a chuckle, taking the menu from the waitress and presenting it to Wang Yin. I'm just here to eat. Don't expect anything from me, she replied, observing the varying tastes of the 7 girls, making it a challenge to choose. How about this? Each person selects a dish they like, ensuring we waste nothing and cater to everyone's palate, she suggested. That's a splendid idea. Let us go with Xiaofeng's proposal. Wang Yin supported his suggestion directly. As each person ordered a dish, when it was Xuewu's turn, she quietly whispered her choice to the waitress, who blushed slightly upon glancing at Ye Xiaofeng before departing. With only girls present and teacher Wang Yin among them, they abstained from alcohol and opted for tea instead. After a while, all the dishes had arrived. Except for Ye Xiaofeng's. Brother Xiaofeng, what did you order? Why has tea or dish arrived yet? Yuer inquired curiously, only for Xuewu to gently pull her back, signaling her to remain silent. Grilled skewers. It may take a bit longer. Ye Xiaofeng smiled at Yuer. Sir, the last dish you ordered has arrived, the waitress announced as she said it before Ye Xiaofeng. Upon seeing the situation, Ye Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Had he not ordered skewers? How had it transformed into the signature dish? Observing the crowd, everyone seemed engrossed in their own meals. Xuewu appeared oblivious, as if this matter were entirely unrelated to her. Brother Xiaofeng, what dish did you order? May I have a taste? Yuer inquired curiously once more. This is meant for him. Why are you meddling? Xuewu chided, pinching her sharply. It's none of your concern, Yuer retorted with a glare at Xuewu. Since Yuer wishes to try, here you go. I shall order another. Just as Ye Xiaofeng pondered how to resolve the dilemma, he was unexpectedly saved by Yuer. Why not? She eagerly accepted and began to devour it. This tastes delightful. Xuewu, would you care to try? Yuer offered a piece to Xuewu, holding it close to her lips. Such a delectable treat should be savored by you alone. Xuewu had initially intended to tease Ye Xiaofeng, only to find herself outwitted by him instead. I want to try too, Yuheru exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a piece. Quite exquisite, she noted after relishing a bite, prompting her to reach for another. Before long, Shun Liuyu, Gu Qingba, and Xiu Ruoshui had all sampled it, and even teacher Wang Yin, witnessing the others' enjoyment, indulged in a piece. I must have a taste. Shui Bingo could no longer contain herself, but Ye Xiaofeng intervened. Binger, how about trying this instead? He quickly suggested to redirect her. I want that one too. Shui Bingo gazed at everyone relishing their meal, unwilling to miss out. Ye Xiaofeng found himself speechless. Xuewu, want you have a taste? This isn't like you, Yuhera teased. You all finished yours, didn't you? Xuewu sighed in relief as she watched Shui Bingo consume the last piece. It's simple, just order another, Yuer proposed unexpectedly. At this remark, both Ye Xiaofeng and Xuewu nearly choked on their drinks. I want one as well. Yuhera eagerly chimed in. Me too, Shui Bingo echoed. Stop competing, waiter. We like one serving each of that signature dish, Teacher Wang Yin decisively declared, clearly unsatisfied with just one serving. Teacher, I've had my fill, no need for more. Xuewu quickly fabricated an excuse. Wuer, look at how slender you are. You should nourish your body. If you don't eat today, you are disregarding our hospitality. Ye Xiaofeng's words thrust Shuewu into the spotlight. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Shuewu responded, though her eyes seemed to harbor a murderous intent directed at Ye Xiaofeng. No need for thanks. We are all friends here. No formality required, Ye Xiaofeng smiled subtly, inwardly scheming to turn the tables on her. Sir, are you certain you wish to order 9 servings of the signature dish? A waitress approached, casting Ye Xiaofeng a peculiar glance. Indeed, you heard correctly, 9 servings, for we found the previous ones insufficient, Yue replied with a smile. Understood. The waitress couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Ye Xiaofeng, secretly admiring him. With so many beautiful companions, it was no wonder he desired 9 servings to replenish himself. Xiaofeng was aware that the waitress had misinterpreted the situation, yet he found himself unable to clarify. If others discovered that the signature dish was crafted from lamb kidneys and tiger penises, he would undoubtedly face a brutal reckoning. Sir, your signature dish from Xiaofeng has arrived. I wish you a delightful dining experience. The waitress smiled at the group. Sister Shuewu, I didn't expect such excellent service here. That waitress has maintained her smile throughout. Yue genuinely believed the service was impeccable. Haha, as long as you're happy, Yue, Shuewu replied with a forced smile, one that was more painful than a frown. It was impossible to feel joy. Xiaofeng had coerced her into trying this signature dish, yet she feared revealing the truth. Had she known better than to deceive Xiaofeng, she would not be in this predicament. Ultimately, she blamed Yue, who had seemingly triumphed yet inadvertently pulled her down. Shuewu shot a glare at Yue, but everyone was too engrossed in their meal to notice her expression. After finishing their late-night snack, Xiaofeng settled the bill and returned home. Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Garden, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Xiaofeng had planned to sneak into Shui Binger's room that night, only to discover she had been led away by Shuewu. At that moment, a knock echoed from his room, and he assumed Bingo had returned, rushing to open the door. Yue, is it you? A twinge of disappointment flickered within him. Brother Xiaofeng, did you not wish to see me? Yue looked at him with a wounded expression. Of course not. By the way, Yue, is there something you need at this late hour? Xiaofeng inquired. As Yue entered, she locked the door behind her. Brother Xiaofeng, there's a mouse in my room, and I'm afraid to sleep alone. Without hesitation, Yue threw her arms around him. That's all, Ye Xiaofeng. With a sense of resignation, turned off the light and returned to bed, gently patting Yue. Yue, I was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore. Ye Xiaofeng hastily tried to appease her. Humph, you were indeed wrong, and you shall come to realize your mistakes. Yue promptly turned away, chastising Ye Xiaofeng. I truly made a mistake. Ye Xiaofeng looked at Yue, who greeted him with a smile, and asked, in what way did you err? Yue, undeterred, continued to press her point. Originally, Ye Xiaofeng was merely jesting, but Yue took him seriously, retorting, you men are all the same. Yue grumbled, pouting. Yue, don't be upset. Ye Xiaofeng said, embracing her. She initially resisted, but then settled into his arms. Gazing at Yue, Ye Xiaofeng's mouth grew parched, and he completely forgot what he had said earlier. Xiaofeng, are you uncomfortable? Yue asked softly, her face flushed as she lowered her head. No, just a bit thirsty. Ye Xiaofeng replied with feigned seriousness. Xiaofeng, Yue whispered, initiating a kiss. Undoubtedly, it was another unforgettable night. In another room, Shuewu embraced Bingo as they slept, ostensibly to foster sisterly affection. Big sister, you've become increasingly womanly lately, Shuewu teased, observing Shui Binger. Really? I haven't noticed, Bingo replied, smiling at Shuewu. Big sister. Xiaofeng's been good to you. There's no denying it, Shuewu said with a mischievous grin. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth apart, Bingo responded, her cheeks slightly reddened. Big sister, don't pretend. I saw everything, Shuewu said with an innocent smile. Upon hearing Shuewu's words, Binger's face turned crimson. She hadn't realized that Shuewu had known about her and Xiaofeng all along. Big sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to silence me? Shuewu asked, seeing Binger grab her neck. Confess. Who else knows? Binger demanded sternly. I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to actually be involved, Shuewu thought, knowing she couldn't reveal that she and Ware had witnessed everything that night. No one does. Xiaofeng couldn't sleep. So he came to my room to chat for a while and then left, Bingo said, beginning to fabricate the truth. I see. Big sister. You really didn't let Xiaofeng stay overnight? Shuewu asked with a sly smile. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Binger retorted, glaring at Shuewu with feigned anger. Big sister, I didn't realize yours were so ample. No wonder Xiaofeng favors you the most among the three of us, Shu said, looking at Binger and becoming handsy. Shut up and take your filthy hands off me, Bingo said, pulling Shuewu's hand away. In the other room, Yue nestled in Ye Xiaofeng's arms, fast asleep. The following evening, Yue left Ye Xiaofeng's room early, fearing discovery by her sister. Shuewu arrived at Yue's room just as she had fallen asleep, but Shuewu didn't allow her any rest. Little Yue, what's wrong? Shuewu asked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sister Shuewu, please let me sleep. I'm so sleepy, Yue said, curling up in her blanket and turning over. It seems your Xiaofeng has been very affectionate, Shuewu remarked suggestively. Leave me alone. I'll deal with you on Monday. I need to sleep, Yue replied impatiently, drifting back to sleep. Yue, why aren't you up yet? Binger asked as she entered the room. Sister, there's a mouse. I'm scared. I couldn't sleep all night. Please let me rest, Yue said, looking at Binger with a pitiful expression. Shuewu watched Yue, barely able to suppress her laughter. Yue glared at Shuewu, and Shuewu immediately fell silent. Sister, can I sleep with you tonight? Yue asked, looking at Binger with pleading eyes. All right, you get some rest. I'll have Wu wake you up when dinner is ready, Shui Binger said kindly to Yue. Okay, Yue replied, closing her eyes and falling back asleep. Shuewu shook her head helplessly and left, noticing that Ye Xiaofeng hadn't woken up yet. He must have been exhausted from plowing all night, she thought. Shuewu didn't want to disturb Ye Xiaofeng, as she wanted to have a chance with him herself. Big sister, let's go out to eat, Shuewu suggested, trying to get Bingo away. Go wake up Xiaofeng. Let's go together, Binger replied. I just checked on him. He's still sleeping. He's probably been tired lately. Let's let him rest. We can bring them both takeout when we get back, Shuewu said, looking at Binger. All right, let's go then, Binger said without further ado. Upon hearing the departure of Shuewu and Shui Binger, Ye Xiaofeng promptly made his way to Yue's room. Brother Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Yue, still in a daze, embraced Ye Xiaofeng. I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you, he replied as he nestled into her warm bedding. Meanwhile, Shuewu took Bingo to a dining establishment, and after enjoying breakfast, the two ventured out for a shopping spree. Little did they know, their leisurely outing stretched into the afternoon. Brother Xiaofeng, you're pinning down my hair, Yue playfully remarked, pinching Ye Xiaofeng's waist. Yue, you are truly beautiful, he said. Opening his eyes to admire the enchanting figure before him, she embodied the essence of a delicate, dependent bird. No matter how beautiful I am, there is no place for me in your heart, Brother Xiaofeng, Yue replied earnestly. Silly girl, we are together now, how could I not hold you in my heart? Ye Xiaofeng gently kissed her forehead. Then tell me, between my sister and Shuewu, whom do you love more? Yue gazed at him intently. Ye Xiaofeng remained silent, as even he was uncertain. Perhaps Binger loved a bit more. Yet, before Yue, he could not articulate this sentiment. Yue, if I were compelled to express it, all three of you embody love to me. Each of you holds a significant place in my heart. Hastily, Ye Xiaofeng shifted the subject, wishing to evade any probing questions. I understand, Yue replied, a tinge of disappointment flickering within her. Although Ye Xiaofeng's response was not the ideal answer, it was one she could accept, for it indicated that she too mattered to him. Elder sister, how does this outfit look? Shuewu asked, showcasing her attire to Shui Binger. It's quite nice, though perhaps a bit revealing, Shui Binger remarked, noting the low neckline of Shuewu's dress. What era are we in? Why are you still so conservative? Shuewu observed her reflection in the mirror, feeling that the dress suited her perfectly. Then let us purchase it. The hour grows late, and we should return. Binger noted that it was already nearing afternoon. They had intended to return by noon, but had lost track of time while shopping. Afterward, Shuewu proceeded to the counter to pay, while they headed to a restaurant. Meanwhile, Yue and Ye Xiaofeng remained entwined in slumber. Brother Xiaofeng, you must wake up quickly. If you don't, the sisters will be back soon, Yue urged, nudging him gently. Let them come. After all, Yue has become my little wife. Ye Xiaofeng said with a mischievous grin directed at her. Who is your little wife? I refuse to be your little wife. Hurry and get up, Yue retorted. Though her heart swelled with happiness, Ye Xiaofeng ceased his incessant chatter, donned his attire, and retreated to his chamber. Not long after his departure, Shui Binger and Shuewu returned from outside. Yue, you seem to be in good spirits, Shuewu teased upon noticing that Yue was already awake. Shuewu, what is the matter? Can't you contain yourself? Yue retorted sharply. Taken aback by Yue's counter, Shuewu replied, Indeed, I can hardly wait. Do you have a problem with that? As she spoke, she playfully pushed Yue onto the bed. No, you're hurting me. Quickly get off. Yue exclaimed in exasperation. All right. Enough of the antics. Dinner has arrived. Let us hurry and eat. Shui Wu decided to cease her teasing. Xiaofeng, I brought your meal and yours. You should hurry over, Bingo announced as she tidied up Ye Xiaofeng's room. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng embraced Bingo from behind, declaring, I want to eat you. With a hint of shamelessness. Stop fooling around, hurry up. I need to tidy up, Bingo replied, as she continued to prepare Ye Xiaofeng's bed. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly pulled Bingo into his embrace and kissed her passionately. Bingo widened her eyes in surprise, then wrapped her arms around Ye Xiaofeng and closed her eyes. All right. I shall go have my meal now. Bingo awaited Ye Xiaofeng's next move, but he turned and headed off to eat instead. Brother Xiaofeng, hurry over for lunch. Yue called out as she indulged in her meal, noticing Ye Xiaofeng's entrance. What are you having? Ye Xiaofeng inquired casually. Take a look, Yue promptly offered her plate. Upon seeing the dish, Ye Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Snow Dance was once again playing tricks on him. Why was it always the signature dish that caused him trouble? Ye Xiaofeng contemplated the necessity of nourishing his health, just as Shui Wu returned. Xiaofeng, is the meal I brought to your liking? Shui Wu inquired, her expression rather mischievous. Thank you, Sister Shui Wu, Yue interjected eagerly. No need for thanks. If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. Just don't blame me later, Shui Wu thought to herself, secretly amused by Yue's words, knowing that she was aware of the ingredients that had passed through her hands. It is quite to my taste. I am truly grateful. Ye Xiaofeng remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Shui Wu. Unperturbed, Shui Wu continued to observe the two as they dined. Brother Xiaofeng, you promised me the other day to accompany me shopping. Today is perfect, Yue cleverly stated. Very well, let us go together after our meal, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Glancing at Yue and Shui Wu, Sister, and I shall refrain from joining. We just returned from shopping today. You take her along, Shui Wu thought, relishing the opportunity to let this impudent girl benefit. Then you both can rest at home. Brother Xiaofeng and I will go, Yue mused, pleased that they would not be there to disrupt their intimate time together. All right then, I shall take Yue with me. Do not wait up for us this evening. Ye Xiaofeng declared after finishing his meal. Once outside, Yue boldly grasped Ye Xiaofeng's hand. She resembled a girlfriend experiencing the thrill of first love. Her cheeks flushing slightly as passers-by cast glances at her and Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng accompanied Yue to a high-heeled shoe store. Welcome. Please come in. The female owner greeted them warmly, quickly discerning from their attire and demeanor that they were well-to-do patrons. Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful, she complimented. Is that so? I share the same sentiment, Ye Xiaofeng replied, casting a glance at Yue, who blushed slightly yet appeared quite pleased. Brother Xiaofeng, what do you think of these shoes? Aren't they lovely? Yue asked, presenting a pair of red high heels before him. The shop owner, slightly embarrassed, remarked, I'm sorry, I didn't realize she was your sister. However, she composed herself, accustomed to such situations. I am indeed his girlfriend. Who says I cannot call my boyfriend brother? Yue asserted confidently to the owner. Ah, I see. You young people certainly know how to have fun, the shop owner replied, glancing at Ye Xiaofeng as if to convey her understanding as someone with experience. Yet, Yue misinterpreted this as further praise for herself. Young lady, I would recommend this pair, the owner said, pointing to a pair of crystal shoes in the display case, instantly capturing Yue's attention. Wow, Brother Xiaofeng, come look. They're so beautiful, she exclaimed, enamored by the crystal shoes. Indeed, they're nice. If you like them, then buy them, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, noting that they resembled a pair of crystal shoes that Qingqing had previously purchased. However, the price was astonishing, prompting him to reconsider. Upon seeing the price tag with 5 zeros following the initial 5, Yue immediately lost her desire to purchase them. That won't do. I brought you out to ensure you enjoy yourself. Madam, please retrieve that pair of shoes for me, Ye Xiaofeng instructed, pointing at the crystal shoes. The shop owner, unhesitating, complied without further comment, promptly handing the shoes over to Ye Xiaofeng. Ye Xiaofeng gently guided Yue to sit down, taking the initiative to remove her shoes. Brother Xiaofeng, let me do it myself, Yue said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at him. Do not move, Ye Xiaofeng commanded decisively. Little sister, you are truly fortunate to have such a loving boyfriend. The female boss couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. She hadn't expected this handsome young man to be so attentive to his girlfriend. In that moment, Yue's heart seemed to melt. Even if her brother Xiaofeng harbored feelings for someone else, she would no longer blame him. This moment was enough, and it filled her with happiness. Yue, Stand up and take a few steps to see, Ye Xiaofeng said, helping her into her shoes and pulling her up gently. Brother Xiaofeng, how do I look? Is it nice? Yue joyfully took a couple of steps in front of Ye Xiaofeng, her heart brimming with delight. It's wonderful. You should definitely choose it, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, observing how perfectly the shoes fit her. Ye Xiaofeng admired how well the crystal shoes suited the moonlit figure. Madam, please wrap them up for me, he requested. As Yue prepared to remove the shoes, he jested, why take them off? Wear them home. Let Wu be envious and jealous. With a smile, he added, Madam, I'm ready to settle the bill. Presenting his black gold card to the proprietress, he watched as her eyes widened with surprise. She had suspected Ye Xiaofeng to be a wealthy patron, but never anticipated his affluence. Sir, encountering you and the young lady today feels like fate. I shall extend a 20% discount for you. Please accept your card. The proprietress graciously handed the black gold card back to Ye Xiaofeng. Thank you. Please pack this pair of shoes for me. He indicated towards the shoes Yue had previously discarded. Sir, they are already packed for you, she replied, handing over Yue's shoes with a smile. Ye Xiaofeng directly placed it into the soul guiding device's storage ring. Brother Xiaofeng, this ring is truly marvelous, Yue remarked. I don't possess much wealth, and not long ago, Ye Xiaofeng gifted me a black gold card, yet I have yet to touch the funds within. Yue, if you fancy it, we could stroll through the auction house, and I shall procure one for you, Ye Xiaofeng said, gazing affectionately at Yue while gently caressing her silky hair. Perhaps it is best to forego that, Brother Xiaofeng. Let us be on our way. Although Yue harbored a fondness for the ring, she did not wish to burden Ye Xiaofeng with unnecessary expenditures. Ye Xiaofeng subsequently departed with Yue from that location. Brother Xiaofeng, may we visit the clothing store? Yue inquired, seeking his approval. Of course, as long as it pleases you, Ye Xiaofeng replied, taking her hand as they entered the boutique, where Yue ultimately selected a delicate, light blue dress. Brother Xiaofeng, it's getting late. Shall we return? Yue expressed, her joy palpable. Let us dine first, and then head back. There is still time, he suggested. They then proceeded to a restaurant, where they chose a private room, ensuring their solitude. Brother Xiaofeng, how wonderful it would be if we could remain like this forever, Yue mused, aware of the improbability, yet cherishing this day as the happiest of her life. It shall only improve from here, Ye Xiaofeng remarked, sipping his drink while casting a gentle smile at her. Yue, do you know what dish you are enjoying? He teased. Isn't it the signature dish we had before? I've relished it several times, she responded, astonished that he could forget. But do you know the ingredients that compose this dish? Ye Xiaofeng inquired playfully. I do not. Do you, Brother Xiaofeng? Yue asked curiously. Allow me to enlighten you. It consists of lamb kidneys, he whispered softly in her ear. Instantly, Yue's stomach churned at the revelation. Brother Xiaofeng, how could you? She exclaimed, thinking he was jesting. Why would I deceive you? If you doubt me, inquire with the waiter, he said earnestly. Overwhelmed, Yue felt her stomach turn, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, racing to the restroom. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xiaofeng erupted into hearty laughter. When Yue returned, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, likely having expelled quite a bit. Yue, perhaps you should eat a little more, Ye Xiaofeng suggested, relishing his meal with great enthusiasm. Brother Xiaofeng, you are such a scoundrel, and Sister Xue Wu is no better. You both conspired to deceive me. Yue's earlier jovial mood evaporated in an instant. Yue, you cannot hold me accountable for this. During the gathering, I did hint at it. And you were the one who eagerly indulged. What could I do? Ye Xiaofeng hastily clarified. If you must assign blame, let it be directed at yourself. Yue, why fuss over such trivialities? As long as you enjoy your meal, does it not suffice? Ye Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. Why must I eat this? Yue glared at Ye Xiaofeng, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. To nourish your body and strengthen your health, Ye Xiaofeng shamelessly retorted. I won't eat it. If you wish to, go ahead. I am leaving, Yue declared, turning to depart. Lest she retreat, Ye Xiaofeng seized Yue's arm, drawing her into his embrace. Release me. You charlatan. Yue's legs flailed in the air, yet Ye Xiaofeng's grip remained firm. Persist in your cries, and I shall administer justice on the spot. Ye Xiaofeng jested, casting a mischievous glance upon Yue. You men are all alike, devoid of virtue, Yue retorted, ceasing her struggles, acquiescing in Ye Xiaofeng's hold. Impudent. Ye Xiaofeng chided, delivering a resounding pat upon Yue's posterior. Ah, Yue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed crimson. Learn to temper your outbursts in my presence, Ye Xiaofeng admonished. Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel, Yue began, only to be silenced by Ye Xiaofeng's sudden embrace. After a brief struggle, Ye relented, ceasing her resistance. Now be seated and partake of your meal. Once finished, I shall escort you home, Ye Xiaofeng declared, releasing Ye. Ye, however, remained lost in reverie. What troubles you? Do you find my affections insufficient? Shall we resume? Ye Xiaofeng inquired with a roguish demeanor, feigning intent to kiss her. Ye promptly rose, returning to her seat. You men are all insatiable, ever seeking to exploit me, Ye grumbled, though refraining from the vitriol of earlier. Now, partake of your meal, and we shall return hence. Ye Xiaofeng urged, adding a chicken leg to her plate. Think not that such gestures absolve your transgressions, Ye lamented, though inwardly, her resentment waned. First, sate your appetite. Thereafter, you may exact your vengeance as you see fit, Ye Xiaofeng sighed, lamenting the complexities of women. Think not that your thoughts remain veiled from me, Ye retorted. Casting a disapproving glance upon Ye Xiaofeng. What occupies my thoughts? Ye Xiaofeng inquired nonchalantly. Your gaze betrays your disdain for me, Ye declared. Her countenance tinged with displeasure. You perceive such sentiments? Nay, harbor not such notions. Such a thing is implausible, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, hastily amending his words. I knew it, Ye murmured, her eyes brimming with tears. Ye, do you comprehend the rationale behind my singular escort today? Ye Xiaofeng inquired earnestly. Is it not merely because your esteemed sister and Shui Wu have but recently returned and declined to venture forth? Ye countered skeptically. Nay. Consider, were I to extend the invitation to Binger and Wu, would they demur? Ye Xiaofeng posed, seeking to steer the conversation. Indeed, Ye conceded, acknowledging their eagerness for such an outing. I chose to bring you forth, for I perceive you to possess a gentler disposition, and, of course, a more amenable nature. Ye Xiaofeng continued, seeking to sway her. Truly? Ye inquired, her spirits lifting at the notion of surpassing Binger and Shui Wu. Wherefore would I deceive you? Have I ever been guilty of such? Ye Xiaofeng responded with a gentle smile. Just now, Ye began, only to be interrupted by Ye Xiaofeng. Pay no heed to such minutiae. Hasten to partake of your meal, Ye Xiaofeng urged, employing a blend of cajolery and persuasion. Very well, Ye acquiesced, seemingly convinced. Xiaofeng, I have finished my meal. Shall we return? Ye inquired, noting the encroaching darkness. Indeed, Ye Xiaofeng affirmed, settling the bill before they departed the restaurant. Ye, why do you tarry? He asked as they exited, Ye standing motionless. Xiaofeng, I desire not to walk. Might you carry me hence? Ye pleaded, her head bowed. Fearing rejection. Ah, seeking to burden your paramour with toil? Ye Xiaofeng teased, sensing Ye's blush, yet stooping to accommodate her. I knew you would acquiesce, Xiaofeng. Ye exclaimed, clambering upon his back. Ye Xiaofeng suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, swallowing hard. Xiaofeng Gidge, what's wrong? Ye inquired, gazing at him motionless. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ye, how old are you now? Still making me carry you? Aren't you ashamed? Ye Xiaofeng remarked, as he slowly began to walk with Ye on his back. Is it true that in your heart, I will always be just a little sister? Ye clung to his neck from behind. Well, I recall someone telling me just yesterday not to treat her as a sister, but rather as my little wife. Ah, Ye, why are you pinching my ear? Ye Xiaofeng had intended to tease her, but unexpectedly, Ye twisted his ear. I knew you were just talking nonsense. Hurry up and walk, and don't speak to me, she said, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Why is this so difficult for me? Ye Xiaofeng sighed. But Ye paid him no mind, relishing the bliss of the moment, and soon fell asleep. Ah, you finally decided to come back. I thought your family was staying out overnight. Shui Wu blocked Ye Xiaofeng at the door. Lower your voice. Can't you see Ye has already fallen asleep? Ye Xiaofeng shot her a glare. Xiaofeng Gidge, where are we? Ye mumbled sleepily. TSK. Ye, I didn't realize you could enjoy yourself so much. Shui Wu teased. Sister Shui Wu, hee. I'm going back to sleep. Ye quickly went off to find her sister. What are you doing? She just fell asleep with great difficulty. Ye Xiaofeng frowned. Why do you suddenly care for her so much after just half an hour out? Shui Wu seized the opportunity to tease him. Come with me, Ye Xiaofeng said, pulling Shui Wu back to his room. What are you doing? Shui Wu, who had been thinking of coaxing Ye Xiaofeng to accompany her, was taken aback by his eagerness. Once inside, Ye Xiaofeng promptly locked the door. What do you intend to do? I'm not that easy. Shui Wu retreated a step, guarding herself with her hands. What do you think I'm going to do? How many times have you tricked me? Ye Xiaofeng advanced towards her. I haven tea. Shui Wu thought he meant something untoward, surprised by his line of questioning. Last time at the inn, Why did you trick me and Bing'er? Don't think I don't know you bribed that attendant. Ye Xiaofeng still harbored resentment over that incident. How do you know? Shouldn't you be thanking me for that? Shuewu grinned mischievously at him. It's commendable that I'm not hitting you. Why should I thank you? Ye Xiaofeng was exasperated. I cannot agree with that. I was merely helping you and the eldest sister. Besides, you were the one who benefited. Shuewu retorted. Then why don't you help yourself? Ye Xiaofeng shot her an incredulous look. Xiaofeng, if I were to help myself, would you want to join? Shuewu suddenly embraced him. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng was taken aback, bewildered by her boldness. What's wrong? Don't you like me? Shuewu murmured softly, avoiding his gaze. We. Ye Xiaofeng was at a loss, burdened by the presence of numerous women in his life. I don't need you to take responsibility. Everything is my own choice, Shuewu said, biting her lip, as if battling inner turmoil. Ye Xiaofeng was about to refuse her, but Shuewu boldly made a decision and initiated a kiss. Ye Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered by this unexpected gesture. Typically the initiator. He never anticipated that the eccentric and whimsical Shuewu would exhibit such initiative. Observing Ye Xiaofeng's immobility, Shuewu mistakenly concluded that he harbored no interest in her, leading her to shed tears as she prepared to depart. Ye Xiaofeng swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, pinning her against the wall. Did you not claim to dislike me? Shuewu gazed at Ye Xiaofeng with tearful, reproachful eyes. Who said that? You are not me. How could you possibly know my feelings? Ye Xiaofeng brazenly retorted, his words dripping with smooth charm. As Shuewu listened, her heart felt considerably lighter. You come and go as you please. Do you think my room is a marketplace? Ye Xiaofeng remarked, holding Shuewu close. You pulled me in. I did not come here of my own accord, Shuewu protested, gently striking Ye Xiaofeng's chest in frustration. Since you are here, you might as well stay, Ye Xiaofeng declared, lifting her in a princess carry back to the bed. Xiaofeng, I'm a bit frightened, Shuewu admitted. Typically carefree, she felt like a novice in such matters. My dear, I cannot promise you a future, but I assure you, I shall never betray your trust. Ye Xiaofeng whispered tenderly in her ear. I do not seek promises, nor do I wish to harbor regrets. For 6 long years, I have awaited your return. Just like my sister Yue, longing day and night, Shuewu confessed, revealing her innermost feelings. I am sorry, Ye Xiaofeng tightened his embrace, guilt washing over him. I do not wish for your apologies, only your love. Shuewu gazed at him, yearning to hear him declare his affection. My dear, Ye Xiaofeng leaned in and kissed her. All 3 sisters have simultaneously fallen for you and entrusted themselves to you. Do you not find this troubling? Shuewu hesitated, her voice trailing off. My dear, each of you holds a cherished place in my heart. You are all beloved to me. Ye Xiaofeng understood her sentiments, wishing to offer her reassurance. As Shuewu closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss, Ye Xiaofeng ceased his hesitations, though she felt a flicker of fear. He loved her with the utmost gentleness. Their garments fell away, marking a night of restless passion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yue nestled with Bing'er as they slept. Sister, what if Brother Xiaofeng has other women outside? Yue cautiously broached the topic. What did you say? Bing'er was taken aback. I was merely speculating. Brother Xiaofeng is so exceptional. It is not impossible for other women to seek his affection. Yue observed Bing'er's reaction. If that were the case, I would have no choice. But if he betrays you and Shuewu, I would certainly take action. Bing'er spoke with a serious demeanor. And what about you, sister? Yue inquired. I would let him be, Bing'er replied, devoid of jest. No way. If Brother Xiaofeng betrays you, I would confront him fiercely. Yue chuckled playfully, then embraced Bing'er, drifting back to sleep. In the dead of night, Shuewu lay motionless in Ye Xiaofeng's arms, occasionally voicing her discontent. My dear, shall we continue? Ye Xiaofeng grinned mischievously at her. I feel as if my bones are dislocated. Please let me be. Go find Yue and Bing'er instead, Shuewu protested, feeling overwhelmed. Let us refrain from such thoughts, lest you later accuse me of not loving you enough. Ye Xiaofeng dismissed her concerns. Once committed, he believed one should not retreat, even in the face of exhaustion. Shuewu covered her mouth, fearful her voice would carry outside. The following morning, Bing'er and Yue awoke to find Shuewu and Ye Xiaofeng missing. They ventured to seek him out, and to their surprise, the door opened with a gentle push. Upon entering, the sight before them left Bing'er and Yue utterly stunned. You too. Bing'er was so incensed that she found herself at a loss for words. She swiftly poured a cup of water, splashing it onto the slumbering Ye Xiaofeng and Shuewu's faces. Shuewu awoke abruptly, her face crimson as she realized she was in Ye Xiaofeng's room, unclothed, hastily covering herself with the bedding. Why are you two not getting dressed? Are you waiting for me to dress you? Bing'er glared coldly at Shui Wu and Ye Xiaofeng before turning to leave. Yue, are you not coming out? Do you intend to watch the spectacle? Bing'er called to Yue from the doorway. Hee. Yue flashed an innocent smile before darting out. This is all your fault. Shui Wu kicked Ye Xiaofeng out of bed. Ah, he yelped in sudden pain. Xiaofeng, it was unintentional. Sister, come quickly. Shui Wu rushed to embrace Ye Xiaofeng, disregarding her own attire. What happened? Bing'er heard Shui Wu's cry and intended to scold them further, only to find Ye Xiaofeng's face was now a shade of purple. Brother Xiaofeng, what is wrong? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Yue entered, alarmed. Why waste words? Lift him back onto the bed, Bing'er commanded. Casting a frosty glance at Shui Wu and Yue, trembling, they hurriedly assisted in raising Ye Xiaofeng back onto the bed. What is wrong with him? Bing'er inquired sharply. It's my fault. I accidentally kicked him and didn't realize it would lead to this. Shui Wu, resembling a remorseful child, could not contain her tears. That shouldn't be the case. Where did you kick him? Bing'er noted that Ye Xiaofeng's pained expression was sincere, yet Shui Wu's kick should not have caused such harm. Shui Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to articulate her thoughts in front of Bing'er and Yue. Given the circumstances, what is there to hide? Bing'er frowned, clearly displeased. It was right here. Shui Wu pointed at Ye Xiaofeng's groin. Ha, Sister Shui Wu, are you trying to ensure Brother Xiaofeng is unable to have children? Yue burst into uncontrollable laughter. Bing'er shot a fierce glare at Yue, who quickly recognized her mistake and fell silent. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and get dressed. Do you expect me to admire your little performance? Bing'er coldly admonished Shui Wu. At that moment, Shui Wu realized she was so preoccupied with Ye Xiaofeng's condition that she had yet to dress herself. Yue, help me remove his pants, Bing'er instructed, gesturing toward Ye Xiaofeng's trousers. Coming right away, Yue responded, astonished, as if she were well-versed in such matters. Hey, shouldn't you consult my opinion? Ye Xiaofeng weakly interjected. At this point, is that even necessary? Bing'er shot him a glare. You three have drained me dry. Now you take advantage of my vulnerability, Ye Xiaofeng lamented. Casting a weary glance at the three women. Yue, why the delay? Bing'er urged impatiently. Without further ado, Yue yanked Ye Xiaofeng's trousers down. Wow, she exclaimed, inadvertently drawing attention to the situation. Ye Xiaofeng hastily shielded his lower body with both hands, while Bing'er and Shu blushed deeply upon hearing Yue's words. By the way, do you three possess any healing abilities? Ye Xiaofeng timidly inquired. We are merely observing, not claiming to heal, Yue retorted, delivering a sharp comment. You three should take a left turn when you exit. Ye Xiaofeng, unable to withstand Yue's taunt, felt utterly defeated. It was frustrating that the trio feigned understanding despite their ignorance. Xiaofeng, let me check for any internal injuries, Bing'er said earnestly, but Ye Xiaofeng's trust waned. The intense gazes of the three fixated on him made Ye Xiaofeng feel increasingly uncomfortable. I must leave, he declared, overwhelmed. Sister Shui Wu, please help me restrain Brother Xiaofeng. Yue chuckled mischievously at Ye Xiaofeng. Yue, what are you planning? Ye Xiaofeng felt a surge of anxiety. Was he to be tormented by these three mischievous spirits today, jeopardizing his standing in the martial world? Of course, we are merely observing and healing Brother Xiaofeng, Yue replied innocently. All right, you all should leave. I am fine now. Ye Xiaofeng quickly adjusted his trousers and pushed the three out of the room, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. As he closed the door behind them, he fainted again. The three assumed it was a jest, but their smiles abruptly froze. Xiaofeng, Yue, hurry and summon the teacher, Bing'er exclaimed, clutching Ye Xiaofeng. Realizing the gravity of the situation was beyond her control. Sister, I truly did not anticipate this outcome. I, Shui Wu, am unparalleled. I was merely shy and unintentionally kicked him. It was not my intention to strike that area. Let us hold off on discussing this until the teacher arrives, Bing'er said, as she and Shui Wu carefully lifted Ye Xiaofeng back onto the bed. Teacher, Brother Xiaofeng has fainted. Please save him. Yue rushed into Wang Yan's office, where Wang Yan had just woken up, still in her night attire. What happened? Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Wang Yan's heart raced with concern. Teacher, we must hurry. Brother Xiaofeng is in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan hastily left, not bothering to change her clothes, seeking a healer, while Bing'er and Shui Wu anxiously awaited. Wang Yan returned with a healer. After examining Ye Xiaofeng, the healer confirmed there were no visible injuries. Xiaofeng, what transpired? Wang Yan asked, noticing his pale complexion and turning to Bing'er and Shui Wu. Teacher, It's all my fault. I accidentally kicked him, Xuewu stammered. You kicked him? And that's the result? Where did you kick him? Wang Yin scrutinized Xuewu, recalling that the healer had found no injuries. Teacher, Sister Xuewu inadvertently kicked Brother Xiaofeng there, Yue interjected, pointing toward Ye Xiaofeng's groin. Wang Yan's face flushed slightly as she shot a glare at Yue. Are you trying to render him incapable of having children? Wang Yan scolded the trio. Teacher, I share your sentiments, Yue remarked, inadvertently revealing her navet, much to Bingou's dismay. Did I ask for your commentary? From this moment on, silence yourself, Wang Yin ordered Wei sternly. Teacher, you must remove his trousers, the female healer suggested to Wang Yin. Ah, Wang Yin blushed, feeling embarrassed in front of so many people. You three, please step outside, Wang Yin requested, hoping to send Binger and the others away first. Teacher, allow me to assist. Yue said cheerfully, then, in front of everyone, she pulled down Ye Xiaofeng's trousers. In a haze, Ye Xiaofeng realized that he had been exposed. Yet he found himself powerless in the situation. Teacherly, how is Xiaofeng? Wang Yin asked anxiously. The situation is not very promising. He has sustained severe injuries. We shall have to see how fate treats him, Teacherly replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Please, I beg you, save Xiaofeng, Xuewu implored, blocking the teacher from administering further treatment. Foolish girl, you nearly caused him to lose everything. Do you not understand? The treatment has already alleviated his condition for now. You must take good care of him, Teacherly said to Xuewu, revealing that her earlier comment had merely been a jest to gauge her reaction. I truly do not comprehend how you three think. Not once have you given me peace of mind, Wang Yin remarked, choosing not to say more as she escorted Teacherly away, still clad in her pajamas. You may leave for now. I wish to be alone, Ye Xiaofeng stated, feeling drowsy and yearning for a moment of restful slumber. Who is alone? The three responded in unison. Ye Xiaofeng was momentarily overwhelmed by the urge to curse vehemently, but he restrained himself. Wu, please prepare some food, Binger instructed the two. They understood that this was not a time for levity and returned to the kitchen. Binger, you should go back as well, Ye Xiaofeng said, subsequently closing his eyes. A pang of sorrow pierced Binger's heart, yet she did not leave. Xiaofeng, please do not blame Wu. She may have acted impulsively. If there is any blame to assign, let it fall upon me, Bingo thought, fearing that Ye Xiaofeng was angry. At that moment, Ye Xiaofeng merely sought slumber, having worked through the night and narrowly escaped dire consequences that morning. Noticing his silence, Binger boldly leaned in to kiss him. Ye Xiaofeng opened his eyes, remaining still as he gazed at her. I feel a bit hungry. You should assist them, he replied, his desire for intimacy eclipsed by his longing for rest. Just then, a chime resonated, signaling the arrival of a new system task. Master, your new mission is to secure victory in the Soul Master competition across the continent, the Tianjui system, Xiao Bing announced. Damn it, I want to return. I do not wish to remain in this wretched place. I have had enough. Ye Xiaofeng erupted with frustration, yearning for his former world. For this one was not what he desired. As Ye Xiaofeng unleashed a torrent of invectives, Shui Binger stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom the words he had just uttered. The three sisters had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to him, yet after a single accidental injury inflicted by Wu, he treated them in such a manner. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Binger could no longer contain her tears. Please, Binger, allow me to explain, Ye Xiaofeng implored, aware that she had misconstrued his intentions. There is no need for you to apologize. I am at fault. Do not place the blame on Wu. You may vent your inner fury upon me, and I shall bear it. But I beseech you, do not harm Wu or Yue. Binger, unable to restrain herself any longer, wept incessantly. It is not as you perceive, Ye Xiaofeng lamented, feeling utterly shattered as the system had disrupted his plans, leaving him at a loss for words. There is no need for explanations. Once you have recovered, you may leave and never return. I shall inform them. The Ye Xiaofeng embraced Shui Binger directly, kissing her fervently. Despite her frantic attempts to strike him, Ye Xiaofeng showed no intention of releasing her. Did you not loathe this place? Why pretend to care for me? Shui Binger questioned Ye Xiaofeng, her gaze piercing. Binger, do you still believe in me? Ye Xiaofeng asked earnestly, looking into her eyes. I don't know, Shui Binger replied. In the past, she would have unquestioningly trusted him, but now she was uncertain if he was worthy of such faith. My love for you has never wavered. I bear untold burdens, Ye Xiaofeng confessed solemnly. Then please share them with me. Even if I am no longer your wife, I am willing to bear your burdens. Shui Bingo said, her heart aching yet trusting Ye Xiaofeng. Binger, allow me to tell you a story. Ye Xiaofeng paused, gazing at Shui Binger in his arms. I am listening, she replied attentively. Once, there was a boy who lived on a distant blue planet. During his schooling, he was struck by lightning, and when he awoke, he found himself in the Douluo world. And then? Shui Binger inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. He was born on an island called Sea God Island. Revered by all due to his unique identity, basking in unmatched glory. However, at the age of 6, he failed his soul awakening, and all his honor gradually faded away. For 4 years, he endeavored but ultimately failed. One day, an elder from the island attempted to harm him, but his mother intervened. To protect him, she had no choice but to exile him. Even with her formidable power facing the divine, she appeared helpless. To keep him, she would have had to oppose the entire island, a sacrifice she refused to make. Thus, she chose to abandon her own child. The boy encountered pirates at sea, but survived under the protection of a jade pendant gifted by his mother. Later, when he was rescued by a group of girls, he awakened his twin martial souls and yearned to return home. At this point, Ye Xiaofeng fell silent, leaving Shui Binger at a loss for words. Xiaofeng, are you truly reborn? Shui Binger embraced him tightly. I don't know, perhaps I am. I retain all the memories of my past life. Ye Xiaofeng closed his eyes, vivid recollections flooding his mind. And your parents? Shui Binger asked, her eyes fixed on him. My father passed away early, and my mother. I believe my younger brother will take good care of her, Ye Xiaofeng said, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. From now on, we will be your family, Shui Binger said, unsure how to comfort him, her heart aching with each recounting of his past sufferings, tears escaping her own eyes. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall embrace it, Ye Xiaofeng consoled her, though he knew some things and people could not simply be forgotten. At that moment, Yue entered the room. Ahem. She cleared her throat, purposely raising her voice. Shui Binger quickly extricated herself from Ye Xiaofeng's embrace, wiping her tears, though her eyes remained red. Sister, why are you crying? Yue noticed her distress. Not at all. I just got some sand in my eyes, and Xiaofeng helped me. Shui Binger averted her gaze, struggling to fabricate a believable excuse. Really? Does getting sand in your eyes require such intimate embraces? Yue looked at her disdainfully, as if to say, Sister, can you concoct a more plausible lie? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Xiaofeng Gidge, confess honestly, did you bully my sister? Yue approached the bed, her eyes fixed intently on Ye Xiaofeng. How could I possibly bully Binger? Do you think I am that kind of person? Ye Xiaofeng replied indignantly. Then why was she crying? Yue pressed for answers. Could it not be that she was moved to tears? Ye Xiaofeng retorted, exasperated. Sister, what did Xiaofeng Gidge tell you? Yue turned to Binger. He told me a story. Shui Binger reluctantly admitted. A story? Oh, I want to hear it too. Yue exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Yue, I asked you to gather them for dinner. Is this how you invite people? Shui stormed in, visibly annoyed. Do you still want to hear it? Ye Xiaofeng teased Yue, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. You all go eat first. I'll join a bit later, Ye Xiaofeng said, reluctant to move, as he still felt pain from Shui Wu's earlier kick. Stop pretending. You're not dying. Get up. Yue insisted, pulling him from the bed. Yue, wait. I haven't finished putting on my clothes. Ye Xiaofeng hurriedly protested, taken aback by her assertiveness. This scene left both Shui Binger and Shui Wu astounded. What are you two still doing there? Yue tugged at Ye Xiaofeng, while looking at Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Shui Binger and Shui Wu quickly followed suit. Shui Wu, why are you dawdling? Get the dishes ready, Yue commanded. Oh, right away. Shui Wu, still dazed from the morning's events, responded. Xiaofeng Gidge, to help restore your health. I specially prepared a bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Oh, I meant a bowl of chicken soup, Yue said, placing the bowl before Ye Xiaofeng. Yue, why don't you taste it first? How does it taste? Ye Xiaofeng hesitated, recalling her earlier mention of poisonous soup. I said you should drink it. So just do it. No more nonsense, Yue declared assertively, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to his lips. Yue, I'll manage on my own, Ye Xiaofeng stammered, trembling as he accepted the spoon and began to drink. Xiaofeng, how does it taste? Shui Binger inquired with concern. It is quite good. Once I finish, we shall depart. Ye Xiaofeng announced to the 3 of them. All right, Wu, go and call Hai Ro and the others to meet with the teacher. We'll tidy up and join you shortly. Yue, do the dishes, Shui Binger instructed. Sister, why is it always me who washes the dishes? Yue grumbled. Because we all trust you, Ye Xiaofeng, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu replied in unison. Yue, nearly exasperated to the point of tears, begrudgingly went to wash the dishes. With no one to disturb them now, Shui Bingo could no longer contain her emotions, settling beside Ye Xiaofeng and resting her head on his shoulder. Ye Xiaofeng extended his arm to embrace Binger gently. Binger, if there comes a day when I am no longer here, please forget me. Ye Xiaofeng understood that he must secure the championship this time, even though it would offend many. Well, if you die, the next day we shall marry someone else. Binger teased with a playful smile, yet her heart felt as though pierced by a sword. She sensed the deeper meaning in Ye Xiaofeng's words, as if he were bequeathing her with future matters. Surely it cannot be that serious? Ye Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. I am merely jesting. If peril truly arises, we shall face it together. At worst, we shall die, Binger replied earnestly as she gazed at him. Ha ha ha, even in death. I shall carve a bloody path to ensure your escape, Ye Xiaofeng smiled, tenderly stroking Binger's azure tresses. Brother Xiaofeng, am I interrupting? At that moment, Yue entered and saw Ye Xiaofeng holding her sister. No, you arrived just in time, Ye Xiaofeng beckoned, and as Yue approached, he wrapped his left arm around her. Ye Xiaofeng, with Yue nestled on his left and Binger on his right, appeared quite content. Let us depart. We must not keep them waiting, he said, leading Binger and Yue out of the room. Wang Yin and the other team members were waiting downstairs for Ye Xiaofeng. To their surprise, he strolled in leisurely, holding Binger and Yue by the hand. Upon seeing this, Shui Wu cast a disapproving glance at the trio. Ahem, young people should be mindful of their image. Wang Yin remarked, unable to contain her discomfort. Teacher, we haven't done anything. Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Ye Xiaofeng teased. Do you think you have lived long enough? Wang Yin shot him a cold look, disapproving of his audacity to flirt with the teacher. Hee, it was merely a jest. There is no need to take it to heart, Ye Xiaofeng quickly conceded, prompting laughter from the sisters around them. Ye Xiaofeng and her companions rode in 2 carriages. Ye Xiaofeng, Shui Binger, Yue, and Shui Wu shared 1 carriage, while Wang Yin accompanied Yuheru, Shui's Wei, Xinliuyu, Guqingba, and Qiu Shui in the other. Brother Xiaofeng, why are you so silent? Yue could not help but inquire. You've already said everything. What is left for me to say? Ye Xiaofeng retorted, choosing to lie down and close his eyes. I'll let you sleep, Yue declared as she plopped down onto Ye Xiaofeng's abdomen. Ah, Yue, are you attempting to commit fratricide? Ye Xiaofeng exclaimed in indignation, pushing Yue away, causing her to tumble into Shuiwu's embrace. Huh, you can't produce ivory from a dog's mouth. Yue shot back defiantly. My mouth like a dog? Yet, you've frequently bitten me before, Ye Xiaofeng replied with an innocent smile. Ah, I shall slay you. Yue exclaimed as she lunged at Ye Xiaofeng, gripping his neck. Hey, you two quickly pull her off, Ye Xiaofeng pleaded, glancing at Binger and Shuiwu. However, they appeared disinclined to intervene. Ye Xiaofeng flipped over and pinned Yue down onto the carriage. He pulled her aside and delivered a series of slaps to her backside. Sister. Shuiwu, save me. Ye Xiaofeng, you big oaf, heartless wretch. Yue protested, fully aware of her precarious situation, yet still relishing the banter. How dare you insult me? I shall let you berate me to your heart's content, Ye Xiaofeng declared, landing another resounding slap on Yue's rear. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? Yue exclaimed, her face ablaze with embarrassment, uncertain of what further mischief might ensue if the chastisement continued. At long last, Ye Xiaofeng and his companions arrived in the capital city of the Heavendo Empire. Finally, this young lady is liberated from the carriage's relentless jostling. Yue exclaimed as she alighted, stretching languidly. Wow, it's immense. Ye Xiaofeng's gaze lingered on Yue's chest, as he remarked with a hint of lasciviousness. Naturally, it is the capital of the Heavendo Empire after all. Yue, initially assuming Ye Xiaofeng was referring to the city, realized his gaze was fixed on her bosom and hastily shielded herself with her hands. Oh, Ye Xiaofeng, you scoundrel. All right, Ye Xiaofeng murmured, sidling up to Yue. What are you afraid of? You've seen and felt everything here already. Ye Xiaofeng then playfully patted Yue's posterior. You rogue. Yue stamped her foot in exasperation. Let's find a place to rest our weary feet before making any further plans, Wang Yin suggested, ever the sensible one. Yes. Teacher, let's find a place quickly. Look. I've lost weight. Yue interjected eagerly. All you ever think about is eating. Why don't you ever think about cultivating? Wang Yin retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Yue. Hee. Teacher, if I can't fill my stomach, I'm afraid it will hinder my cultivation. Yue responded with a grin. Wang Yin's face darkened. What does cultivation have to do with your eating? Do you really need such elaborate excuses to indulge in culinary delights? Teacher, follow me, Ye Xiaofeng interjected, stepping forward. Oh, Xiaofeng is the best, Yue exclaimed, promptly latching onto Ye Xiaofeng's arm. Wasn't I just labeled a big hoof? How did I suddenly become your good brother? Ye Xiaofeng was rendered speechless by Yue's capricious nature. Oh, why dwell on such trivial details? Yue retorted, her face flushing crimson as she swiftly changed the subject. Ye Xiaofeng subsequently led everyone to the entrance of the heavenly realm in. Ladies, please, Ye Xiaofeng said to Wang Yan. Sisters, please, Yue mimicked Ye Xiaofeng's gesture, provoking a hearty laughter among the sisters. Ye Xiaofeng had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his surroundings. Upon entering the inn, he was immediately greeted by the innkeeper, Mr. Li. It has been a while, Mr. Li remarked. These are my teacher and fellow classmates. I would appreciate your assistance in accommodating them. Ye Xiaofeng interjected, clearly wishing to conceal the nature of his relationship with Mr. Li from his companions. Since they are friends of young Master Yi, please allow them to ascend to the upper floors. Mr. Li understood Ye Xiaofeng's intent and refrained from further comments. Brother Xiaofeng, do you know the owner of this establishment? Yue whispered as she darted to Ye Xiaofeng's side. I spent over a year here previously, so I have become quite familiar with the innkeeper, Ye Xiaofeng replied. Coincidentally, this exchange was witnessed by Xian from the upper floor, who smiled subtly before retreating to her room. Mr. Li led the group to a private chamber, while Ye Xiaofeng, occupied by Yue's antics, momentarily forgot about Xian's presence. Mr. Li, please make the necessary arrangements, Ye Xiaofeng instructed as everyone settled in. To facilitate their comfort, he positioned himself with his back to the door. As laughter and conversation filled the air over tea, Xian stood motionless at the entrance, her gaze fixed intently upon the group. Excuse me, is there something you need? Yue inquired politely, noticing Xian's presence at the doorway. I am searching for someone, Xian replied with a smile. Upon hearing Xian's voice, Ye Xiaofeng realized that something was amiss. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Ye Xiaofeng quickly rose to his feet, eager to expel this nuisance before it was too late. Darling, you're back. Why didn't you inform me? Upon seeing Ye Xiaofeng approach, Xian rushed forward to embrace him. The sight left Binger, Yue, and Shuawu in a state of shock. They were acutely aware that Ye Xiaofeng had admirers outside, yet the revelation came upon them with such swiftness and surprise that the three sisters were utterly unprepared. Xian had struck at the very core of Ye Xiaofeng's vulnerabilities. Xian, what brings you here? He chuckled, his laughter betraying a sense of distress. You've been away for so long, and I missed you dearly. I presume these individuals are your friends? Why not introduce them? As a titled Douluo, Xian's acting skills had reached a level of consummate mastery. Greetings, I am Xian, the esteemed first wife of Xiaofeng, she said, offering a gentle smile to the assembly. Wang Yan's gaze shifted towards Ye Xiaofeng, her expression transforming in an instant as she realized that her cherished disciple had inadvertently entangled herself in a web of emotional debts. Hello, Shui Binger, she greeted with a faint calm. The dishes are ready, madam. What brings you here? Li Zhonggui inquired of Xian. Since Ye Xiaofeng's departure, Xian had orchestrated a decree that everyone at the inn and the Grand Soul Arena refer to her as the first madam, while Qingqing was designated as the second madam. This arrangement had garnered Qingqing's enthusiastic endorsement as well. Under Xian's persuasion, Qingqing had come to deeply admire her, fostering a bond that felt inseparable. Li Zhonggui, please fetch the second madam from the Grand Soul Arena. Tell her I require her presence, Xian instructed. Li Zhonggui glanced at Ye Xiaofeng, whose complexion darkened. Yet he found himself powerless to resist. Go on, why are you hesitating? Xian urged, and at this juncture, Ye Xiaofeng relented with a slight nod. Xiaofeng, don't just stand there. Come and join us, Binger implored. She yearned to confront Ye Xiaofeng, to question his motives, yet she restrained herself. Shuawu and Yue, unable to contain their emotions, prepared to rise, but Binger pressed them back down. As for Hai Rou, Shenlu Yu, Gu Qingbo, and Xiu Ruoshui, they remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding drama. Xiaofeng, won't you introduce me to your friends? Xian cooed, casting a flirtatious glance at him. I am their instructor, Wang Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you, she said, maintaining her composure as she introduced herself to the others. Greetings, teacher. Thank you for your guidance over the years bestowed upon our Xiaofeng. Xian expressed her gratitude, though her eyes were fixed on Binger, Yue, and Shuwu. Xian, you should return. I will seek you out shortly, Ye Xiaofeng said, filled with regret for having brought her back from the island of demons. Oh no. I've waited so long for your return. What if some vixen lures you away again? Xian pouted playfully. What do you mean by that? Yue could no longer hold her tongue and stood up. Sister you, there is no need for anger. I'm not the vixen, Xian replied, her smile unwavering, devoid of any hint of discomfort. Sit down, Binger interjected firmly. Xiaofeng often speaks of you, and I must say, you live up to your reputation, Xian complimented Binger. Is that so? It's a pity that Xiaofeng has never mentioned you in our presence, Binger countered, her tone laced with palpable tension. Xiaofeng, it's your fault for treating Xian like a mere accessory, only wearing her when convenient, Yue chimed in with a teasing smile. Who would have thought, sister, you could be so sharp-tongued? Xian remarked, barely suppressing her amusement. Xiaofeng, your tastes seem rather peculiar, even indulging in someone past their prime. Shuowu added, joining the fray. Xian's smile faltered at being described as past her prime, which felt akin to being labeled an old crone. Let us temper our words, shall we? Xian, my students have been quite unruly. Please don't take it to heart, Wang Yin interjected, striving to mediate the tension. Xiaofeng, are you back? Qingqing arrived breathlessly from the Grand Soul Arena. Yes, Ye Xiaofeng nodded, though his expression was far from pleasant, as Xian's antics had unsettled him. Xian, what are you doing here? Qingqing asked, her demeanor brightening upon seeing Xian. I came to visit Xiaofeng. Of course, Xian replied succinctly. Hello, I'm Qingqing, Xiaofeng's girlfriend. She introduced herself with a soft smile. Girlfriend? More like an old married couple, Xian quipped, causing Qingqing to blush slightly. Qingqing, please escort Xian home. I shall join you shortly, Ye Xiaofeng stated decisively, aware that if this continued, their meal would be irrevocably spoiled. Take your time eating. Xian, let us depart, Qingqing suggested. Though her heart ached at Xian's unruly behavior. You needn't linger. Go and attend to your 2 wives, Yue remarked, her displeasure evident. Had it not been for her sister's intervention, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Ye Xiaofeng. Let us eat, Wang Yin suggested. Feeling the weight of disappointment as she realized Ye Xiaofeng's indiscretions had left their mark, and she could do little but allow him to navigate the tumultuous waters himself. At this moment, Ye Xiaofeng found himself devoid of appetite, sipping on his solitary drink in a haze of melancholy. Neither Binger, Shuowu, nor Zwaya had any desire to eat, while the others fared somewhat better. Ultimately, after finishing his drink, Ye Xiaofeng departed before everyone had completed their meal, retreating to his private chamber. Ye Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Ziyan. Why aren't you spending time with them? What is the rush to return?